Good morning, Alestria and beyond. Today is May 17th, 2025, and we're bringing in the final Moonrise tournament for this beautiful Elestrals webcam premiere. I am Swolax. I'll be one of the voices inside of your head commentating over today's epic tournament. And joined with me is of course, and as always, the effervescent Kay Cray. Kay, good morning.
Good morning. I'm so excited. The final conclusion for Moonrise. I think it's been the best meta so far in Elestral's history, and this is shaking up to be a really, really incredible conclusion to that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny because I think from the journey we've had really early with a lot of these decks, moving into now where we have a lot of new cards and new factors into the fray, I'm really curious to know what these casters are going to bring. Not only because of the new Shattered Stars cards, but also because of what's on the line for a lot of these players right now. We did get an announcement earlier for the Worlds qualifiers and World qualifying points that these casters can gain today. We have, of course, our top 32 getting 20 qualifier points from today's tournament, as well as top 16 getting 35. Top 8 walking away with 50. Top 4 with 75. The runner-up, 125, so about 2 tournaments taken down there. And then the champion gets an invite all the way directly to that World Championship, which I think is going to be absolutely stellar.
We're going to come out of this day knowing for sure one person who is qualified for Worlds, and I think that that's so exciting. It says 2026, but I'm already dreaming about it. I cannot wait. I think it's so fun, this announcement that they've brought this in. The Moonrise meta has been such a transformation for Elestrals. Not only have they stepped up with like the Premier packs, which of course we get just for participating in this tournament today, but also, like you said, with the introduction of the QP and now Worlds. Very exciting.
Super exciting. I remember all the way back in, well, this is pre-Dallas, maybe even 2023 at this point, listening to Dan A-Drive talk about this kind of tournament structure, which is just so cool as a competitor to see. I remember asking today, like, hey, do you want to play or do you want to talk on the mic? I'm like, well, I'll just win another one. We'll be simple as that. Or, we'll do the Dimax special and we'll get 2 second places, easy peasy.
Yeah, can't wait to see you there.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, weird. That happened a couple times. But I think the one thing that we can look out for outside of these qualifying points is, of course, going to be the new meta shakeup. So let's talk about a little bit of what is new in the format, which is weird to say mid-set, but we have 4 new cards that were brought into the fray with Shattered Stars Ares. A little preview into Firestorm here. We have a new Earth Scout champion of Hestia, a new Warmite champion of Hestia, a Volcarius champion of Hephaestus, and a Rumical champion of Hephaestus. I'm looking forward to these cards quite a bit. A lot of these casters have been in the tank with these for just a little while now. And while some of them have effects and potentially special conditions that might not be fully fulfilled until Firestorm, wow, I think these cards look absolutely insane.
Yeah, Hestia, the icon, she may not be here with us right now, but she is for sure felt. I think that Volcarius is definitely going to be one of those names that we will see at some point today. I have dreams. I would love to see one hit the field. Rumical, maybe. Warmite being one of my favorite new little guys from Firestorm. All of the Warmite art, including this one from Shattered Stars, is so cute. I love him so much. And of course, I am one of the biggest Baby Bear fans in the whole entire world. So,
bears just get better and better. We did also have High Bear Nation come out inside of the newest Shattered Stars, which looks gorgeous in that holo. I'm really looking forward to see what our casters can cook here with this. Fire Nexus has been a deck that is already very strong, and so these additional tools that the casters can play with, surely we'll be able to bump up some of those strategies. So very similar, excited. Firestorm as a whole, I think, is going to be so cool to check out from top down, absolutely. The one thing that I think I'm really curious about here is our returning casters, though. So, what can we see potentially going into this tournament? I know last Premier event, you witnessed some greatness happen live. Could you want to talk about that?
It was incredible. Of course, with Sir Tractor being our champion from last tournament on Cryosect, which proved to be, I believe we had a 7-minute semifinal. This list is insane, and I would love to see more of it. I don't know if Sir Tractor is going to be a trend setter, but when this deck gets going and is piloted well, it's one of those decks that when you look at it, you're like, what do you do? How do you beat this? And yeah, I would love to see it. Go Cryo Scorch.
Go Cryo Scorch. It's so cool. I mean, I think that we will see an uptick in decks like this. Typically, whenever we have really strong casters have a really good showing, we will see these an avalanche, so to speak, of these decks pop up. We'll talk about the previous top cut representation, previous deck representation from the last Premier Tournament too. We had a lot, not only in the Cryosex Spectre, but we have and Titan was taking some of those top spots. We have BlizzTrix, the previous top represented deck, taking a little bit of a fall down. Lunar Aggro, some known quantities like Tornadin, which I think is cool. Tempo Pile was seeing a lot of play early, and then I think has kind of, been a little bit of an understudy here to some of the more realized strategies. A little more down there, we have some Lunar Phase Control, which I'm hoping to see maybe today. Pretty cool. Pasta Moose, shout outs to literally one single caster making it happen.
We love you, Brewlock.
We love Chicago standing up today.
Holding it
of course,
down.
we have some Heal Control and Krakatsuga Burn as well. So I think out of these decks here, is there any ones that you were looking to see a return from the previous Premier?
Oh, I see my beloved, my precious, my baby, my angel Voldas looking at me down there with Lunar Phase Control. And from the beginning of Moonrise, I have said that if I just one time see a Volclipse, maybe a Volumbra, maybe, maybe hit the field, I would be over the moon. Rise. Something. There's something there, I'm sure.
Oh God, already off to a great start here. Honestly, I think that would be very fitting. A lot of cards inside of the Moonrise meta has also been influenced by Daybreak. Big stars like Argo and Eddie have been everywhere, everything from the Lunar Tempo piles. And so I am very much looking forward to a little bit of variety. I think that'd be really cool. And again, those Shattered Stars cards, I think, are going to be absolutely killer. So.
Do you have any lists that you're personally looking forward to or hoping to see today?
Oh God, I am really hoping for, and I experienced this in the last tournament, a couple premieres in a row here. I've gotten, I would say, obliterated, completely destroyed by a couple strategies from Down Under. I'll just say that. The sun is coming out here a little bit, though we are in Moonrise. I'm expecting some Daybreak. I'll just leave it at that. We'll call it as it is. So yeah, I think that's gonna be something that I'm quite looking forward to.
And if you are hanging out here with us today, first of all, hello, thank you so much for being here. Be sure to let us know not only lists that you might want to see, we can make some magic happen and hopefully get those on screen for you at some point, we can try, but also if there are any particular casters who you love to see, who play out of their minds, because there are so many of them. And we here at Elestrals are about making dreams come true, and we will see what we can do about that, especially if you make sure to leave a like. I've heard that helps increase your odds.
I think for the people at home especially, it should be a pretty good showing. Again, a lot of excitement today for the new Shattered Stars, absolutely. And I think for the last, we're sunsetting the Moonrise format, right? I just think is pretty insane to think about. And I feel like, and I'm not quite sure if I feel the same or if you feel the same way, but it feels like this format's been much more extensive, much more explored than the previous one, which is super exciting.
We saw so many of the previous formats through people trying to figure out what's going to happen here, what is the equation, the answer, numbers flying around equals MC squared equals 5s. That was the consistent conclusion that people were coming to for a long time. But Moonrise is one of those metas that I think we could stay here for months, maybe even years. And I don't know that we would ever fully figure out what the top deck is. And it has been, as someone who's had the privilege of being on the mic for so much of Moonrise, it has been thrilling and so exciting every single tournament.
I'm excited to be here on the mic with you. I know we have a lot of really good experience, I think, between the two of us, between my consistent bag fumbling and your expert commentary. I think we'll be able to cover quite a bit here. We'll try not to make it too difficult on production today, which huge shout outs to our production and everyone behind the scenes today on Elestrals. They do an amazing job to bring you these tournaments, so if we can get some love for them, that'd be absolutely amazing.
I am so excited about today because, as you said, Swole, do you smell that? I think there's a smell of smoke, maybe a fire somewhere. Yes, Firestorm is approaching. As you mentioned, we have these new lists, or these new cards coming out from Shattered Stars. Hopefully, People have been, as you said, cooking in the kitchen. Hopefully we can see a little bit of that today. It's going to shape up to be a very exciting day, though.
Well, hopefully that kitchen fire is not too extensive. I know some cooks get a little too deep in there and that food comes out burnt. I'll have to CO2 my way out of here if that's going to be the case.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, looking forward to this one. It's early for us. Coffee's kicking in.
It's already, yep.
We should the first round preparing for everyone just now. We are looking at some pretty strong players coming up here, and I'm really excited to see how these two match up against each other. Again, this is one of the probably the most stacked tournaments I've seen in a very long time. So, and I know, Kay, that you've outside of probably seen some of the best casters in the world. What are you looking forward to in our first match here?
Well, as we know who it is, I believe we are able to tell all of you, and this is going to be very exciting. We have both Shurit, who has been an incredible caster, who did one of my favorite things that I've ever seen in the history of the world, which was 3 Ambrosia in the Underworld, Ash Rabbit, constantly bringing it back. It was, oh my gosh, it was one of the most beautiful things I've ever witnessed. And Soren Plays, who you and I both in this most recent Elestriate actually got to be on Team Sunrise with. We are big Soren fans.
The Sunrise contingency does go deep. And I'm really excited to see what Soren brings this time. I know them experimenting in the past couple tournaments. We saw an amazing on-stream feature match between Soren and Trish against the Bridesmaid, playing a variant of Sunburn. So I'm curious to know if we're going to be running it back with a little bit of the burn, or if we're going to be going back to some wind. I think that's something that I think is really up Soren's bread and butter. Talking to a little bit at Dallas with Soren, that was a huge meta call back a couple months ago at this point. Wow, that really isn't real. Bring it back to Dallas.
Speaking of meta calls and Soren and you, last tournament, you both, apparently separately, I thought you had maybe cooked together and come to this conclusion, but both of you decided that Chains of Prometheus it's just been there since Frostball, along with an animation that we had never seen. You both decided in the same tournament that Chains of Prometheus was going to be the craziest card of all time, and oh my gosh, it actually, it kind of was.
I don't know what it is, if it's just the
oh, there we
production for that one. Literally dusting off the Chains of Prometheus, just dust flying everywhere.
Beautiful.
I love this card so much. I think it's such a cool tech option that Fire decks can play natively. A lot of different strategies have been playing cards like Argo, then playing kind of a weird suite of counter runes. So this card is a very versatile piece of interruption that I think can be really crucial to these casters. One thing that the Fire decks really struggle with at a time is making sure that their key Elestrals like Kinleo can stick. And so I think that's a pretty interesting call that Soren and myself, not to toot my own horn, did make. I can confirm we didn't brew together, but I think it's the champion to champion connection. I think that's the one thing. You enter into the, how do I call it? The CGCN, the Champion Gaming Cerebral Network or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
The kitchen's pretty vast.
And Camp Sunrise, those bonds run deep.
Shout outs to Camp
sure.
Sunrise,
yeah.
Absolutely. No, it should be pretty good. I think out of these two casters, we have 120 total casters participating for today, for some, not only those qualifying points you mentioned, but for some amazing prizing for today. We have the Premier booster packs that we have been seeing rolled out, and some amazing stellars out of those that have been showing. I don't know if you're looking for one of those particularly. Those things are crazy.
I think you know that I am fiending for that Hydrake. The second that I saw it, when it was announced in Dallas, I turned to MBT and I said, if I don't get that Hydrake, I am going to make it not only my problem, but everyone else's. So I'm just giving you all a heads up right now. These Premier frames, they are gorgeous and so striking in person. And yeah, I mean, they're absolutely beautiful. And that Hydrake, that's my baby boy. I love him so much.
I do think it's so cool. And, for the Pantera getting third at that event where this was showcased, it's such a cool little I guess, roundabout circle here. We've come so far with Elestrals. We're going into the 5th Premier set, which is honestly just crazy to me. on some level. A-Drive really is a doer. That vision board is huge. And I'm sure on one side it was make the coolest dragon possible, also the cutest chase card in the world.
Well, let's not forget the biggest goal of Daniel A-Drive, which is make bugs really, really, really strong. Maybe too strong.
Really strong.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, with Titan showing in the last premiere, I think we've kind of showcased that there's a lot of casters on that similar wavelength, the bug gaming cerebral network, if you will. I think that this Ardbud is just a little guy, super adorable, and we'll be getting a lot of love inside of Firestorm. We're already seeing a lot of decks brewing up with the new champion of Artemis Spectaris, which is super cool. A lot of the new, the new Warmite is also insane with the Hesiod's Hearth mentioned earlier. Super big fan. Very much looking forward to it.
I cannot wait. There are so many fun decks, even sort of more niche strategies. I mean, I'm a Bunnix girl. The Nixamera Risen Fallen form, I cannot wait to see it. It's one of those strategies that I'm like, that's really expensive. But also, I think if it works, it's going to be crazy. So
super cool strategy. And you might not have to break in this time to actually see it and get it. You can just break some packs open. It'll be a lot easier.
I must say that I don't know what you're talking about. I don't think that we have any confirmation of any crimes that were committed.
I would never say crimes. It was a targeted goal by the Agent K specifically.
I mean, honestly, in the pursuit of scientific research, I think what we're witnessing is women in STEM, which who among us does not support women in STEM,
True.
And who would file any sort of restraining order or lawsuit against those women for pursuing that knowledge? I don't know.
I think I'm following you on this one. I'm very much following you on down this train. In fact, I do support your future hacking efforts and will not be disclosing the information of 11344456, which is the vault code to the hidden Frostfall full art stellar cryo scorches that are hidden inside of Connecticut currently.
We found them.
Elestrals HQ, I'm so sorry. And if I get muted on the broadcast, just know it was that.
It's okay. He went out doing what he loves. Probably. Probably. I am so excited for this tournament today. We're gearing up for the first round. Any minute now, we're going to be getting into it. And I have peaked a little bit. I think that we're going to be starting off with some spice.
Ooh, I'm looking forward to the spice. I'm also looking forward to these cosmetics. Big fan of what's going on here. When we get to show you, I'd love to let you see. I think between these two casters, kind of the story of this one too. I know for sure against our previous champion Soren plays. Shurit was going into Dallas with Blizzstrix, actually, kind of innovating with this with text with Sorlet. I think is kind of interesting. And so I'm really curious to know if we're going to get that run back, or if sure it's going to be popping off here with some extra magic.
I don't know. I just want to see Ash Rabbit magic happen again. That's sure it like instantly cemented himself as one of my favorite casters of all time as soon as I saw that happen. And you know what? A trendsetter, because literally the next tournament, Ash Rabbit, I mean, even you were playing Ash Rabbit to great effect, might I add. Was often discounted as the lesser rabbit, but I don't know. I think we might see another uptick in Ash Rabbit plays today.
No, I love the understudy bunny. All you really need is the red one, And I think I don't know to say to great effect. I think I couldn't loop like that. That was a crazy couple plays. I mean, even then we see Trish against Soren even too. I don't know if this is going to be an extra trauma for Soren here. It looks like we're going to find out here in a moment. Let's check out our first round to kick off the webcam premiere for this May 17th, 2025 tournament. These casters are raring and ready to go.
And Shurit is going to be kicking us off today on what is the first round of the final Moonrise tournament with an Elechick coming out. Huge. This might give us some insight. Okay, it's a Zeus. That does not tell us too much specifically, as that could be anything at this point.
Now our APAC Divine here is a really good search off the Elechick, especially this turn 1 where that Elechick is not able to get Gorgon's Gazed. You love to see it if you're sure it here specifically. That target is so good, just so you just don't maintain that value. And then also now Soren can make sure the defensive plays even go untouched. Shoutouts to this organized play mat, by the way. The Hurricane mat is really something, really cool.
Oh, it's gorgeous. And an Eddy immediately coming out. Soren, I want to say, setting those 2 back row right out of the gate before even playing the Eddy. I don't know. To me, that says those are real. We are locked and loaded, and Soren is not playing around.
Ooh, absolutely. Gonna go for a Gorgon's Gaze on the side of Shuret here to stop the attack of the Eddy. I think this is a very strong play for a lot of casters, is to allow that Eddy to go through to start to make sure Soren commits to more cards on the board. Passing back to Shuret here, going to draw for turn. Yeah, like you were talking about, those back row just setting off right off the bat, just laying it on out there. That's killer.
Yeah, those are looking very, very spicy to me right now. Shuret going to be coming out with... Oh, is that a Kinleo?
That's a Kinleo! With the poison tip there in response.
With the PTA, what did I say? I said that's something right there. Oh, and Soren using a Fire Spirit to pay for that poison tipped arrow. Okay.
Ooh. Wow. Okay. Fire Spirit down with the Eddy coming in. Elechick, not a whole lot of information. It looks like we're gonna be gearing up for this Zeus. It's a 2 Zeus on Shuret's side. You know, you gotta wonder if going through Shuret's head that you might want to misenchant something with a Fire Spirit to hopefully have this this Kinleo be a little more live. I do like the addition here of maybe taking a little bit slower and allowing this Kinleo just to go under to this PTA.
However, we are going to see just a necklace of Harmonia. No Argo skipping that step. Who needs it?
And Nexusing 2 onto the Zeus. Potential setup for future plays here. I love that. That is such a good inclusion. A lot of casters, I think, would ultimately go for a 2 Nexus to an Elestral to try to get him for a little more spirit damage. But this destruction with the Kinleo still going through, and Kinleo going down to the poison tipped arrow after Soren taking a little bit of damage. Wow, what an explosive turn to start off the round.
Yeah. Soren now looking at just 1 set and no Elestrals out. Shuret with Zeus enchanted with, like you said, those Fire Spirits. Another Kinleo is live.
What's going on here? That is a War Might.
War Might? Okay. All right, one of my favorite little guys. We love War Might.
I think a War Might here today, and let's see if this actually goes through. We have an Altar of Stars from Shuret after...
A War Might not, actually.
A War Might not. Incredible. Going to defense here. This looks like it is the new War Might, potentially, from our Shattered Stars, the Champion of Hestia. Love this artwork. So cool. So cool to see this early in the rounds. And passing back here to Shuret, I think we also have an Ash Rabbit, like we were talking about previously. This is the key card for Shuret in the Fire strategy.
Ooh, we love you, Ash Rabbit. The Ginger Bunny.
The Ginger Bunny, it gets to target the Altar of Stars, the Kinleo, and the Gorgons. Tough choice for Soren. Going to go with the Gorgon's Gaze.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah. What would you have picked there if you were Soren, Kai?
I mean, that's the beauty of Ash Rabbit, is none of them felt great, right? I think that out of those 3, Altar is one of those that if you don't have a Nexus bank for it, then it just sits there. However, Shuret has made sure that he has a Nexus bank, so that's a bit scary. Kinleo is scary. Gorgon's Gaze is scary. However, now Soren playing, is that...
That looks to be a Frostmite. We're on Spiders.
Are we playing Spiders right now? I think a Frostmite. Yeah.
I think
However, I mean, Soren had to know that was coming. Hoisted by their own petard here.
Taking me out with the Frostmite here. Gorgon's Gaze is going to come down on the Frostmite just to stop this attack. It's getting kind of costly for both these players here, having to have these answers and responses. Luckily, the Spider's a little small, so those Elchick should make quick work of it. Hopefully, those back row are real from Soren. 9 spirits from Shuret to 13 on Soren's side.
Yeah, Shuret has been playing pretty expensive here. However, with Ash Rabbit on board, if we start getting Ambrosias, you can even call out spirits from the underworld with Ash Rabbit. Shuret is in a pretty good position here.
And I think what's really cool, and something that you kind of pointed out earlier, is a tough choice between the Altar Stars, the Kinleo, and the Gorgon's Gaze. I think if you're Soren here, you're probably keeping Shuret on the Gorgon's Gaze to make this expensive. You know, currently you love that spirit deficit. You're saying to yourself, yes, my Elestrals won't be going through. As Shuret sets more and more back row, Hurricane isn't real. And I think that's kind of where you're at if you're Soren. I'm not sure exactly if it really matters, though, considering that it looks like Shuret's in almost complete control of this board. I don't know how Soren can make it back.
Yeah, at this point, especially with the 3 back row, like you said, it's going to be really hard to develop anything against this board. Ash Rabbit, of course, having the same 2/5 stat line as Ast Rabbit, which has proven to be able to just sit around and be a wall for an entire game. We see a Tsunami coming out to keep that little Frostmite alive. Frost could, really.
Frost could and win. Where there's a frost, there's only so many ways that I think I can slice this pun and sentence here. I'm not as skilled with the bug puns today. But another Frost might coming down. Never mind. I think Frost definitely might. Holy
Where there's a
God.
Frost will, there's a Frost way, for sure.
This is going to be really hard to contest if you're sure. I think that one Gorgon's Gaze definitely is going to stop one of them. But Elchik and Ash Rabbit are both up for alarm here. Frostmite is one of the Elestrals that can minus defense inside of Elestrals, which is a pretty rare but powerful effect. It looks like we have an Argo coming in on the attack declaration. This is going to be beautiful.
Going to be paying off of both of the Elestrals on the field, which I love seeing that happen. The spirit management, making this, as you said, sure, it is getting a little bit low on spirits, but making this costly play a little bit more effective, but getting a poison tunic. Okay, targeting one of the Frostmites, I assume.
Wow. The poison tunic is really great here, considering that allows on at least the Elchik swing, for the Frostmite to not be effective, and the Gorgon's Gaze for the other one in response. But this at what cost? I mean, you would probably calculate that out.
Yeah, 2 spirits actually would be the cost there. But keeping this board state, as we were talking about, it's so hard to break through. Soren doing what I think is probably one of the only things to have broken through that. Sure, it did what he needed to do to make sure that didn't happen.
So cool to see. Sure, it still tried to go for this Ash Rabbit here as a defensive force, which to what effect I think this next turn might be determinative of this first game.
Oh, here we go. Targeting spirits now, which I think that we're getting a fire spirit back, if I had to guess.
Probably trying to stop the bleeding just a little bit. Sure, it's going to set one, potentially try to get aggressive on these Frostmites. If you're Soren, you are sitting pretty with your little bugs. It's a fire enchanted Elchik on the board here with a 2 material Ash Rabbit. I think if you're sure, a Kinleo would be just game ending here, but still have to make up that 11 spirit deficit. Elchik's going to try to swing on one of the Frostmites. It goes through.
Okay.
The Ash Rabbit as well also goes through.
Oh my goodness. The Exterminator.
Coming in and fumigating just a little bit.
Looks like those bugs are out of here.
Wow. And down to the 8 spirits to 6. You're feeling pretty good now. I think if you're back in the driver's seat just a little bit. But I think if you're Soren, you can handle the Ash Rabbit just a small little bit. Maybe Argo coming in. Trying to think of what the strategy can do now. We know that they're on both a Frostmite and a Warmmite as an Ambrosia.
Well, Ambrosia will help Soren over here get a little bit back into this game after a devastating sweep of the board, the strategy that he'd been building up for a few turns there. We've had this back row just kind of sitting for a little bit, which is curious. I wonder what that is.
I am trying to run through as well, and it looks like a Lestral's hitting the board. It might be a Rummikole, old school Rummikole, to search either a Forge or the Forge coming down from Soren's deck. or the Stoke the Forge. So instead of opting to go for the titled form, going for just a standard Rummikul from Daybreak. I still like this card quite a bit. You know, I think that Jolton, my beloved, really taught this one well. And we'll see if that a little bit of a dangerous Forge here unless you're trying to go for card advantage. And a shield coming down.
Okay, paying off of that Ash Rabbit. Again, the Spirit Efficiency. As you mentioned, a Forge here is so dangerous because, of course, it is beneficial to both casters. And as Shuret is on fire, literally, that would be a card that Shuret would probably end up getting more value out of than would be worth it for Soren.
Do you think in this position, too, that maybe for Soren's deck, the Rummikul is more beneficial in the old Rummikul versus the new one? You gotta wonder what Soren's playing here as a re-enchant for the Ash Rabbits coming in. If you're Shuret here, what are you picking?
I mean, after targeting the Fire Spirits, I wonder how many of those are actually left in the Spirit deck. I don't know if we're in a situation where in order to continue enchanting Ash Rabbit, we have to do that, or if we're going to be looking at some back row just to maintain this momentum. I'm really not sure. This is such... Yep, there's the back row coming out. We see an altar, a Shield of Achilles, and...
A Kinleo looks
like. Kinleo, yeah.
That looks like it. I think the Kinleo is a good call here. If you're Soren, you're picking that Kinleo. Yeah. I think you'd want to... I don't know. That's actually a really hard decision. I take back the Kinleo being potentially the right call here. Because if you're Soren, the idea is that you're up in spirits. Maybe you want Shuret to activate something like a shield to make it really costly. But a Kinleo can be kind of dangerous unless you have specifically a Gorgon's Gaze back there that Soren's been holding. Maybe this mystery back row is something killer, but now down to 6 spirits here. Soren for the draw. See if Soren can bring this one back.
We'll see. Shuret, while maintaining this really dominant board position, only has 2 spirits left, which does not leave a lot of wiggle room for counter runes or other plays. We see an Eddie coming out, moving Elechik to defense, which makes sense to me.
Wow, and Eddie this late into the game is really strong, considering that, well, we might get into a position here where Ash Rabbit is just having to do major defense, but outside of our major defense, we have a Gorgon's Gaze coming down to stop the Eddie here in its tracks, leaving Shuret on just 1 spirit, paying off the Ash Rabbit, as you were talking about previously. Such a good spirit management overall, and I mean, even if that's stopping the Eddie, I think that you just don't feel comfortable unless you have an Ambrosia, or if you're able to loop with Ash Rabbit one more time.
Hopefully the remaining spirit is fire. We will probably see exactly a spirit targeting with Ash Rabbit if that's the case. Or like you said, an Ambrosia top deck here would be crazy.
Let's see what Shuret has. 1 spirit left and a dream into this first game of this webcam premiere. So stopping Ash Rabbit to defense, it's also a pretty good booty on top of its effect. Might opt to swap the Elechik to attack to crash with the Eddie, though if you want to maintain that board presence here, gotta go ahead and ascend with a Water Spirit into the Kinleo that was gotten back last turn.
Yeah, here comes that Kinleo, going to be able to get rid of Eddie unless we see possibly a Gorgon's Gaze from Soren, but we are approaching All She Wrote territory.
All She Wrote indeed, taking those 3 spirits down from Soren. 0 spirits, 1 resting, 1 Cryoblast, as Kinleo's looking very cryoblastable here, and I think we'll see what happens.
And a Lavalith coming out. Oh, that, immediately Gorgons. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Paying off of that Kinleo immediately.
That'll do it.
Gorgons. But also then what do you do?
I think that I think the thing you do is scoop and go into game 2. Lavalith coming down to seal it for Soren. Absolutely incredible. Wow, what a tight position here. I think if you're Shuret there, you are just praying and hoping for your Ambrosia in that last little moments.
That could have been a completely different game if we had seen even 1 Ambrosia for Shuret. But that Hail Mary, that final Lavalith, after what seemed like a game where Shuret was in complete control, had, I mean, honestly, a dominating board state the entire time. Lavalith, really good card. I mean, sometimes there's just nothing that you can do about a Lith.
Yeah, we love a Lith here, and I think what's so funny is that both these casters are probably dancing around the fact they can't play certain cards. You highlighted earlier the Forage from Sorin being in kind of a dangerous position to be in. Playing that card, boosting up Shert's strategy as well. And yes, the Frostmites, and yes, the Warmites are very strong, but also small bodies that Shert can potentially defend or hit over. If you're these players here, what do we think they're siding into or siding out of here?
Well, I think that specifically if either of these players are playing Eruption, that we are going to be seeing those out of the lists. I really love how Sorin played that, actually. This sort of like low and slow, I'll take this damage. I don't feel like I need to answer every single thing that's happening with a counter rune. And I mean, to me, when I was watching that, I was like, oh no! He's losing. But then, of course, because Sorin is such a confident player, he was able to say, okay, I know how I win this still. I see my lines. I see my win conditions. And yeah, going into game 2, do you have any predictions for siding? Anything like that?
It's been a little while since I've toyed with fire a little bit. The last couple times I've gotten burned, between Brontowisp and the Sunburn. I think these casters are a little ahead of their professor here. I'll just say that. But like you mentioned, the Eruption is a pretty killer one to take out. You might keep it in for a game 3, but that's a very big might. And we've seen a couple of those from Sorin, which you might also want to side out of. Maybe the Warmite is not doing as much. We did see the Fire, the new Warmite, Champion of Hestia, slightly underperform, while the Frostmite, absolutely killer. That was a standout for me in the last one. If you're Shert here, definitely keeping those Argos. Those are pretty powerful. Maybe trying to put in like a Chains of Prometheus. I don't really know. This is kind of the weird part about Sorin's strategy, seeing the Lavalith, Aramacol, and the Mites, is that that's a very unorthodox strategy that I don't know if we can prepare for.
Well, in last tournament specifically, we saw Sorin Chains of Prometheus Argo a couple times, I believe. So if that is something that Sorin specifically is running either in main or side deck, I'm thinking that's either staying or coming in.
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, that's actually a credible call out. I think that is definitely something that we'll be considering here now that Shot's actually seen, or Shert has surely shown the Argo here. And we're about to Argo to the second game with Shert starting off here with a Tried and True, if that's a Thunder Spirit, and a Thunder Bunny coming in defense.
Mm-hmm. Always feels good turn 1.
It's going to be the classic here. If we're going to see the El Clasico from Sorin, an Eddie to a response here. It used to be back in the day. We used to have Earthquake at 3, kids, and this would be an Astro Rabbit into an Earthquake in immediate turn 2. But we'll see if we can make the Daybreak special, which is Astro Rabbit to Eddie on the following turn. Sure, to shuffle up here inside a couple cards.
Eddie is basically Earthquake if you squint, and and don't focus too much. We see a set 1 in pass. Sorin again, immediately setting 2. And here, oh my goodness.
There's the Eddie. It's just Earthquake if you squint. That's what I'm seeing on here. And that attack's gonna go through from the Eddie, losing the Astro Rabbit, gaining the advantage, passing back to Shert. And we're back in a similar position to where we were in game 1.
Yes, this is quintessential Elestrals by the book that we are seeing right now. And Shert going to be going to this next turn. This is where we start to see a little bit of spice, and it is going to be a Water Necra playing around, well, not a PTA, but would have been playing around Tsunami, possibly.
Yeah, it's a hard 5 to kind of put in here as Shert sets a second back row. The Water Puppy has been a classic move since base set, which I love that it's still seeing play inside of Moonrise this deep into the meta. Unfortunately, it gets hit with this PTA, as I would love to see some Water Puppies stick around. But to pass back to Sorin here, still in a really good position. Keeping an Elestral on board is so important in this game. As a Kinleo comes down, that's the tournament pack Kinleo.
Ooh, okay. Interesting. So it seems like we're going kind of classic fire in this game from Sorin.
Very interesting. Maybe the tech here and the difference is in the details with Soren playing fire spiders. We'll workshop that one.
Yeah, we'll
and
get back
sure
to
it on maybe again more of a classic Fargo strategy.
Okay, and going back to Shurit, we see, okay, here we go. We've got Kinleo coming out from both. Oh, another PTA!
Arrows are flying.
Yeah.
This is going to be very interesting here. We have to see a hard Necklace of Harmonia to really make this interaction work. As speak of the devil there, really need to stop. Oh my lord.
You manifested that. You really did.
Really not trying to here. Going to opt to go for a damage potentially here to pop an Eddy, which I think makes a lot of sense. Do we see, this would be a very risky play, but like an Argo or another card to potentially try and
or even like an Ambrosia immediately trying to pay off of that Kinleo to use these spirits since they're going to be going to the underworld. But unfortunately, we are just going to be
swinging that into the Kinleo. Soren is not paying out here. I may be sure it forgot that was under a Poison Tadera. I'm not quite sure what that play was for. Normally you'd want your opponent to expend here as a double Kinleo comes down.
Ooh. Are we going to see...
Is that a Forge as well?
I assume. I was going to say, are we going to see a Nexus Bank of some kind coming down? And that would do it, rather than sacrificing one of these Kinleo. And that is an Eddy. Going to be moving Kinleo to defense. And without any back row set from Soren, this is just going to happen. There he goes.
These Kinleos being 4-1s or 4-2s, excuse me, to combat this Eddy is really nice offensively. But Kinleo here, one of them sticking on the board, and we have a second Eddy, a classic Eddy on Eddy violence.
Eddy violence, yep.
2 kitties to 2 Eddies. I think we're now seeing a little more aggressive play from both these casters, throwing everything at the wall except for the kitchen sink.
Okay, and a rabbit coming out at this point. Searching for whatever it is that Shurit is missing right now. We have 3 back row sets, so probably not a back row, I'm thinking.
No, it's so interesting in this play here. So, Kay, what do you think about this Ash Rabbit in defense? Does it seem like a lost cause with the Kinleo on board?
I mean, I don't know. I think that forcing Soren to get rid of that Forge possibly could be big, depending on what Shurit has in hand. And sort of slowing this down, putting a bunny down. I mean, really what bunny is fodder at the end of the day. And, well, okay, a Frostmite coming out, a classic Astrabbit hunter here. Gonna be getting rid of the bunny, no problem. And we're just still up, so.
The prime prey of Frostmite. I love the call out there for the pro play here, right? Forcing Shurit to kind of chew through those back row and getting the Gorgon's Gaze. But now with the addition of Frostmite on here to really combat that rabbit, you have to have the Gorgon's Gaze. You have to have a second one. I don't think it's very likely as a Smoltuga comes down here to fulfill the pet shop dreams of searching a fire Elestral, probably another Kinleo.
Yeah, maybe Kinleo.
Killer. Unless that's the Volcaries champion of Hephaestus.
It's happening. I'm so excited. Oh my goodness. I was really, really hoping. When I saw that they were on fire, I was like, please, 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 please. For chance.
Fire tonight, King. Fire tonight.
Are we going to see Hephaestus tonight? I really, really hope so.
Passing back to Soren here on, oh wow, that is one of the Constellation rare Elestrals here, the little carries from Soren's side of things. It's so pretty to see these different rarities all pop up in the deck. With the tournament pack, we have the Shattered Stars Eddy, the normal Frostmite, and the Constellation Volcari swinging in for massive damage here. And is that going to be a concession here from Sure? There's just not a lot they can do. 11 to 5 spirits. That was a quick one. Didn't see the full carries come down.
No, you should have just ran it out a little bit more.
Just ram it in there, you know. We'll.
It's very
Aries and see.
It's very interesting from Soren because we saw not only the regular non-champion Volcaries, but we also saw the regular non-champion Rummikul. And of course, as that was a dominant 2-0 performance, shows still good cards, even though we have like the 2.0 upgrade cards coming out here.
The creative deck building really just goes to show between the Frostmites, the Warmites, the Kinleos, again, everything but the kitchen sink here. I think that you're right. We have these new shiny toys, but Soren opting to say maybe new isn't always better and showcasing off some of the classics from Elestrals. I do want to shout out here for the shirt here, though. I think so some of those plays the Ash Rabbit could have held on for just a little bit longer. Again, we talked about the Ambrosia being pretty killer into the game 1, and that game 2. Man, that's just so hard to deal with sometimes. You know, you have the Eddy swapping the Rabbit into a Frostmite, your defensive onslaught, if you will.
Yeah, unfortunately, the first 2 turns, I think that that's such a key point for momentum in this game. And Soren being able to answer with PTA into PTA, turn after turn. First with, I know that the second one was the Kinleo. I believe it was, who is the first one? Do you remember?
The first Elestral was the water puppy, the guy that go the Necro.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. And then having to play the super expensive turn with the Kinleo of bringing out the necklace and everything. Soren is a player who's really good at sort of the mind games of I'm going to make you make this decision because it's going to be the only one, but it's the one that I want you to make. And it's always really, really fun to see those mind games happen.
Yeah, and it's so cool to see too. I think in the turn with it was Eddy, Frostmite, Kinleo, and the Forge. You know, you made the call here that maybe from Soren's side, forcing Shuret to activate Gorgons or to have double Gorgons or to have Gorgons Argo on some level, and those types of decisions there, on top of having the right cards there, puts Shuret inside of a tough position. And that's a lot of Elestrals, I think, especially in this Moonrise meta, even with these new cards, is that you're constantly trying to position yourself to where your opponent has no chance but to respond.
And while round 1 is a tough loss to take, that is by no means, that does not seal the fate of our beloved Shuret. There is still a world where we see him in Top Cut today.
Yeah, I would expect a rematch between some of the best casters inside of this game. Shuret, no slaps this game, many a previous top before, and of course Soren surely being represented for their Falcane win here. So yeah, I'm looking forward to these casters' runs, and we'll be keeping up with them as we move on to this tournament. That was incredible off the start. Sad we didn't get to see the new Shattered Stars in action, but oh well.
I really wanted to see Hephaestus happen. I don't think that I have ever seen anyone activate Hephaestus on one of these streams. I'm trying to rack my brain, but there's been a lot of Zeus, there's been a lot of Demeter, there's even been some Aeolus. However, I don't think we've ever seen my beloved Hephaestus.
Yeah, I think we've seen a few flies. I've never seen a horse fly. I would love to see these casters get back into the tank just a little bit with these strategies, maybe also fleshing out some of these ratios just a little bit. And a great place to do that, of course, would be the casual tournaments on Tuesdays for Elestrals. Again, do the casual webcam tournaments. We have a couple coming up here in the near future. One on May 20th, standard casual. We have a May 27th the next week of another standard casual. And we have a special one on June 3rd. And Kay, you'll have to remind me, my memory is a little bit foggy. What happens before a little bit June 3rd?
We are going to be having the starter deck only format, which is really fun. I want to say that if you are watching today and you're someone who is saying, these are crazy plays that I'm seeing from these incredible casters, this is so intimidating, but I really want to give it a try, the starter deck only format is perfect for that, especially if you're new. Come in with a starter deck and a dream. And I believe that at that point, you're going to have to check my dates here, but I think that a fire might be starting.
Oh God, not again. I'll check my alarms real quick. No, that's correct. So we have a June 3rd for the casual here. That's going to be when Firestorm is legal, and these big focus on these beautiful new starters, which I think is going to be killer. And speaking of the new competition with Firestorm, we have a new premiere, the next one on June 7th. So look forward to more Firestorm action. A lot of these casters that you'll see today will be competing for those qualifying points again in June with the new cards. I'm looking forward to a lot of those cool strategies. What are you looking forward to seeing?
I think that the beginning of the format is always so fun because there are always a few boogeymen where it's like, oh, this is going to be the scary card. This is going to be the scary card. In Moonrise, I feel like it was BlueStacks. I feel like it was the knobby stuff. And while, yes, we did see those, and BlueStacks has been an ever-present force as we continue on in the meta and figure things out and new strategies develop. We sort those out, but at the very beginning, it's really fun to see everyone's frantic cooking and what that has resulted in. And as you said, these casual tournaments coming up are a perfect place to test out these new theories that you might have in your head.
Absolutely. I think one thing that is for sure is that we're going to see some expert chefs with these new tools. I think Firestorm is such an interesting set, so to speak. You know, the idea, not to get too professor on us real quick here, pull up the chalkboard. Extended base set theory is kind of what we're calling this, right? It's like we are now moving into the next phase of Elestrals, just super exciting for a lot of players, super exciting for everyone to see the new cards, and how can these cards interact with old strategies, as well as potentially just have explosive new ones. Every single card I've seen from the set, it just seems so cool. Even some more innocuous ones like Anklo Surge is one that I think I'm looking forward to. Then that whole line is both very adorable, and the artwork from, I believe, the artist Lorenzo is gorgeous on like something like the Stellars, which these cards will be chasing. I'll tell you that.
I am very excited, and like you said, we're at this point where now all of the elements have been introduced. With Daybreak and Moonrise, we rounded that out, and now we're at the point where Elestrals is really going to start showing us what its identity as a game is, and we're going to start exploring all of these new exciting things like the champion ofs. I think that'll be really cool, and we even see, like with Viserys specifically, getting a reprint with some slightly different verbiage, seeing how people develop and change and which versions people opt to play. I think that it's going to be so fun. And I can't wait to get my hands once more on Firestorm. After opening it in Dallas, I've had the bug.
Oh, wow. Well, speaking of the bugs, too, I'm so happy that we get to see the spiders have their day between what we saw with Sorin and the Frostmite with the, and you know, to your point, a Frostmite. You know, we might see the Warmites come down, the Hearth combination. It's just so cool. The new Arachnid's Lair is also really cool. Stadium Rune. I'm looking forward to, allowing a lot of advantage for these players. I know A-Drive is currently like that insectoid icon is just like rolling in the eyes, just glowing right there. You know, we can be happy with the bug agenda on that one.
Which, speaking of bugs and their agendas, and also stadiums, now we're seeing stadiums expand. We're seeing new things happen. It's not just like, oh, if you are playing this element, then you get to +1/+1 for every, you know, whatever it may be. But now we're seeing, like you said, the Arachnid's Lair. We're also seeing the Fuloi Forest on fire, which, you know, the debate that everyone is having right now was, did Nimbug start the fire?
Ooh, it was always burning, you know. That's my theory on that one, as much of Alestria is turning. The lore portion of the Firestorm artwork is something to be explored. I'm sure as we expand the future sets too, we'll get more into what actually happened inside of the Fuloi Forest fire burn. But it looks so interesting. The new Flammoth deck too. That whole line is looking quite good.
Yeah, I'm so excited for so many things. One of them being bears. I cannot wait. I mean, we're getting a bear divine. Come on. I'm so excited.
God, that's so cool. So outside of the future stuff, we know we have just a long time, 1 week effectively till we start seeing Firestorm start to roll out, and then an additional couple days before we see the legality of Firestorm. What are we looking to see today out of decks? We've seen so far some of the champion Volcari stuff. We've seen some of the Bug, Frostmite, Lavalith, Rummacool combination. Is there anything particular that you're looking forward to? And I said Voldusk earlier.
Yeah. And you know what? Let me say that again. And let me say it louder. What I want to see and what I have been wanting to see and what I have been dreaming of seeing from the beginning of Moonrise, I have been every single one of these tournaments getting on this mic and calling people to action saying, please, someone, anyone, make boxes happen. I want to see a Volclipse board wipe. Do it. So, you know, in conclusion, if I had to say,
the Elestrals are leaving us. The Foley Forest is on fire. That might be okay, because do we really need anyone else? I'm hoping for your Voldusk line to see its day in the moon today.
Thank
hopefully,
you.
like I think that's one that I'm I'm hoping for you. I will manifest this one for you. Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
I'm curious to know if we're going to see a rise in those Titan decks that we kind of saw in the previous tournaments. BlueStacks is a really funny one. Outside of a few notable casters, I think potentially trying to pilot back the BlueStacks too. Man, what a gamble! What a fall here. You have some experience against BlueStacks yourself that I know that you probably would be happy to see this deck not be represented today. But what are your thoughts on that, the previous Boogeyman, as you were saying?
Oh, I think BlueStacks is one of those decks that is just always going to be around. I think that it's because, one, it's really fun to play. I have played BlueStacks. I have held the weapon of the enemy in my hands, and I have used it to do terrible, terrible things. and I will say, when it works, oh my gosh, you feel like you could take over the world. But I think you're right about Titan. That's one of those cards that it's like, we've just been waiting for her to make it happen. Bean Soldier is one of the champions of Titan who really almost did it a couple tournaments ago. And
oh, wow.
I mean, Ardbud, my beloved, one of the best little guys. Shout out Ardbud.
Josh influence really does know no bounds. I mean, again, some of the best players in the world are already competing in today's tournament for those World Championship qualifiers. Pretty briefly, let's go ahead and actually talk about what they're playing for today, which is going to be this beautiful prizing inside of this Elestrals Webcam Premier event. So a quick rundown through of what we're going to be seeing today. Just for participating in today's tournament, our Elestrals casters will be getting 2 of the Organized Play Premier Booster Packs, which again, mentioned that Hydrake, get some of the new Spectaris. Beautiful, beautiful borders here in that very similar championship border, and an Elestrals Booster Pack for that participation. Top 16 will be getting a Premier Booster Pack and a Top 16 stamped Stellar Carryoff. This is actually a really notable change from a few premieres ago. And that Carryoff is pretty sought after. That thing is crazy. New champion of Hermes there. Top 8, we have an Organized Play for the Booster Box, or Booster Pack, excuse me, and the Top 16 Carryoff, as well as a Pandora's Mystery Box, which, Kay, I know you are very familiar with.
I have to say, they got me with those Pandora's Mystery Boxes, and I cannot tell you how fun they are. And you know what? They might be crazy. I pulled a Stellar Toxicon from one. Okay, they're out there. It can happen. And in top 4, they are going to be competing for all of those things, as well as a full Moonrise booster box. Yes, we are going to be moving from Moonrise, but these cards are still crazy. It's still going to be playable. And as you said, we're going to be seeing how they work with the new Firestorm cards. Our runner-up today is going to be getting all of those things plus an additional Moonrise booster box. And of course, the thing that we are all here for, the champion, the stamped full art Stellar Torchen champion of Hestia, is just so gorgeous. We have seen, I know we've had 2 go out at this point, but I've only seen 1 picture so far, and that was from Julian, our Heal Control champion. Yes, and it's just so gorgeous. And of course, the Moonrise uncut sheet, which are also so beautiful and look great on the wall, I've got to say.
You know, don't remind me of the chores I have to do. There's not to really toot my own horn here to be like, oh, suffering from success. I gotta hang up these previous full art sheets here right behind me and make this wall a little more interesting for the production crew. The champion of Hestia Torchen is really something. I love that it's just a little guy and the spirit of competition, all that jazz, but really cool to see is an interesting Elestral-like Torchen get a little more recognition, and I think it's just so neat. I love the attitude, I love the energy, and of course the artwork is gorgeous. Like you were saying, we've seen previous champions hold this one up very proudly.
And we were just talking about, ooh, I wonder, these sort of like boogeyman decks. What are we looking at? What are we seeing? And our lovely production has given us a little bit of insight into our top 3 represented decks today. And apparently we are allowed to talk about it. I love being allowed to talk about stuff. And the top one, and this just goes to show how excited people are about Firestorm, is the Valkyrie's Champion of Hephaestus.
Let's go.
So people have been in that kitchen. They have been cooking. And second most represented, classic BlueStacks. So we might be going gambling today. I'm here in Vegas, and I am always ready to gamble. It's always fun to see it happen. And our trendsetter, Sir Tractor, we were just talking about this earlier. I wonder if we're going to see the impact. And yes, the third most represented deck today is Cryo Rhino.
Wow, that's so interesting. And that goes to show just good players show up with these strategies and really able to showcase the power and maybe even open some people's third Elestral's eye, if you will, into these strategies. And then others are just masochists and they say, yeah, I'm just going to hit Cedar Soar. Let's go crazy. Really cool to see the Champion Festus. You'll just hit it. Shout out to our Spear on that one. We have the Champion of Festus line getting played here is very, very strong. Love to see that representation on the new strategies, the new decks. Wow, this is going to be a crazy day. It's going to be a crazy day. Either we might see the Champion of Festus cards inside of our top cut. We might also just see the Chrono Rhino have its day back. And I think that's a very powerful strategy that we've seen before, which is incredible.
We can dream. And you know what? With it being so represented, that does give me hope for, yes, we saw the Valkyries. I mean, it didn't hit the field, but it hit the camera, I guess. But with it being so represented, I hope that the dreams of seeing it actually used can come true.
Yeah, well, someone check on the camera real quick, make sure it's not broken after that. We're going to go to a quick break here before we're into our round 2, just get everything set up. Thank you so much for watching so far. If you're here, let us know what you guys would like to see inside of this tournament. A lot of exciting Elestrals action to come here. Stick around. You don't want to go anywhere. Welcome back to round 2 of our May 17th Elestrals Webcam Premier Tournament. A lot of really great casters here today, heating things up into the kitchen. And speaking of heated casters, I'm here with our beautiful co-commentator, Zero. Zero, good morning. How you doing?
Doing pretty good. How's everybody doing today?
Doing too bad. You know, I think that for our audience here, they might know you most notably in your top 16 showing at the Dallas Open, one of the largest Elestrals tournaments in the world. Showing up with Fire Nexus and taking names. This was actually beautiful. What did you think of that last match?
That last match was really cool. I like seeing Fire represented on both sides. Soren was very dominant using Warmite, which is a favorite of mine that I also played at Dallas. It's just a very powerful effect.
Yeah, it's a really cool tech, and I think what's so strong about it too is that, again, it's a -5. You're able to get over almost every Elestral, which is crazy. -4. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe that's the difference maker too. We're talking about this behind the scenes here. If y'all don't know on the stream, Zero and I faced, and I think it was round 5 or 4 of Dallas. I can't remember.
Yeah, I believe it was round 5.
It was a killer matchup, and when I tell you this, that I keep my signed Zero Kinleo close to heart here. And I mean it. It was pretty crazy. Are you excited for the new Firestorm champion stuff? Have you been in the kitchen at all with these cards?
Oh, absolutely. So just to start with the Shattered Stars Ares, I've been doing a lot of cooking with Volcari's Champion of Hephaestus. Just the utilization of being able to search for Hephaestus just changes the whole dynamic of the deck. Now, for Dallas, I was running 2 Zeus. My updated list since Dallas, I don't even run Zeus anymore.
Wow, just going full Hephaestus.
Yep, full Hephaestus. He's just very powerful. Being able to use the spirits in your underworld to enchant your artifacts just gives you so much advantage and different plays that you can use to out-tempo your opponent. It's very fun.
That's absolutely killer. No, it's super cool, and I'd love to hear that too. Hephaestus is one of these previously kind of underexplored cards inside of Elestrals that, for the longest time, you use it to search a Nexus Bank. That's really kind of it's a Nexus Bank that searches a Nexus Bank. But now with cards like the Champion of Hephaestus, and then also, the Remical, you can really start to shape out a strategy around that Divine, which is really cool. The Warmite, we were talking about that previously, the OG Warmite and its powerful effect. I think the new Warmite too is also really strong. It has kind of the Nabi effect, -3.
Oh yeah, the new Warmite is very powerful, especially in conjunction with the new Hestia's Hearth. Being able to respond on attack to enchant it with a Fire Spirit, lowering your opponent's Elestral's attack, and if it's a Champion of Hestia, you get to do it again.
God, it's so cool.
Which is a -6.
That kind of like turn and tempo play is just absolutely incredible.
Yes.
That's so good. So we talked about previously with Kay in the broadcast what they were looking forward to inside of today's tournament. Talk about Fire just a little bit. Is there anything outside of the Fire stuff that you want to see today?
Outside of Fire that I want to see today, I think Barabog. Barabog was a really, really interesting presence in this specific tournament, just because of Volcari's. The artifact synergies going on rely on the spirits on their artifacts. So a well-timed Mudslide just wipes the entire board of properly enchanted artifacts.
Yeah, the Mudslide tech. What's crazy is that when the artifact deck started to really pop up here more recently in the meta, the Mudslide was a consideration for a lot of these casters. You're playing cards like Earthquake and Viscerus and Eddy, so you might as well just maybe side deck in that card to put in here. Mudslide probably going to be also, it might be seen inside of Firestorm as well, and we have a few new counter rooms inside of Firestorm that can maybe take care of the artifacts too. But that's a great call out. That is crazy. I mean, we have seen Barabog before. I think one of our casters, notable Dimax, was brewing with the Barabog at some point in time deep in the swamps. So, and I don't know. I think that outside of maybe that crazy caster, I don't. Maybe my faith is not quite there in the base set Bog. But I would love to see some Bog come down. That'd be super cool.
Oh yeah, I have very high hopes for Barabog or just off the wall strategies in this premier event.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Hey, you mentioned earlier off the broadcast that you're also an Elestrals coach. You know, really trying to make sure these casters stay sharp. Are any of your students in the tournament today?
Yes, there are actually 3 currently competing in the event.
Okay. Well, no secrets on the tech or anything, but I think they were in good hands with their teacher. So is there anything particular that you were kind of preparing them for? Any sort of like small tech plays or like, you know, hey, make sure to watch out for this deck? Like, you know, BlueStacks we're talking about was the previous boogeyman of the format.
Yeah, so some that we had to look out for. One was bulk carries. With this being the last Moonrise event, or I'd like to say the prelude to Firestorm premiere, bulk carries is definitely popular, as shown with the top decks represented for this premiere. Another one would be BlueStacks. It is the easiest deck to play for a new player friendly. You just put it down and hope the casino hits.
It's such a good deck. And it's so funny too. I think Dallas, I don't remember this, 6 going undefeated in Swiss with BlueStacks. And the BlueStacks curse, you know, really being able to convert, but hasn't won a tournament yet. There was a few close calls, I think, after Dallas with BlueStacks. But yeah, definitely one of those strategies that I think you can definitely have a new player on and feel really good about, which I think is just really cool to see. That's one of the nice things about Elestrals is, again, the early selling point for Elestrals. You know, low skill floor, high skill ceiling. Right, a lot of really intricate plays you can do here. Some of the greatest minds from a bunch of different walks of life come into this game to cook some crazy strategies, and I think it's lovely. I think today, especially in the last Moonrise tournament, right before we get Firestorm stuff, I think we'll see some chefs in the kitchen probably give us some interesting brews. Typically, as a player, as a competitive player, going into a tournament like this, the last one. What would you do in this scenario? Would you just be rocking up with fire?
Me personally, as you can see, I would definitely be rocking with fire. So just an example for Dallas going into it, I was fully prepared for BlueStacks and Lunar Aggro. So I wanted to play, the whole reason I brought fire was to play against the meta, what was popular. Going into Firestorm, after this event, I would probably be going water. Because yeah, which is different from what I normally do, but I'm very excited about Javlantis.
Yeah, that card's crazy. You know, being able to special cast via the Tsunami, right? So you can go for High Tide, the OG. The piercing damage on a big body too is crazy.
Yeah, I've been doing some cooking with Javlantis, just with my personal play group, and I kid you not, I had one game. They went first, I went second. And I had 2 Javlantis on the board with 9 damage, swinging that one turn.
Wow, that the type of greed they talk about in the Bible. That is insane.
Yeah.
The explosiveness of the new Firestorm stuff is so cool, right? And I think also very similarly inside of the Moonrise meta, we have some big swing turns with some of the Nexusers. Equilinx is still kind of out there inside the format. Kinleo, of course, we just saw doing some work. And I think that's like such an interesting change. I think is that this explosivity that we see from very specific decks here become a lot more common inside of Firestorm. That's so cool to hear. Water definitely something to keep on the radar. I mean, you telling me this here, I trust your judgment on that goes. So.
Oh yeah, for sure. Cool. So what is your favorite deck that you're looking to cook in Firestorm?
Spiders, big fan of the spider stuff. I think that the A-Drive agenda really spoke to me, and I think that's a big one. Honestly, and Titan is one I will be keeping an eye out for as well. I think with the new Spectaris line, able to, you know, special cast itself when there's the Spressed Elestral, and then using Ard Bud to ascend into your Titan is a really cool line that I want to explore more with. So if any bug casters out there are looking for something a little more explosive, I think that's
not only the new bugs in the set. Arachne's Lair is considered an insect.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, we have now previously before the idea is you could maybe go Rhynymph. Speaking of Sir Tractor here as like your insectoid card. But absolutely. I mean, when are we getting an Insectoid Divine even? Maybe that's a little bit too strong, but well, I'll put in I'll write a letter and I'll be good all year. And maybe A Drive can cook something up for it. That actually, I'm really looking forward to that stadium room as well. I think it's gonna be quite killer. The Thunder stuff, obviously, near and dear to my heart. I will be cooking with Bronzeglow because,
oh yeah,
to my Bronzeglow and Funglow enjoyers, now having the Thunderstorm Searcher, absolutely killer.
I think with that, it's going to make Magnaros a much more played card. Both Magnaros and Sonicore.
Yeah, absolutely. Sonicore is a really strange one we haven't seen quite often. I think at Dallas, we did see it a few times on Feature, where casters were going Sonicore, like the Ascension lines, right? We have things like Arcolith, which is the 2-cost Thunder Elestral that was previously the premier target for Ascensions or the special cast, or the normal cast, excuse me. But the Sonicore seeing some experimentation with is also really cool. I don't know if we're seeing that today, but I think that'd be really neat to see that old card get a little bit of love.
Oh, for sure. Just being able to stop your opponent's counter runes. I mean, you also stop your own counter runes. You just got to be wary of that. But that's how it ties into the new Thunderstorm packages coming Firestorm. With Titanic Strike being a 4/4 body, able to search for a Thunderstorm, you're able to get rid of anything in the back row that threatens your Sonicore.
Yeah, and Divines being everywhere inside the format is just huge for Thunderstorm. Take that trade value. Sure. The artifacts we were talking about previously. Very, very cool. So we talked about chains earlier with Kay, Soren rocking up with chains last premiere. What's your thoughts on chains for this event? And we're dusting off that animation, so maybe we'll see it.
Oh yeah, I really like chains. Chains is a fun card to have in the deck because nobody expects it.
Yeah.
Everybody immediately assumes, oh, I'm going to cast my Gorgon's Gaze, and you don't have an answer for it. And the one time that they do, it can just be the deciding factor in a game. As you've seen on the last premiere.
Oh, yeah. It's crazy, right? I think tempo is such a big portion of Elestrals, just kind of hands down. And the ability to have your tempo not be stopped in just the one play with the Argo or Gorgon's Gaze, a Tsunami, can be quite worth it. And Fire can play that natively. I mean, they might as well have the hotkey ready for that animation, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. No, it's going to be absolutely killer. So we're getting into our round 2 here, by the way. We're going to be set up for some amazing Luxor's action.
Yeah, it just goes to show that anything can happen. The game's not over until it's over.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see some sparks fly today. I think what's so interesting going into this round 2 now that we know that we have the stuff for the Fire, we might see some plays with God forbid we show up with Voldusk this early, right? I think that's the really crazy. I know I'm manifesting it for Kay. I know that everyone else here is also manifesting it.
Oh, I would love to see
Spirit Bomb. Oh, Voldusk, my beloved, but I don't know. Hard sell for me. I love the Voldusk line a lot. Posthumous, the other premier Elestral from this set, I think as a 3-drop, very strong, very powerful, and might also see some more play inside of Firestorm too. That'd be such an interesting strategy.
One card that I think really pairs well with Posthumous is the new Terrastar.
Yeah.
Just being able to use Fawnlet to get Artemis, and then just having that amount of Lunar Spirits as a Nexus Bank, just to be able to move around and burn them while Nexusing, which I do love my burn.
The burn is so cool, and I love the idea that as the game progressive, like Nexusing becomes kind of a hazard, right? This big comeback mechanic, this big thing Elestrals is known for, becomes really scary to do from both casters. I mean, the Terrastar is like a really cool Lunar Elestral, enabling some of those plays. I love its little tiny form too. The Terrastar and the Terrasail line. I think those are really strong, and big fans of those designs. The Stellar is absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, and it looks like we're almost ready for round 2.
We're getting things set up here. We have it's going to be Midori versus Astronite.
Yeah, Yoku and Astronite.
Which I'm curious to know what we're going to bring here today. These two casters, I've seen Astronite as a regular inside of some of these tournaments before. And So no slouch to Elestrals. I'm curious to see what we got.
And Yoko's no slouch either. Yoko actually goes to my locals.
Oh,
and
okay.
Recently came in second place at one of our 1Ks of 20 people and lost in the finals to Dymax.
Well, I'm glad Dymax didn't end up second too many times to count at this point. But the very impressive showcasing here. Let's go ahead and go into, as we're preparing to our round clashes here. Such seasoned veterans, I can only imagine the absolute storm we're about to endure. Now, I think what's so funny about this, right, is despite the fact that you're losing to Dymax, one of the most decorated casters inside of this game. Mm-hmm. Dymax also could have easily been on, I think I'm just going to play a Neblio beatdown. We're just gonna go for something really easy. I'm gonna play Guardian of the Fleece today. You know, like there's.
I do like that card. That is a card that I've been cooking for Firestorm.
It's a cool strategy. The protection of the artifacts. I mean, that's something that I think that a lot of casters need to have on their radar.
Oh, for sure. But specifically, the wording on Guardian of the Fleece is you negate the effect that targets.
Yep.
It does not say the following effect to destroy a card. It doesn't have to be the card that targeted.
Wow.
So,
really? Wait a minute.
For example, if a Zeus uses its effect to give you -3/-3, you can activate the Guardian of the Fleece as long as your Elestral is empowered by an artifact. You negate the Zeus trigger, and then you can destroy any card on the field.
That's insane. Wait a minute. Okay, this card is might have to go back in the tank on this one. I'm getting live coaching sessions here from the master. That's so cool, man.
Especially with Volcaries being more relevant in the meta now. I mean, it goes to show he is the largest appearance in this event tonight. I wouldn't be surprised if you see some Guardian the Fleece tech in some of these decks, just because there's a lot of artifact themes.
Wow, absolutely. That is insane. God, I love hearing that. The little intricacies of this game are so cool to me, and they do require a little bit of help from our judges here, and shout outs to them for the excellent job they're doing today. But as we're going into the round here, starting off Astronite versus Yoku, we're gonna go ahead and jump into our round 2 of the Elestrals webcam premiere.
Here we go.
Looks like we have Astronite choosing to go second, which is very interesting in Elestrals. What do you think of that type of play?
It seems like they want to be very reactive just to see what their opponent is playing.
Yeah, and that's typically in strategies in Elestrals, having that first turn Elestral stick and counter runes is so powerful. As we see a Nog, a Nectar of the Gods, and the beautiful full art come down here from Yoku.
Ooh, and here comes the Astrabbit. One of the most dominant turn 1 plays in the game.
Tried and true Astrabbit. The full art from the Kickstarter Clash, the Clash Kickstarter, is actually quite pretty. I need to open up those packs myself. Those things are gorgeous, and I just need to incorporate them into my deck.
For sure. Astrabbit is a really fun card to play. Just being able to look at the top 3 cards of your deck and choosing one of them, adding to your hand, just gives you so much card advantage. Like, it's hard to stop.
Go ahead and set 2 here from Yoku. Move on to Astronite as drawing for turn here. Down to 17 spirits already, but...
Ooh, we see a Frost Spirit, and it's a Snowlit.
El Diablo. Coming down, activating its effect, goes through. We see a Tsunami. We see the counter rune? It was a Blizzstrix as well.
Aurora Borealis.
Borealis. At this time of day, this time of year.
An Avalanche.
Avalanche coming down here. This top 5 cards if you control Frost. Top 3 otherwise.
Yep, that is correct.
Million off the top.
Hitting a Thunderstorm.
Thunderstorm. Pretty killer here. Let's see what we got from Astronite. Gorgons. Cryovern. Avalanche.
A Rise. Ooh, and another Blizzstrix. That is very, very sad to see. 2 Blizzstrix already in the bin for Astronite.
Wow. You gotta hope that there's that Rise from in hand potentially to keep this play up. This is the gamble of Blizzstrix we were talking about, is that sometimes you just the machine doesn't want to give it to you.
Looks like Astronite went for a set 2 and pass.
Good for your Yoku here. You're feeling really good about those 2 Blizzstrix in the underworld.
Absolutely. Oh, and it looks like Yoku's starting off with a Elichick, a tournament pack Elichick. It's safe to assume that Zeus is the intended target here. Ooh, the full art Zeus from base set.
So gorgeous. I think that one's one of the. I know people like to go for the statue rarity. This one holds a near and dear place. I think for a long time we were rocking up with the full art Zeuses. I'm down here for an Enchanted 2, going to take care of this Snowlet and make quick work of it. The back row here from Astronite's got to be maybe a Tsunami
Rabbit to attack.
Attacks to Rabbit here.
It looks like the Zeus was activated on the Snowlet. Ooh, the response with a Tsunami.
That's exactly the card they needed to save them in this position. I think that... Do you think if you're Astronaut here, you're going to go for the re-enchant of the Snowlet again, try to go gambling, or do you think another play trying to get them more low to the ground is where they're going to go?
I think gambling is the way to go. You have to be able to hit anything from your deck. I'm assuming there should be Cedar Swords in this Blizzstrix deck, and just being able to get the big body out to help you get over your... Oh, it looks like an Ash Rabbit.
Wow, going opting in for a little low and slow here as a Poison Tadero.
Yeah. And that is the new TP3 OP3 pack art.
Wow, that is a lot of new cards here on the desk. Got to brush up on my pattern recognition. That one's a new one here. Though I did get the ability to see it in Dallas. That was such a cool one. I love the Centarbor coming in. Ash Rabbit's effect still going to go through, but that is a nice hit from Yoku, allowing this rabbit to not be a defensive force for much longer.
For sure. And it keeps Yoku ahead in the game, too. But Astronaut does still have the Spirit advantage.
I think as we're going into this turn from Yoku, it's so interesting because Blizzstrix has these big explosive turns that we were talking about before with the Snowlet into... Well, this is an Altar of Stars here.
It looks like Altar of Stars.
And stop this play, making this a little slower, turning the Snowlet to defense, not being able to take care of this Elichick. Still a 12 to 17 difference in Spirits. Astronaut up just by a little bit, which is normally not the case. Normally the Blizzstrix players had 2 Spirits at this point.
Oh, yeah. That's what happens when you lose 2 of your Blizzstrix right in the opening turn.
The only thing that can save now is the third Blizzstrix off of an Asprowl after this Ash Rabbit was going to prompt again. This is the tried and true classic. Used to love doing this play, which is the Altar of Stars, Nexus onto the Rabbit. Rabbit then activates its ability, going to go ahead and get that top 3 look as well.
And it resolves. It most of the time when you resolve bunny triggers, you have really good chances of winning this clash. The more bunnies you resolve, the better you are.
The tempo and advantage is such a powerful option for a lot of the casters, especially on a 2/5 defensive body. I mean, with the Zeus, really functionally a 5/5. And as they're going in for turn, was that a forget on the expend on the PTA?
Ooh.
I'm missing something here.
Into a Sonocore!
Whoa. We were just talking about the Sonocore, and here it comes down with a third Thunder Spirit Enchanted. Those counter runes are null and void in the back there. With that is the full art Mount Olympus.
Ooh, Yoku's definitely pushing the advantage now.
Love to see it here, and this is going to be very challenging from Astronaut. Again, these Elestral effects are ones that you really want to stick with.
There's the Rise from the Ashes.
No, that is the exact card
Here
they needed.
Comes the Blizzstrix.
Whoa.
It's safe to assume Blizzstrix is about to make its presence known.
Absolutely, the big bird. Sonocore has wings, but Blizzstrix are bigger. This is the
one thing that Yoku did not want to see.
No, absolutely. You see those 2 Blizzstrix get tossed, right, back into the underworld, and the only card that can out this is an invoked rune. Sonocore only shuts down those back row, and for Blizzstrix, those back row cards are pretty killer in making sure that if you don't hit your mills, these go under. But looks like the Blizzstrix is gonna pop the Sonocore, short-lived on the counter runes, swinging for 4.
Ooh. It was the one card that Yoku did not want to see.
Wow, this is the BlueStacks game right here. It was a pretty costly spirit play. The 3 off of the rise and the 3 for the BlueStacks, but it's such a good position here. Look at that spirit differential now 11-6 in Astronight's favor.
All right, let's see what Yoku's going to end up responding with. A lot of decisions here. It is hard to stare down the barrel of a BlueStacks. Ooh, a resting on your laurels, taking out the rabbit.
Resting's a good start, and Earthquake would also be killer here. Let's see the two 1-ofs pop in. We have an Eddie.
Ooh,
Eddie coming down.
Eddie.
That'll
And
do
with
it.
Zeus still available in the background. Oh, the Gorgon's Gaze.
Opting to activate the Gorgon's Gaze now. Zeus Eddie is the other combination that also gets rid of the big bird. Gonna go for an
Looks
Ambrosia
like
here.
Yep, following up with an Ambrosia. Let's see what spirits are going to bring back. I think at this point, Astronaut is feeling very good about the game moving forward.
I think this is the 7 spirits left, even though Astronaut's on 8 here. If Yoku, the Surprise Eruption, could maybe pull this one out, but I think from the cards that we've seen, I doubt the spirits are there. Let's see what we can accomplish from Astronaut's perspective in this pretty dominating position. And that is a Cryoling.
Cryoling.
Cryolin's a really solid card. Surtractor's Influence is known across Elestria, and this is just going to be hoping that we stick another big body. Even if that back row is something like a Shield of Achilles, you can take care of it pretty swiftly with something like the BlueStacks and have the backing of another 7 body down.
For sure. The tempo here that Astronaut's putting out, the pressure is immense right now. I'm not sure Yoku is prepared for this. Hopefully that face down can be a tsunami to at least stall one more turn.
Yeah, you gotta hope and pray for the draws
Ooh,
here.
but that Cryovern is water enchanted.
Allow this Eddie to go under. I think if you're an Astronaut, again, this is the commanding position. This is the Frost deck. The explosiveness of the Frost deck, not just inside of the Cryo Rhino version that we saw from previous champion Surtractor, but now Astronaut showing the versatility of potentially the Blizz Mills. Zero, if you're Astronaut here, is there that benefit to go in for the lower to the ground strategy, or would you rather just go for like Cedar Swords here? I can only imagine that maybe Cedar Sword was taken out.
Cedar Swords are really good, like being able to swarm the board with your mills, but I think the safer play, at least for Astronaut here, is the Cryoling package. Especially after seeing how it performed at the last premiere. You're going through so much in your deck that most of the time that its ability is going to proc. Oh, and it looks like we have another Astrabbit being able to dig for an answer.
Yeah, you're hoping it's Earthquake off the top here. There's something that you have to get it's right now. 2 spirits left, sudden death for Yoku into this game 1, and staring down the big bad bird and the big bad dragon. I don't know what more you can do.
With only 2 spirits left, he has a hard decision here.
Oh,
is that an Aurora Borealis?
At this time of day, at this time of year, localized entirely within this clash. What a crazy tech card. We saw one of those milled earlier. I'm surprised we're seeing it activated on the turn. That's so cool.
That's one of those cards you don't see often.
Absolutely. Talking to some Blizz players in Dallas, unfortunately, this card allows you to also help prompt a little more on that Snowlet. Let's say the Snowlet misses on the turn 1, Aurora Borealis going in for another one, re-enchant and mill again. So I love the tech play here. Similar minds to the chain insanity, if you will.
For sure, yeah. Definitely love seeing the off-the-wall plays, cards that aren't normally played.
See here on the play, there's some consideration from the players. Potentially looking at how to resolve here.
For Astronaut, I haven't seen any Morliths yet. Nothing milled, nothing played. I wonder if they're playing Morlith at all.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the old saying, right? Nothing milled, nothing gained. But there's something that I'm missing. I'm sure I'm mixing my metaphors. Mixing my metamorliths? No, we'll workshop this one. Some of these, maybe some interaction here, trying to get these casters back on. Some calculating fingers here, I'll call them that.
So while we're waiting for them to get back on track, what do you think would be a good card in Firestorm that helps BlueStacks?
It helps BlueStacks. Well, here's the secret one. I know a lot of people have their eyes on early is Hermes, right? Hermes is such a powerful card, allowing you to bin the BlueStacks and set up for some plays, making it more consistent.
It's a Cryo Scorch.
What?
And being able to ascend, it'll be properly enchanted.
Yeah, stop the presses here. Go Cryo Scorch. I think this is insane. Going for the Fire Spit underneath. Listen.
There has to be a Gorgon's Gaze face down, otherwise this game is over.
Firestorm, who needs it? We've got a Firestorm
going for the
coming
effect,
down.
expending their entire Spirit deck to force Yoku to expend 5.
And that's game.
That is game 1. Wow.
Whoa.
Sir Tractor's influence has spread into BlueStacks.
Yeah, as a big fan of Burn yourself, I'm sure that was riveting. That was crazy to see.
Definitely love to see that. The big Fire Ice Dragon.
Wow, that's absurd. I love the fact that this is the scary part, right? These BlizzStrix players, they're learning. They're saying, "Oh, I'm getting burned. Well, watch this." That
They're
absolutely
adapting.
Incredible. Cryo Scorch is real, and Cryo Scorch can hurt you. For so long, just 2 Cryo Vern with the Cryoling package was all people needed. But I love the fact that, again, the big bad dragon is coming down. That's absolutely incredible.
For sure. Frostwall, getting some love here. Cryo Scorch is definitely an Elestral that is near and dear to my heart.
I think this is wow, what a crazy game for just a little bit. Again, it was so over for Astronite before it was just so back. The BlizzStrix reign supreme. These players going into this game too, if you're Yoku here, what are you thinking about staring across these big Elestrals?
So the card here that changed the game for game 1, just the whole pivoting point, was that Rise from the Ashes. Because it appeared that there were already 2 Rise from the Ashes milled from the Snowlet. So it was the final Rise from the Ashes in Astronite's deck. So I think Yoku has to bring in answers for the Rise, which can be cards like Divine Blessing.
Divine Blessing, one of those cards that we've seen uptick in play, I think especially going into Dallas, as BlizzStrix was kind of anticipated to be the most represented deck. And you're absolutely right. Shuts down cards like the Rise, most notably, if they're playing any of their sort of any sort of rune removal even, can also help with that. I think if you're Astronite here, those Aurora Borealises did really well, but maybe you're trying to swap those out for a little more consistency pieces, or maybe divines of your own to stop things like Eruption.
For sure. And especially if you're in the Cryoling package, I wouldn't be surprised if Kione makes an appearance to be able to bring back those Cryolings, or an Infrostrix.
Yeah, Kione is also kind of a hidden tech choice for decks like BlizzStrix, decks like the Cryo Scorch line, because you have so many good 1-drop Frost Elestrals that you can swing in here and want to use multiple times. Cryoling comes down, Kione back into the hand, the Cryoling back, 2 Cryo Verns. You're staring down that double dragon, and that's going to be crazy.
All right, it looks like we're about to start the next game, and Yoku is deciding to go first.
And I mean, if you're Astronite, the last time they chose to go second, you are very happy about that, right? I think if you're Yoku here trying to get a little more advantage off maybe an Astrab at turn 1 and a little more counter runes, a Gorgons would be killer. Looks like we're actually going to have a mulligan from Astronite here.
Which is not a bad play to do, considering you run Cryoling in your main deck.
And a mulligan as well from Yoku. We're down 18 spirits. Their hands need to be perfect for this game. Astro is on game point. Well, Yoku might need to save and see those Divine Blessings and see those tech cards. Boombats even, which is native to Thunder.
After seeing the Sonic Core, do you think Astro sided out many of its counter runes?
That's a good point. I honestly, I think that in some level, Astro probably did. Though if the mind game is working correctly here, I think Yoku could even side it out of the Sonic Cores for more removal. Because, BlizzStrix doesn't play that many counter runes, but those Aurora Borealises, like we're mentioning, did come in handy. So I think that's kind of the interesting back and forth here as a Toxion comes down.
The Constellation Rare Toxion.
I love this play from Yoku. I think that Toxion is pretty decent in this matchup. And the Toxion's able to stick around for another couple turns. The burn will start to add up, which I think is
especially after that mill.
So we got here Froststick, Tsunami, Aurora Borealis, 2 Thunderstorms, and Divine Blessing.
So we do see the Divine Blessing coming in. I wonder how many more they have from their sideboard, or was that the only one that came in?
I think you're right too. On the Moralith of it all, we don't really see anything that's so far. Nothing that would suspect us into nothing more than a couple Frost plays.
Ooh, an expended draw.
I don't know if I love that play.
And
I'm unsure about that from Astronite. Again, you can re-enchant the Toxion if you're Yoku, and keep this presence, but you're gonna go instead for an Eddy, potentially to stop a Tsunami play.
Misenchanted Eddy.
Ooh, what are you cooking? What are you cooking? I like to think here that this is
pressing their advantage now.
I like to think that this is a maybe potentially a Nexus play. You know, we saw that the Altar of Stars in the back row for Yoku was so pivotal last time for protecting the Elechick and the Astrabbit. Speaking of Astrabbit, coming down here on the board from Astronite. So maybe the Thunder Eddy is just that.
Ooh, and a PTA from Yoku.
Love
saying
this PTA
absolutely
here.
Not to that bunny.
Really, it's the only thing that you can't hit over natively inside of a deck like Thunder, typically very small Elestrals. So PTA is very nice, and saving that PTA for this moment is going to be much more beneficial than when a Blizzstrix come down and you have to use that PTA.
Yeah, and at that point, you're you're expending up to 4 spirits just to get rid of that Blizzstrix.
This is so going for a really slow and methodical. We're talking about siding out those counter runes. Look at that back row from Astronite. Not even scared of the Sonic Core or a Hurricane potentially.
Yeah, Hurricane would be devastating here.
Odds are on that back row being the proest of sets Hurricanes. Let's see it. Yoki, show me some magic. I'm going to go ahead and go re-enchant the Toxion. I do like this play as a little more limited.
There we go, yep. Expending one more, putting that pressure on Astronite.
That's a Fire Spirit, most notably for Astronite down. Do you think that's the only Fire Spirit they're playing for that Cryo Scorch?
It might be. It might be.
Roja coming in from Yoku, keeping those spirits high and tight. With 11 to 16 from Yoku. Punching it for 2.
Putting them down. Yep, 2 more. That spirit differential just changed in 1 turn. They were neck and neck, and now the game is starting to lean one way.
This is more like the Blizzstrix I know, where you're down a billion spirits into this deep into the game, but with no bird on the board, can Astronite turn this around?
Astronite just needs to roll the dice at the casino. Roll the dice. Let's see if we can get a Snowlet on board to do that casino play into the Aspral and hopefully the Blizzstrix.
Something we don't see every day is an Ambrosia in these Blizzstrix decks. What's your thoughts here on having the Invoked rune on it? And we have a Divine Blessing coming down from Yoku.
Oh, so they do have more than one. Yoku is trying to keep Astronite from getting back any spirits to keep his advantage. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, hey, forget our thoughts on that. That Ambrosia really doesn't matter now when the key card alive is coming in. It's so interesting because in a Blizzstrix deck, normally you want to really eliminate some of those lower to the ground plays like an Ambrosia, even that Rise from the Ashes, and just to give targets to that Divine Blessing. That was crazy.
Oh, and here comes another bunny. Frost Enchanted, by the way.
This is looking like a completely different
Astronite
game.
has no Thunder Spirits left.
Oh, absolutely. That Ambrosia probably was pretty killer, and a Poison Tipped Arrow on the bunny means that Yoku can put some pressure on.
Arrow.
We have this Toxion is great.
This game is insane so far. Into the Sonicore again.
Whoa. Okay, those back row are now definitely doing nothing, and I can't believe this, but this is a completely different game from game 1. Yoku is firmly in the driver's seat, just slowly chipping away at Astro's life.
And with Astro being at 5, they can't even use a Rise from the Ashes to play Blizzstrix.
Another Ambrosia coming down would be killer, but that would mean that Yoku gets rid of this Sonicore. This is looking pretty closed up unless there is a card that can do it. I would love to see maybe an Aspral trade is the way. No, that's just gonna be a scoop and a concession from Astronaut, seeing the writing on the wall, going
Wow,
for game.
here we go into game three. So Yoku did not side out the Sonic Core. They have faith in the Sonic Core.
Yeah, and Astro kept faith in the counter runes. What is going on here?
Do you think they're going to make any changes going into game three?
Well, I mean, at this point, I have no clue what to expect. Initially, my thoughts were, here's the reasonable play. Let me side out my counter runes from the Sonic Core, and maybe let me side out the Sonic Core because I don't know if I'll have time to send. So that is proven wrong once again. Again, these kids are fast these days, and my old bones can't quite keep up.
Oh, I can relate to that.
Yeah, absolutely. So in that second game there, complete tone shift, complete pace shift from Yoku. Very interesting to see Thunder really keep at it. What are your thoughts on Toxion there?
Oh, Toxion is an MVP from that match alone. Just being able to, every time it's enchanted with Thunder, to force your opponent to expend a Spirit. With Spirits being your resource to be able to cast your cards, like, it's very beneficial to put on that pressure.
And it's so interesting, too, the counter rune backup to make sure that you're maintaining board presence. Again, those PTAs in the Astro are pretty pivotal. You don't have to really do anything super explosive for Yoku. You can just re-enchant, swing, re-enchant, swing, and that's doing so much exponential damage. Again, we're getting really cost efficient here with our Elestrals. If you're Astro here, maybe you are setting out now those counter runes for more consistencies. The Cedar Swords, where are you? Moraliths, where are you?
For sure. Now the question is, does Yoku have a third Divine Blessing in that deck? We've seen two so far.
Let's see to go down. We're going to game three of this
here we go.
Blizz versus Thunder, starting off with an Elchick here to search the Zeus.
And Yoku's going first again.
Imagine that. Again, if you're Astro here, you're feeling really good about 3 times going your preferred start. Choosing to go second here from Astro. We've got Elchick, set 1 after searching the Zeus, pass back to Astronite.
Yeah, I mean, Yoku decides to... Oh, here's the Snowlit. Let's start the casino.
Ooh.
Is that an Aspral I see?
Absolutely.
We got one hit so far.
El Diablo into El Biagro Grande. We have Aspral, this potential expend to mill.
Ooh, and then Frostrix bringing back the Snowlit to trigger again.
I love this play here because now also if you have a BlueStacks off the top here from
another Aspral.
Oh, this is so explosive. This game could be done in the second turn.
It just goes to show the power of BlueStacks because Aspral, they both each have their triggers to mill 4. So there's a potential 8 more cards to be shown to potentially find those BlueStacks. And here comes the first one. What are we going to see? Gorgons, Ambrosia, Tsunami. Ooh, into the Prioling.
Second.
All right, expending in for the second Aspral. A Narpoon. There's the BlueStacks.
Blizz. Do I see a second one? We see a
2
second
BlueStacks.
2 BlueStacks hit the board.
2 BlueStacks on the very first turn for Astronite.
Daniel Driverson, a second BlueStacks has hit the Elestrals arena. This is absolutely crazy.
The question here, do you think they both are going to be properly enchanted, or would you make one of them water enchanted to prepare for a potential Tsunami?
I think you're right
exactly
on the
what
money.
He's doing.
Look at that. Coach knows best here. I think that's exactly what's going down here. This is going to be explosive damage into some crazy bird turn plays here. Snowlit started the mill.
There's the Tsunami.
There we go. Tsunami under. That's wow, what a crazy play. I don't think I've ever seen 2 BlueStacks back to back like that in one turn. And imagine if those cards were Cedar Sword. Wow.
And now it looks like Astronite is activating the BlueStacks effect to get rid of the Elchick, allowing them to potentially swing in for 3 this turn.
I can't believe the amount of just insane mills back to back with the Aspral, into the double Blizzstrix. That is, again, greed they talk about specifically in the Bible. For
into a rise from the ashes. For the Cryo Scorch. And this is still Astro's first turn.
Go Cryo Scorch.
This
is ridiculous.
Three cost Elestrals on the board on Astro's first turn.
I could never handle these 3 big bodies at one point in time. I do not know how Yoku is able to stare at this board and say, yeah, I'm okay with this. This is stellar. This is crazy.
I'm at a loss for words. Seeing 3 cost Elestrals on the board on your first turn is absolutely insane.
I'm quaking in the boots right now. This is gnarly. We're gonna go ahead and go for the Blizzstrix play. Pop the bird. This is now gonna swing in for 6 damage. You're still 12 spirits, so not too bad if you're Yoku, and you can still clear this board. This is not insurmountable. But oh my good golly, Dan, Snowlit started the mill war to justify battle against Thunder Spirits. I don't really know where we're going with this one. This is insane.
This is absolutely bonkers. Now, Astro Knight still only has 4 spirits left, though, so anything can happen.
Let's see one time Toxion into Eruption. War on Mount Olympus, please.
Into a Jolton.
Hey, got the Stellar Baby coming down. Love the little rock. Tiny pebble of a card versus a huge mountain of a board.
So you can search for the Stadium Rune, which in this case, Yoku, I believe, would go for the Mount Olympus. There are cards that you could use here, but even then, I mean, the card that I think you would be using is Race to the Top, but it still doesn't help here because the insurmountable power showing from Astro Knight.
Okay, let's see it. My predictions now. If we're going gambling, I think for Yoku, you can gamble on Race to the Top, Laurels, Earthquake, and then that's just it, right? But whoa.
This is a very difficult board to break.
I cannot. I would never love to be in the position that Yoku is, but I'm glad that they're sticking it out and trying to play it to their best ability. We have the Mount Olympus coming in, the beautiful full art with the beautiful reverse stellar rare of the Jolton. Let's see what's next. Fated Breath. It's a Zeus. Gonna try.
It's a Zeus. I think they're gonna try and at least take out the defense position Blizzstrix on Astro's board.
You know what's crazy too is that Tsunami could be back there. You take it off with the Blizzstrix with Water Enchant, and you're still big chillin' Spirit Advantage, taking notes from Shirt in round 1.
Mm-hmm. But Yoku's getting dangerously close if they don't deal with that Cryo Scorch.
Let's go here. There's Race.
Race from the top.
It's coming in.
What was the target?
Divine Blessing Astronite? No.
Did we see what the target was for Zeus? I think I missed that.
I believe it was the Blizztrix in defense or an attack. Yep. Killing, destroying, getting rid of the Blizztrix in defense. A little confused on
it was the middle Blizz.
The sequencing as Jolton could potentially hit over.
Yeah, because the Jolton is powered up by 1 attack and 1 defense because of the Mount Olympus.
Mm-hmm.
So it could have...
I think the idea here is that you could race the other Blizz or the Cryo and hopefully try to clear more board here. You're getting rid of the properly enchanted Blizztrix for sure, just to make sure that they cannot go into a... Well, there's the Wind Spirit. There is now another proper enchanted Blizz we have to now properly deal with, and this is going to be devastating of a blow. How explosive.
The intended target here, I believe, Astro's going to go for that face down in the back row.
Yeah, I think if you're Astro here, a shield could be strong, but now putting Yoku on 4 at that point.
I think what we need to see here is a Gorgons.
Nope, gonna pop it out, and that's gonna be a...
It looks like it was a shield?
Shield, never resolving. Beautiful in the full art shield there.
Absolutely.
Never lucky to pull one myself, but...
And that's a good card to be pulling in the OP3 that we can talk about afterwards. The Stellar.
Oh god, it's a Stellar in the OP3. I'm gonna catch up here just a little bit. Going to destroy the BlueStacks on combat, taking a buttload of damage. That's a official Elestrals unit of measurement, by the way.
And here's the Toxion
For 3.
With Yoku at 1 spirit left.
Gonna properly enchant the Cryo Scorch. Are we gonna see a burn for game?
Back-to-back Cryo Scorch burn. Sir Tractor's influence has gone wild.
Insane set of games from Astronaut here. The most explosive Elestrals match I think I've ever seen. And we're just starting off the day here. Zero, what just happened? What just happened?
I am at a loss for words. Being able to see 3, not 1, not 2, 3 3-cost Elestrals on your very first turn is absolutely insane. They are making a statement. They are making a statement and said BlueStacks is here to stay, and we're winning this thing.
I talk down on the deck all the time, maybe just out of pure jealousy. I wish I had that type of power to bring out some of the 3 biggest Elestrals in the game and just overwhelming the opponent with advantage too. And to that point, Yoku in that game too, showcasing that Thunder can even have those really powerful control against such an explosive strategy. And with some expert plays too, really heads up bringing out the Toxion for the burn and the Sonic Core, putting in a lot of work to shut down BlueStacks' only lines of defense. These casters were putting on a real showcase today, and we're just getting started.
Oh yeah, we have plenty more clashes to come. I'm very excited to see what else we can experience today, because that first turn for Astro on game 3 is just, I'm beside myself right now.
Wow. Yeah, it's crazy to me to see games like that after the very methodical, very calculated games sometimes that we'll see from Elestrals, these one-off bodies, one-off trades for counter runes for Elestrals here, and then you stick some of the most exciting, electrifying cards from Sonic Core to BlueStacks, base set to Moonrise. We are so back. The competition's really heating up despite all the frost we just saw. Holy.
For sure. Whew.
That was crazy. Talk to us about the BlueStacks player there. I don't know how much. I know with the fire element of choice, the BlueStacks might be a little bit too far, but playing the burn strategy is really cool. What's with that, do you think?
BlueStacks normally gets really low, so you got to manage your resources as you do in the entire game of Elestrals. Now, you're susceptible to burn. With Cryo Scorch, its effect making you get rid of your entire spirit deck. If you're already going to be super low, who cares? Just get rid of it and just finalize the game. The number of times that I've seen BlueStacks players lose to an eruption after they've had so much board state, they're like, nope, we're not doing that now. We are the burn players now.
And also helps insulate from that burn too. If let's say you want to misenchant a rabbit, misenchant a snowlet, misenchant an harpoon, or misenchant one of your ascensions like a cryovern in this case, with the fire can help you really insulate, to kind of reiterate that, against the eruptions. Which is so interesting to see the development of BlueStacks. If the mentality of BlueStacks, let me wax poetic real quick. Mm-hmm. Waxing gibbous here. The thing about it, and I love the evolution of this, was let me play Blizz, straightforward Blizz. I'm gonna play it like a normal deck though. Counter runes, rabbits, things we'd normally see, eddies even, just with the Blizz package. Then transitioning into what would be like a no ambrosia, all gas, no breaks, let's play Blizz, let's go gambling. And then something like this, the recent Cryovern and Cryoscorch kind of hype, shout out to Sir Tractor here, and saying, just like you said, who cares? If I'm going to be down to 0 spirits, I might as well burn. I love the who cares mindset from these players. I would be so worried. Edge of my seat during that entire game. I'd be off the wall like, please hit this mill. Okay, cool. No, cool.
Absolutely, and they had the entire line for Cryoling, Cryoburn, and Cryoscorch. Which on the Cryoscorch, if you special ascend with the effect from the Cryoburn, you can destroy all runes on the board.
Killer.
We weren't able to see it with the Rise from the Ashes in Game 2, but if they were to properly ascend through the line, you just clear the back row and you're able to get in for damage.
And having that flex option there is something that is like really notable, right? Because I think the idea of either going for your big body or going for a big push in destruction of runes, as much as we've seen Argo and as much as we've seen like Shield be really pivotal cards inside of this format, being able to remove those off the bat is absolutely killer. You mentioned the water enchanting on the BlueStacks to really help make sure that damage goes through. How much do you think the water enchanting did for Astronite there in that last game?
For that one there, it was definitely pivotal. The water enchanting the BlueStacks allowed them to potentially prepare for the tsunami, and they were able to get rid of the other Elestral with the properly enchanted BlueStacks. So
yeah.
the wombo combo there. Which, to circle back to the Cryoscorch, like that tag team of Cryoscorch and BlueStacks, where, as I was saying before, the special ascension into the Cryoscorch can clear the back row, but then the BlueStacks is able to get rid of any Elestral in your way. So you're essentially getting rid of the entire board.
Yeah, you're covering both fronts there, front and back. And a lot of decks can't really hit it like that, right? That's kind of the crazy part, is that we've seen cards like Kinleo, as we're more familiar with, and Aqualinks being able to kind of tag team both. But one single deck having this much power, be able to destroy both, to wipe, let's just say, just to completely get rid of entire board states, is terrifying. And I think an excellent showcase from Astronite, giving us a pure clinic on Blizz.
For sure, and Yoku did their very best, but staring down a turn 1 board of 2 BlueStacks and a Cryoscorch, there isn't much you can do about it.
I don't know. I think Yoku did pretty well. As a Thundercaster myself, and this is not Thunder to Thunder sympathy, the electromagnetic current surging through us. The thing about this game 2, and one of the things I want to highlight with the Toxion heads up, is that like Thunder, when it gets into its control, Thunder lost a lot of tools when you think about it. Spark It, coming back inside a Firestorm from Tartarus. Thank you, Wirtz, for picking up Spark on the way from saving Drataya. And also the Elechick down to 1. We've seen brighter days for Thundercasters, but it can really perform. Race the Top Soul, crazy card and very powerful.
And Arcolith.
And Arcolith, my good old Unk. These cards, I think, are still very, very strong, and I think Yoku being able to control the board state and actually bring it really close, even in the games that it wasn't so much in their favor, kind of showcases that this deck can go the distance.
Oh, for sure. You can't count Thunder out at all.
Yeah, every single element, I think, has its beat here. One of the crazy things about the Moonrise format, actually, that I think is so interesting to see. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we're going to see as many of these boss Elestrals inside of the Firestorm, but I kind of hope so on some level, right? We've seen the tournament run from these Cryoscorches. They have to be stopped. Where's Imperawat's time?
Imperawat is a very fun card.
Oh no!
Just a very fun card.
The code of fun. No, don't listen, my child. Don't listen. Don't listen.
Aw, look at that play. I got mine right here. My little Vipyro up here.
I'm holding on to my beautiful good luck charm. Shout out to my season 2 Elestriad. But wow, that was what a really cool game. Like showcasing just kind of think of the highlights of all Elestrals. I'm a big fan. If that is the type of caliber that we can see from just round 2 of this tournament, I can't wait till we get to the top of this.
Yeah.
This is just the iceberg, baby.
Yeah, we're just getting started.
Really just heating up here. That was incredible. None of those 2 were your students, no? Those weren't. That wasn't your doing.
One of them.
Oh, okay. Well, like I said, I think those casters are some of the best that I've seen. So I think
absolutely.
I think that for the teaching purposes, there's some notes to go over in class the next day.
Oh, for sure. So I want to circle back to your comment about boss Elestrals in Firestorm. Are there any big boss Elestrals that you're excited to see come Firestorm?
Oh wow, the new ones coming in. Obviously, Majesty's got a big target on its back, but man, I love Fire Nexus. Man, I love Fire Nexus. That the Bears, High Bear Nation. We will be rocking up with Majursa. We'll be popping 2 cards. We will be searching cards with Earth Scout or with Earth Scout. We will be back. We'll be bouncing cards with Earth's Coat even.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that we're looking at. The Bear Nation is strong, and I fear Majursa's at the top of the list.
Oh yeah, Majursa is very powerful. Just being able to come in and destroy any card equal to the number of Ursa Bear Elestrals, phenomenal. Very explosive turns.
It's crazy. I mean, I'm prepping up here with my redhead on here if I can flex on the stream for just a quick moment. And this, she's a little stuck. Championship Championship of Hestia full art is, I've already been able to pick it up. I will be rocking with this one all day. She's beautiful.
Very nice.
Absolutely gorgeous. So after that heated match, I got to go cool down a little bit. We'll see Zero and K on the broadcast here very, very soon. Stick around for more amazing Elestrals action. I can't wait to watch what's coming up next. And I thank you so much for being here. We'll stick around. You don't want to miss anything.
And we are back for round 3. I am, for the first time ever, joined by Zero. I'm so excited to be here casting with you. How was your first ever round of commentating?
It was insane. I don't know if you saw it, but there was BlueStacks, there was Cryo Scorch in multiple rounds.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I was on the edge of my seat. The fact, I don't think I have ever seen a turn 1 like that happen in my life.
It was absolutely insane. And if you do the math on that, 3 cost Elestrals on the board on your first turn, that's half your Spirit deck. Just about half your Spirit deck.
Yeah, incredible. And I have to say, the opponent, all the credit in the world for not immediately conceding, because that would have been me. I would have said, you know what, you got it. You know what? I don't care. I don't think I can play this out.
For sure. I'm glad they stuck it out, because the story there is going to be one to tell for a long time.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it was so close. They had the race to the top. It was so exciting. I was rooting for them. It's so fun with BlueStacks specifically, because it gives you that kind of like heal archetype. It feels like a villain deck when it really pops off, because it's just a big monster. And now with this new iteration, with Cryo Scorch, even more so.
Especially, and with having that Fire Spirit already in the deck naturally, you're protecting yourself from Eruption, which is one of BlueStacks' biggest weaknesses.
I had that moment watching it where I was like, okay, if they have double Eruption, that wins. Wait a minute, no! The moment of realization. And we are actually, and I'm very excited because this is quite early in the day to have this kind of insight. We have been given our data of cards and usage for today, which is very exciting. We are now at the end of Moonrise, and this is really revealing how this format has shaped up. So we have here, and I want to point out my beloved Kathmel down at the bottom there on total count. She is making her way up through the ranks. An amazing card that we've seen used in either Ascension or just as a healer. I was so excited to see her there.
Oh, for sure. 78 total Kathmels in the premiere tonight.
And I hope that that means that we have some Solar lurking around, because I love watching Solar. And It's really interesting to see because last tournament, Shield very briefly overtook Ambrosia as a in the deck contains this card. And I wonder if that is because the advent of this new BlueStacks, because before BlueStacks was not running Ambrosia. And so it really, Ambrosia being an automatic add card beforehand, it really shook that up. But now that they're playing this more diverse list that allows for a little bit more, we see Ambrosia rising back up.
For sure, yeah, no, Blizz definitely needs those spirits just to not be outed by the burn effects. But even then, we saw in the last round, Yoku was able to use the Toxions to be able to force them to expend to get around the BlizzTrix players' inclusion of fire for the eruptions.
Yeah, this is very exciting. Of course, Argo as ever represented. One card that I am not seeing, which is very interesting, is the Spectaris, which has been such a prominent card through this entire Moonrise format after being a little bit overlooked when it was first introduced. Then really taking over because it was so good into Galaxy. It's so good against specifically Calfmel, which, Calfmel said, I see this opportunity to come in and not have as many Spectaris, and there she is.
I've been seeing Spectaris a lot in people's sideboards, bringing it in for specifically Calfmel.
That is the Calfmel killer. And you know what? Speaking of cards that I have been dreaming of seeing, that I would love to see, and this is one that people have been saying, hey, you know what? People are playing around Hurricane. They are respecting the Hurricane. That is no longer true. I want to see people playing Gloombat. I have been asking from the beginning of Moonrise.
And with that, you can use the Gloombat to special ascend into other Elestrals.
Exactly. It's a special cast. I don't know how people aren't looking at this card and saying, that's crazy. Add it.
For sure. One thing that I used to run, personally, because with fire, I would Gloombat and then go immediately into a Salashade.
Oh, okay. See, we're getting the real Firecaster insight here.
Oh, yeah. and if, for those of you that don't know, with Salashade gets +1 attack for every Elestral in your opponent's Underworld. And whenever anybody casts an Elestral, they mill 3 cards.
Wow. So kind of crazy into BlizzTrix, exactly. Actually.
Yep, for BlizzTrix, it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
Yep. It's both very, very good against BlizzTrix and also very, very bad against BlizzTrix. That's where the casino comes in. You can mill them really, really fast and hit their pieces before they have the pivotal Elestrals on board, like Snowlit or Asprowl. Or you're fueling their fire, so to speak, and enabling their Elestrals to hit those pieces. So the timing is definitely needs to be noted there.
I think that's a really fun strategy. Let's see if we can out-gamble the gambler.
Exactly.
Who is going to get lucky here? And I mean, considering how we saw this new BlizzTrix iteration perform that last round, I don't know if I'd be betting against it.
For sure.
Ooh, but as we are coming back into this and we are gearing up for Firestorm, a little bit before this round, we were talking about it and about all of the things that we're super excited for. I have to know if you have any chase cards going into this next set.
Chase cards for Firestorm. I think, personally, that the new Full Art Eruption and Thunderstorm are beautiful.
Okay. Yeah, that Firecaster coming out, you need that Eruption.
Oh, yeah. I run Eruptions in all of my fire sideboards.
Which, by the way, to everyone here watching, I have heard that if you say in the chat right now what you want to pull in Firestorm, it actually manifests it for you. And with that being said, I have to say that my biggest chases, first of all, Full Art Nixamera Fallen form. I need both the Risen and the Fallen, but I am partial to the Fallen just personally. And one of the most beautiful cards that I think I've ever seen is the Stellar Nimistar. It is so gorgeous.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, the pink with the moon in the background. Oh, yeah.
It is a very beautiful card. And along with the Stellar Nimistar, segueing into more cards from Firestorm, in Organized Play 3, you can get the Stellar Tarot Star.
Ooh. Yeah, you have the insight. I heard you mention the shield chase in 3. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
So in the Organized Play 3, you can pull a X of 10 Stellar Full Art Shield of Achilles, which I kind of have one of my old packs here. I can show you. There you go.
There it is. It is so beautiful. It's a little hard to see, but it's like a little greenish. If I remember correctly, it's got that like tint. Oh, and so that means
a little bit of purple.
That means it would look gorgeous with an Earth or a Lunar deck, which are like 2 of my favorites. Those are, I love them.
Absolutely.
And speaking of, if we want to talk about the new Organized Play coming out, oh my goodness, the Verdalith, the Stellar Champion of Demeter Verdalith, my favorite Lith. She's so underrated. I love her so much. And the Cherry Blossom Stellar is just, stunning.
Absolutely. I can see Verdalith seeing a lot of play coming Firestorm, just with that effect of, as long as you have Demeter, which is a very popular divine, being able to hit the board as normal cast it, as long as you control Demeter. And when you target the Verdalith with Demeter's effect, you can special cast another 1-drop Earth Celestial, like an Equilinx.
Listen, we're just saying, there is so much to do here. And of course, for those of you, I'm sure you can hear, I have my other co-commentator, which is my dog, Kirby. She is here. She is shouting from the rooftops how excited she is.
Hi, Kirby.
Everyone say hi, Kirby. Not only about the final Moonrise premiere, but also about us going into our new season of life with Firestorm.
Oh yeah, I'm very excited for Firestorm.
I have to know, have you been cooking?
Oh, I've been doing a lot of cooking.
Yeah.
A lot of cooking. Choose an element, and I'll give you an example cook.
Okay. All right. Water. I have to know.
All right. So for water, I have 2 things that I've been cooking up. One is utilizing Starbit Supernova.
Yes.
Very aggressively with Poseidon and Poseidon's Fury. So,
ooh,
if your Supernova goes down, you can Nexus all of those spirits back to the Poseidon, and then follow up with the Poseidon's Fury, disenchanting as many spirits as you can from your opponent's board.
Oh my gosh.
The second, as noted earlier with Swolax, is Javelantis. Javelantis, I can see becoming similar to the Blazerus OTK, where you can get so many out very fast and just put on a lot of damage. Because as long as you have Poseidon enchanted on your board, all of your water Elestrals have piercing.
Ooh, okay. Piercing is one of those effects that there are a few Elestrals that we have that have it, or even just like being able to attack the spirit deck directly. We've seen people play with those kinds of strategies a little bit. I would love to see that more. I think it's one of those that it hasn't been fully utilized. I mean, like Avoid being so prevalent, even with that, we still don't really see piercing being utilized all that much.
I know one card from Frostfall is very, very good with piercing, and that's Glaciersa, which can see a lot of play going into Firestorm with all of the bear support.
Yes. Oh, I cannot wait for the rise of bears. And one of my favorite arts of all time, which is the Urskote, the champion Urskote with the little tears in his eyes and the scarf. Oh, my beloved. Yes. Oh my gosh. Okay. And This is about to be a huge, huge moment for many people, including me. We have confirmed our round 3 feature match. We have Chillnack versus Bo, our Dallas Open champion. And this is going to be an incredible match. And I am going to tell we are getting a little bit of insight before you guys as to the bling that we are about to see on screen. And I'm going to warn you all right now, based on what I know about these lists, to maybe lower headphone volumes, whatever you need to do. If you have, sleeping children in the room, I cannot make any promises about the level of pop-off we're going to hear from me, depending on how this goes.
Prepare for the hype.
Not to totally give it away, but yeah. I cannot wait for this.
And for those of you who don't know, Bo is our reigning defending champion from the Dallas Open.
Yeah, and Bo previously has been on this list of his own creation, which is this photosynthesis list, which is one of those lists that I saw it for the first time and I said, oh, okay. Sure, yeah, no, I bet that's good. But then you have a player like Bo who is just so practiced, so skilled, so able to find the different lines, the different plays, and it is a weapon in his hands, truly.
Absolutely. All of the hours of playtesting and fine-tuning that list just goes to show the dedication. Like, if you really enjoy an element or a specific archetype, don't give up on it. It may not do well right in the beginning, but the more time you put into it, the better you get with it and your confidence builds.
And I love that you say that, because I think that is going to be a theme that takes us through this next round as I cannot wait. I really, truly, I cannot wait for what we're about to see here. And it looks like we are getting ready to transition. We are getting ready to go into our round 3 clash with Chillnack versus Bo. Oh my goodness, this is going to be incredible.
Oh, I'm very excited.
Ooh, okay. And
so what are you looking to see out of these two players today?
I'm really trying so hard to not give the full game away and to not get ahead of myself here. But potentially I might see my dreams come true. That is what I can tell you all right now.
All right, it looks like we're starting off with an Astrabbit from Chillnack over here. The Astrabbit allowing you to look at the top 3 cards of your deck, choosing one and putting it back into your hand, and then shuffling the other 2 back into the deck. A very good effect for card advantage.
A classic turn 1 move in Elestrals. It's always great, as you said, for card advantage, and also for setting up a huge defensive wall with that 5 defense stat. And Bo said, you know what, that's a great turn 1. I think I will also go for a rabbit myself.
Yeah, going art.
Yeah, the Clash rabbit is so stunning. Bo gonna be setting 2 back row. Okay, said you set 1, I'm gonna set 2 today. And oh my gosh, that Dallas Open champion Astrabbit Matt
it looks so nice.
It's so beautiful. I cannot wait. Chillnack bringing out a Snark. Oh, my beloved. I love Snark so much.
Snark is a really cool Elestral, allowing it to search your deck for a water or lunar enchanted card. And it looks like, is that a Draking I see?
No way.
It might be a Draking.
Okay, we are really doing water here. That means the eddies, the possible Kurobus, the possible rock in a hard place, the possible tsunami high tide even. all of these things could be in our future.
Ooh.
The Volclip's coming out! And that is, I'm trying to see which lunar phase it is, but it is a lunar phase, and that is what's important. It looks like that,
Ooh, look at that animation.
The Volclip's animation, she is so stunning. Oh my goodness.
Looked like that lunar phase is the one that allows you to draw a card into a lunar phase new moon.
Okay, new moon coming out, which is a card that allows you to suppress a card until the end phase.
And if you discard a lunar phase and pay a lunar spirit from your spirit deck, you can destroy the Elestral that was targeted.
Which it looks like that is exactly what happened.
Goodbye, Schnark.
So really, if you squint, that's kind of Earthquake.
It's kind of Earthquake.
But
I mean, also, not noted here, there were 2 lunar phases activated there with Voldusk on the board.
Which means, are we cooking up something? Are dreams coming true in the world of Elestrals today? I can only hope. Listen, Astrabbit, Voldusk being able to remove the threat of Schnark, I don't know, it seems to be going well.
Looks like Bo is making a decision here. Going to pass the turn for Chilnak into an Eddy.
Okay. Eddie, I wonder if we're going to, obviously Classic is target Astrabbit, but okay, looks like we're going for the Astrabbit.
Like the Astrabbit.
Yep. I didn't know if, that Volclip's is very scary. I don't know. But I'm not sad to see the baby stick around for a little bit longer.
For sure. Depending on how many lunar phases Bo is running in her deck, this Voldusk probably should have been the target for that Eddy. The card advantage, if they decide to draw cards off of each lunar phase, just gives them all the options in the world to deal with Chilnecks, Eddies, and Astrabbits.
And here comes a Werepup. Okay. So we have lunar phases going, we have Voldusk, we have Werepup, we are doing lunar. I am so happy. This is my heart.
Ooh, and it went for the full moon.
Classic. Which means that the
Lycovoid is waiting.
The threat of Lycovoid. But also, if we manage to get a Volumbra, then the Volclip's threat is there too.
Ooh, are we going to be able to see that Volclip's today?
I don't know. I'm dreaming. I am dreaming that is something that could happen. But we will see.
Let's see what Bo's doing here. Oh, another lunar phase.
Okay,
which one is this?
All of these very niche lunar phases. It looks like it could have been maybe the waxing crescent. It was a little hard to see. Yes. Which that is the target a lunar enchanted Elestral and give it +1 attack until the end phase for each lunar phase in the underworld, which is a significant amount. So that is a big puppy right now.
Which would allow the Werepup to walk over both the Eddy or the Astrabbit.
Okay.
One over the Eddy for now.
Clearly determining that based on that Draking, maybe we don't want to leave any water Elestrals on the board, don't want to give that an opportunity to happen.
For sure, especially after seeing at the last premiere, Dynamax going to the finals with Draking. It just goes to show the influence from these top players spreads wide.
And it is a very real threat. And here comes a rock in a hard place targeting, I believe, the Set Rune and the Voldusk. And unfortunately, looks like Bo, she had to pick that Voldusk. Oh, and then an Earthquake! Chilnak said,
Werepup.
Yeah, said there's no way I'm allowing lunar nonsense to happen today. Absolutely not. And that is a complete board wipe here. And speaking of ascensions, it looks like Chillnack is saying, I don't really care if it's properly enchanted. I am going to ascend this Draking. And then Bo is going to
Go
take
in for 2.
2. Yep. Whew. Okay. Suddenly, after building what seemed like a fortress, although here comes Werepup with that possible full moon set. Although I believe that is a Gorgon's Gaze.
Yeah, I see a Gorgon Gaze back there, stopping that Werepup from being able to Nexus or Ascend this turn, and attack.
It's just stopped in its tracks, turned to stone, unfortunately. But with 2 back row set, Bo might be able to defend the castle, or even, who knows, reactively flip a full moon next turn and be able to bring out Like a Void.
So do you think that Chillnack is going to, beat me to it, properly enchanting the Draking?
Yep. Here we go. Okay. So that means that with Werepup getting destroyed, we get to activate the Draking effect, where we then can special cast the Elestral from the underworld with water or lunar.
Yep. Which can be a powerful effect, because while you control that Elestral, your Draking cannot be attacked. Oh, the champion Astrabbit. That is such beautiful art.
Oh my gosh, the gorgeous Astrabbit, the champion Astrabbit coming out. Oh, look at that. The ultimate flex.
Followed up by an Ambrosia, looking to bring back a few spirits from the underworld. Let's see, we're choosing, it looks like an Owloon, an Owloon. Is it all Owloons?
We are doing lunar today, I'm thinking.
Which is a big opposite from their showing in Dallas.
Mm-hmm. Truly, literally the opposite, going from solar to lunar, which I love to see. We've got the 3 back row set from Bo, which I wonder, I mean, we know they've got the lunar phases. We know she's working with maybe a full moon back there. I don't know if it's all lunar phase or if we actually have some counter runes here.
I wonder if the Volclipse is in Bo's deck. I would very much like to see that.
Who can say? And of course, we still have the proxy Werepup just sitting there. And it is a lunar phase activation. I believe that is the Waxing Gibbous, which is going to
change the position of a lunar Elestral.
Yep. And so there goes that Draking. Basically, what we just witnessed is someone successfully tsunamiing a water enchanted Elestral, which
is not something you see every day.
No, it's not. Okay, all right. Lunar phases going off, doing their thing.
And that gives Bo a chance to find an answer for this Draking in a Voldusk in attack.
My baby, she's made a return. Okay, you know what? At this point in the clash,
PTA.
Oh no.
The poison-tipped arrow going after the Voldusk.
But then the Waning Crescent, I believe, which is the card that allows you to heal lunar spirits. There we go, coming out. Okay, and because of that Volclipse, we're opting to draw a card, and then very quickly, almost faster than I can see, activating.
Yeah, there's so much going on. Ooh, bringing back a new moon.
Ooh, okay, that is the suppression card that if you are suppressed and then you discard a lunar phase, I believe, it allows you to basically earthquake an Elestral.
Yep, and you also have to expend a lunar spirit to do so, which is a very powerful effect if you are heavy on the lunar phases.
Okay. So we are cooking here with lunar phases. Bo really putting on a showcase of what all of these phases can do, something we really haven't seen through the meta.
So I think Chillneck really wants to see a hurricane here.
That is incredibly tempting. But with that being said, getting lunar phases in the underworld, if Bo is playing foxes, that's just Volclip's candy.
Oh yeah, I'm curious to see how many Luna. Oh, a Shield of Achilles.
Huge shield here, getting rid of that Draking. Oh, that's actually exactly what Bo needed.
Absolutely.
Okay, gonna start cooking. We've got this Astrabbit, the champion Astrabbit, still sitting there, putting up this defensive wall. And now we have
another Werepup.
The third Werepup coming out, of course, with its brethren over on the other side of the field. Still water enchanted over there.
Now it looks like we're getting the lunar phase that's able to heal yet again, being able to bring up that spirit differential.
And that is the waning crescent. And speaking of healing, here comes Ambrosia. Bo is saying, I am still very much in this game. I'm going to be healing back all lunars, which means that you are in for more lunar nonsense.
Oh, wild ride.
Oh my goodness. I didn't even get to see what that one was.
Which one is that? Is that the full moon?
Yes.
It is the full moon.
That's exactly what that is.
Here comes the Leica Void.
All right. We are lunaring. There is the Leica Void. And
because of the full moon, the Leica Void is unaffected by counter runes.
So those 3 set back row, they look so tempting. But no. On a turn where full moon is activated, you're right. Leica Void cannot be affected by counter runes.
And the attack with the rabbit as well.
Just getting in for chip damage. I don't know.
Little by little.
Yep. Okay, we love to see it. Chillneck, having had such a dominant developed board. Looking well.
Playing an Ambrosia.
That'll keep you in the game. That'll give you a little more wiggle room to activate maybe one of those 3 back row that we've got.
Opting to bring back 2 water and a lunar.
Okay, that makes sense based on everything that we've seen so far. We know that Draking is in hand right now. And a resting!
Ooh.
Oh, on the rabbit.
No. There goes the champion bunny.
Oh no. It should have some flavor text that it's like just immune to everything. It should be the most broken Astrabbit in the history of time. It looks like Chillneck. I assume.
What's going on?
Yeah, it looks like we're playing something here. Looks like
Eddie? Or is that a Galaxy?
I think it's a Galaxy.
Ooh, okay. It was a Galaxy in pass, and it looks like Bo is doing another Ambrosia. Is that the 3rd Ambrosia we've seen so far?
I think 2nd Ambrosia, but we also saw the waning crescent.
Yes.
Which is based. Oh, speaking of, here comes another waning crescent. We are just healing up all over the place.
Manifesting it. You got to manifest that Volclips.
I know. I'm using my powers for good. Volumbra, my beloved. Volclips could ascend right now over that Leica Void if Bo really wanted to. I'm just saying. Whew, and I haven't been keeping track of every single lunar phase in the underworld. I don't know if we are due for a board wipe, but with those 3 back row set for Chillneck, it'd be really tempting.
Do you think Volclips has one of those lined up animations that we haven't seen yet?
Oh, so true. Did not even think about something to look forward to. I think that, Bo looking through her underworld there makes me think maybe. Okay, here.
There is hope.
Yeah.
Opting to pass the turn and see if Chillneck has a response. Galaxy, a very powerful card. Being able to have anything water enchanted have its stats swapped.
Which, of course, with Leica Void being one of those Elestrals that people love to slap a water spirit under to keep it immune to tsunami, no longer an option. That is now dangerous. and effectively nullifying.
And Chillneck opting to set another card in passing.
Okay, very interesting. And Galaxy is a huge threat and basically a wall here that Bo has to figure out how to get around. Of course, the temptation of just swinging over the Galaxy is there, but into 4 back row? I don't know about that.
With all these lunar phases, it's hard to keep track of what Bo is trying to do.
I know. I've been like trying to keep track of all of them. I think we've seen. I don't know that we've seen final quarter. I think that's one that has been missing, unless there was one that slipped from under my radar. But I'm not sure.
And it looks like an expend to draw from Chillneck.
Ooh, maybe just not seeing any Elestrals. Although with the Dracking in hand, a possible Ascension could be good, but Galaxy is just such a wall that I can see the value of keeping that here for sure.
Absolutely. And with the Ascension, if you ascended it into attack, it can't get over that Leica Void. Ooh, is this another enchantment on the Bulldusk?
It is. I'm so please. Is there a Volumbra somewhere? Oh my
Both
goodness.
passes that too. This game is down to the wire, and we're only in game 1.
Okay, and here we see the Ascension. Is it? Oh, into Curubus!
Ooh.
Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. And that is properly enchanted. So we're going to be able to destroy a card if we disenchant water from the field. I don't know if we're going to see that effect. Oh. Even if
Gorgons.
Chillneck wanted to. Bo said, no. Actually, we're not doing
Not
it.
yet.
No. Oh!
There it is!
Oh my god! Yes! That's the bull! Okay, are all the lunar phases
the
in
bull
the
flips.
underworld? Bo, are we doing it?
Are we achieving the dream?
Is it this is the greatest moment of my life. Oh my gosh.
A tsunami.
The tsunami! Oh, but she's there, okay? And it is the gorgeous
She
full
is
art.
there.
Oh my goodness. Oh,
With
this
both
is
casters at 0, this is down to the wire. Volclips is making an appearance.
I'm so happy. And we do have confirmation that there are currently 7 unique lunar phases in the underworld. We need 8 for that Volclips effect. So I think that maybe it is that final quarter missing. It's hard to say, but oh my god. I want to see it happen so bad.
My heart is racing here.
I know. Is this a scoop? Or no? Okay, Curubus ran over. Oh.
With both at 0 spirits, it doesn't look like Bo may be able to get that final lunar phase. Oh, it looks like a scoop.
Well, I think that
That is-
Volclips would be able to hit over the Curubus because of the effect where it gets +1 attack. So I actually think that might have been Chillneck conceding. I think that game 1 went to Bo because of the effect of that Volclips with the lunar phases all in the underworld, which, okay.
Volclips taking the first game,
Oh,
making
my
an appearance
goodness.
on stream for the premiere.
I'm so happy. And I have to say, that is one of my favorite arts that Elestrals has ever done. The full art Volclips with the little baby Voldusk. I've been chasing it since the beginning of Moonrise. I have opened an unspeakable number of boxes to find it. And what a game 1. Oh my, huge congrats to both casters on just making both of our hearts race that entire time.
Oh, yeah, it's leaving me at a loss for words. That was awesome. Hard to keep track of some of the lunar phases sometimes because they're going so fast. Like,
I know. Listen, it was a very humbling experience trying to identify those arts with just like a but Wow. Incredible game from both Bo and Shilnak. We got to see Schnark, who is an all-star. Everyone loves Schnark. We got to see a Volclips not only hit the field, but win the game.
Oh, I really hope we see this.
I think it would be so cool to see the Volclips affect the board wipe happen. But I mean, that game just went to show that even without that, it is a huge, huge effect to be able to get +1 attack from every lunar phase in the underworld. So
Absolutely. Which in that game, it was +7, which is a very hard stat to get over.
Yeah. And we have our players finishing up with siding. We are getting ready to go into game 2. And Chilnak is opting to go first, which makes a lot of sense to me. So let's get into game 2. Who knows what we are going to see this time?
All right, looks like we're starting off with an expended draw.
Classic turn 1, expend, set 1, pass. Yeah. And oh my gosh, out of
Making
the
a
gate.
Statement.
And also in attack.
In attack.
The power that is being shown right now. We are going to see Bo set 2 here, and I assume swing for 1.
Looks like Bo is very comfortable with this play, especially casting in attack. And what do we have here? Is that a foamy? It is a foamy in attack.
It's Smokey's best friend, Foamy, from the tournament pack arts. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Into a tsunami, using it defensively to put their own bunny in defense.
Which makes sense. You don't want Foamy to ever be able to crash. You don't want to allow the ascension into, well, let's see. We saw Draking, we saw Kuribus. There's any number of threats that could turn into.
It looks like Bo is playing the Werepup, searching for a full moon.
Makes a lot of sense to me. Our first lunar phase. I don't know about you, and I don't know about everyone watching, but I am going to be trying my absolute best to keep track of every single lunar. Oh, speaking of new moon, here comes a new moon. It looks like Foamy is probably not long for this world.
Which that is a very good play because it allows Bo to suppress the Foamy, getting rid of the Foamy, so its effect does not proc to go search for another 1-drop water Elestral.
And that was a waxing gibbous that got discarded. So that is now 3 lunar phases that we have seen, 2 in the underworld. With the full moon possibly set? We didn't see a set this turn, but could have already been there.
With all the lunar phases we've seen, there could be more than one full moon. Oh, and here comes the galaxy.
Talk about a card that you would want to use that suppress ability on. This galaxy coming out at a big 5/2, going to be able to swing right over anyone it so chooses, going right into
the Shield of Achilles.
Shield. Gorgeous full art shield.
Absolutely. Negating the attack and putting the galaxy back into Chilnak's hand. Or otherwise, what I like to call a shield. Try again next turn.
That's true. It's right there. It could come back. The shield on the 2 or 3 drops is always what feels great because it's like ramp back up into
Here comes
it.
the full moon.
Yep, there we go. A 3rd lunar phase is hitting the underworld. Okay, we're tracking. That is the 3rd unique one.
And opting to add the spirits to the Astrabbit.
Okay. Going
Could
for
be.
damage, but not making that as juicy of a shield is interesting.
Could we see an ascension into Volclips? And there it is, the ascension into Volclips.
Oh my gosh! Yes!
It's been manifested.
This is incredible. Already Volclips is here. She is gorgeous. We have Lycovoid and Volclips, the dream team. Oh
The
my
wombo
goodness.
combo of Lycovoid and Volclips. And Lycovoid not being affected is unaffected by counter runes this turn.
And that means that our Volclips... Oh, the shield. Okay. There was an attempt... As we were just talking about those very tempting 2 and 3 drop targets for shield, here we go. Although, of course, very expensive. So, you know, there are pros and cons for Bo seeing that happen.
For sure. It was a pretty penny to get rid of that Volclips. But if you don't get rid of the Volclips, there was not much you can do to come back from this game. You would have been taking 5 damage per turn.
And the one of resting on your laurels, clearing the board entirely. Oh my goodness. After what seemed like just a dominant turn from Bo, immediately to be totally answered. And then the Ambrosia to refund that shield. Oh man.
Just goes to show the game's not over yet.
Yeah. Never concede, never give in, except for sometimes maybe you should. Specifically if there are 2 Blistrix and a Cryoscorch looking at you. Yeah. Okay. We are still pretty evenly matched in terms of spirit count, though. Galaxy, as you said, that see you again later shield. We're seeing him again later. Here comes that Galaxy again.
And a lunar phase. Oh.
That is
okay.
We are
timing off there.
Okay, and we're getting, it looks like
it's the one that shuffles back a lunar phase, a Voldusk, back into your deck to search your deck for a Voldusk and put it in your hand.
I believe that was the waning gibbous, I believe. We were trying to keep them all straight here. And here comes that Voldusk coming out. And that means that I think that that's 4 unique lunar phases in the underworld. I think.
Yeah, I believe we're at 4 now.
We are trying to keep track. Although I now see the waning crescent. That is the one that allows you to heal. So I think, is that 5? Did we already know about this one? Bo is just somehow sneaking those lunar phases into the underworld, and I can't even see them happen.
Looks like we're halfway there for the Volclips to make its appearance again.
Although an Eddy coming out.
The entire board. Oh, the Eddy putting the Voldusk into attack.
Unfortunately for Chilnack, though, that Galaxy making Eddy a 1/4, which is, you know, is not the best thing ever for Eddy.
It looks like Bo is playing an Astrabbit, digging for those answers to get rid of the Galaxy or Eddy on Chilnack's board.
Yeah, looking for possibly more lunar phases, possibly another, I don't know, puppy. Werepup could be good here.
Just drawing a full moon would be very nice too. Full moon, just like Bo did earlier in the game, use the full moon to add the 2 additional lunar spirits to their Astrabbit, and then ascend it into the Volclips. I think we can see it again if they're able to dig deep enough.
It could happen. Please, it could happen. We will see. But you're right. Full moon is one of those cards that makes those big drops always a threat. They could always happen when you least expect them. Suddenly an Astrabbit is a Volclips and it's +6 because of all of the lunar phases in the underworld. We will see. Okay, we see a set 2. Maybe one of those full moons. Who can say?
Ooh,
and
another Voldusk.
Okay, the foxes persist. You know who we haven't seen is Volumbra.
No Volumbra yet. I wonder if Bo is using Volumbra at all.
There's a possibility that is not the case, especially with, you know, the full moon ascensions that we've seen. And that is an earthquake. We've seen a resting on your laurels and an earthquake from Chilnack this game. Oh my goodness.
Finding all of the answers for Bo's Elestrals.
Oh man. Removal. Who knew? It's good. And a second Ambrosia activation this game, I believe, for Chilnak. Ooh, okay. Despite playing pretty expensively, especially with that shield on the Volclips, Chilnak being able to stay in this game, keep up with spirit counts, and making Bo really work to keep up with their momentum here.
For sure. This game has been neck and neck so far. Has me at the edge of my seat.
I know. I so badly want to see another Volclips. Please, my baby.
It's like another set from Bo.
One of these, I mean, we know that there's a huge possibility that some, if not all, okay, Ooh. and Ambrosia, which is huge. And
definitely like to see that.
Yeah, we see Thunder and 2 Lunar, keeping around the possibility of maybe re-enchanting that Ast Rabbit next turn to dig for whatever it is that she might be looking for. Okay, and also keeping all these back row live, because this could get out of control very quickly if Chilnak is suddenly able to hit over this Ast Rabbit.
Now, I'm curious how many lunar phases have made it into Bo's underworld.
I think last count that we got officially was 4, but I think we might be at 5 based on the waning crescent. But I don't know. Okay, confirmation. It is in fact still 4 unique lunar phases. Okay. We are keeping track of those for you and for us because I need to know. We are halfway to the 8 unique required for the Volclips effect. Okay. Looks like both of our casters are kind of waiting for something more to happen. Chilnak is looking to be able to finally hit over this Ast Rabbit. Bo is looking for all of the pieces that she needs to make something happen. And we see a lunar phase activation. This is the first quarter, I believe, which is the draw a card lunar phase.
A re-enchant on the rabbit.
There we go.
Down for 3 more cards.
That's what that the Thunder Spirit gotten from that Ambrosia was for. Going to be able to dig here, getting all of these little puzzle pieces to hopefully make some Fox magic happen.
For sure. This Ast Rabbit for Bo has really been her MVP. Being able just to stay in defense position and keep that Galaxy off at bay.
As soon as Chilnak is able to ascend over one of these Elestrals, I would have to guess that it would be the Galaxy, as the Galaxy effect would nullify any of the big boys that could come out here. But as soon as that happens and Chilnak is able to beat over this Ast Rabbit, we've been put on a real timer. However, being able to use that the spirit put on the Ast Rabbit to pay for another Ambrosia, healing back up again, that extends that timer a little bit more.
For sure, putting Bo up to 8 and Chill's at 5. This game is far from over.
We still have lots of magic that can happen. Again, Volclips is never not a threat. Like you said, with that full moon, being able to activate it and then just ascend over into a 3-drop, it's always a threat. Oh, and we see Hurricane coming out.
Taking out the back row.
Oh, man. Okay. And then Ambrosia to immediately refund that Hurricane. Oh, my goodness. We've been seeing people not respect Hurricane all day today. And I believe this is the first one we've seen. So.
Yep, it was the first one that we've seen so far. And it allows Chilnak to be able to put on some pressure, getting rid of Bo's back row.
Although with those being there, I do see the full moon there. If they're lunar phases, we are just giving food for Volclips. That is my dream. I'm gonna keep dreaming. And we see, I'm not sure which one this is. Were you able to see it before the spirit went on top of it?
I was not.
Okay, but we're getting that waning crescent. That is the heal card, which at this point in the game is a huge one to grab.
For
and
sure.
I also
the
see
Lunar Ambrosia.
Yeah, I see a Voldusk back there too, my beloved. And here she comes. Here comes that Voldusk. And the waning crescent, which means that not only are we going to heal, but we are going to be able to activate Voldusk's effect to either heal or draw a card, which Bo is going to opt to draw.
Oh, and another one.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Allowing the Voldusk to be activated again with another draw. The card advantage here has been insane.
And we see one set and simply going to be adding to this defensive wall with both Voldusk and Astrabbit. Okay, Chillnat coming out with an Eddy in defense, still able to activate that effect, but of course Galaxy making Eddy a 1/4 is not
and
great.
Learning from the last game, the Chillneck chose to put the Voldusk into attack instead of the Astrabbit.
And that makes a lot of sense. I think when you're playing against water, the temptation is always to take the Tsunami out. But with a lot of these big defensive bodies like Astrabbit, like Voldusk, knowing that you can always use it defensively like this, it gives you a reason to keep it in the list, for sure.
Is that a Lunar Enchanted Astrabbit?
That is exactly what that is. I don't know if that means Lyca Void is coming, Volumbra. Maybe we're just feeling a little lunar right now. I don't know.
I'm building up the spirits in order to do a hard ascension into Volclips, possibly.
That might mean that Bo knows that whatever this set card is can defend. And here comes Schnark. Oh, everybody loves Schnark. And it is that Draking again. Okay, so that is a scary threat in hand right now, because as we were saying, as soon as Chillnak is able to ascend something, then Bo is put on a timer, and that is certainly something.
And another lunar phase.
I believe this is the final quarter, which means that you can search your deck for 2 lunar phases and send them to your underworld. So that might mean that Volclips? Volclips?
Oh, I want it to happen so bad.
I want to see it. Okay. And that was the waxing crescent that was put into the underworld. And oh my gosh, it's happening! It's happening!
It's Volclips.
And then the Nexus from the Voldusk. Oh no. Oh, the Gorgon's Gaze.
Oh no.
Okay, but you know what? That Volclips is currently huge. I think we have all 8 lunar phases in the underworld, which means that we are at +8, I believe, for Volclips. So,
which would make Volclips 14 attack.
If we can just hold on for one more turn, we might see history happen right now.
And to note, Chillnak has already used their Laurels and their Earthquake.
That is all of the easy removal. Chillnak cannot afford, unless we are going to pay off of Elestrals, to shield this Volclips. So, I don't know. Okay.
My heart is pounding here. I can only imagine how you are feeling right now.
I want to say I am not being biased. I am not rooting for one of these casters over the other. I am, however, rooting for Volclips. I'm so sorry. This is a dream come true. Is it gonna happen? Oh my god! Oh my gosh! That's 8! That's 8! No way! Okay. Are we gonna see the full board wipe for victory on on camera for the final Moonrise premiere. This is incredible. Oh my god. There it goes.
And there they go.
This is the
Every
greatest
card
moment.
returned to the hand, and Volclip's left to sweep up
This
the
is
game.
the greatest moment of my life. Oh my god. And that's gonna be game. Oh.
Volclip's making a dominating appearance on the final Moonrise premiere.
This is incredible. Oh my god. Oh.
My heart is pounding right now. Like I said before, I can only imagine how you're feeling. We are witnessing history right now.
Dreams just came true. I literally, from the time that those cards were announced, I said my only dream was I want to see that happen so bad. And oh my gosh, it just did. And what a game. Because the fact that Shilmok was able to stay in control for so long, Bo was able to just set up the Astrabbit and Voldusk wall and slowly, meticulously set up all of those lunar phases in the underworld. What a game. Oh my goodness.
A dream come true. Being able to just, the battle of attrition there, slowly but surely getting every lunar phase in there, like meticulously planning for that final effect. It was amazing.
This is beautiful, and everyone who is here watching right now needs to claim their I was here badge in chat, because I was here. Zero, you were here.
Yep.
Oh my goodness, what a moment. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh my goodness. That's one of those things that not only when it works, but no one is preparing for it. No one is building around Volclips.
Not at all.
And this was the perfect opportunity. And honestly, like what a button at the end of Moonrise to be able to say, actually, Volclips is that girl. It can happen.
Making sure that she is not discounted.
I need to like take a breath. I need to. This was a beautiful experience. Huge congrats to Bo. She slayed, and so well played by Shilmok as well. We got to see Schnark so many times.
Schnark's the boy.
How are you feeling?
This is round 3. I'm my heart's pounding. And this is only round 3, and the level of competitiveness that we've seen from these casters has just been unbelievable.
It's so beautiful, and you know what? We've been talking so much about Firestorm, and Moonrise really came in and said, I'm not done yet. Actually, I've got a few more things to say, and it's Volclip's board wipe. So. Game.
Making sure that this isn't the prelude to Firestorm. This is the Moonrise premiere.
And speaking of, on that note, we have so many more clashes still to go. As you said, this was only round 3. And on that, we are going to go to a quick break. I need to collect myself. I don't know about you.
Oh, absolutely.
When we get back, I will be joined once more by Svolax, and we will be getting into more action. And we are back in a post-Volclipse board wipe world. And I am once more joined by the lovely Swolex. Swole, did you see that game?
Not only did I see that game, I also heard that game. I had to get protective covering for my child. She was watching, and I think that the absolute hype and aura broke the sound barrier. That was incredible. How are you feeling after all that?
I'm walking on air. I really am. This what a time to put the Moonrise meta to bed. And of course your little Volclipse in her jammies. She's so ready. Good night, Moonrise.
Yeah, little baby's ready to go. I think that what's crazy to see her mother on screen, and the Volclipse was great too. I think that was just kind of a great showcase how these sort of big boss Elestrals, we're talking about it earlier with Zero, and how you can expect the unexpected here today, I guess. I can't believe double board wipe into double ascension on the Volclipse with the 8 lunar phases. That takes some planning that I just don't think I'm able to keep track of.
I mean, the entire time we were trying to okay, so that was waning crescent. That was okay. All right. So that's 4. We're desperately trying to keep track of everything. But even still, Bo was sneaking them in under our noses. We couldn't keep up. And oh my gosh, what a beautiful game. And you know what? For all the little Vol Dusk plushies watching at home, representation matters. They can grow up and be strong, powerful foxes who board wipe and can win games in official Elestrals event.
Definitely some of the K influence, the K power coming strong here, the K tingency, if you will. Yeah. So that was phenomenal.
I have to say, there is a chance that I am at least partially responsible for what we saw. As I said, Bo, if you can make heliolith, cypramol, photosynthesis work, surely you can make lunar phases with Volclipse work. And she heard that and has been truly torturing herself for weeks now, trying to make it work. And it paid off. The
trials and tribulations of Bo has to be studied. I remember talking with Bo a little bit before the Dallas finals, actually, out in the hotel lobby. This is, kind of crazy to think about all this time ago. Mm-hmm. But just the way her mind works and the way that she thinks about this game is next level. It's something that, honestly, I think we'll only ever see in a few handfuls of players as this game progresses. And I think it's so cool to watch a true chef cook.
I mean, it's something that I notice, and I know that I yap on about every time she's on camera, but it's the practiced hand movements. It's the efficiency of gameplay. It's clearly the reps that have been put in. And it just goes to show that do not give up on your favorite Elestrals. In conclusion, if you have an Elestral that you love, if you want to play something, just put in the work, put in the time, put in the practice. And, a perfect place to put that effort in is at these casual weekly tournaments that we have.
Oh, do tell.
Well, we have these webcam casual tournaments. They're great for coming in with either sort of unconventional decks that you just want to give a try, or if you're wanting to get practice going into Firestorm, for example, you get caster coins. We also have on June 3rd a starter deck only format, which is perfect for people just getting into the game. Maybe you're intimidated, maybe you don't have a full deck built, but if you can get a starter deck, then you can play, and again, you can get those caster coins.
I think it's important to note here too is that these upcoming Firestorm starter decks are the perfect entry point for people, not only to get effectively 2 decks included inside of these back to back with tons of great cards, tons of great staples, and can really not only hone your competitive edge, but like you said, great for beginners as well. If you're looking to get something a little more sharp under your sword, we have the June 7th next Premier Tournament, which is coming up right around the corner from Firestorm. So get testing, everyone. We'll hopefully see Volclipse rise again. But I'm looking forward to some of the Firestorm strategies. These players are going to be competing for similar pricing with that championship torching, but also for the qualifying points for Worlds. Today, we will see the first person who qualifies for Worlds be crowned. But also similarly, June 7th, we'll have someone else joining up in their ranks. So we'll see how this meta splits to shape out. I'm looking forward to this Firestorm one. It's going to be explosive.
I cannot wait. And I think that it's so fun that with the addition of these qualifying points, that not only are casters trying to aim for that top 16, but now top 32 is a huge goal to aim for because you do get QP for top 32.
It's so interesting as well because I think previously before, we would say that you'd go, let's say X3, X2, and you're like, all right, I'm out of here. I'm going to go get some lunch. Now you're clawing for every single spot. Makes the competitive nature just that much tighter and really, brings out that huge competitive spirit from I know that a lot of these Elestrals casters have. If the energy inside of these tournaments or anything like was in Dallas, I think we're in for a real treat.
I know that both of us have individually said, I will never be missing an in-person Elestrals event ever again, and I cannot imagine the energy of the first ever Worlds, oh my goodness, in 2026. So that means you all have so much time to start, even if you just rack up top 32s for the rest of the year. You could be going to Worlds.
So I'm looking forward to quite a bit. Wow, it crazy how far we've come from our 20-person Discord tournament to the world stage. I think it's quite lovely. As well, some of those premier cards that players will be getting inside these packs are also high chase cards. We talked about the Hydrake. I've talked about a little bit of the Spectaris. That Eddie also, we've been seeing that Eddie drop down all day. The Eddie is a staple card, I think, in Elestrals at this point, not to mention its counterpart, Dougie or Doogie, one of those. But I think that if these casters are playing for anything particular, that Torsion's also looking quite nice.
It's funny with Eddie specifically, that is one of those cards that everyone has their Eddie art. Everyone has the art that they think is the best, whether it be the bluest possible Eddie, whether it be the stellar full art Clash Eddie or the serialized stellar Eddie. Everyone has their superior Eddie. And if you're hanging out, I need to know what you think the superior Eddie is. And Swole, I have to know what your favorite Eddie is.
My favorite Eduardo is one of these cards that honestly, I love the bluest of Eddies. This Daybreak Misfit Island of Misfit Toys shenanigans. I love the deep blue. The bluer the better. And I think that's what I'm going for. What about you? What you got for your Eddie?
It's not an Eddie that I have ever gotten. Maybe we'll ever get, but I have to say I'm partial to the serialized stellar one. He just looks so tiny. He looks so tiny, and it is so cute. The Clash full art, the colors on it are stunning, and that is a good second for me. However, it's the serialized stellar Eddie for me.
Stellar. It always goes back to those stellars, those huge chase cards. And I know that you are constantly looking for them. I think there was the Armadon more recently, Reverse Stellar, and the Frostmite too.
Yes, I did get the reverse. I was like, did I get the reverse Stellar Frostmite? Yes, I did. My biggest chase was the Rhynymph, which I did not get from this month's Shattered Stars. But hey, Frostmite has already been putting on a show this tournament, so stocks are up.
I'm happy about that. Yeah, just thank you, Sir Tractor. Thank you. We're putting in some work with those Rhynymphs there. It looks like we're getting some round 4 cooking here as round 3 gets wrapped up. We have some excellent casters going to be up here in just a moment. I'm actually looking forward to this one myself. I think that if the last round was for the girlies, this one's for probably just for me personally. But
for Swole specifically. Okay.
Yeah, if I had just one wish this Elestrals tournament, it'd be for all the casters to join hands and sing the spirit of peace and harmony.
That's so
if I had
beautiful.
2 wishes, it would be every single serialized stellar mailed to me.
Yeah, but the first one would be your first.
Of course, it'd been some more. Yeah,
Okay.
we have to rearrange this, of course. So, like, if I had 3 wishes, it would be Voldusk to win this premiere. It would be for the serialized stellars, and then, of course, the thing about the casters joining hands in the spirit of peace and harmony.
Yeah. Okay, but if you had a 4th wish,
I had a 4th wish, and
if we just keep adding wishes, you wish for more wishes. Yeah.
I think Tornado have something to say about that. I can only reveal 3 off that one.
Yes. Yeah, that is very interesting. I know that you are personally partial to the genies.
The genies are quite. Hey, Camp Sunshine here. I think I saw you put on a pretty decent showcase yourself.
I do
Miss
love
I Wish.
Solar.
I love Solar.
sometimes Apollo speaks to me, the gift of foretelling and prophecy. And some of our casters here today, I believe, have been hit with the gift.
It sounds like it. Coming up here, we have Cobalt Sanderson against Alien Legend. Is now where we're currently setting up for everyone. These two casters, Cobalt, if you're familiar, it has been playing for their team name, so to speak, is the Lumaroos. Shoutouts to our Aussies down under. This is they've been chipping away at a deck for a few tournaments now. One of them I got blasted away by, so I'm curious to know if that's what they're going to be bringing today. And for Alien Legend UK, also no slouch. This caster, I believe, a few bubbles, maybe a few tops here and there, and such a cool engine that I think we can see from them.
Wow. So Swiss round 4, this time it's poison for small is what you're saying. we have someone who has vanquished you in the past. This will be really interesting to see.
Well, it wouldn't be a first of many. You know, the funny part is you sit in on enough of these webcam tournaments, enough people are like, oh God, it's you. And I'm like, listen, I just think and play this game way too much, and I love it, every single moment of it. So if I had a nickel for every time that someone's just absolutely obliterated me this game, I think I could be rich enough to buy all those sellers that I wish for.
You know what? That's a beautiful sentiment. If we could turn those L's, those 2 BlueStacks and a Cryo Scorch into dreams, we would all be very wealthy people, I think.
Well, Elestrals is great at granting those dreams, right? Voldusk and Volclips to the top, baby. Let's
I'm
run all the way down.
I'm gonna be riding this for the rest of my life, I think. I will be talking about it. I'm telling you all right now, you're gonna be like, oh brother, here she goes again, bringing up Volclip board wipe, winning both games. Yes.
Yeah.
Correct. I will be talking about it for the rest of this tournament and time. So
this reminds me of when Volclips double board wiped again. Do you all know who Bo is? Yes, Grandma.
Let's get you back to bed, Grandma. Yeah.
Granny Kaylin, can I get some water? Here's a Voldusk instead. Here's all my stellars from Dallas.
Okay, well let's calm down there. Those are gonna be family heirlooms passed down to Kirby, honestly. My dog here.
Funding the college fund, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my goodness. And I actually did just peek at what we are gearing up to be seeing list-wise going into this next round. And oh my God. And I want you all to know, as we go through and watch this, that we are going to start focusing on casters who are X and O. So casters who are in contention for top cut. So these lists that you're seeing, they have all been putting in work.
The iron has been tested, and undefeated. Let's call a spade here. Undefeated casters so far inside of this in this round. So when your heart stops and you're shocked by what you're about to see, just know I don't know if I can revive you. There's not enough Thunderbolts and Funglows alive that can stop my heart from pumping. So,
no, we are going to have enough of a chore here just trying to keep up with our own. I mean, I truly almost felt my heart stop in that last round. I really...
Yeah, someone who's ascended recently to the second plane, any advice for myself here? I don't know if I can get to those decibels per se, but I'm happy that you had your moment. That's really Elestrals history for a couple levels, and thank you, Bo, thank you. But,
Well, all I can say is I hope you've done your vocal warm-ups for today.
Oh, God. Right now, right? Can we go?
Yes. Mommy made me match my M&Ms. Yeah. And we got to get some tea going. We have to make sure that we have the water. So for those of you who at home preparing for a pop-off of your own, pop-off tutorial will be dropping later for sure.
Break in case of Voldusk.
Oh, I am so excited. And the fact that we are barely halfway through Swiss right now, not even halfway through Swiss going into round 4. Like, what a year this tournament has been.
I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, I think it's so you some weeks nothing happens and some weeks decades happen. This is an incredible start to the day, and as we get deeper and deeper into the rounds, normally what we'd expect is a little more known factors, right? Again, we talked about the decks that either have high representation, decks that are more low to the ground, and surely we'll probably see those as we go on. But so far, excellent showcasings of the greatest chefs in the world, probably inside of card game history total, with these strategies, giving us some heart-pumping, electrifying Elestrals action.
And wow, if that has not been the theme of Moonrise. It really, it's interesting. At the end of Daybreak, we were seeing the same Elestrals game after game. The fun part was that they were all being played in unique ways. There's so much skill expression in the game, which was fun to see. But now the excitement is coming from, oh my God, what are they gonna play next? What are we about to see hit the field? What effects that people said it couldn't happen? Yes, I'm talking about Volclips again. I'm so sorry. What are we going to see? And you know what? Sometimes it's Volclips board wipe. And
it goes back to what you mentioned before in the early rounds and before the game started. You know, if we were to sit here in Moonrise forever, then I'm sure we still wouldn't even see the water, the shallow water there. We have so much to dive into, and you're absolutely correct. Like, these players are bringing out all the stops, just consistently surprising us. It's like we're ready to go here for round 4.
Yep, we are getting ready for round 4. Alien Legend is going to be taking us into this game, going first. I cannot wait.
Let's get into it. It looks like we have these 2 casters rearing and ready to go. Debating on a mulligan here from Cobalt. Thinking this hand is good enough, or the Alien Legend UK looks like there might be both keeping.
Okay, yeah, we're deciding. And again, we have the beautiful organized play Hurricane Mat. I get so jealous every time I see these. Oh, so we're just doing it then.
Raw Winjin off the top.
Let's see. Did you call anything? Is anything being added to hand?
I don't think so, but it looks like it's a P-Gust, a Toxiswarm, and I believe that's the Kickstarter Clash Tsunami.
Ooh, I love Toxiswarm. That's one of the Elestrals that I think is just so underrated. And an Aeolus. What?
Aeolus.
We see so much solar wind gen that we forget about the wind part of the wind gen.
And normally just that Jin side is good enough, strong to make it go down easy. I'm so curious to know here, with a Comagma coming down from Cobalt, not card you see every day. Potential Altar of Stars maybe from Alien Legend.
Okay. Possibly. We have a fully loaded Aeolus. See... What is that?
I knew it! Oh, please tell me you have it, Cobalt. So we see a rise from the ashes. Oh. Yes! Oh. Good morning, everyone. The sun is out. Make sure you got your screen on. Comagma effect to draw a card, discard a card, giving you Celestlio, and then turbo the rise from the ashes of the Celestial animation.
Oh my God! Hey, we're unlocking new things. That was my call to action last tournament. Was please unlock new animations, and we have the stained glass Celestlio.
Ooh, we have the big boss of Moonrise last game and the big boss of Daybreak. We'll have to go down to Frostfall and base set here soon. But this Celestlio, huge 13-10 body, foretelling 4 here, trying to pop cards. And there's a Kafmel, being able to pop a card on the board and add the Kafmel to hand.
Oh my goodness. And we have now been given the information that we are on a full set of Rise from the Ashes. So, yippee.
This is incredible. Exactly what I wanted to see here. This was the secret sauce that Cobalt and the rest of the Australian contingency, talking to Cobalt a little bit, they called it Outback Sunrise. And it is just gorgeous.
So what you're saying is that we're looking at a Cabal.
Cobalt Sanderson.
Interesting. And
Crikey.
with those Rise from the Ashes, that means that even if Alien Legend is able to get rid of this Celestlio, as long as Cobalt can afford it, it's coming back.
I think more than ever. I'm curious to know why not the destruction on the Aeolus there. A lot of spirits, but it may be trying to potentially have Alien use those. And I mean, if you're Cobalt here, you're in a good position. Big body, you're protected from Laurels. This was insane.
Yeah, what a turn one. I mean, I think that this has to be like the goal. That is the turn one for this deck, right?
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. This is the ideal scenario for the big lion, with a Nabi coming down from Alien Legend, hoping to take apart this board.
All right. And Navi, of course, being able to really quickly get out of control. One back row set from Cobalt here. Is it one that can answer what's... Although, I don't know. Anytime I see the fingers twitching towards the back row, I'm like, oh, you've got an answer?
Keeping us on our toes here, I think that this Celestlio is in fine hands, I would say. Nabi can't decrease the attack of the Celestlio, so even if this Nabi is able to ascend into a Doppelgator, we just have to hope that Alien Legend can one of the biggest bodies in Elestrals along with this Co-Magma. And if that back row is an altar like we were reading previously, then maybe. But we'll see. Gonna grab an Exaltair. It looks like the Stellar Exaltair.
Ooh. Okay. So we saw the Toxoswarm, we see Exaltair. We're doing Wind Burn a little bit here.
Wind Burn.
Yeah, I think it works.
For that back row, the Co-Magma is going to go down. Nabi Ascension here into the other Moonrise boss. Full, what's this? Doppelgator. Doppelgator coming down. Stellar Doppelgator, which is quite lovely. This Doppelgator 5/4 and non-lunar solar enchanted are down by 1. So this Celestlio is still a big 13 body, so Doppelgator does have a hill to climb both ways.
Ooh, okay. And we've seen multiple times the Nabi line, unfortunately, get kind of walled by solar Elestrals, which I have to be honest, as a solar believer, does bring me joy. But but you know, as I do love Doppelgator, I do love Nabi. I have the little Nabi plush. Gotta always root for him.
Absolutely, those beads in the back are adorable. With the Co-Magma coming down from Cobalt, Sanderson discarding what kind of looks like that's a Stellar Chicken back there. That's that's a Draco Ray.
Oh my goodness. Is that a golden apple of Discord?
That is a golden apple of Discord for the discard. Beautiful tech play from Cobalt Sanderson.
I'm sorry. I don't think I've ever in my life seen anyone play golden apple of Discord. And we were just talking about those Rise from the Ashes always being live here. The threats being threatening. Oh my goodness.
Stellar Chicken coming down off of the Rise. The Phoenix is real. Go ahead and heal back some Solar Spirits, keeping that Spirit differential nice and tight. This is an absolute just clinic of Solar online for this really interesting deck style. All aggro all day. Don't even need the burn here.
Yeah, this is wild. What does Alien Legend even do? Because even with those expensive plays, Cobalt Sanderson has managed to keep, I don't know how they've done this. 10 spirits still. I'm like, I feel like I just watched you spend 47 and a half of them. But Alien Legend already down to 6, and we are barely 7 minutes into this clash.
Yeah, quite costly. This might be a way to do it. We have the Exaltair on the board, which is a pretty proficient burn card, and similar to the BlueStacks strategy we witnessed earlier, it can get pretty low in spirits, and so if Cobalt can't answer this Exaltair for a couple turns, could be in a really dicey scenario. Ambrosia coming down as well.
Ambrosia going to be... It looks like... Okay, Cobalt taking that burn, going to be paying off of the Exaltair to fund this Ambrosia. We've been seeing this kind of play a lot more lately, and I think it's so smart because Alien Legend probably knows that with the board that we're looking at, not much to be done to protect going into the next turn, so might as well use those spirits while you've got them.
Yeah, if you're Alien Legend here, having just an exuberant amount of counter runes is maybe the answer to not only the Celestlio, but like a Tsunami to make sure that this Exaltair stays alive to burn. Gonna pass back to Cobalt, draw for turn here. Wow, this is a threatening board with a
Cockray. Yeah, okay.
That's the TP
and
pack
the first
Cockray.
light! The first light coming out too! Oh my gosh. Okay, so we're seeing another Draco Ray. Oh my god.
Second Draco Ray hitting the board. This fire solar strategy going on all cylinders here, with the Neblio going to be stacking to the top, I believe, off that first light.
Yeah, that is exactly what's going on. We're going to be healing back with Draco Ray. Oh my gosh. And now this is a fully loaded board with one of those threats being a Celestlio.
This is just Solar Blizzstrix. This is just Blizzstrix with a different outfit today. I cannot believe what I'm witnessing right now.
She looks good in gold. What can I say?
She really does. Everything the light touches will be hers. That was a Divine Blessing? I think that was. Just getting a confirmation of a spirit count here from Alien Legend.
Yeah, it's unfortunately, while 8 is a good amount of spirits when you're looking at 2 2-drops, 1 3-drop, and a scoop, yeah, that would make sense to me.
I almost rendered speechless there. I don't know if I was expecting that right off the bat.
I didn't know that this was a deck. I have
Welcome to me last premiere.
I remember, it's so funny because I've been going through my bulk lately, and I remember looking at Comagma and being like, interesting, and just kind of moving on. But oh my god,
the Australians cooking something quite fearful. That was insane.
Yeah, we've got to call it the rise from down under. I think
rise from down under.
We've got to. That was so beautiful. And you know what? From Alien Legend, I was just talking about how much I love a lot of the wind cards, specifically the wind burn. I love Toxiswarm. I love Exaltair. And you're right, as you were saying, with Cobalt playing such a costly strat, leaning more into that burn going into game 2 might be the way to go. However, with Draco Ray, yeah, you know?
Yeah, in your time in the Solar Pantheon, talk to me about Kafmel and like Draco Ray. What kind of like key roles do those cards play in this deck?
Nothing feels better than ascending over Kafmel into a Draco Ray, getting the double heal, getting to say, yeah, good luck, actually, because now I also have a Draco Ray. And you know, we were looking at the representation statistics at the beginning of the last round, and Kafmel, probably for this exact reason, because, oh my god, playing it in most situations feels so great, has risen up in the ranks, and I'm so proud of her.
One of the best cards inside the Moonrise format, for sure. It's a great success from Cobalt. The Wind Toolbox, though, is also no slouch. We saw the Winjin come down, which means that Tornadin is definitely a consideration here. Could even be playing Kafmel themselves. Nemasail even is a tech for the heal, and I know you're also privy to the Nemasail consideration.
I love Nemasail. Because, you know, heal is basically burn.
Yeah, it's just reverse burn.
It's just reverse burn. And on top of that, that could have been a very different game if we saw Winjin hit that prediction turn 1. Of course, we didn't, but again, that's part of the gamble. Or even if we had opened with a first light or something like that, or an Apollo that allows you to guarantee the prediction, guarantee the Tornadin. Going into game 2, I wouldn't say that this is a set game by any means.
No, I absolutely not. The ball is still in Alien Legends court here as it going into this, knowing what to go against here. How do you think Alien sides?
I don't know. I don't even know how to begin. I mean, removal is so important, but also like we were talking about, burn is good, maybe leaning into that. But with Draco Ray, Cobalt is able to play around it. I think that speaks to how good of a deck this is. As I said, I've never heard of this, but it's like I'm trying to think of ways that I would play around it, and it has answers for so many things.
Yeah, the inception of this deck from talking with Cobalt last tournament after I got my booty kicked was that this deck was made just to turbo out Celestlio.
Okay.
It's either Cobalt or a friend of Cobalt said that their son was trying to build for Celestlio, favorite Elestral in the game. And then Cobalt's like, all right, we'll cook. And this monstrosity came from that beautiful, beautiful request.
That is beautiful. From the sun came the sun, you know?
Yeah, real parallel here, you know?
Yeah, I just don't fly too close to it, Cobalt. That's all I'll say. That's going into game 2.
Which you definitely can. Yeah. This one of the bigger weaknesses, I think, of a strategy like this is you do have to see your combo pieces, right? So just there, we saw the Kamagma, the discard, and the Rise. So as long as that key card like Rise is good to go, then you should be fine. So maybe Alien might be teching in, which for BlueStacks you already have, maybe. Things like Divine Blessing, or, a God forbid a Spoiled Fruit goes in there for the Draco Ray or for the Kathmel.
Yeah.
And those are probably considerations that I think Win can definitely do. And
yeah.
I'm speechless. That was high octane. Crazy.
I mean, seeing all of those combo pieces, not only that, but then off of the Foretell, then seeing the other 2 rises, being able to say, even if you deal with the Celestlio, we're early enough in the game that I'm bringing it back next turn. So I dare you to Earthquake it. I dare you to Laurels. I dare you. And Alien did not dare. Unfortunately, could not dare, in fact.
No, there was no dare to be aired. And I think going into this game too, there's gonna be a lot to triumph over. But looking forward to it here. What can Win pull out of their socks? Penterror, maybe. Might be the only option that this deck has.
I think that I just heard Ari celebrate somewhere. Did you hear that?
Just a subtle, let's go, like all the way back.
Best deck, yeah. Mm-hmm. We are getting ready to go into game 2 here. Alien has opted to start us out strong once more with the Winjin. Let's see if we hit the prediction this time.
This predictious has to be not very fictitious. We have a Circle the Sky.
That is the mat, in fact, was... Oh, and we got a hit!
Oh! Prediction was correct. Was this predictious with actually not fictitious? The full art.
Full
art
my
Tornadgen.
goodness. The full art Tornadgen coming out. And you know what? Ooh, that Circle the Sky is live and a threat, apparently. This is giving me Elestriad Season 2 horror flashbacks right now. If I see an Astrabbit come out, I'm gonna scream.
I don't even know what to say about this other than Trisha's gonna have a heart attack seeing that card out. This Solar coming in to enchant the Tornadgen, gonna try to wish for something here. Tornadgen actually could be one of the cards to really help bring this around. We're talking about some of those tech options here, and Tornadgen's a great card to search for those and have a silver bullet for Cobalt's strategy. Let's see what they pick. Resting.
Yeah, removal. Good call.
An Aeolus.
Yeah, and this is going to help us see maybe into the mind of Alien how they're hoping to deal with this matchup. Resting will do it.
And that looks like an Argo.
That is absolutely what that is. Okay.
Yeah, you would know from that one. Those mystery boxes have been kind.
Mm-hmm. Argo, buy some more Pandora's boxes for sure. Hey, Elestrals, you all let me know if you plan on restocking those because I will be buying more. Thank you. I need to go gambling, and I'm not talking about BlueStacks.
Well, I think as we are shuffling up here from Tornadgen, I believe it was the addition of that that Argo that we can set here. Big body on this Tornado, that means that the Celestlio can't get hit over. Or rather, the Tornado can survive the Celestlio hit. Let's see if Cobalt has the magic this time around.
Okay. So the 2 back row set, this is already a better start for Alien. We got Tornado, we have 2 back row. Cobalt, let's see if we're going to see the Wombo combo once more. He can't keep getting away with it, or can he?
Looks like it's going to be an expend to draw into an Apollo there.
Okay.
Wheel comes down, going to foretell a Neblio, a Celestlio, and a First Light. These are all crazy pickups for this piece.
Going to be able to add one of those. Oh, and it's, oh no, I would be nervous if I was Alien right now, seeing the Celestlio add to hand.
That was a quick decision. I don't even know if I would, this goes to this is why I'm behind the desk and Cobalt's out here undefeated so far. I don't know if I would be picking that. Kay, if you see those 3 pop up, what are you picking?
Well, the Celestlio is really pretty. I gotta be honest. And you know what? If Cobalt has a way to make it happen that I don't know about, then who am I to say? It does kind of make me think. We were just talking about Tornadian usually leans more solar, right? But now it's kind of turning into more of a wind card. Here comes that resting on your laurels off of this prediction. You're going resting, the Aeolus again. And what is the 3rd card we're going to be trying to get?
Argo, surely.
But I wonder if, with Alien turning his back on solar, if Apollo really is on Cobalt's side here.
So we're going to go, and that's a Elechick, grab back to hand. This is also a pretty good piece for Alien here. Potentially adding a Zeus if they are teching in the Zeus option. Allowing this Elechick to potentially, and the Tornadian to swing over those big bodies. Just a little more help.
Okay, yeah, Zeus Argo is very scary. It can make some things happen. And yeah, Alien said, I have tried to get this Aeolus twice now. And I have failed. So, oh my god, I'm going to be getting it with Elechick.
Give me the Happy Cloud Man. I would like to cast it and search, please. Pivotal part here, too, if you were going for that Exaltair strategy, having that burn on the ready to start doing incremental damage, because Cobalt here, almost defenseless, takes this 3 damage, which you can be okay with the Kothmel and the Draco Rays, like you were saying previously during the sighting. Now the Cobalt has to does Cobalt have? Is this the turn? Is this the turn we're going to see Celestlio again?
Yeah, and it's okay, Cockray.
It's a Cockray.
And we did see that First Light. There we go. Yeah.
Stacking the First Light. This type of foretelling is stuff that I don't think I could ever wrap my head around. Maybe this is why Camp Sunshine, we did as we did in the Elestriad.
Maybe we needed to bring in Cobalt and be like, hey, listen, we're doing our camp arts and crafts here. We need you to tell us how to do this. Here comes Draco Ray, going to be healing back. Like you said, Cobalt was taking that damage, but really didn't care because this was the combo that he had in hand.
Right on back, baby. We're sitting here doing our macaroni art while there's actual Mona Lisa being painted right now. Incredible. I think that still, you have a hard time getting over this Tornadian as an 8-2 body. The Draco Ray is nice, but a 7 here can't quite combat Alien Legends' big Elestral.
Which is exactly what we were saying before, where it's like, if Alien, that last game, had been able to hit the Tornadian turn 1, this could have been a different game. And we're able to run that back and see that prediction in real time. Lots of predictions going on here.
I'm predicting... Ooh, see a 3 come down here. Heal back from the 3 of that. Looks like that's getting resolved.
Yep.
Thought there was going to be a rise from the ashes. Golden Apple! There it is!
No way! We did see that last game.
This card is crazy. Discard the Celestlio and get to rip a card out of the hand. Spark It is back, just in rune form.
Yep. Welcome back, Spark It. Returned from Tartarus.
Very proud of her.
Sorry, we're still in Moonrise. My fault.
Looks like it's going to take out the 2nd from the left. Let's see what that card was. It looks like that was the...
Oh, what is it?
Ooh.
Well, now there's an Ambrosia and...
there's a Circle of Sky.
Yep. Well, the world may never know.
How many to get into the center indeed. And there's the rise from to get it back. That's Celestlio.
Oh my god.
Layup to the Celestlio. Scottie Pippen to Jordan.
Okay, but we have Argo over on Alien Legends side.
It's like it was P-Gus discard off the golden apple, which I think in this matchup you're very much okay with.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen a single set card from Cobalt, so oh my god.
Well, I will say too, this is the BlueStacks Classic as well. There's the Gorgon's Gaze to stop the Foretell and the Destruction. Alien saved for 1 turn. Okay. Cobalt down to 8 spirits to Alien Legends 13. This is the danger zone for Cobalt. Some Kenny Loggins up in here and see if Alien can wipe out this big lion.
So even if Alien is able to get that resting that he has been so desperately trying to get off of this Tornado each turn, Celestlio is still safe because it would target the Draco Ray. But that is one threat neutralized at least.
Looks like we're trying to go for it again.
Yep, let's see. We're going to see the resting. No, Ambrosia makes, and the resting. Yeah, and what is the final piece of this puzzle here?
Nemesail.
I see that Nemesail. Yeah, you mentioned that. Okay, maybe
Looks
you
like
do have the gift of Apollo.
Well, you know, we spend enough time in the sun. You either get burned or you start getting really good at predicting people's decks. Though I will say, going to the K-Cray school of win building.
Okay, that was the resting. So Draco Ray is no longer safe, and I don't know what we're gonna do about Celestia. I'm gonna be real with you, but there goes that Draco Ray.
100 wind spirits versus 1 lion. Draco Ray going down, but still have to deal with this big sun fiery body. And a boom bat, that'll do it. That'll do it.
I love boom bat. I love gloom bat. I love glim bat. I love all the bats. Big fan.
Glim bat. If you like all the glim bats, name out all of them. No, that's this. I haven't heard that card in forever. The boom bat here in the Stellar is pretty crazy. Getting rid of the big lion, that'll absolutely put Alien Legend ahead. Yeah, getting batty for sure. I've been informed that I am actually, I was remiss and I forgot a very important bat, Morfrost bat. Excuse me. Yes, you can't forget the forms. They are Elestrals too.
Mm-hmm. And they have feelings.
Yes. The Alias coming down here for 3, it looks like, and a Kothmel from Cobalt and a pass, looking to maybe heal up some spirits for another push play.
Okay. Alien, listen, we said maybe if Alien had been able to get Tornado out turn 1, this could have been a different game. And I think we're seeing that reality come to pass.
Yeah, I don't know if you feel that in the air, but the winds are shifting. I think that unlike the last game, the explosivity now, a little bit of time to take for those winds to get kicking up, but the tornado and the storm is brewing. You know, the Outback's kind of crazy, right? Because it's a lot of the desert out there, a lot of sandstorms and desert heat. Maybe see if it can handle this this burn from Exaltair.
Yeah, but of course, the 3 enchanted on the Aeolus, leaving the 1 so that this Exaltair could be live. I wonder if we're going to see simply a swing over, gonna just let it heal.
We got those 3 spirits coming back, up to 6, swinging for 2 damage with the Exaltair. You're in a very precarious position if you're Cobalt. I think you have time for 1 more play unless you have an Ambrosia coming down here. Let's see what Cobalt has. Might be a scoop. That's going to go to game 3 and Alien Legend taking it.
That was amazing because after game 1, I think both of us were like, good luck, you know?
Honestly speechless. We were talking a little bit of what Alien Legend had to do, and I think that's a perfect showcase of just controlling the space, you know, having things go a little bit better, you know, wasn't a crazy turn 1. Yeah, that was nuts. The predictions, like you said, they hit.
Listen, you could always just hit the blind prediction, you know? It could always just happen. And Alien Legend definitely able to be more in control with the Tornadian, getting all of the key pieces that he needed, even if sometimes you had to say, oh my God, I have called Aeolus 3 times. Now I am also going to call Elichick because this is happening. And that is the power of Tornadian.
Such a cool card too. I love the fact that early on Moonrise format, people were like, maybe Tornadian and Winjin aren't that great. And then time after time, these very skilled players just showcasing just the true power of those wishes. Mm-hmm. This was, I'm very excited for this game 3. I don't know really at this point if these casters have any more surprises up their sleeves to tech into, tech out of. That boom bat seemed like it was maybe the answer.
I mean, Circle the Sky, Golden Apple of Discord. These people went back to base set and said, what is that? And added it into their decks. And you know what? I would love to see in game 3, Circle the Sky happen. Because at that point, we're looking at more burn if you're Circle the Skying to Toxiswarm. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's the one interesting part that you can like. That Circle of Sky, that's the one piece of the puzzle, right? And you're completely correct. Like, yet to be seen. Do we see this as a combo piece to it, like for an Ascension? Do we see this as a burn piece? It's a very versatile card that I think eventually we'll probably see, like Rise from in this format, a ton of play. Speaking of that, we're gonna go and get into the play here. Game 3, onto our round 4. Let's do it up. I believe that we're going for Alien Legend first, potentially. If
I was a betting woman, I would say maybe Cobalt, but
maybe.
Yes, looks like Cobalt is in fact going to be going first. And setting 1, Classic. Are we going to pass Classic?
Looks like we're going to pass Classic indeed. Trying to build up those combo pieces on Cobalt's side just so we can get in for all sorts of explosivity later. Some technical difficulties here, fixing up the cameras from Alien Legend side. This would be a very unfortunate, if this is not just Discord giving us a little bit of trouble, this would be a very unfortunate game 3 for Alien Legend. No surprise to a DC webcam events. Things can happen. Discord can fail us. Mm-hmm. We're trying to get it resolved as soon as possible.
We have our judges on the call. They're going to help make sure everything is resolved. As is, from technical difficulties a little earlier, we have a 6-minute extension. So if we're able to resolve this game state and everything, then we will probably hop back in and maybe with a little bit more extension, but we will get back into the action.
You know, I maybe can be thankful for a technical difficulty. I don't think my heart could have handled any more of that. Those were crazy games so far, and I really would love to see that game 3 fully play out if that's possible. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, our time in the sun, it was both these decks really playing the solar side of things. For your preference here, you know, we have Winjin with Tornadian, we have the Celestlio stuff. Did you ever think that we'd see this type of matchup?
No, absolutely not. I mean, sitting in, as we were talking about, Camp Sunshine, and my role was more of an observational one, and seeing you and Soren and PK all cooking and all of these, like, the invention of sunburn and all of these other things. Never did I think, oh, you know what if they put Comagma in there? Oh, you know what? What if... No, that was never a thought.
Everyone, don't let her lie to you. You know, she was an innovator, a cook in her own right, and that Nemesail tech that was peeking out in that last game, that's all her. Camp Sunshine was a group effort amongst many things. Though, you may be right. Comagma is a really interesting choice. The Golden Apple, what have you ever thought of these cards? We definitely could have benefited from a Consultant. No, that wasn't quite right.
No. And unfortunately on that, we have issued a game loss to Alien Legend because there was a disconnect. Again, these things do happen in the webcam tournaments. It's unfortunate. Alien Legend, you played out of your mind. I would have loved to have seen that last clash. The W is being issued to Cobalt Sanderson, who, I mean, either of these casters deserve that win and definitely deserve the 3-0 going into this game record that they had.
Absolutely. Most notably, I think the Cobalt going on for a 4-0 finish here, and with this Celestlio deck, is kind of insane. And I have no doubt that Alien Legend will continue to climb with this Tornadgen deck. If any of the games go as well as that game 2, I think that as long as the internet is kind, I think that that'll be crazy.
I think really what's happening is with the addition of all of this wind into the list, that it's maybe just a little bit too windy. Maybe the internet is acting up. Maybe we just need to calm the winds a little bit. They are still 3-1, which I will say we could hear from them again. We could see them in Top Cut. And again, our casters are also aiming for top 32, which is now a huge plateau to hit, because they will be able to get qualifying points to possibly qualify for Worlds down the line.
Yeah, and I think that's super exciting to see that some of these players who cook this hard, both Alien and Cobalt, can potentially be these Worlds competitors that we will see again. Like, can you imagine having a Celestlio Grand Finals inside of a Worlds event? That's crazy. Here, let's get Cobalt and Bo. We'll just configure a state somehow. The Celestlio will align.
Yeah,
and we'll have it signed out. It'll be crazy.
Yeah, Celestlio gets board wiped because of Volclips, because it's the greatest card that's ever been made. Yeah, but then unfortunately in the next one we see a Rise from the Ashes, because that's a crazy card, and then Celestlio comes back, and now what do we do? I think that we're set up for an incredible future of clashes here.
We can't have 2 heart attacks though. That's the crazy part. At least that's for sure. Mine and yours. So outside the blood pumping action that we've been experiencing, that's been absolutely great. I mean, I think the one point that I want to make here is, outside of the new cards we've been getting, old cards have been seeing just an absolute resurge in popularity. The format's really been wide open, which is so cool to talk about.
I love that I had to ask the question, is that a golden apple of Discord? And the answer be yes. And you know what? It's also so beautiful that Alien was so confident about this Circle the Sky tech that he was advertising it from the beginning. He said, I'm going to play on the Circle the Sky play mat. And even with that in our faces, we never said, maybe they're on Circle the Sky. Maybe that could happen.
You're right. It's great having us follow along with it, convincing us that wish was still alive. I love the anniversary art there too. I know one of the big things from that pack, from that Shattered Stars specifically, is that every single of the Circle the Skies kind of completing out the set. I love each and every one of them so differently. Did we see 2 different arts of Circle the Sky in the deck? I think one of them was the Fleur Mine, and maybe the other one was the Illuminate. Oh
my gosh, I'm going to be honest. I was so floored that I was seeing Circle the Sky that I was not paying enough attention. But I think that that's a question that if later on, I mean, hey, if we get Alien in a winner's interview, that's a question that we've got to ask.
I cannot wait to pick apart the brains of some of these casters, be in the minds of people who are so deep in the kitchen. I do a little bit of cooking myself, but I don't know if I'm ever this type of chef.
Yeah, they definitely have a different kind of fire lit under their stoves. Maybe even a firestorm? I don't know. Okay, as we are cooking, she tried.
Excellent transition.
As we are going into this next meta, I've been loving what feels like a celebration of not only Moonrise, but all of the sets leading up to this point, going back and finding these old, not fully appreciated cards from the past and showcasing them. And like I said, it feels like it's a celebration, which again, with those Circle the Sky celebration pack arts.
Yeah, I think that what I'm still hoping for, I think out of this side of the tournament, is of course more surprises would be killer. We're on 4-0 into this next round for some of these casters, and I think so far, if the top tables are crazy decks like this, then who knows how this top 8's gonna turn out. These top 16s for the carry offs, for the Torchin, I think it's absolutely killer. Yeah. The Firestorm meta too, to shake up everything literally the next day. These casters are going to be doing this tournament, saying, "Oh my god, that was crazy," and then immediately jumping into to the deck building sessions, you know. And I think that's crazy.
There's going to be what many people are calling a Volclip's board wipe of the mind that we all experience going into Firestorm.
Many are calling it this. Many are calling
many
it this.
people, I have heard it,
True.
are calling it that, a Volclip's board wipe of the mind. As we start cooking and opening ourselves up to all of the new possibilities, all of the new, I don't know, Lycovoid Werepup is something I've heard about. That's one of the big, scary, big bad monsters that's coming.
A little scary. I know Zero talked about the tsunami of decks coming in that played stuff like Javlantis, right?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I cannot wait. And of course, I know that you are a person of culture taste class and are a fan of baby bears. So I know we're both excited.
The mama bear will top. You know, I'll say that. We'll be in the kitchen. Hi, Bear Nation. We'll be so back.
Yeah, the new baby Urscote, my beloved. I love her so much. The new Earth Scout, who it's like, yes, I would love to see. Technically legal. Thank you, Shattered Stars Aries, but, you know, no appearances so far today.
Yeah, that's the one thing I wonder if Cobalt 2, considering their strategy, could even tech in as cards like the Volcaries for more Nexus plays. I mean, again, I think you're trying to like slim that down to be as solar as possible, but there's a little bit of fire aggro inclusion there with the Comagma. I think there's definitely some ways these existing strategies we've seen can tech out their decks with those Shadow Stars Volcaries.
And all of these exciting action will continue. We can see more from our casters who, as we've said, have been cooking out of their minds, playing out of their minds. But in the meantime, we are going to be going to a short break, but we will be right back with more tournament action.
Welcome back, casters. Welcome back after a well, I'll say an illuminating round 4 there for Cobalt Sanderson on Celestlio, and a Tornadjan coming down from Alien Legend. Welcome back, everyone. Zero to the cast. Zero, what did you think of that last round?
That was nuts. Just Celestlio cooking. I love Celestlio.
It's so cool to see. I mean, Dimax bringing it into second place for a couple premieres ago.
Yeah,
and then
Julian.
This type of strategy completely different. It's this one Celestlio Turbo, Celestlio Reanimator, Rise, really cool.
It is a really cool strategy. You don't see that every day.
Yeah, what do you think the significance is there for like decks like this? Do you think that this meta currently right now has that type of place for more strategies like that, where it's you have your big Elestral? We've seen it twice now with BlueStacks and now Celestlio. What else is out there?
There's so many things that you can do with it. Like Trifernal is a good one too. Like a lot of people sleep on Trifernal, but it's a really, really high attack Elestral that if it sticks, has no answer, anything they play is getting the -3 to their defense, if they so choose.
Yeah, it's interesting as well because like the OTK piece, the one turn KO, if you will, from the previous Blazerous type of strategy to just like clear board is really strong with Hurricane. We haven't seen much Hurricane today, which I'm actually kind of surprised about.
Yeah, I think we saw one Hurricane so far back in round 3, and even then, it wasn't enough to stop that Volclipse.
No, it's pretty crazy because I think I know that UNK went over the top cards inside of the meta. Is there any sort of like noticing shift that you were seeing into this tournament that our casters are kind of gearing for?
I think a lot of people going into this tournament, like we touched on before, is just the relevance of Argo and just artifacts, and Volcari's making those synergies way more efficient.
So it's so crazy the trajectory of Argo. Kind of this underexplored card really early instead of Moonrise, and then now a staple in decks that you wouldn't even think to play it. Like I think the Wind Toolbox last round showing the prediction, the wish for an Argo after the Laurels and the Gorgons is kind of crazy. At some point in time, thought that card is way too expensive, and it's just back and forth. Really good counter rune though that I'm sure will only get better with cards like Liar from from Firestorm. That card's crazy. Have you experimented at all with that card?
Oh yeah, being able to Argo into a Liar on an attack just to swap the stats. Combat tricks to a whole new level.
Yeah, it's what is it? Argo, Harp, Whale, question mark. Yeah. Someone's already
lots of stat math.
Yeah, what I love about it too is that it's the boosting of the Champion Apollo, right? So the Plucky coming down here, and be able to just have Solar have just one more trick in its arsenal. Previously, before you have decks like the Photosynthesis piloted by previous Dallas Open champion Bo, and that deck was able to kind of mash the two of like Golden Fleece and the Scythe of Demeter as its prime targets for Argo. But now with the new addition of Liar as the Solar artifact, I'm curious to see if we see more like battle swapping decks pop up. The new Galaxy as well, the champion form of that one's cool.
Oh yeah, being able to receive whenever it receives a water to swap stats, so you can control when your stats swap, and not just your stats, it's everybody's stats.
Yeah,
they don't have to be water enchanted. So utilizing cards like Alter and Poseidon just to on your own terms affect the board is going to be really, really fun.
It's incredibly scary.
Circle back for the Blazers that you were talking about.
Yeah. So
I have a deck for Firestorm that me and Magnitude, some of you know Magnitude from the Elestriad Season 4. He and I have been a Blazerous with Wasp Ivy.
Oh yeah.
Utilizing Anvil of Hephaestus.
Interesting. Remind me of Anvil of Hephaestus. No, remind me of this one.
So it gives you +1 attack, and whenever an artifact empowered on your board is sent to the underworld, you can take the Spirit's Enchanting Set artifact and re-enchant them to your board. Now, I think a new strategy can be used with Blazerous and the Blazerous OTK and Volcaries all together. Poison Tunics as an aggressive artifact strategy. You use the Poison Tunics, you enchant their Elestral, you have the Blazerous swing into them. The Poison Tunic will be sent to the Underworld. With the effect of the Anvil, you attach the 2 spirits to the Blazerous, who then can attack again. Either an open board for more damage, or the second Elestral going into Trifernal.
I think what makes this strategy that you're outlining like even more scary too is like the consistency gets better. Like the new champion of Hephaestus, like allowing you to search that Hephaestus, the Nexus Bank. Then you go in for things like Exaltair for like potentially too as well. These turn plays get much tighter and much more aggressive. And like you were saying, the artifact runes like effectively being free from the underworld with these new cards is kind of ridiculous. Anvil's such a powerful card too. That card is, I think, going to be very strong in the coming weeks. I think a lot of Fire players are looking after it.
Oh, absolutely. Another card in that deck that can be used in every Fire deck using artifacts, Reforge.
Yeah, Reforge.
Probably one of my favorite cards coming in Firestorm.
That's the heal.
Yep, a Pseudo Ambrosia. It has the similar effect of the Rummikul Champion of Hephaestus, bringing back the artifact from your underworld. But the Reforge allows you to heal the spirits equivalent to its enchantment cost. So if you choose like a necklace or a poison tunic, you can choose any spirit you'd like and put it back into your spirit deck.
We already have our chefs cooking at the moment, the biggest surprise. And I hope that your students are also taking note too, because as getting ourselves a top player, coaching potential other future top players. I know for myself as a competitor, that makes me excited. I'm happy to play against and hear those strategies and be like, man, this is so cool. I cannot wait.
Really fun. I'm so excited for Firestorm. The possibilities are endless.
It really is just insane. God, it's so cool. Looks like we're prepping for our round 5 now after our kind of explosive round 4. I don't know if I'm ready for another heart attack like Celestlio, but we'll see. What are you hoping to see from this next round? Something a little more low to the ground, or you want more high octane?
Oh, I'm ready for the high octane. Full gas all the way. I want to see the big stuff.
Well, as a Blazerous and Trifernal enjoyer, not surprising. I think that's the fire caster in you. But I think that's absolutely killer. Now the few things that I know that I'm just kind of waiting for this tournament is what's our standout deck. Fallow Kane a couple tournaments ago from Soren pre-Dallas was like the standout deck. Obviously it won, and typically that one's going to be at heal as well. But even then, like right below the surface, they talk about those top 32 spots that are also getting qualifier points. Some of those decks are kind of crazy. I think like 2 Premier tournaments ago, we saw a lot of Krakatuga come back into the meta, which is very fascinating considering that we haven't seen, well, since back in the old days, my bones creaking a little bit, Win the Scent going 5-0 inside of these webcam premieres. That's a strategy I think that under the surface could be cooking, but maybe just the Rise of Fire just doesn't quite make the cut. What do you think about cards and decks like Krakatuga?
Krakatuga is a card near and dear to my heart. It is my second favorite Elestral, only barely because of Kinleo. I mean, Kinleo speaks for himself, but from base set, Krakatuga has been great. I just love the synergy with Eruption. And in Moonrise, having the new card, No Stone Unturned, to be able to search for golems, whereas Krakatuga is a golem, you have Asubatuga as a golem, that whole synergy coming together, I'm looking forward to seeing how well it can perform in Firestorm.
And that's the crazy part. That card even searches like liths, right?
Oh, yeah, because they're all golems.
If Unk wasn't limited, I'm sure that, listen, I love the double grasp, but we'll see. New Verdolith as well can also be brought back with that, or can be searched with that card, which is also some interesting combo potential there as well.
For sure. I made a variation deck actually using Krakatuga off of my Dallas list, and I was siding a Krakatuga in sideboard because it's Eruption without having to use Eruption. Like
on a big body too, and plenty of players are attacking in Galaxy. I mean, you also saw in that the Volclipse game, the Schnark player, dropping down Galaxy to hopefully help combat some misenchanted Lunar Elestrals. And it's still such a powerful card all this time later, which I think is so funny because for so long, Galaxy and the number 5 and all these little boogeymen that everyone is like, oh, I'm worried about this, that, and the other. Listen, I think we have bigger and stronger Elestrals that are just in the game now. Galaxy and this whale, really cool. Don't get me wrong. But wow, I mean, we're seeing some showstoppers with the Celestials, with the BlueStacks, with Cryoscorch.
Oh yeah, I'm very excited to see the surprise pick so far. Surprisingly, we haven't seen much Viserys yet.
Viserys, you know, I was just thinking the same thing. We have the new Viserys from Firestorm about to be legal here in just a little bit, and that's adding the third Viserys back to the fray, which is, it's crazy, right? You can go Viserys into Viserys, and then that's the third Viserys. Alternatively, you know, Viserys, the Firestorm version, has a really solid effect in itself, unable to be affected by counter runes, and having that on a 4-sided body is very useful. So maybe we'll see Viserys rise again.
Oh yeah, for sure. You know, Viserys, I have a love-hate relationship with the Viserys. Whenever I use them, I always lose. Whenever they're used against me, I can't stop them.
they always have Tsunami. They always have the shield.
Oh, it's always the shield.
It's crazy. As we're setting up for our round 5 here, by the way, we have Lego My Ego and Sam Carson, 2 casters who are duking it out today with some, well, I would say some explosive strategies is probably the best way I can put this. Looking forward to this match here. We were just kind of talking about some of these on the broadcast earlier. I think we're in for an interesting matchup here. Hopefully we can see some of the new toys, if that's any sort of indication we're about to see.
Oh, that would be great.
Big fan
it looks like
of
both of them are coming in at 3-1 so far. So they've been having a great day of clashes.
Yeah, it's one thing to note too. You know, we've seen a lot of great triumphs and also some unfortunate losses today. And the records for Elestrals is something I know a lot of people sweat over. And as a competitor myself, I can very much tell you, I'm like, listen, you take 1, you can take 2, and you can have the best tournament run of your life. This is a game all about having fun, experimenting, and doing some of the coolest things in card games, period. And just knowing that you're doing well with maybe one of your favorite decks is a great feeling.
Yeah, and also to add to that, like, just because you don't have a lot of experience playing certain decks doesn't mean you can't make it all the way. Prime example is Danny, Luke Von Karma, back in Dallas.
The entry to top 16 was an amazing feat to watch. Undefeated up to round 6, I believe, which was such a fun little thing. Or I think it was you and I actually were sitting next to him in the rounds, and I was like, "You're what? You're undefeated."
It's learned how to play this deck 5 minutes before starting. What?
It's amazing. It really does speak to and the low floor, high ceiling of this game, and how easily accessible that you can go to. As we go into this
before, to those that I've taught how to play the game at Learn to Play demos, the game is easy to learn but difficult to master.
Absolutely, 100%. And I think that's what draws in such skilled players from all sorts of walks. And as we're going into this game here, we're set up and good to go. We're gonna walk right into round 5 of the last Moonrise event tournament. We have Lego My Ego going first against Sam Carson.
All right, here we go.
Out for a mulligan here, it looks like, from Lego.
Getting rid of a fire and a water. That's interesting.
Curious to see what popped down here. We've seen a lot of different fire variants pop in, and expend this early, you can maybe afford to see it in game 1, normally in these best 2 out of 3s. And I imagine with a deck that might be less consistent, or potentially a deck that wants to see more explosive turns, you want to have this expend. So we'll get the mulligan in here and see if this is another keeper. You don't want to go down to 16 spirits normally. And it looks like we're going to keep this hand. It's going to be a...
Volcari's, champion of Hephaestus, making his debut yet again.
Let's go. We were just talking about how we want to see it in the Stone Art Hephaestus. That's one that we don't see every day. Underrated Shattered Stars pick.
Oh, absolutely. I think this is going to be Hephaestus's first time cast on stream today.
And what a cast it'll be under the beautiful artwork for a 3. And then now that the Hephaestus is enchanted, Big animation.
Look
There's
at
the
that animation with
big
the
hammer.
Searching for a hammer.
Team. Thank you for there's the hammer
They
itself.
manifested it.
You love to see it. You know, old school Volcaries, you know, would be boosted up by so much right now. And this new school Volcaries using the spirits from the underworld, just like we were talking about with this effect, for a very efficient spirit play. And this is resting food if I've ever seen one. But see what Sam has in response. Set 2 cards to start. Set 3 cards to start.
Ooh, a Boltuga. Are we seeing Krakatuga?
Boltuga? I mean, gonna go and expend that to search for eruption. I am speechless. The little Lechuga that could, little green turtle, is so interesting. I'm gonna use the Gorgon's Gaze off of the Hammer of Hephaestus here to stop the Boltuga from searching the eruption. I don't even know if that's super worth it if you're Lego, just because you have fire native and you can protect yourself. Looks like we're gonna go for Eddie here to swap that Boltuga to an attack.
Yep. Also to note, Eruption in this matchup coming from Sam Carson, it's not good against Lego Maego, at least in game 1. Eruption being 2 fire spirits to burn them for 3, but if they have a fire enchanted Elestral like Lego does with Valkyries, it's only 1. So you're going to be losing some spirits there.
The Gorgon's Gaze coming down to stop the Eddie swap, meaning this Boltuga can potentially live another turn. If we see an Ascension here into a maybe a Vesuvatuga or a larger Elestral, that would be ideal. The Boltuga only having 3 attack and 4 defense is something that is well, it's a decent defensive body, but it looks like this Hammer Hephaestus might be able to make quick work from Lego using the spirits off the underworld. Tsunami here coming down. Eddie still's in attack, and this Boltuga is holding on strong. I'm trying to sort out some spirits. Potentially, we're going to go back to the main and going to ascend
into another Boltuga. Loading up on those eruptions.
I'm very curious to know, maybe just to thin out the deck and just to have the card advantage there, seeing the beautiful Stellar from Eruption being picked up by Sam. Again, if you're Lego here, I think you can be very happy with this expend to search. You are not worried about this Eruption, at least like you said in game 1. They're checking their hands here to make sure that everything is up to date. 11 to 15 spirits so far, though, from Lego. Though they are in a pretty demanding board position, I fear as if the spirit differential is pretty high. Potentially trying to use the spirit from Boltuga for maybe an ambrosia of some sort or a rune. Trying to clarify that, I think, at the moment.
And also, one strategy that Sam can be utilizing is getting those eruptions in hand for later in the game when they have an answer for any fire Elestral on Lego's board. Because then it leaves them susceptible to that eruption.
I see a pull off with an Earthquake.
Earthquake!
Stellar Earthquake on the Volcaries, getting rid of this lingering effect to use the spirits in the underworld for the artifacts, and goodbye to the Hammer of Hephaestus, dropping the hammer down themselves. Now that Eruption, and like you said, very much more potent now that fire is out. But a second Eddie hits the board.
Ooh, another Eddie. Let's see if this Boltuga is not going to make it on this one, it doesn't seem.
No counter runes to back up the little turtle. I think that Eddie is one of the strongest little Elestrals in the game. And what's so funny, typically in a play like this, you would maybe see some counterplay with another Tsunami, but that Boltuga being water enchanted means Eddie swaps it, and not even a Tsunami would protect this if there was any counter runes at all. Now with the board stayed open, Lego is back in the driver's seat, but also with no counter runes of their own.
Sam has to make some decisions now. Lego has nothing in the back row, so it is pretty safe, depending on what Elestral they choose.
I think potentially here we could see a third Boltuga.
Third Boltuga.
I was hoping for maybe a Viscerous when I saw that Earth Spirit like we were talking about during the break, and this would be the perfect time to drop it down. Maybe even a puppy for Necro. I'm going to go for the Eruption.
And here we go.
Oh,
and just
man.
note that Sam has one more Eruption in hand from that second Boltuga that was ascended.
Was that potentially a misplay, a missequencing going for the Boltuga?
And there's the second Eruption.
Because I think what we have here is you could use the one Eruption, cast the Boltuga, use an Earth Spirit to expand, add back the Eruption, have 3 Eruptions this turn. I don't know if that was potentially a missequencing here, but this 4 body's got to hold on for dear life.
And I'm not sure that Boltuga is going to be able to stick around for long. That Hephaestus is still on board, posing a threat. You can use its effect to go search for any artifact from your deck, and I'm safe to assume that there may be a necklace in that deck to allow that Eddie to get over the Boltuga.
Ooh, an
Lavalith?
Absolith Cinema coming down here with the new Shattered Stars Lavalith. This nice reprint in the full art. I know the casters are really looking forward to this one. A big 6 body, Water Enchanted. Don't really need to use its effect. There's no counter runes, and Eddie getting in there for 1 damage. That Boltuga was made quick work by the new full art.
And this game's coming down to the wire, 5-6 on both casters.
Yeah, it still seems so commanding from Lego, but I think Sam can still be in a really strong position. You know, use the Eruptions already, so Lavalith is not super scary. Going to use an Eddie here to swap the Eddie down to defense.
Eddie of his own.
Eddie on Eddie violence. So we see a counter rune reaction from Lego. With 5 spirits left from Sam. So this is an interesting choice here. I think if that's a shield, you fire it off immediately. I think if it's a Gorgons, you also are okay with that. Nope, Eddie's going to go through.
Yeah, they could be holding it back just to keep that protection for the Lavalith.
Ooh, and there's a Kinleo.
And that's why Hephaestus was staying around.
Trying to play out for a turn where this Kinleo could be safe, and this is definitely the time to do it. Destroying this Eddie, going in for 4 damage. I think this would be game 1, and that is it.
Ooh.
And there's a Tadpuff reveal from Sam. I think that this could be confirmation that is Krakatuga, and that's a quick game 1 from Lego.
Oh yeah, for sure. For Sam, what do you think they should be siding in against this Valkyrie's deck?
Ooh, you know, I think it's not what you're siding in, but rather what you're siding out, right? We're going out of those Eruptions. I think you might even be getting out of those Boltugas. If you have another body in there, I would even go for a Necruff. You know, something that can just potentially threaten these bodies and these boards. Because while Boltuga, great defensive force, that 3 attack ain't hitting over anything.
Mm-hmm.
What's your thoughts on Lego's play here? Fire Nexus expert on the desk. the Hephaestus there. You say your current build is kind of all Zeus powerful, and that kind of showcases how strong Hephaestus can be.
Oh yeah, for sure. So I ended up cutting Zeus because 9 times out of 10, Zeus was just a misenchant to use for Kinleo. And now that we have, circling back, we have the synergy with Valkyries. It's such a great card. It replaces the Elichick in the build that I had to go get the Divine, the Nexus Bank, and I now utilize more Poison Tunics and more necklaces. Come with Firestorm, we have Torch of Hestia, which is going to be a great tool to use for any fire deck, really. Being able to just grab those Nexus Banks to use with Kinleo to immediately put pressure on your opponent, it can change the game.
In an instant. I mean, if you're Lego here, what do you think you're siding out of? Maybe those Eruptions in main deck if you had them in there. But what are you siding into? Maybe some more Elestrals. The fire deck has such a well-rounded suite of Elestrals. I mean, I hear that some could even play Rhyceros.
Yeah. So Rhyceros is a really fun pick just because it alters the tempo of the game and nobody expects it. But for Fire alone, cards that haven't seen much play in the past, like Caperfume, is a really good card. Being able to special cast other 1-cost fires to the board and getting buffed up equals the fire on the board as well. Like the Eruptions, I believe, would come out of Lego's deck. I don't think they're going to come out of Sam's deck because of Krakatuga.
the ability to use the destruction effect is so powerful there. Yeah, it's kind of a weird double edge as we're getting into game 2 of Krakatuga versus the new champion Fire Nexus. Then we have a
Nog turn 1 from Sam.
Beautiful Stellar Nog, drink up Zeus, and draw those 2 cards. I think this is going to be trying to dig for those eruptions, dig for those combo pieces. Tad Puff, like we saw in the kind of the reveal there at the end, with a Krakatuga is also very strong start because you can already man out these big bodies.
Ooh,
Pelquarius.
Very
Unfortunately,
cool
I know that one off my heart. Not a very well-known card. Talking about these like niche Elestrals with 4 defense, searching that Tad Puff out, which definitely signifies that Krakatuga. This card, Pelquarius, is one that I tried to make work at one point in time, and Peeps, my dear rival, I'm so sorry. But it looks like Sam's using it to great effect here to grab that Tad Puff to hand. And just like Boltuga before it, maybe the 4 attack is enough, or 4 defense is enough.
Yeah, that last Boltuga stayed on board for quite a while, so I think if anybody can make it work, it's Sam. Oh, turn 1, Volcaries yet again. But Sam denying the search for the Hephaestus with that Gorgon's Gaze.
With the Gorgon's Gaze, they're a very strong target here, just like Elichik being a kind of a premier Gorgon's target. I'm sure this Volcaries, as we're going to get deeper into Firestorm, is just the same thing. Anything that says, get me my Divine, get me my deck online, but it doesn't matter, the Hephaestus was already in hand. That is classic. Going to pass back, though, as the Volcaries cannot attack, so no real big use in trying to make a push here. This Pelquarius on the board as a pretty decent body. You have the Tad Puff. See if other pieces are together for Sam. Even if, like he said, the Eruption comes down, going to expend to go for the Tad Puff.
The Tad
a
Puff
destruction
effect
could be huge.
All right, can we see a Krakatuga?
Better be a Gorgon's back there, Lego. Fire Spirit on. Show me the big turtle.
And
there
the
it is.
stellar Krakatuga.
Gorgeous. The Kickstarter packs are really just giving it with the Pelquarius getting shifted into attack here. Krakatuga, base set hero, expending 2 to have Lego expend 3. An Eruption here just for the destruction. This is a not very well known effect because it's been just so long. When you activate Eruption, Krakatuga can target and destroy a card on the field. And just like Zero was talking about previously, not sighting out of these eruptions is key to have that destruction effect go online. And I think that was a perfect showcase of why you would keep that in there, just for a little bit of burn and a little bit of popping.
Yep, it may cost you 1 extra spirit to do so, but targeted destruction is very powerful, as we see with Earthquake being down to 1 along with resting on your laurels.
The only difficulty here, I think, is that Volcaries is a 4/2, and Pelquarius is a 3, and the Krakatuga is a 4. Gonna expend 2 to burn for 3 on Lego, putting on just a little bit of mid-range pressure here. Sam down to 9 spirits. I think if you're in this position, you have to have an artifact or something to get over this Volcaries, or else maybe the Krakatuga in defense may have been better.
There's the Earthquake. Speaking of Earthquake.
Yeah, there we go.
So much removal coming out of Sam right now. Being able to get in for 3 damage just because they use the Krakatuga effect to get rid of that back row.
Yeah, total turn here on spirits. You have the 3 from Krakatuga, you have the 3 from the Elestrals on the board, and the 1 from the Eruption. That is a total of our 6 or 7 here. My math is correct. And that was a pretty good swing turn. Now that Spirit Differential's not too far off, and Sam being 7, Lego being 9. No back row from Sam, though, makes this a little bit tricky.
Let's see if Lego has any answers to follow up with the big turtle. Using Hephaestus' effect to go search for an artifact. Getting a hammer.
Hammer can do it. That'll be a big body enough to get over Krakatuga. This is maybe the worry of having Krakatuga in attack position, is that any 5 body, or at this point, a 4 body boosted by that hammer can do it. And there's Lava Lift.
Oh, the Lava Lift. And sadly, no targets, but I don't think they need it.
Yeah, this is going to walk swiftly over that Krakatuga, leaving the Pelcarius just a bird in the sky. Absolute cinema. It's going to be an interesting choice here. If Lego, again, this is a game of no counter runes is so funny here, considering that both these decks, I think, would benefit very greatly from a little bit of defense with these explosive turns. But I'd love to see how both decks can fully form these fire strategies, having cards like Lavalith and the Krakatuga come down. And an Earthquake from Lego.
An Earthquake of his own. Now note that Lego has the hammer in hand from the Hephaestus, and if they are both enchanted at the same time, the Empowered Elestral cannot be targeted by opponent's Elestral's effects.
This Lavalith, already a big body, going to get over, then clear the entire board. I think this was the, as many are calling, the Volclipse board wipe of the fire deck. I've heard many are calling it this.
Oh, okay.
This was incredible. Didn't know fire decks could harness that power.
And just like that, the tempo is swung right back into Lego's favor.
Sam coming down here with a Boltuga, expending to try to find an Eruption. Again, this is maybe the play here, having a set counter rune, finding a way to get into Krakatuga once again, and then using Eruption to clear out the big body like Lavalith. This is a tight game still, 5 spirits to 5 spirits, so no burn ending, hopefully, but maybe.
Pass with no back row. Alternatively, Sam could be trying to set up a Subatuga, which with the cast of Eruption allows them to heal spirits as like a little pseudo Eruption heal card.
Yeah, the flexibility of that is really, really strong. And then as an Astrabbit comes down here from Lego, trying to search for some cards, and Ambrosia would be nice. But I think the Subatuga, a card that definitely is underexplored, I think, especially with how strong Earth is, and would have been an amazing follow-up if this, let's say Lego just chooses not to attack, give the one homie draw for the burn respect. But I think this turtle is going to be
a Poison Tunic.
Saying goodbye. Poison Tunic as well for the burn on the destruction, and that's a showcase from Sam with the hand, and Eddie in there as well.
And that was a quick 2-0 for Lego.
Wow. Fire really showcasing out there on both strategies.
And there were 2 different aspects of fire too. You had Volcaries using the artifact from Hephaestus, just showing the prelude to Firestorm. Yeah. And on the other end, you had Sam using the tried and true Krakatuga burn.
We were just talking about that over the broadcast, where it's like there is a lot of different versions of these decks that can be built. Zero, you're talking about earlier how in the Volclipse game, a great showing that Lunar aggro was seemingly like the only way to play Lunar for a while, and then Bo comes in here, shocker of all shockers, showing us really what's going on with a deck like Lunar, more control strategy. Do you think this is kind of a similar case?
Oh yeah, for sure. So many different elements in this game have multiple different applications to be built with. I think as more sets come out, you'll see the strategies bloom.
Yeah, pun intended, and so to speak. But I think for these 2 casters specifically, that was a really cool game to see. I know, very quick from our fire champion of a Festus player. Great to see those cards get into action and just showcasing the power of that right now before we even have the rest of the fire tools. Just having the Volcaries on the board, being able to use those spirits in the underworld means that you are able to keep up spirit efficiency. Mm-hmm. That is insane to have. Hephaestus, finally a card that we have not seen in a long time, getting its day in the sun. And even having itself insulated from the eruptions on the side of Sam, was a kind of a frosting on top of the cake here. For Sam, too, I think a great showcasing into the explosivity of, pun intended, the deck for Krakatuga. Destruction, burn, all of them mixed together. I think you showcased what your deck wanted to do. I think you weren't able to find the counter runes maybe to have those defensive measures, but still a great showcasing nonetheless.
For sure. So moving forward, what decks in Firestorm do you think, or what cards in Firestorm do you think can ascend current deck lists from our Moonrise metagame?
Ooh, I think we are waiting to see like a Chrysor deck come down.
Chrysor.
The champion of Aeolus, Sorlet, is I think one that's very strong, and the champion Chrysor as well. When a Sorlet destroys an Elestral by battle, ascend into the Chrysor. It's not just the champion Sorlet that can do that. So now you have multiple Sorlets and increasing your chances of having the Cerebro special of just Sorlet and destroying things all over again, which I think is very, very strong. So win decks have a little more tools to them outside of potentially some things we've seen just now. Obviously, Majesty is a big one, and having that line be a little more definitive, which I think is pretty crazy. The one that I am curious about is a deck like Krakatuga, right? What kind of burn or what kind of fire/water tools did this deck get in this? Like, this was already a pretty good showcasing nonetheless, and I don't know if you can get any higher than this. This deck going 3-1 today so far, and not out of the top 16 by any means.
Oh, so by no means.
Can we see Firestorm improve a deck like this? I mean, maybe. But what are your thoughts there?
So in Firestorm, I think Krakatuga has some tools like in its arsenal. With the introduction of Harpy allows the whole, hey, you have to attack me instead of going after Krakatuga. Paired up with Fun Guide, which I'm sure
more than familiar.
You are very familiar with. You can turn it into a more controlled burn package where you're just negating all of their attacks until you have all of your pieces assembled, and then just lay on the destruction with the eruptions with Krakatuga.
Which is such an interesting idea, right? There are several Elestrals in this game that do have that you cannot attack but this card effect. And so having something, the double, the Harpies and the Fun Guy potentially creating this lock, so to speak. And that is really strong, even maybe mixing some Bellobees in there. I've seen some, this is a callback to a couple of premieres ago, but Full Frontage dropped a Bellobee on me, made a Krakatuga unaffected by runes. I was just absolutely surprised. It's such a Forge on a walking body, also cool to see.
Oh yeah, I just actually pulled a Stellar Bellobee.
A Stellar Bee.
Oh yeah, I got number 5 out of 99 about 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Let's go. That card is crazy. Shout out to PK on the Fornax, by the way. That card, I am curious to know if that also might see some play come Firestorm, given that bounce effect is very similar to Spinosect.
Oh yeah, and I mean, just showing what Bo did back in Dallas, utilizing the bounce effect from Heliolith.
Absolutely. Super strong.
The bounce effects alone are just very powerful. Being able to target any Elestral, all the spirit's gone. If it's Divine, which segues into another card, the Champion of Hermes Spinosect.
Yes.
When it comes in, you can bounce an Elestral.
Yeah, it's
very powerful.
It's so very strong to have these cards. Again, returning to hand is a very interesting effect. We go from the evolution of Shield, which is just a card that says, when the Elestral attacks, bounce it back, send it back to hand. You lose the spirits, but you're also kind of giving up tempo. The next turn you have to deal with that 5 body. But having that on a shield-like effect on a very big body like Heliolith, Spinosect, Fornax, and all these sort of strategies can be very strong. The Harpy, going back to that just a little bit, I think is definitely an underexplored type of card, especially for something like Water. Notoriously, too, Water is a fairly aggressive strategy. It's low to the ground, playing cards like Galaxy, the new Galaxy as well, the Eddies. And so where Harpy kind of fits into that strategy, I don't really know. But like you were saying, instead of a Krakatuga or a deck that wants to build its resources, could be very, very powerful.
Yeah, for sure. And along with the Harpy, not just the taunting effect, it is when it is destroyed in battle and you have a Divine Enchanted, you can draw 2 cards, which is just refilling your hand.
Yeah. You're having to dig for those counter runes, dig for those combo pieces, the eruptions that we saw that Sam also was trying to search for, trying to see if we can close out some games that way too. I think that it's very interesting. The going from our Blizztrix to Volclips to the Celestlio, we start to see these big 3-drop Elestrals the past couple rounds into the battle of the 2-drops. Things like the Lavalith, which is currently limited, and the Krakatuga, which I think Ascensions is so cool inside of Moonrise. For so long, I would say that Ascensions were almost seen as you don't want to play them. Don't play the Ascension, play only 1-drops. But these chefs are in the kitchen. They are cooking up some strategies, and now the format is in such a way where these big 2-drops are coming down and ending games, ending tournament runs.
Oh yeah, for sure. Going into a bunch of the 2-drops, we have all of the liths. Like, we have 2 right now that are limited. We have Arcolith and Lavalith. Are there any other 2-drops in the list that you look forward to seeing played?
Oh god, inside the liths, or like, man, Necrolith is one.
List, and then we'll go to the other 2-drops. Because I think some of the other lists deserve a little bit of love too.
Yeah, I think I'm firmly in camp of like Necrolith. I think will have its day, especially with cards like the new Werepup that I think will be very, very scary. Being able to destroy cards. It's very much a future forward card. My girl Aviolith. This card is crazy. I cannot remember the caster's name at the moment. I think it was Prime on the Play Network. I'm like going back to my old man brain here. My gray hair is showing. Drop down Aviolith in its entirety on the board, and I was like, yeah, the drawing is fine. What do I do here? It's just a big body that gains you advantage, fairly decent stats, and it just like you said, the Harpy effect, that draw 2 can be somewhat powerful, especially getting into a later game. So I think those cards I would love to see explored a little more.
Oh yeah, finding those cards, like from the Aviolith alone, being able to draw cards equal to the number of face down runes your opponent controlled, you can draw into anything. Your Argos, you can go Earthquakes, Laurels, like possibilities are endless.
Now, what about you? What 2-drops for Firestorm? What's on your radar?
All right, so 2-drops for Firestorm. I already covered Javelantis. That one's going to be really fun. Another one that I want to have some fun with, I haven't done too much yet with it, is the Ankylo Surge.
Oh, Ankylo Surge. That one
Thunder and Earth Elestral.
Looks beautiful, and back in the day, we would call that crazy. You know, Thunder and Earth were the 2 best decks around, and you're like, you're going to make a card that's good for both? What are you doing? I'd love to see it.
I think I want to pair up the Ankylo Surge with Lycavolt.
Lycavolt?
Original form of the Lycavoid. Lycavolt being able to just keep that pressure on your opponent of keeping them to discard cards, because the Ankylo, it's the little one's name again. He is fleeing my mind right now, but the little guy allows you to discard cards.
Yeah.
Discarding the Ampups for the Lycavolt, or to make the Lycavolt stronger. I think discard's going to become a really fun archetype in the game, especially with the return of Sparkit.
Well, and you know, we saw the effectiveness of the discards with stuff like Cobalt in the previous rounds, and the Rise from. I'm curious to know if we're going to be getting stuff like Rise, also Hermes Trickery as well. It's going to be another underworld really centric card that's going to be enabling some of those discards. You know, Sparkit does come back from Tartarus, but doesn't mean that everything's entirely safe. So I definitely agree with you on that one. I'll be looking forward to playing some of those strategies inside and kind of sharpening my steel a little bit inside of some of the casual tournaments, which we have coming up here in just a little bit. Now, Firestorm's not legal for just a couple of them, and there'll be a starter deck when that gets there, but May 20th is the next upcoming Tuesday casual webcam tournament that if you are watching this broadcast and want to maybe participate in some future tournaments, maybe have some fun with the Elestrals, it's a great chance to hop on and engage with the community and have a fun time. May 20th is the next one coming up. After that, May 27th for another casual format, both very similar to what you'd see today. For June 3rd, post Firestorm release, it'll be starter deck only, which again, if you're a new player or a returning player, really try to sharpen your steel and learn this beautiful game with the new duo starter deck from Firestorm, the Majursa and the Majesty, I think are ones to know.
Yep.
And then
one. Zeus and Hermes,
which are crazy in itself. You get so many powerful cards to really boost out your strategy. And I think from there, you know, the format might be a little bit different, but if you're looking to get something really competitive, let's say you're feeling good about your strategy so far, June 7th is the next Premier Tournament for Elestrals. Turn pricing for these are quite crazy. More champions trying to go for the Torchin Champion of Hephaestus. As well, you have the qualifying points, which are going to be earned today as well. We're going to see the first crowned world invite from today, and very similarly for June 7th. 250 points, direct route to world. Second place, 125, so just around the way. And up until top 32, you can still gain those points. So June 7th on that next one, mark it on your calendars. I'm really excited for this one. I don't know if I'm gonna be at the desk for it, but I'm gonna be either on the webcam desk or back behind here talking with y'all. I'm excited to see what we can do. I'm rearing to play some Firestorm.
Do you have any decks yet that you think you're going to bring for that June 7th premiere?
Well, bears or bugs, you know, I'm partial to those two at the moment. There's definitely some secret sauce there, or thunder. I want to experiment with thunder, but when I'm sure I'll go 7 hours deep into the app session before actually deciding what I'm going to play, and hopefully that can illuminate some options here. But I mean, we've had some really strong strategies today that I might want to innovate upon too, and never can count out the old strategies. So for a long time, you know, people saying like, oh, don't play the old cards, don't worry about it. But so much, and it's really cool about this tournament, plenty of them have been coming up and showing some love to cards like Golden Apple. It's a base set card that everyone thought was just like a throwaway card. That's so strong, so strong.
Oh yeah, and there's a lot of cards from like the earlier sets that are getting a lot of love with the new cards in Firestorm, such as Titana Strike. Being able to search for a Thunderstorm, and it tag teams with the old Titana Strike. So when you cast a Thunderstorm, you can expend a Thunder to destroy a card, which we saw in the last round just now with Krakatuga. Destroying cards very powerful.
Yeah, and you can the combo off with the full Thunderstorm strategy with something like Funglow, My Beloved into Brontiglow. Very strong combination of cards. One thing in the big theme of this tournament, Firestorm, is really allowing these larger Elestrals and these bigger boards to be made and created. And I think that's such a cool idea, is that you're not only giving new cards the support, but the old cards get so much love there. Titano Strike, very scary on a 4/4 body. I heard somewhere that like this was A Drive's new favorite stat was a 4/4. And you know, I think that's very interesting, considering it's a big, good all-arounders for a lot of these cards, and some of the effects are really powerful. So I'm looking forward to it. Looks great.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be great. Along with Thunder, there are other cards that haven't seen much love that I really wish do see love, especially the more game plan synergies with like Thunderstorm. Cards like Platypulse.
Oh,
being able to drop everything's attack by up to 4 for all the Thunder enchanted on your board. It's a very powerful effect that is underutilized. And I think we'll see a lot more as more game plan strategies come out with the Divine Champions in Firestorm.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that we can also see these cards like as soon as possible, you know, dev team willing, in Clash. I just saw, I think it was the first Omnipotent, I believe it was called, get crowned in Clash. And that's an insane feat as well. I know a lot of casters who have been putting in time and work into the Clash beta right now, which has been so fun to do. If you are part of that, then get after it. It's been great to see everyone on ladder and to play this game. I cannot wait for everyone to be able to experience this game. It looks great, it plays great, and having Firestorm in there, whenever that may be, I think will be a game changer for people out trying these strategies and using things like Platypulse, as you were saying, or heck, just kind of throwing things at the wall and seeing what sticks.
We do have a small taste of Firestorm right now in Clash. Paracne's in there. We got, I believe Torchin was added. There's a couple cards already for Firestorm. Just a little taste before we get there. Looking forward to seeing everything be implemented in Clash and just expanding like our entire player base.
They're gearing up. I think it's so cool to see. That bug deck is no joke. Those spiders are killer. I am looking forward to being able to go. All right, let's go Paracne into Warmite, into Destroy Something, into Heal with Hesia's Hearth, and have that all be this nice little closed loop. Maybe an Ardbud in there somewhere to search it. It sounds and works beautifully in my brain, and I just want to be able to get my hands on those cards yet. I know local stores should be getting in Firestorm sometime soon, and we're talking about a lot of Firestorm today. I think we're just kind of really hyped for it as we're into the Moonrise.
Oh yeah, we're so ready.
So very ready. So as let's bring it on back to the current present. Moonrise is here. These casters are now utilizing the new Shatterstars Ares cards. How do you think that's been going for these casters so far? It was the number one, as a high representation. Rather, I think we had like 15 or so decks that are playing these cards.
Yep.
How do you think that's going for them so far? Really well in the last one.
I think its impression is definitely being felt. Volcaries is just showing that you can't discount Fire. I know Fire's had a bad rep where it tops all the time, but it never makes it all the way. I think today it might be the day that Fire goes all the way. That's my prediction.
Oh, okay.
I hope.
I'm hoping too. The champion of Hephaestus might be just the one extra to push it on over the edge, and that would be absolutely killer. I think you're definitely right. The impact being felt upon the meta is already there. People are expecting Fire Nexus, and Fire strategies were an existing solid game plan going into this tournament and future tournaments before it. One thing that I think has been really interesting to watch is the shift from the kind of a lunar Fire strategy into more of the artifact Fire, just pure Fargo, just pure artifacts with Kinleo. And I think that's very interesting. A lot of these players love that lunar engine. And I think we've seen a pretty good showcasing of lunar so far as well, where Pup gets a little bit scarier. But
yeah.
I think that if Fire does end up taking this one, I think that'll be very, very fitting for the Shattered Stars Ares of it all.
Oh yeah, for sure. Along with the artifact synergies, just to circle to what I've been cooking with, my upgrade to my Dallas deck, I ended up adding Scythe of Demeter, thanks to you, actually, from playing. Scythe of Demeter, being able to be searched with Hephaestus, misenchanted while Valkyries is on the board, to then Kinleo pull the spirits off of the Scythe to so much synergy. And then with Firestorm, it gets even better. Not to go back into Firestorm, but then you can reforge, bring back the Scythe, heal the 2 Earth, and then cast an Earthquake.
Fire casters are eating good. They are definitely eating good. And oh man, I think we're about to see some crazy strategies emerge for sure. I think for today's players, I think they've done great so far. I know we have a little bit of some updates on that, and we saw that the Krakatuga going the 3-1 so far, and we had in previous before it was the Celestlio going undefeated into that last round. I'm really curious to know how these casters are taking it in. We saw the Thunder strategy also do fairly well too, losing the BlueStacks, but has since these players have been climbing and climbing.
It feels so long ago that's happened.
Yeah,
It
been a lot of Lestrals played, but we have a lot of Lestrals to play. So I'm very much looking forward to some of the best kick it off and do well. And they're competing for today a lot of really great prizing. And we ran through it earlier in the cast, but just for a refresher, we have a lot of the premier booster packs that will be given to people who are just participating. Top 16 gets the booster packs and a carry-off champion of Hermes, which is a new card from Firestorm. It looks absolutely gorgeous. I know that's something that a lot of players are looking forward to. Very similarly for the top 8. And to top 4 here, we have the bigger change in the booster box, as well as the premieres. The runner-up today will be getting the booster packs plus the stamp carry-off and the 2 Moonrise booster boxes, as well as the champion, walking away with the 1/1, the champ stamped full art Stellar Torчин of a champion of Hestia. This card looks beautiful. I've only ever seen it in pictures, and I cannot wait to potentially try to go for one myself. This thing looks killer. I love its attitude. I love its art. It looks completely crazy.
I'm rooting for you. That next event.
Well, after watching these casters, I got to bring my bring my A game here to really get the uncut sheet, the booster boxes, everything on the line here for today. Not only the great prizing and cards and illustrious product, we also have the qualifying points. Let's talk qualifying points. Just getting the win today, we will see the first person qualify for World. That's the
very first invite for Worlds.
Crazy to think about. We're about to see a history in the making here. Second place will be getting 125 qualifying points for the runner-up. So just get a second time. I've seen it done a few times.
Yep.
We have top 4, top 8,
and top 16. 75, yeah. 75, top 8 getting 50, and top 16 getting 35. But it doesn't discount you because in top 32, you still get 20 qualifying points.
Yep. So
all you need to get the Worlds, 250.
Yeah, I think that we have the math on this is really interesting to follow, because I think as most of our casters, and I know even for myself, sometimes you're really on it. You might just take the whole thing. Other days you're playing Sunburn and you're You're going you're going 5-3. So
gotta get that sunscreen.
You got great chances to compete not only for today, but I know also following up on the announcements here on the store and local level, supporting our LGSs. They can also host events for qualifying points. We have a lot of the starter deck formats, which is a type of format that utilizes the boxes and the sets, for example, Firestorm, along with the starter decks and the cards that are included there. A little bit of a different shakeup than the current format that we're playing in today, but eventually, for again, supporting our LGSs here and making sure we have this vibrant community that everyone's able to play and gain those qualifying points. One thing I'm curious about too eventually are the regional levels, the regional tournaments. They'll also be able to gain qualifier points there too. And of course, another open.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to another open. The last one, the vibes were great. Everybody was so kind. Everybody just there to play Elestrals. Like, want to go back. Yeah. I think you can say the same.
It was beautiful. Yeah, I think the seeing the highlights, seeing all the great stuff the production crew, and thank you to production crew, have been doing for Dallas even out until this point, just really, really living the magic. And there really is nothing else like it. One of the most top tier events inside of card games, period. I'll put it that way. So just have a little bit left inside of the round here while we're getting things sorted out for this last round. As quick as that one did go, I'm hoping to see some more Elestrals and things pop up here soon. The strategies as we're getting down to the wire here into these later rounds, we'll start to see Top Cut start to shape and start to meld. But there's still plenty of Elestrals to play and to go. So don't go anywhere. Stick around for more electrifying action. We're gonna take a quick break,
absolutely.
And we'll be right back.
Hello, casters, and we are back getting geared up for round 6 of the final Moonrise Premier Tournament. Zero, that was a
It was
crazy
a very
last round. Very quick.
Oh yeah. It's getting hot up in here for the final premiere for Moonrise. We last saw the Volcaries champion of Hephaestus going down with the Krakatuga, being able to cast those eruptions even against a fire deck and still being able to take out cards. It was the competition's heating up.
I'm so glad that we finally got to see the Volcaries be showcased. One of the new Firestorm cards happening. Whereas before, the first time that we saw them, it was just like, okay, I went in and grabbed this card, and then it went into the hand, and then unfortunately was never played. But it actually got to show what it can do in some of the new potential fun lines and stuff with it.
Oh yeah, it's been so cool so far. Earlier in the day, we saw the Volcaries come out, and it was just a little prelude, a little sneak peek for the power that it's going to be bringing tonight.
Yes, sort of a Schrodinger's Volcaries, if you will.
Yeah, Schrodinger's Ram.
yeah. But yes, it is. I love that we have not seen one like duplicate game so far. Everything has been so unique, so different. When Swole and I were talking in the last round, we were saying it feels like it's sort of a celebration of not only Moonrise, but a lot of the sets that were coming before, and it's the casters have been playing out of their minds. It's been great.
Oh yeah, a celebration of everything at the beginning of Elestrals as we lead into the Divine Champions era.
I am so excited. I'm the prospect personally as a huge Greek mythology nerd, which is part of what drew me to Elestrals in the first place. Now that we have confirmed that we will and can and are going to introduce more divines. We're now seeing Hestia. We're now seeing the Hermes. We're seeing all of the different ones coming in. I'm thrilled. Do you have any, although I don't know, you might have insider information, so you can't say, but do you have any divines that you would like to see down the line?
I would love to see Hercules. Hercules is
honey, you mean
Huncules.
Huncules.
Such an iconic character. Along with like Odysseus and Achilles himself. Like they would be amazing to see in the game. I have no idea what they would do. It's just sure. I would love to see the representation.
I would love to see Hercules come out. I think that would be so fun. I mean, he's gotta be a thunder divine, right? Like he's gotta go along with Zeus, surely.
He could be thunder and earth. Who knows?
Ooh, yeah, that could happen. I think it would be so cool to see at some point, maybe even like some of the Titans coming into play, that kind of stuff. Oh, there's so many fun possibilities that like I sit and come up with like, ooh, maybe they're cooking this, maybe they're cooking this, maybe they could cook this kind of headcanons. But yeah, I think a Hercules divine would be awesome.
Is there anybody you're super excited for aside from Huncules?
Aside from Huncules, well, my number one agenda, if we're honest, in the Elestral space is just to continue to see how many more redheads we can get in this game. Every time it's like, yes, more please. But also as like a girly, as someone who I don't know if you could tell based on the fact that I've stapled flowers to my wall, but I love the feminine. I would love to see an Aphrodite happen, and I would love to see sort of like girly pop, pink, beautiful, elegant Elestrals or cards that go along with her. I would love to see that.
That'd be really cool.
I would very much be excited. And as we are gearing up for round 6 here, do you have any cards, any lists, any even like deck archetypes? I mean, I know that you're the fire guy, but do you have anything that you are really hoping to see still today?
Today, I would like, honestly, I think more Earth decks. I just want to see Earth more, other than Fire. Centaur is just a really fun card, and I think Centaur needs its light to shine.
I love Centaur, and I think that there are so many people who have tried to make Centaur work and have been from the beginning like, oh, surely it can happen. But I think you're right. I think that now would be the time in the meta for it really to shine and to do well, especially now that we're seeing more artifacts and everything. I mean, it just makes sense.
Yeah. What brought Centaur up for me is I have this really cool OP3 art of the Poison Tipped Arrow.
Oh.
Featuring the comic book style Centaur shooting a little Cynectar.
It's so pretty. I got to see these in person in Dallas. So cool. The only TP3 that I've gotten my hands on is a hollow Bunnix, because that was right after they had let me announce the Bunnix card. And yes, that one right there. I traded a full art Tsunami for it because that was the only card that I had. I had pulled it from one of the packs that I got from like my being there. And I was just like, would you take this full art Tsunami for it?
I'm sure they were super happy for it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So is that a deck that you're super excited for going into Firestorm? The Nixamera combo back and forth?
I think that could be so fun and so cool to see it work. It's one of those niche game plan decks. And so if someone can figure out how to make it work, how to crack it, I think it would be really cool to see. I mean, we haven't seen anything like that in Elestrals at all.
Oh, yeah. I've been doing a little bit of testing with Nixamera.
Yeah.
It is a bona fide snowball.
Yeah.
If you do not have an answer for it, it is very hard to stop. Being able to ascend at the end of your opponent's turn and then your turn and just back and forth, accruing a new spirit every single time, it's very hard to stop. And there's the effects on them alone. The Nixamera Risen form, being able to disenchant a solar to destroy a back row.
Yeah.
Ensuring that it can get through with all the damage that you've been snowballing. All the spirit you've been snowballing.
And, okay, on that note, I just saw we now have our confirmation for our round 6 feature match. This is going to be an incredible match. We have Doom Raider, who is not unfamiliar with Top Cut. They were a top 8 finalist in the April 26th premiere, and also Stellar Christoph, who, I mean, we know that this is about to be a blinged out deck. No matter what he's playing, it's going to be gorgeous. So you don't want to miss this one.
I think we're going to need to put a stellar counter up on the screen here because
ooh,
they're coming with the bling.
Okay, those of you who are in chat hanging out, we need you to do us a favor and keep track of the stellars that you see in this game, because we're going to have to be focused on the gameplay. But you can focus on the fun part, which is how many beautiful stellar cards we see in this next match.
And feel free to remind us, because I'm sure we're going to get so hyped up with the gameplay here that we're going to forget all the numbers.
Especially looking at what these two casters are on, depending. Listen, I don't want to spoil anything, but if there is a chance that we can get a boss monster out, possibly one of the most iconic Elestrals boss monsters, I don't know, could be pretty good.
For sure. Ooh, I'm so excited for this.
I cannot wait. We have Doom Raider, who is going to be starting us off. We are gearing up any second now to get into our round 6 clash. This is the pinnacle part of the day where it's like these casters are fighting for their lives. They're fighting for Top Cut. And now they're fighting for more qualifier points as well. As the better that you place, the more you get. And we are getting ready to get into this round.
All right, here we go. Ooh, some beautiful playmats here.
That Flammoth, the Temple of the Moon. We love to see it.
All right, and Doom Raider kicking us off and looking like an expend to draw.
Yes, classic. Quintessential Elestrals going on right here. And a expend to draw, set one, and pass. That's the turn one play.
What do we have here? Is that a...
It might be the Jolton. I think that might be Stellar Jolton
reverse
coming
Stellar
out.
Jolton.
Yes. So those of you keeping track, that's Stellar number 1.
Yep.
And Jolton going out, going to be getting, it looks like, the full art Mount Olympus. Ooh. The full art stadium runes are some of the most beautiful
making
cards.
another comeback on stream.
Yeah, it looks like we are confirmed at least to be running. I mean, unsurprising from Stellar Kristoff, who is a Thundercaster through and through. But it looks like we are looking at Classic Thunder. Going to be setting 2, swinging in for 1 damage, which Doom Raider is simply going to take.
And that was a Thunder Spirit that Doom Raider ended up sending to the Underworld.
Okay, so don't know too much. That is a Toxion. Okay, we're doing thunder things. We're
Thunder v Thunder. Oh, and there's that comic book art poison-tipped arrow.
You manifested it by showing it before this. Oh my goodness. Okay, and in answer, we have Zeus coming out, gonna allow Toxion to still be able to swing over that Jolton, even with that poison-tipped arrow.
It's great to see. It's resetting the board for both players right now.
And is that an altar? I believe that's an altar of stars. Possibly? No, maybe not.
No.
It's maybe something else. Hard to tell.
Yeah, I can't quite see what that card is.
It was dark, so I assumed, but We will likely get confirmation from production, and we'll let you know what that was. But it looks like
they are going ahead and attacking with a Jolton.
Okay, Jolton survived though, so.
Oh, it was a Gorgon's Gaze.
Oh, it was the new TP3 Gorgon's Gaze. Okay. Oh.
Okay, and then with the end of the turn for the poison-tipped arrow, they were able to get rid of that Toxion and be the following turn hidden with that Jolton.
Yes, this is all making sense, all coming together. And Stellar Kristoff still with 2 back row. It looks like we're back over to Doom Raider. So no Elestrals played from Stellar Kristoff that previous turn. We still have Zeus live on the field for Doom Raider, and I truly believe that there's nothing Zeus cannot do except for get through back row, and unfortunately that's what he's looking at. So depending on what Stellar Kristoff has set here, Doom Raider might have a tough time. Although a Cryoblast!
Ooh, a Cryoblast. Which is effective because Stellar Chris did not go ahead and enchant that Mount Olympus that he searched for with the Jolton. If he had done that, his Jolton could have still been here.
Jolton, unfortunately, looking stellar and Cryoblast. Well, and speaking of Stellars, the Toxion, which...
Stellar Toxion!
Not to brag, I did just pull one of those. It is stunning in person. And the
those
burn.
Of you watching, put another Stellar counter up.
Yep, that's 2 for those keeping count at home. See, we said that we need them to keep track, but actually we're doing pretty well. I'm proud of us.
Yeah.
We are strong, independent commentators. And we can keep track of our own Stellars. Just kidding.
Oh, yeah.
If you're watching, please help, because we will forget. Sluggle.
Ooh, a Sluggle and attack. That's very interesting.
Do you often see this thunder-water combo that Doom Raider seems to be playing here?
Yes, actually. It looks like it might be something inspired from our past champion, Julian.
Ooh, okay, so maybe instead of thunder-water, it's more heal plus burn, then.
Oh yeah.
Okay. All
I'm
right.
very
I see.
interested as to why they summoned the Sluggle in attack. Oh, it's because of the Zeus. Being able to use that Zeus effect on the Toxion, but it was met with a shield.
Yeah.
Otherwise
Unfortunately, as we
known as
said,
try again next turn.
try
But it's
again next turn.
beneficial for Doom here because they can cast that Sluggle again to heal 3 more Water Spirits.
Yeah, that must feel terrible for Stellar Kristoff. But unfortunately, I understand the benefit of getting rid of that Zeus no longer being here, and apparently having the Ambrosia in hand to then recover those spirits. I can see where that was beneficial to keep the Toxion on board.
I
Getting
believe
back.
that's a Stellar Ambrosia.
Okay, that's 3. We're looking at 3.
Oh, and is that the Mount Olympus that was just enchanted?
Ooh, it is in the right spot for Mount Olympus. So
All
I
right.
think. And that is a re-enchant on the Toxion, which means an additional burn for Doom Raider.
And that makes the stats on the Toxion a 6/4, which is a very
Ooh.
hard stat line to deal with.
Yeah, Sluggle coming out, as you said, going to be able to heal back up, but not much it can do once it's out, unless... Okay.
Toxion's putting on all the pressure now. Telling Doom,
Mhm.
you can heal, but I'm not going to let you keep that. You're not getting all those spirits back. You're going to have to pay for them.
Exactly, and we're tied up with Spirit Count right now with 1111. Make-A-Wish chat.
Ooh.
Quackle coming back out, taking advantage of that Mount Olympus. Unfortunately, is that the Gorgon's Gaze again that threw us off last time?
Denying that heal. Stellar Kristoff is not on the heal game today. They do not want to see heal.
Oh, maybe it was not. It's a little hard to see these cards. But Quackle is off the field, so I'm thinking it was...
PTA.
Okay.
It was a PTA. Okay.
That makes sense.
It's all
However-
coming together.
Yeah. Doom Raider being able to heal back up a little bit. We see Eddie coming out, enchanted with Thunder, actually. So that is a 5/2 Eddie.
Yeah, the full art reverse stellar Eddie from the Clash Kickstarter.
Would be very funny to have tsunami'd there. Might be the first time that we ever saw Eddie get tsunami'd.
That would have been hilarious.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well.
And here comes the Sluggle.
Yeah.
Does Kristoff have the answer for this Sluggle? Another PTA.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, going back, it was not a PTA earlier. It was actually a spoiled fruit that stopped
I
that
was
Quackle.
just looking at that and I was thinking that. Okay.
A main board spoiled fruit.
Wow.
Kristoff came to play. He saw that the heal decks were getting real popular, and he was, nope, not happening. I got an answer for this.
However, Doom Raider also said nope, not happening by playing an Earthquake and then a Cryoblast!
Another Cryoblast.
Oh no! I also want to point out that Eddie puts our spirit or our stellar count up to what, 4? I think we're at 4 now.
I think so. I've lost track at this point, which is why we need everybody else's help.
I know. See, we were bragging a bit. We were like, no, we got it, but no. In fact, I think it's 4.
Yeah, we just got humbled.
And this is only if we're not counting the stellar spirits that Kristoff is also playing with.
Yep, I didn't even think about the stellar spirits. I'm definitely lost now.
This has gotten away from us real quick, but that's all right. Going to be paying out on the PTA, getting rid of that Sluggle. Whew.
And this game's coming down to the wire, 5-6 on both ends.
Mm-hmm. It is interesting with heal control lists like this, where it feels like Stellar Kristoff has been so in control this entire game, but then you take a look at the spirit count and you're like, oh, no, actually,
you think?
Yeah, I don't know. And then, okay, we have Bunny coming out.
Surprising, the first Bunny in this matchup that we've seen.
Wait, you're right. That is actually really surprising, considering we know both of these players are on Thunder.
Yeah, and it's one of the it's probably the most popular Elestrals card.
Mm-hmm. A re-enchant of the Eddy under... No, we need 2. We need 2 re-enchants of Eddy to be able to beat over that Astrabbit with Mount Olympus. Dang it.
Yep.
Oh, that's okay. I just want Eddy to be...
That rabbit allowing Doom Raider to look the top 3 cards of their deck, choosing one. They could probably find an answer for this Eddy.
They could probably find another heal card. Really.
Probably. And we all know that heal keeps you in the... Ooh! A full art Zeus.
That would also allow Eddy to beat over the rabbit. Going to be Zeusing it down. And ascending? Is that a Griffuse?
Are we going to see Voltempest?
Oh my god. I think we might see Voltempest.
If
that
Doom
is
doesn't have an
another
answer,
stellar.
we might be seeing Voltempest.
Yep. Oh my goodness. Beautiful, gorgeous stellar Griffuse. And
Doom is dangerously low if Voltempest hits this board.
Heal might lose to burn if this Voltempest is allowed to happen.
There is a first for everything. And
Okay,
there's the nexus to the Griffuse into a Gorgon's Gaze.
Okay, big Gorgon's Gaze there. But we already saw Doom Raider use the one of Earthquake. So we have to be hoping.
Looking for that Laurels now.
Yeah, that is exactly the answer. Unfortunately,
I think the play here is to re-enchant the rabbit. Ooh, actually, it's an Ascension into a Quackle, allowing Doom to heal back 3 Thunder Spirits.
And that is water enchanted also. So playing around a possible Tsunami here. Although I don't... The little Quackle and a Tackle that could...
No other choice because they had 1 Spirit left is what it looked like.
that would make sense.
Some hard decisions here on Doom's side.
This is getting into a really tricky point. Like you said, Griffuse teasing that Voltempest. We could see a loss to burn here, but a Necklace of Harmonia.
That's going to allow the Quackle to get over that Griffuse if Stellar Kristoff does not have an answer.
We're looking at the back row. Tsunami doesn't do it.
Water enchanted, Tsunami can't do it.
No, we need...
He's going to need an altar, and he doesn't have it. He takes out the Griffuse.
The little Quackle that could, but then the burn for Necklace of Harmonia is going to
this
put
game
Doom Raider
is coming
on
down to the wire.
I know. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yep, there goes the Necklace of Harmonia because we couldn't pay for the burn at the end of turn.
Ambrosia off the top for Stellar Kristoff.
And that's
this
another
game
stellar.
Is not over. Another stellar. Oh, I've lost count.
Add that. Oh my goodness. I'm not sure what we are... I think those were just the spirits that were being added back.
I believe so, and I'm going to assume that one of them was at least a Thunder.
And it looks like something was paid for off of the Mount Olympus. I missed exactly what it was, but that is gone. So Quackle is simply a 2/3, not a huge threat. Although
another Ambrosia off of Doom Raider.
Yup. Oh
I think we need an Ambrosia count at this point.
We have our stellar count. We have our Ambrosia count. Oh my goodness.
I'm confirming that Stellar Chris did use the spirit off of the Mount Olympus to cast that Ambrosia.
Okay. And also, I do want to point out for those viewing at home that I saw a Flurmine added back with that. So that might mean...
third Cryoblast?
We might see the third Cryoblast.
Quackle coming in for 1. No responses.
I think that makes sense, as any responses would be very expensive at this point. You don't really care to use Tsunami because you would be paying the same amount.
The expend to draw.
Oh, that's rough.
Into a face down. This turn's getting really, really dicey.
Wow, Stellar Kristoff taking up the Swolax special mantle while Swolax has been here on the mic with us and expending to draw in the final hour. Oh no.
promptly putting that face down.
That always tells me that it's got to be something good.
Mm-hmm.
If it's just an instant set.
Taking the 1.
Okay, come on. This has got to be the craziest top deck of all time to keep us in it. And
Getting rid of a Thunder Spirit, a Stellar Thunder Spirit. Does Kristoff have the answer?
we can't look at the Stellar Spirits.
Ooh, a Toxiswarm.
Toxiswarm. I love Toxiswarm. That's an interesting inclusion here because it does actually make sense with Voltempest needing to play Wind natively. Toxiswarm for a little bit of burn feels very synergistic with it, actually.
For sure. It's just keeping that... Ooh, the PTA.
The PTA. So we would be looking at a crash with the Quackle if Kristoff so chose to do so, which I think at this point, why not?
One play that he can do is he can still use Zeus to bring that Quackle down to run over the Quackle with the Toxiswarm. But that would force Doom Raider to activate the PTA at the end of the turn. But with being so low on spirits...
Oh.
And it looks like that is what is happening for both.
That is very smart. That was a really smart sequence of plays from Stellar Kristoff. Although, the Sluggle that might be all she wrote, unfortunately. That makes sense. That just goes to show, we were talking about this earlier, where it felt like Stellar Kristoff was so in charge that entire game. But then you take a look back at the spirit count and it's like, oh, wait. Heal actually is the one that's in control. And then as we saw at the end there, Heal can just outlast you.
Oh, yeah. But not to take away from Stellar Kristoff. He had a main deck Spoiled Fruit.
He was
already ready to fight. Like, he sees that everybody's playing Heal, whether it be Ambrosia or Quackle, Sluggle. And he's like, no, not today. Just going to take care of that real quick.
That's a really good meta call. And we've seen a few of those today of like, okay, what do I think people are going to be playing? Whether it be like Pandora's Box because we know that people have been playing the big cards that search things.
Pandora's Box.
You're a Pandora's Box believer.
Card. Oh, yeah. It's such a great card. As more cards come out, I think Pandora's Box is going to see its like time in the sun just because you have the new Volcaries, allowing you to search for Hephaestus. You activate a Pandora's Box, they can't search for the Hephaestus, and then they have to mill 2 cards.
And same thing with the Leica Void. It deals with that. It deals with, Pantera. It deals with so much.
I don't know about you guys, but I've only played 1 Hephaestus. So if that Hephaestus was at the top of my deck and it got milled, my entire strategy is gone.
Okay, so this has been a PSA to play Pandora's Box, brought to you by Zero exactly.
Speaking of Pandora's Boxes,
yeah,
there's still a few available on the Elestral shop. So
don't
get
tell
them
them
while
that.
you can.
Don't tell them that. I want to buy all of them. I am
all
addicted.
Pandora's Boxes.
I love the Pandora's Boxes. They're so much fun. Seriously, though, you shouldn't do it. You don't have to leave them for me, no pressure. But you get really, really cool promos. We've been seeing a lot of the tournament pack cards being played today, and you get tournament packs and Shattered Stars inside of the Pandora's Boxes. They're very fun. And it looks like Stellar Kristoff has opted to go first, which makes a lot of sense. And we are getting ready to go into Game 2.
All right. So what do you think Kristoff sided in against this Heal matchup? Do you think there's anything particular? I'm thrown off now just because we already saw Spoiled Fruit in the main
I was
deck.
going to say. Yeah, we already got the Spoiled Fruit, so took care of that one. Honestly, I think that Stellar Kristoff had things gone a little bit differently. Had Doom Raider not seen removal when they did, it could have gone a little bit different.
Starting off with that Constellation Toxion.
The Toxion is beautiful. I mean, hey, weird shout, but maybe Magnetic Force Field. We were seeing some burn going on.
Yeah, I can definitely see Magnetic Force Field coming in from Doom Raider for sure. Oh, the turn 1 rabbit.
Ooh, okay. In attack. That's always such a
Caught us
sinister
both by
play.
surprise.
I know. If you see a rabbit in attack, you're not safe.
It could mean that it could be followed up by a Zeus, or we saw Necklace on the Quackle last game.
True. There's so many things a rabbit can do.
A very interesting choice, playing the rabbit in attack.
Although, I mean, you don't want to let Toxionn sit around. We saw so much burn that last game, and the Stellar
And
Toxionn...
there's the Zeus.
There you go. We are going to be Zeusing down that Toxionn.
And for those who don't know, Zeus's effect is you can disenchant Thunder from Zeus to give a target Elestral -3 attack and -3 defense. By far a extremely powerful effect in Elestrals.
Many people have argued that it might be the most powerful divine rune, and I have to say I agree with the people who say that, even though I'm partial to my girl Demeter. But the ability to
resting.
Okay, Stellar Kristoff really did not want to see that rabbit hang around. And that makes sense playing against heal control. Usually you want to save resting or earthquake for the bigger bodies that you can't deal with. But that's not what heal does. It doesn't play big boys that it's like, okay, deal with this.
Absolutely not. It's the battle of attrition. Death by 1,000 cuts.
So I think that just getting rid of guys on the board, taking away the chance to re-enchant the rabbit makes a lot of sense here. Doom Raider setting 1 and passing back over to Stellar Kristoff, who plays get your stellar counters back.
Stellar Toxionn.
The menace from last game, who managed to put in so much work. I think Apollo is shining on us on Doom Raider's side of the board over here with those beautiful, beautiful sun rays.
Gonna manifest some solar in that deck. Think we're gonna see a Cathmel?
Cathmel could be there. We've seen it happen.
Could be. That tweak right there is what got Julian going from top 8 in Dallas up to the champion of the following premiere.
The Cathmel difference, baby. We love Cathmel in this house. We have Stellar Kristoff with 2 set, staring Doom Raider down with the Toxionn. And Doom Raider...
Another attack position bunny.
Yep. I mean, Zeus is right there. Although, poison-tipped arrow coming in, that'll do it.
Using a Frost Spirit on the poison-tipped arrow.
So that tells me that either Stellar Kristoff already has the Ambrosia in hand and knows that if he sees Cryoblast, he can easily go back and get it when needed. Or he's simply given up on the Cryoblast dream. I think it's probably the former, though.
I mean, alternatively, you could use the Frost Spirit to protect your Toxionn from a Cryoblast.
So true.
Manifested it.
I thought you were saying that with the knowledge that it was happening. You just happened to...
I just happened to say it as it was happening.
Incredible. You are clearly sharing the brain cells with our casters here today. You are in the trenches with them. Stellar Kristoff setting 1, and I
there's
told
the
you.
Ambrosia.
What did I say? Wow, maybe we're both in there.
This entire day has been about manifestation.
Mm-hmm.
So for all of you watching, what cards do you want to manifest coming into Top Cut tonight?
Yes, manifest our Top Cut, manifest your Firestorm pulls. Apparently the manifestation power is here in the room with us today, so feel free to take full advantage of it in the chat.
Making this last Moonrise premiere a premiere to remember.
Exactly. Okay.
And that looks like a Stellar Galaxy.
Okay, so another Stellar on the count, but this time not coming from the Stellar guy himself, Kristoff. What a flex.
Oh, yeah. It's a really cool Stellar, too. Like, the black galaxy look.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
No pun intended.
We got them a few months ago as the stamped promos for one of the tournaments, and it is my beloved. Is
What do we got there?
Looks like maybe Quackle. Or I might be wrong.
Yep, it looks like a Quackle.
Yep. Okay. We have Quackle coming out immediately being met by a poison-tipped arrow, which feels rude.
It looks like it might be a Stellar Quackle.
It's either that or the artist collection. It's a little hard to tell, but
Artist collection Quackle.
Oh,
Just got confirmation.
Who is she? Listen, I've been working on trying to recognize them.
Ooh,
we have
followed up by a Sluggle and a Spoiled Fruit.
That
no
main
heal.
Spoiled Fruit. Oh my goodness.
The question is, how many more of those are in Stellar Kristoff's deck?
That is the question for sure.
We only saw one last game.
I mean, hey, if Stellar Kristoff had more in the side, that could have been something that he went and grabbed.
But even with that Spoiled Fruit, Doom Raider's still sitting in a good position here with the Galaxy.
Oh, for
and
sure.
his
Galaxy.
backup.
Yeah, Galaxy is an effective wall, and it also makes Eddie irrelevant, essentially. And Stellar Kristoff now just has to deal with a Galaxy. An Elechick coming out. Doom Raider going to be going and maybe getting another Zeus?
Getting another Zeus. That
Now
insurance to be able to use the Zeus they currently have on board for any threats that Kristoff might have.
That is simply just greedy. You already have a Zeus.
I want to point out, though, if Kristoff has the right cards coming up, we saw the Griffuse already in Game 1. If he's able to land Voltempest while Doom Raider has Zeus out, Voltempest will be protected.
Oh, so true, because the opponent Zeus also counts.
And that would put pressure on Doom Raider to get rid of his own Zeus.
Hoisted by their own petard. Goodness. Well, here's hoping. I would love to see Voltempest hit the board.
And this is just Zeus on Zeus action, because
yeah,
Kristoff playing the full art Zeus. Along with a Constellation Toxion.
Okay, so we've seen two Constellation Toxion and one Stellar Toxion so far from Kristoff. And that burn is probably being felt at this point.
Shield of Achilles, it looks like. Telling Stellar Kristoff, try again next turn.
That feels terrible, because that's just another turn of burn, and we still have Zeus loaded up with 3.
And Stellar Kristoff is sitting at a nice, healthy 11 spirits.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the 2 Ambrosia. We know Stellar Kristoff is on Spoiled
Marble
Fruit.
by Pyro.
Ooh, gorgeous.
That is one of those.
Well, here's hoping from your tournament premiere packs.
Oh. Looks like that was for an Ambrosia.
You get an Ambrosia, and you get an Ambrosia, and you get an Ambrosia.
Everybody watching, look underneath your seats. More Ambrosia.
Exactly. Whoa!
Everybody gets an Ambrosia.
Looks like we are possibly having some... Thank you so much for that gorgeous animation. Thank you. A hurricane! Oh, okay. I wonder if that means that Doom Raider is about to attempt something spicy, or if that was simply just get rid of it. Just get rid of it. Oh, Doom Raider said, okay, now that I've hurricaned, I'll be comfortably setting my own back row here.
Are we going to see an Elestral or a re-enchant?
Yeah, to take advantage of this unanswerable swing here. It makes some sense. But we're really thinking about it. Seems like, okay.
Going in for
just
the 2.
A swing. Yep.
So
interesting.
We have at 5 and Chris at 9.
Yeah, an interesting time to activate Hurricane there. Usually it's one of those cards that you use when you're setting up for a big play, whether that be a 2 or 3 drop or or something of that nature. But Doom Raider maybe just knowing that they need to start getting some damage in. Although we've jumped a little bit in time.
Yeah.
And suddenly there are cards on the board.
Can't quite make out what that card is.
Me neither. But that is that
the Toxion.
Toxion. Yep, Toxion coming back.
It was the foil stained glass spirit from Shattered Stars, it looks like.
Okay. And then...
So it looks like a burn from 1 for the Toxion. And then a Zeus trigger, I believe targeting the Galaxy?
That would make sense.
Does Doom have an answer for this?
Well, we see the 2 back row set very specifically waited until after the Hurricane activation, so maybe real, hopefully real.
Doom's in a really hard position here because that Toxion, just every turn that goes, leaving that Toxion on board, is just a re-enchant with burn. And being so low, you need to have that heal ready to go.
Yeah,
There's the Ambrosia.
Ambrosia would be...
And a spoiled fruit! Another spoiled fruit!
A second spoiled fruit has hit the Clash. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Stella Kristoff is here to stop the heal.
That was brutal. Doom Raider with only 1 spirit left. That does not give you much to work with here. And with 7 spirits still for Stella Kristoff, this might be all she wrote.
So it looks like Doom Raider played the Zeus that was searched by the Elechick earlier and immediately used the spirit to out the Toxion, knowing that that Toxion would be the downfall if they let it stay.
Okay, and we see an expend to draw from Stellar Kristoff. Okay, Doom Raider might be able to make this work. Maybe. it really just depends.
Only out is top decking another Ambrosia. There's all the heal cards like Sluggle and Quackle can't be played.
No, you can only use a spirit already on the field to play an instant rune, not a continuous rune. That was something that I learned the hard way. Yeah,
Game 2 going to Stellar Kristoff.
That makes sense. I love to see a Clash go to Game 3. I really do. And oh my gosh, spoiled fruit. What an incredible card.
Right when he needed it to. A spoiled fruit on the Ambrosia at a pivotal moment. It just goes to show, like, anything can happen.
And yeah, I mean, Doom Raider... I mean, hey, if there was ever a time to side into Magnetic Force Field, it would be right now.
Right now.
Because those Toxions have been a pain this entire time.
Is there anything else that you think that Doom can side in this matchup?
Oh my goodness. I mean, Coach, I've got to defer to you at this point. I've said Magnetic Force Field, which I don't know if people are playing. That's all I got.
Trying to think. I mean, Magnetic Force Field is definitely one of them. Being able to stop the burn. I'm just at a loss for words right now. The spoiled fruits in the main board, and just every time I play spoiled fruit, it is never set when they go to heal. I am happy for Stellar Kristoff to be able to showcase a card that I can never play.
Hey, you know what? Spoiled fruit in the main deck being rewarded for that. It was bold, it was brave, and clearly it was an excellent meta call. Stellar Kristoff is one of those players, we were talking about this before, who it seems like we always see him around, always so close. Is this the time that we're going to see Stellar Kristoff in Top Cut? I don't know. He's playing out of his mind, kind of.
It's been a day of manifestation, so we shall see.
And if anyone in chat has been keeping up with that stellar count, you've got to let us know, because we have lost track. And we are now going into Game 3. I imagine Doom Raider going to be starting us off here, if I was a betting woman. Okay. And it's been so poetic to see the sun creep ever farther onto this Temple of the Moon playmat. It's so symbolic of the end of Moonrise. The moon is setting, the sun is rising once more, and there's fire everywhere.
Speaking of fire, smell in the air. It's coming.
I know. It's smoke. We did
Oh.
see a expend, set 1 and pass from Doom Raider, and oh my gosh, already Toxion shenanigans happening from
Starting
Stellar
off
Crystal.
Stellar Toxion.
Mm-hmm. Toxion, set 1 in swing. And Doom Raider is probably just gonna take this damage here.
So we've seen a lot of big boss Elestrals hit boards today throughout multiple rounds. Do you think that Kristoff is going to be able to get to that Voltempest?
Well, I don't know, because we saw Griffuse in game 1, but that was the game that was lost. Playing sort of more low to the ground, just focusing on burn, just focusing on staying ahead of... Oh, and that's a Cryoblast. Staying ahead of Doom Raider really served him well in that last game, but I selfishly would love to see Voltempest. Okay. Both of our casters here with 1 set back row, no Elestrals on field. I don't know what our hands are looking like here, but it can't be good.
And it looks like another Toxion? Or is that the Ash Rabbit? It is the full art Stellar Ash Rabbit from the Clash Kickstarter.
Gorgeous. And in attack, which makes sense to me. For sure. At this point in the game, with this board state, you might as well. You're begging Doom Raider to respond with a counter rune to this Astrabbit.
And it looks like Doom is taking the damage, and he is following up with an Ambrosia.
Come on, Stellar Kristoff, flip that spoiled fruit over. I'm thinking not, but...
Bringing back a Thunder, a Water, and a Thunder.
Okay. I'm wary of Doom Raider now, because we know that Hurricane was in there. Although I honestly... I have to say, I think that Hurricane was the beginning of the end for Doom Raider. If it wasn't the spoiled fruit from Stellar Kristoff, it was that Hurricane.
Into another rabbit in attack.
A bunny parade.
I said it earlier. The more bunnies that you resolve, the better your chances are at winning the clash. And Kristoff has already resolved 2 bunnies this game.
We definitely need some statistics and data analysis on number of Astrabbit activations effect on win rate. And if we could get the scientists on that, that would be excellent. A second set card from Stellar Kristoff. One of these bunnies is going to be
Shield of Achilles.
Interesting that it's sort of a why now kind of shield, because that's been set. I mean, that bunny is just going to be able to come back for another activation.
Like I said before, the try again next turn. But in this case, the card advantage gained from the Astrabbit triggers, it's amazing. He has already gone 6 cards deep into his deck and pulled 2 additional cards. Doing it again next turn is going to do another 3 cards and getting 1 more. Just the card advantage alone, being able to see your tools. He's showing his hand right now. He has multiple cards in hand ready for anything Doom Raider has to throw at him.
Yeah, this feels like a threat. The hand being sort of fanned out like this, saying, how many of these do you think are spoiled fruit that I'm just not setting yet?
All of his confidence.
I mean, hey, that would be a huge Hurricane at this point, is before a heal card of some kind.
And Doom saying, I see your bunny and I raise you with my own. Into a Gorgon's Gaze.
Oh my goodness.
Stellar Kristoff telling Doom that there can only be one, unless I'm the one that plays the second.
And as we saw last game, I'm thinking the use of that Floor Mine is an indicator that we have at least 1 Ambrosia in hand. Regardless of if we see the Cryoblast or not, Stellar Kristoff seems confident that he can get that spirit back.
Oh, and here comes our boy Zeus.
Oh my goodness. Fully loading it up,
Are we going to get an Ascension into the Griffuse?
Oh my gosh.
I think the Tempest is coming.
I think you're right. I think it's going to happen.
Does Doom have the answer this time?
Last time it was a Gorgon's Gaze. This time it is a
Gorgon's Gaze! He had the answer! He was prepared for that Voltempest.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Stellar Kristoff, I don't know if you saw that, but grabbing that back row there makes me think that he's saying, don't worry, my sweet. I've got you next turn, okay? We can still make this happen.
Oh, into a Lava-Lith.
Oh my god.
Now, what's the target going to be? It can hit anything in the back row.
PTA activation maybe here? I'm thinking that would have happened by now. That was going to happen. Going for the Zeus.
Go for the Zeus.
I mean, that makes sense if you know Voltempest is on the way. Not only that, but it was loaded up with 3 spirits. That's juicy. That is way too tempting.
And now Stellar Kristoff has to find a different way to ascend into ascend into the Voltempest, unless it's in his hand.
We see an earthquake. Actually, I fear that is not going to happen there. Taking away the Voltemptation.
Into a Tsunami.
Ooh, okay. See, that was the one that Kristoff grabbed before. He was saying, don't worry, my beloved, I will keep you safe. Lest earthquake, lest...
that lava is just showing the power of fire.
What did I say? I knew.
Ambrosia, yep. Is he going to bring back the Frost Spirit? Ooh. Thunder. Oh, all thunder.
Okay. Maybe we're going to see another Voltempest push. I would love to... Oh, that rabbit coming back? This time in defense? That makes a lot of sense to me. Unfortunately, with Lava-Lith, it just naturally answers that 5 stat line.
I think Kristoff wants to find an Earthquake here. Just to be able to get out that Lava-Lith. Laurels would only be able to get the bunny out, but that Lava-Lith is a serious threat, especially with the Ash Rabbit only having 5 defense.
I can't think of a time when I wouldn't be looking for an Earthquake off of Rabbit, to be honest. I think that's one of those cards that if you see it, you just gotta grab it.
Another card here that Kristoff can play is Mount Olympus, that can allow that Rabbit to have 1 extra toughness defense and stop the Lava-Lith from getting through.
Very true. Although then you would put Doom Raider in the position to be able to then enchant a Thunder to the Lava-Lith and make that an even bigger problem. Ooh. And, the Premier Pack Eddie coming out. It's Ask Rabbit's natural predator. Gonna be moving it into attack here, making sure that no matter what, we are getting over this rabbit, even if you can answer my Lava-Lith.
And Stellar Kristoff taking a moment to think. Does he have an answer for this Eddie?
I mean, we've got 3 back row, surely. One of them's got to be able to do something here.
Looking through some spirits. There may be...
Just gonna let that happen. That's gonna be a big hit this turn if Lava-Lith, Eddie, and Rabbit are all allowed to come back. Oh, come on, Spoiled Fruit.
Another Ambrosia.
We would have seen an instant grab if Spoiled Fruit was set.
It would have been the Snapcast.
Yep. Doom Raider getting back in the game, really, really having board control here. Unfortunately for Stellar Kristoff, they're
going in for the attack, and there goes the bunny.
Yep. A Tsunami would have been great there, although...
A shield.
Shielding back the Lava-Lith. Very interesting. Giving Lava-Lith an opportunity to come back. Which, that never feels good, but...
At least this time, he won't be able to normal cast it, because Doom Raider has more enchanting spirits than Kristoff does. So there's that.
That does tell me that Kristoff is that looks like maybe that Quackle again coming out. We're going to be focusing on healing back up, trying to get back into this game, building up into maybe the Voltempest ramp again.
Oh, I would love to see it. Oh, it's an Arcolith, actually.
Oh, shoot. Okay, I was wrong.
You were both wrong.
Listen, I saw a guy in a reach to the spirit deck, or to the underworld.
And an Argo.
Oh my god. Argolith.
Argo, safe to go for the Necklace of Harmonia.
Ooh. Okay.
Kristoff checking his back row.
Do you have an Argo? Kristoff, this would be the time.
Ooh. And there goes the Arcolith.
Okay. These three back row are puzzling to me. They're not spoiled fruit. We saw the shield on the Lavalith.
Into a Sluggle. And the spoiled fruit.
Okay, yeah, well, eat my words, I guess. There it is, the spoiled fruit. Although I think maybe
at the end of this turn, Doom has to burn 2 spirits.
So that would mean that the necklace simply falls off, which is interesting. Okay, so that makes sense. Using the spirit off of the necklace to then pay for the ambrosia, getting rid of that tricky situation there.
The spirit management today has been on point.
Although I'm looking at fire spirits right now coming back. Are we gonna eruption?
Ooh, that would be one crazy card to bring in. The heal deck running an eruption.
I mean,
we saw the Blizztrix earlier bring in Cryo Scorch.
I would be very nervous if I was Stellar Kristoff.
It's shown that anything can happen.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like...
What that is that a
Toxiswarm? I think that is a... We've got cards flying all over the place right now. Toxiswarm bringing the wind, agitating the board. Doom Raider burning one. Okay, and...
A Toxion.
Okay.
And that's game. The heal deck finished off the burn deck with a burn card.
I have to know if was there an eruption. Is that what those fire spirits were for? I must know.
It could have been the only fire spirits left from that Lavalith, because the Lavalith was sent back to the hand.
That's true. I suppose that's the most logical explanation, but also I do want to dream and say, maybe.
I would love to see the heal deck run Eruption.
I mean, hey, we've seen them run some burn, so really that could work
the
perfectly.
Heal deck taking the game 3 there with a burn card. Like, you don't see that every day.
No, and Stellar Kristoff almost 2 times getting us into that Voltempest, immediately to be met each time by the Gorgon's Gaze. Really well played from both of our casters. That game 2 was incredible to see, outburning the heal player, the double activation on Spoiled Fruit. Oh, excellent.
Oh, absolutely. And tremendous gameplay from both casters here. Coming into this match, they were both 4-1, which they still have a chance to make it into Top Cut. At least Kristoff.
Yep, we are at that point of the day where we are left with our casters who are fighting for their lives for those Top Cut spots. And as we spoke about earlier, the qualifier point spots, which top 32 does start getting QP.
Yep, and at 250 is your ticket to Worlds.
Yeah, I cannot wait. And in classic heel fashion, that did take us really close to time. So a juxtaposition from the last round where it was just so quickly over. We are now almost ready to get into round 7 already.
And this day is going by so fast. Some epic clashes going on. I am curious to see what our stellar count was.
Yeah, if you were keeping track in the chat, you have to let us know. I know that not only Stellar Christoph had the stellars, but we saw that galaxy.
Mm-hmm.
We saw the galaxy as well. So that it was probably my guess would have to be like around 10.
10? That's a good number. I think I'm going to go around with you. I'm going to say like 12.
Okay. And we're not counting the spirits.
Counting the spirit. Okay.
No,
Yep.
no. I just got a headache just thinking about that.
Yep. Just short-circuited with all these thunders.
I know. Oh my goodness. And with that, we are going to be getting ready to get into round 6. So we will go on a quick break. And when we come back, I will be joined by Swolax. So we will see you then. And we are back for round 7. Welcome back, Swole. So glad to have you.
Well, it's good to be back at the desk after that last one. Really electrifying. I think I've been saying that a lot today, but that one was truly something.
Yes, very thunderfying or something, I'm sure. Yeah.
Thunderfying. No, I mean, having a heal deck be able to burn like that, I think that's absolutely crazy for a finisher there. And Stellar Kristoff with the Arcolith coming down, one of my favorite cards in the world.
Oh my gosh, yes. Yeah, the Argolith unfortunately immediately answered by an Argo, but the Argolith, I tried something there.
I liked Argolith quite a bit. Actually, the little Quackle that could, huge standout from that one. Taking down a big Mighty Voltempest, insane.
I mean, hey, they're both Thunderbirds. Who's to say which one is stronger? Don't look at the stats. Okay, they don't matter.
It's more about strong in spirit, for sure.
Yeah, in spirits.
Okay, well, that doesn't quite work for this analogy, though.
I know. It's falling apart as we speak. But we are getting into, I believe this is about to be, based on the number of casters that we have today, the final round of Swiss. So
I think it's getting really serious here. I mean, you know, we've had some great Elestrals all day. In our last Swiss rounds, after this, we'll be going into our top cut. It's topping at top 8. Some of the names inside of this top 8 could be some of our casters that we've seen so far, and I'm looking forward to those matches. But with one more round to go, Kay, what do you think we're going to see from these casters?
As in like what we haven't seen yet, what we can maybe see. I don't know. I would love to personally, selfishly, I know that you all got to see the Volcaries thing happen. I did not. While I was watching it from my couch with a puppy sleeping on me, I wanted to be in the action there with you. So selfishly, I would love to see more Champion of Hephaestus stuff going on. What about you, Swole?
Yeah, definitely some of the... I mean, we've had, again, high-octane games all day. Voltempest coming down. We have the double Blistrix coming in. Krakatuga versus the Lavalith and inside these rounds. Volclips, another highlight of the day. Can the last round have something crazy in store? I would love that, absolutely. Maybe Volclips part 2. But
yeah, total Volclips of the heart.
Oh my god. Shit. Every now and again, feeling a little bit lonely. Get a second one in there for company.
Yes.
No. I think that in this round, we're starting to see those types of strategies maybe start to whittle down to a little more tried and true, something a little more low to the ground, something with the single spirits, single Elestrals. That's usually what we were expecting to see out of these top casters, but so far, I've seen nothing but insane gameplay, and I love that they're all kind of bringing their A game.
And speaking of bringing our A game, we do have our next round. We have our pairings. It is going to be Hunter Surge versus... No, it's not. Okay, we just have confirmation that it's not. But we do have 2 undefeated casters who are now going to be in top 8. All right, giving you information before I actually have it. And that is Hunter Surge and Trishula, both beloved casters. I don't know. Is this the bride moment for our beloved Trishula? We keep accidentally manifesting that not happening.
You know, I think that's one thing about Trish, right? When Trish is a seasoned competitive veteran inside of this game at this point, and I think it's been in the lab with these new cards, and it's been in the lab with a lot of different decks. You know, going over every single deck inside of the entirety of Elestrals will do that to you. Does that prepare you to catch the bouquet? I mean, I don't know about that, but hoping for the best for these casters. To undefeated so far is crazy. Both Trish and Hunter Surge there. Going to this round 2, and we have some other casters that we've seen before and some familiar names that we might see inside top 8. But just as well, those top 16 and top 32 casters also playing for those qualifier points is equally as important, getting your invites to Worlds and taking those steps closer.
And at this point, I think it's safe to say that most of the casters, definitely the casters we saw last round, I would venture to guess, have already secured themselves some qualifier points. So we could have been watching potentially our first ever world champion. I don't know. I don't know. In one of these rounds, could happen.
Yeah, Volclips world champion, right? We talked about that earlier. That'd been...
Don't
no, at least one caster would be happy.
it's you, isn't it?
I would have loved to. Listen, Bo is one of my favorite casters in the entirety of this game. There are two casters in which that I love to watch play. Bo is one of them.
Bo is one of those casters who every time I watch her, it's just like, oh, okay, so we're not playing the same game. So I am actually basically playing Go Fish when I'm doing this in compared to what you are doing right now.
Yeah. Do you have the Gorgon's Gaze? Yes. All right. That was great. I'm glad we both had fun here. Please let my Voldusk resolve.
Exactly. Thank you. A lot of please, 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 please. No. That tends to be my strategy, I find.
Oh, contraire. I remember a swift 9th place bubbling for one artifact caster here playing an early version of Scrap. You know, some would say the domino effect between you playing Scrap and Bo winning Dallas with Solar Artifacts. Who played Cybermaul first? I'm just trying to track that down.
I fear it was Bean Soldier.
It was. It's always Josh.
It's always Josh. You know what? That was my last real tournament run, and I think that 9th was a good number. I love a bubble. I do.
Well, you'll be bubbling up to the top soon. World Champion K, surely you're going to be in all the top games. That's the crazy part of this.
Down in a bubble, Swole. Yeah.
The wicked caster of the East, bro. Oh wow. So far, I think outside of the showstoppers that we've seen in Volclips and BlueStacks, last game with Stellar Kristoff showcasing off the beautiful cards inside of this entirety of this beautiful little Elestrals circuit, and Heal. I don't know if I've seen Heal perform like that since Julian.
No, it does seem like that Julian is one of those casters who it's like, oh yeah, that's your deck. But then to see it have this kind of burn identity, it was really cool. The burn identity? Yeah, there's something there.
Quack Damon. Quack Gold Damon. We're getting there.
Julian Burn. The burn. Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. Thank you for coming to the Swole Cray Comedy Hour.
Yeah, this is
thank you for watching. And if you want to practice your comedy as well, you know, we have a couple events coming up here very, very soon. I know I'm looking forward to the casual events. I know obviously for Firestorm events coming up soon. We have 2 of them still left for the Moonrise meta with the new Shattered Stars cards that we're seeing today. One on May 20th and one May 27th. Great times to engage with the community and have a lot of fun with different strategies, whether you're trying to practice something for a big Elestrals premiere like this, or maybe you just want to try out your favorite Elestral. As well, the June 3rd event that is coming up is the Firestorm starter decks only. Give everyone a taste of the meta before the June 7th premiere, and I think that'd be a great one for beginners to jump into, especially if you're new to Elestrals. Try out with all the new cards coming in. Trust me, a lot of these pros have been testing with it, but you can catch up quite quick. This game is an easy study.
Yeah, there have been multiple instances where someone comes in, their first tournament ever, they win the whole thing. Sometimes even a couple times in a row.
Yeah, the 2P pack would be crazy. Looks like we're coming in with our round 7 feature here, coming in hot sometime soon, so stick around. This one will be deciding our top 8 as well. So a lot on the line. Again, these casters will be receiving qualifier points regardless, but for top cut for this tournament to play for that championship torch and to play for those extra prizing. We have 2 names that are actually oddly familiar. We've got Spicy Sausage against Prime.
Okay, yeah, both of these casters I have seen around, and I am also looking at the lists that we're about to see with these casters literally fighting for their lives, fighting for this spot in top 8. This is going to be an intense clash. I cannot wait. This is where it's like it's all out on the table, on the mats.
Every single card. We're playing 40 card pickup, and I think what's crazy is that Spicy Sausage, a name that I haven't seen in quite some time, strikes fear into a lot of veteran casters. I think one of the most decorated players, I want to say, was 2024's most decorated caster with like 3 or 4 premieres. Oh, this is quite the veteran against Prime, who I mentioned earlier. I think topped with Ava, girl Ava, the Aviolith. So chef in the kitchen for sure.
I cannot wait. we're not really allowed to give spoilers for the things that we are looking at on the screen while they're setting up for the clashes, but I just want you all to know that there is a mat that I am looking at right now that has moved me body and spirit, and I can't wait for you all to see it.
Today is really just the day of K. This whole tournament event was designed for one individual casters, and I love to say the K-genda is going quite strong.
Listen, I have spent this entire format on this mic giving out commands and saying, please do this, do this, do this. And I fear it's starting to sink in, even if it was subconsciously. People are like, maybe I should play foxes. Why do I feel like I want to play more lunar phases? Why am I adding a gloom bat to my deck right now? But with that, we are getting ready to get into round 7, the final round of Swiss. Right now, Prime going to be starting us off. And please look at that full moon mat. Please look at that. Gorgeous, gorgeous play mat.
Oof. You know, outside the Hurricane one of the other store championship mat, this Voldusk full moon mat is quite something. You were quite right. She's
gorgeous. And oh my god, speaking of Volcaries being the new Elechick, turn 1 Volcaries champion of Hephaestus going in and searching that Hephaestus for free.
Wow, you know, you want to see the new Volcaries stuff come down, the new champion of Hephaestus, and here we are. Always feels great to get that search right off the bat. I wonder if Prime is mixing in both the thunder and fire elements that we've seen kind of before with like Shuret inside of the first round, or if this one's going to be more like other Volcaries that we've seen before and just straight fire.
I mean, no matter what, it's going to be straight fire. I'm telling you that. However, a Cryoblast would that would deal with that. Unfortunately, no matter what, if you have got a 2 defense stat, you are not safe from Cryoblast.
It's a little bit of fire with that, a little bit of ice, and of course a little bit of thunder coming down. Astribe, it's going to be hitting hard for Spicy, giving a little bit of tempo and adding a little bit of aggro. This is an aggro rabbit here. That is a terrifying sight to see after that Volcaries was looking quite cryoblastable.
And we do know that Prime has that Hephaestus in hand, so, I mean, hey, even if that Volcaries is gone, Hephaestus can still put in work on its own.
Underrated divine, if you will. I know everyone likes to go for the 8-pack God Zeus, but I think that Hephaestus time in the sun is coming. Astribe swinging for 1 here.
Yeah, Hephaestus is a divine that would hold you and tell you it's all going to be okay. And you know what? I appreciate that in a divine. I really do.
The warm beard of Hephaestus.
Mm-hmm. Prime going to be casting out a rabbit, this time in defense, not wanting to get quite as aggro as Spicy Sausage. Looking at the top 3 of the deck here, maybe getting another Volcaries, who's to say?
Taking it nice and slow, I think, is the key here. That Astrabbit can't contest this other rabbit. Rabbit on rabbit violence is pretty rare nowadays, but maybe that's that Argo from Spicy Sausage could turn this around. Or we could go for a classic Eddie, but at the moment here, it's looking very similar to a couple of years ago. Astrabbit being this comment is a little bit fun. And there's the Eddie.
Oh, you manifested it. Okay, we're back in Daybreak.
Traveling on the Eddie, swapping the attack rabbit to defense and swinging on the other attack rabbit. Gonna remove that from the board.
Okay. Spicy Sausage, say that 5 times fast. Spicy Sausage already getting some momentum here. Although, oh my gosh, the serialized Stellar Lavalith. I'm not jealous. It's fine. It's a little rude, but it's okay.
It's cool.
And that's an Argo, a huge hit.
Well, we had a suspicion that was in the back from the aggro rabbit and a Lavalith being able to take care of the second It's Not Resolving card inside of Argo. Do we see a shield? No shield. What a beautiful Stellar and a beautiful play from Prime. This is now pretty commanding. And Spicy this is a very tight game. This is going to be a game of inches already.
Yeah, I mean, Lavalith putting up a 6 stat line. That Astrabbit is not safe there, but going to be re-enchanting. Spool, remind me, is re-enchanting Astrabbit a good play?
Well, you tell me. Listen, chat. There is someone out there who taught me that on an empty board, re-enchanting your rabbit might just be the greatest play alive. And she might be at the desk with me, but who's to say? I think Spice Sauce is taking some notes from that lesson specifically and trying to grab this rabbit play. You hope to see a counter rune here to protect yourself from that Lavalith, but maybe an Earthquake even to make quick work of the big behemoth.
I do wonder if we're going to see a play that we've been seeing a lot, which is paying for an Invoke rune off of the extra Enchanting Spirit on board. No.
Spicy passing back, and it's an Elechick coming down from Prime.
Okay, so basically Volcaries again.
And we called it earlier with potentially going for a Zeus here, so we're mixing our divines, a little bit of Zeus X Hephaestus action. This Zeus is going to allow just almost uncontested Prime to use Elechick, just in case that back row is a shield or something kind of critical.
It makes me wonder if, you know how at the beginning of Moonrise, it was like, what can we put with Lunar that is going to be good? And at first it was like the Lunar, was it like water stuff? I don't remember.
Lunar Thunder for sure.
Lunar, you're right. Lunar Thunder, and then we've got to Lunar Earth. I wonder if Volcaries is going to be similar, where it's like, what can we shove in with this Fire Hephaestus stuff?
Yeah, shoving those things into the Festus, I think, would be pretty killer, adding some more utility. That rabbit's going to go down to a Zeus and the Elechick, taking 2 extra damage off this Lavalith. But it's a shield coming down, the other card that never resolves, and just resolving.
Oh, that's even huge. After attempting to play around the shield with the Elechick. No. Spicy Sausage said, oh, really? Spicy said,
Spicy Sausage set that shield down.
Shut the shield down, and I think was selling some seashells by the seashore, if I had to guess.
The spirit differential is closer and closer by the minute. Prime at 11, Spicy at 12. You love the shield. It really helps you get back into this game, but that is a very costly shield. Lavalith is a 2-cost spirit and can just drop the next turn. So Spicy is in a very difficult position, knowing that that could at any point in time ruin this entire back row.
Fortunately, right now, with the Zeus still on board, Spicy has some wiggle room here. Doesn't have to worry immediately. Although, you know, a Lavalith of Spicy's own would, in fact, do the trick.
What did we just say about Prime having the Lavalith in hand? I think Spicy was maybe taking some notes, manifesting that themselves. Going to be targeting potentially one of the back row here. I imagine the Zeus isn't super critical unless you're afraid of specifically Alter.
Yeah, I think you're right. Based on that, and it's going to be Chained Gorgons.
Yeah, with the Gorgon's Gaze. See, this is actually a really difficult position now. Prime can put themselves into a really weird state where they can potentially drop the Lavalith again by using Zeus and then maybe like an Ambrosia off the Elechick, but this is like a really weird case scenario where you're decreasing the Lavalith for strange advantage. If you're Prime here, do you even try to go for a risky play like that?
Well, seems like Rabbit is the play, although Rabbit in attack. So I think that with that Zeus, Prime is feeling pretty confident that we're going to be getting over that Lavalith.
Yeah, that -3 is going to allow Elechick to hit over, and we're getting really close to the Rabbit as well. Aggro Rabbit's always a really scary sight. Do you think, Kay, that's a good idea to re-enchant that Aggro Rabbit at any point in time?
You know, if it is an empty board, I would have to say that that would probably be a crazy play.
Very tempting to do so. I think that these two casters here, maybe this might be the pivotal moment where Prime picks up a card to help change this game state. At first, Spicy was seemingly so down, but now is so back with a big body like Lavalith, Absolute Cinema.
Spicy really telling us that you can always decide that you're so back.
Actually going for the back row here, waiting for this potential Elechick to swing in. There's Zeus going down, bring the Lavalith to a 3.
Okay. And you're right. Just already going for that back row makes me think, oh, never mind.
Lavalith goes down. Prime is back in the driver's seat. Spicy takes an extra additional damage.
Yeah, Bunny getting in for 1. Okay. Maybe that was a bluff. Like, oh, are you sure? Are you sure that you want to do that? Hey, the mind games are absolutely a part of the game of Elestrals.
And so they are. Yeah, this back row being the game of is this back row real has hurt me several times. So Spicy trying to make that game a little harder for Prime.
I don't know about you, but when I play Elestrals, it seems like the opponent's back row is always real. It's very weird how that happens.
Well, if it's specifically Josh, yes. Spectaris coming down from Spicy Sausage.
This might be the first Spectaris that we've seen all day.
Yeah, this card previously a Moonrise staple has been a little slept on more recently. It's a decent 5-stat body, and maybe it's because we're not really seeing that many calf mells or whales as much, but what's your take on Spectaris at the moment? And until an Argo coming down.
Well, my take on Spectaris is that if it tries to swing into something that's going to get Argoed, that it's probably going to die.
We're going to Argo to the underworld here. That suppression effect's not going to save it too hard.
Unless we see an Argo into... No. No. Thinking, yeah, Argo to the underworld was the call there.
Calling it now. It gets this 2 attack or 2 damage taken from Spicy to Prime. 2 cards set there. You have to wonder what those cards are. We're thinking they may be an Ambrosia.
Oh, you think the fake out?
It could be. It's really risky here, considering that Prime is also on Spirits to maybe play Hurricane. You know, really need to attack in a water and a wind. But I know it seems kind of risky here. Unless Spicy's holding them for just the perfect moment. We know a lot of these top casters are just waiting for their chance to strike.
I'm very much a, ooh, look at this shiny card that I just pulled. Let me play it as soon as possible kind of groovy. And when I watch these clashes, I'm always in awe of the ability to have the foresight and knowledge to save them. And let's be honest, the self-control.
Really just holding space for those counter runes.
There was a solar spirit there.
Interesting. So Spicy, what are you cooking here today?
Yeah,
what's
solar? I mean, a calf mill if you're running. Ooh, a resting on your laurels. Coming out.
Take care of that. Just as good as Cryoblast here.
Mm-hmm. Getting rid of the Elichick and Quackle coming out. That I believe is the Artist Collection Quackle.
That's right. The Artist Collection Quackle attempting to heal back for 3. I think for your Prime, you do Gorgon's this. And a Gorgon's Gaze is going to turn this little baby duck to stone, not allow Spicy to heal back 3. We just saw the heal matchup against Voltempest, and this Quackle did a lot of work, but now seemingly stops in its tracks.
There's not much that... Oh! How did you do that? How did you know that was a set Ambrosia?
Well, if there's one thing I know about getting my butt kicked a billion times by these players is that I would always fool me. You know, that little game of touch and go of like, oh, this could be anything. It gets me. Absolutely. And I'll just pass here. That's totally fine. What could that be? Shield? It's always either shield. And Ambrosia's going to help keep icing the game for just a couple more turns. And you think you can be pretty okay with that. Astro Rabbit's not too dangerous. I say that.
Well, we're looking at an empty board. I'm sorry. What would be a good thing to do here?
Probably another Ambrosia from Prime. We're trading back Spirits of Heal to heal. I think at this point, it has now gone from Prime in the driver's seat, Spicy having the Lavalith, and back in this to now it's really anyone's game in this first game of this match. Then back a Fire, a Thunder, and another Fire Spirit.
Okay, keeping that Lavalith ever prevalent as a threat.
Got to keep that lava alive, you know.
Yeah. Boo.
Listen, after a couple of years, things get a little bit rough, but you got to bring her back. Rain Chance and the Astro Rabbit, great play here on an open board. You have Prime gonna look at the top 3 cards and get themselves into a better position.
Although making that Lavalith seem less and less live, I gotta say,
I'm holding out hope after, you know, a couple more dates, a couple more anniversaries here and there. The Lav will be live.
I don't know. After all those ban list hits, it's like, we're really doing our best.
There's that play, like you said, a lot of great casters here today in that spirit management, pulling spirits off of their Elestrals for cards like Ambrosia. It's going to allow Prime to get a little bit of a spirit advantage here, but still pretty low for both casters.
Neither caster is ready to quite let go of this clash. They are not ready to concede. We are keeping it going. And I cannot tell you who I think is more in the driver's seat here.
It's really difficult to say. Ash Rabbit in defense position here might be telling of Prime's position. Either the back row is going to be something that is more defensively focused, not potentially another Argo, or potentially try to trade with this Quackle and keep Spicy Sausage on casting out one Elestral, really trying to squeeze out resources. See the deliberation from Prime coming in. Go defense position.
Yep, defense rabbit. I agree with that at this point in the game, being able to put up a wall like that. And then apparently set two back row in addition to the one that was already there. We are not afraid of Hurricane because that is too expensive at this point in the game, so that's got to make sense.
Now, can you imagine going Hurricane here after this Eddy, which should be able to get us back to our board state previously. Prime with plenty of spirits to react to this Eddy, though, so while I love this play, you have to have specifically... Ooh, the Tsunami.
Okay, the defensive Tsunami.
Oh, well, this card as a whole, you know, this is one of those cards I think has great artwork across every single version. I love the OG myself.
I'm with you on that. I think that there's just something about the art style. I do love the sort of more sinister vibes of the full art Tsunami, but I also really love the Clash Stellar Tsunami. Oh, ooh, my goodness. And another re-enchant of the rabbit. Okay.
That's a great play.
Yeah, they must be going to the same schools as us.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. My coaching session with Zero is already booked. I can tell you that. After all the the fire I've seen today, I think I need the fire expert to teach me.
I know. I need to get ready for Firestorm with the fire expert.
They're cooking here. Again, a little bit of a slower pace back down from these strategies. We were talking about earlier the game of inches that we thought this would become after a couple of explosive rounds. I'm surprised the tempo has been able to even out this much. Also knowing Prime can just drop a Lavalith at any point.
It is interesting because, as you said, we've seen so many explosive strategies, but then clearly at this point in the game, both of these casters currently fighting for a spot in top 8, these low and slow, more heal control type strategies absolutely still have a place in the game.
Wonder now, as Spicy's going into not opt to expend a draw, which I think is smart here after only going down to 2 spirits, what could they possibly be saving? Again, I don't think we've seen the other back row on the right-hand side under the Eddy, and the Quackle, the back row under the Quackle was recently set. Prime here also in a precarious position, going to ascend into another Astrab with a Fire Spirit. It's going to activate this Rabbit's ability. And a PTA coming out from Spicy Sausage. This might be the way.
Waiting for the moment that something else came in and therefore was able to activate that PTA. Oh, man.
Absolutely killer. Okay, do you think you'd have the trigger discipline to not get that PTA out? I know for me, absolutely not. That thing would have been gone turns ago. Oh,
I mean, with me, it's either I never activate PTA or I activate it the second that I have the option to. And there is no, I have no PTA discipline.
This is a very worthwhile for Spicy Sausage, though. This Thunder Spirit off the Rabbit for a heal with an Ambrosia is going to make this a little bit better for Prime.
Was that the third Ambrosia that we saw from Prime?
I think it might be, unless there's one hidden in the back row there. But that
Ash
might be
Rabbit,
3.
my beloved?
Ooh, definitely. We see some Ash Rabbit loops here. That could be the best position that Prime could put themselves in, is the 3 Ambrosia, late game, Ash Rabbit loops for healing. We're all the way back up to our spirit count. That's a great call.
I mean, we saw the Valkyries. We know that Prime is on fire. Ash Rabbit could be perfect here, and I'd be very excited about it.
Absolutely perfect. And now, as we're going into the end of this, Spicy has to expend, or doesn't have to, but might expend to get rid of Ash Rabbit, putting down Spicy to just 1 spirit left. Ambrosia, save me, Ambrosia. Can't really do much against these 6 spirits here. Even if you put another Lestral on the board, you are putting yourself in Lavalith range for it to be over, even as we speak right now. Yeah, Lavalith is special, or is castable. There we go. Looking very castable and very strong.
Mm-hmm.
The warm, loving arms of Lovelith, and you got to keep that alive.
Yeah, and of course Hephaestus has always been there, just in hand. And I think that's a perfect place for him to be. As much as I would have loved to have seen a Hephaestus activation during this game, it clearly has been guiding Prime through these plays.
I mean, listen, God, I've seen what you've done for others. If I could hold hands with Hephaestus all game and be in this position, I think I would love that too.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So we go here. This could be the game one for Prime. Spicy's thinking pretty hard about this next line of play. The ideal here is to potentially, do you put Eddie in defense and hope for an Ambrosia, and then you don't take any damage from this Lavalith? Otherwise, I think you are currently just trying to see if you want to just do damage. I think there's only two real plays that you're thinking about making.
Yeah, I mean, getting hit with back row here would be brutal, but also Prime might just... Oh, Cathmel. That's what the Solar Spirits were for.
This is interesting. We are so back in it with heal control.
It was so over, but now we're so back.
Interesting. Okay, talking about Cathmel here, what does it look like Spicy might be going for with this Cathmel?
I mean, this is basically just Ambrosia putting Prime into a position to either have to have, I don't know, Specteris or some kind of other removal here. But Cathmel not only being able to heal, but heal from itself. The spirit on the Cathmel does count. So even if we only have 2 solar in the underworld right now, there's a fully live Cathmel.
That's such a precarious position, because even if you have, let's say, a Kinleo, and we also know holding hands with the Hephaestus all game, that there is a Nexus Bank for that Kinleo, this Cathmel is not long for this Earth either for the Lavalith food or a Kinleo, potentially, which Spicy then gets back into the same position as last turn, just with 1 less Elestral on the board, which, I don't know, maybe you're just trying to buy for time for that Ambrosia specifically, but this is dangerous.
This is an if you give a mouse a cookie kind of situation. If you give a Cathmel a Solar Spirit, it is going to heal 3 more. Although a resting on your laurels coming out, getting rid of that Quackle, and Lavalith, there he is, coming out as well. And it seems like Prime is just going to be swinging over. Although this looks like a... No? Are we just healing here?
Mm-hmm. I think we're counting the spirits here to heal. There's no Gorgon's Gaze pulled from Prime. I think that'd be a weird position to be in. Prime on 1 spirit here.
Oh, a lunar spirit coming back. 2 solars and a lunar. Very interesting.
Essentially hoping for a Specteris and maybe another card to hit over this Lavalith. This is so tricky. 1 spirit to 3 spirits left. We are back down to a Quackle with a Solar Spirit on it to pass back the turn.
Ooh, but with 4 back row. Surely one of those. Although, what do you do with 1 spirit?
Better be Tsunami or Bust. You got an Elestral. Looks like this is the water enchanted Volcaries takes it for this one, hitting over the Quackle and then Lavalith for 2.
Whoo!
Wow. What a nail biter. I think what's crazy about that one is the slow game of inches between heal control and a deck like the Fire Volcaries champion deck. That was crazy.
It's wild because looking at the Volcaries card and sort of the strategy and the everything, like all the different cards that they play, you would think that would have been more of a fast, explosive, aggressive game. But clearly Prime, knowing that playing into something like heal control, you don't necessarily have the luxury of playing like that.
And I think it's also important to know with both these players, you can never rely on the mistakes of your opponent. I think in this position, both top 8 on the line, and also these two Elestrals are some of the best players in the game. Multiple tops, Spicy Sausage again, multiple time champion. So I think both those players had to play absolutely perfect, and we saw that huge deliberation from both sides on every single turn.
And you know what? Our beloved calf Mel, our girl Mel coming out and really almost securing it in the final hour there. But that Lavalith sitting in hand for most of that game, then coming out and winning it in the final hour. Whew.
It really quite something. I love my girl Mel, and I'm really happy that she got her day in the sun specifically too. We were just talking about how we don't really see Spectaris or Kaufmel that much, and she's looking gorgeous. She's trying her best, and from Prime as well, really utilizing the champion of Volcaries really early to gain advantage, and then just slowly but surely utilizing cards like Rabbit and Argo, some classics that we usually see.
I really hope that going into game 2 that we see more of the Volcaries stuff happen. I would love to see Hephaestus come out. But again, I mean, just lovingly in hand that entire game clearly served them well. And at this point, I think that there are some clear options for Prime in terms of side decking. I mean, if you have spoiled fruit, obviously you're going to be reaching for that. Do you think there's anything that Spicy Sausage could be changing up going into this next match?
Ooh, I mean, Pandora's Box is a pretty big one. We talked about Chains earlier to maybe help stop Argo. Even, I don't really know if you want to run Dense Fog. Dense Fog is kind of a weird one that we can play right now, where to kind of hold over for other cards that we'll get in Firestorm. Idea there is that you can Dense Fog the Volcaries. Yes, it'll get its search, but it won't be able to use the spirits from the Underworld. Kind of a long shot, but just kind of trying to figure out what Spicy could do. Heal actually has, I think, a fairly good matchup into a deck like this, because you're having to use spirits historically from the Argo for the artifacts for things like Lavalith. However, now with Championship Volcaries, that math gets a little bit crazier with Underworld use.
I mean, the biggest drawback for the Argo strategy has always been it's so expensive. And now you're right, with Volcaries, that's no longer the case. So hopefully we can see a little bit more of that list going into game 2. I mean, Prime, obviously, even not playing the main point of the deck, was still able to really, really secure that victory. So getting ready to go into round 2 here. I imagine that Spicy is going to be opting to go first. And yep, looks like an Ass Rabbit coming out in defense. Classic.
Starting out here, I would not put it past Prime to have an Eddie coming down. We've seen that so many times today, and it's just the perfect amount of aggression to put Spicy on the back foot early. One set card from Spicy and a shuffle up, probably signifying a pass, and over to Prime.
It is interesting. I mean, even just last game, we saw the Necruff coming out. Okay, never mind. Forget Eddie. Necruff Zeus.
Necruff into Zeus.
And that is a properly enchanted Necruff, so we're going to start burning. I love proper enchanted puppy. I really do.
It really is a scary sight to behold. It's kind of like Attack Rabbit in a weird way. And Zeus is the perfect pairing, or something like a Volcanic Forge. This back row fits Tsunami. This is going to be one of those rare cases where properly enchanted... Gorgon's case. Prime was hoping for Tsunami.
Prime was like, yeah, fair. Oh, huh?
It was just, no one expects the gaze there.
And you really should.
They really are everywhere to be seen. We have Cryoblast coming down, very Cryoblastable puppy there. It's going to make it swift work, though that is a really expensive play in turn for Spicy, having to use 2 for the Gorgons and 1 for the Cryoblast from a 1-spirit puppy.
Yeah, really, puppy got that burn no matter what, if you look at it. Although Spicy Sausage keeping the Ass Rabbit around, being able to re-enchant on an empty board, which, again, apparently a good play.
You'll have to remind me on that one. Normally here, I would say an expended draw could be the option, but I don't know, maybe that's just like too far gone. What do you think?
I mean, this is just an expended draw, but you have more control over what you draw.
Very true. We're going to set 1. We see Ass Rabbit to attack. This, I think, is very worth it for Spicy. Just get in for a little bit of chip damage. And that's Argo set. And we might be
You're
Argo
calling it now?
3. We'll see. If it's Argo set, I'll be... Well, I don't know. It equals a lot of options as it could be, but I'd have to imagine that back row is real. You can't be bluffing on a rabbit this early on in the position, especially if you know if Lavalith's coming down.
And that Volcaries coming out. Come on. Gonna go grab the Hephaestus. We love to see it. Come on.
She's raring to go
is.
for some Hephaestus action here. This Volcaries, I think, is really good here, considering we have enough fire spirits in the underworld to activate any sort of artifact runes.
Really ramping up for some festivities right now.
Festivities.
Okay, already going for it.
that was good.
Thank you. And if that is an Argo, unfortunately, there's not much that Rabbit can do if we go and grab a necklace of our own.
You'll see what's going to happen here. We're grabbing a Poison Tunic, it looks like, off the search from Hephaestus, and that might as well be as good there. I'm going to Astro it down to a 0, and maybe Zeus in it just in case, but you might be okay with a spent Argo here. It's a little bit more expensive for Spicy, just like we were talking about earlier. And again, this is a big if that's Argo.
Yep. And we are Argoing to
the
underworld right now. And now we have Volcaries just set up. Hephaestus is still here. And, well...
The Laurels here is killer, taking out the champion of Hephaestus Volcaries. I think if you're Prime, you might be okay with that, like versus a Lavalith. Like, Lavalith would be specifically the card you don't want to see, taking out a back row, taking out one of the Zeus or Hephaestus line. So you can be okay being up spirits like that, but an attack rabbit here is also really scary.
Very true. And now we have a Hephaestus without his champion. You know he's got to be feeling it.
his best friend in the Arbor is gone. He's pissed.
Yeah. And looks like we are maybe swinging for one and passing.
Well, we have the 3 cards, I think, still decide on what to grab for the rabbit.
Oh, we're still there. Okay.
Yeah,
I was thinking that was the hand just out on the board. Like, hey,
sitting there, cards on the table.
Mm-hmm. I hear it's a common idiom.
Is that right? It's I would never tsunami a Necro. Cards on the table. I think we've all seen it here. The Volclips of the Heart as well. One I've been hearing a lot. Mm-hmm. Someone say a Volclipsing of the Mind. I think it's what it's called. I've heard that a lot today.
A total Volclips board wipe of the mind.
Right, yes. Very rolls off the tongue so well. Speaking of rolling off the tongue, Astrabbit El Clasico is coming down. Taking a little bit of slow play from Prime. Could easily try to contest the other rabbit, but maybe just not the defensive options available to take it, especially, again, with the spirit differential being only 1.
I mean, hey, if we had a nickel for every time Prime opted to put Rabbit into defense when looking at just another Rabbit on the other side of the board, we would have 2 nickels.
It's weird it's happened twice. Got an Ambrosia off the Hephaestus here, opting to take the spirits and go for 2 fire and a 3rd fire, which I imagine you don't really need that Hephaestus anymore outside of maybe a Nexus bank, unless Prime's opting to not play Kinleo, which I think would be a major development.
It makes me wonder how many Volcaries Prime is playing, if not wanting to keep Hephaestus on the board. Although I guess if you have another one, you could just search a second Hephaestus if you play it, although I don't know. Okay, so a Spectaris coming out. Still not able to deal with this rabbit unless...
Ooh.
There we go. A Zeus. Now that's a Zeus of a different color.
Man, I can't take care of this rabbit. I jest.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. We take down this rabbit to a 2 defense, and other rabbit cannot take over. Spice Sausage is debating whether or not to put this rabbit into attack. I think might be defense is a little better here, forcing Prime to use their Zeus against the rabbit on the defense. Hoping this Spectaris can hit it big here and keep up tempo. We saw Lavalith come down in a board position pretty similar to this last time, and I wouldn't be surprised if Prime has been holding that Lavalith for just the right moment.
He's been lava looming for
lava
sure.
Looming. Lumalith, you know.
And those 3 back row are mighty tempting back there.
Get this Prime passed back on 12 spirits. I think after that small correction, just to see there. 4 spirit differential is pretty big with an Eddie coming down in attack. So it gets messed with a PTA.
Ooh, immediately coming out. Okay. I'm just saying, can you imagine if there had been a Gloombat here?
Gloombat, I think, would have been really, really killer. Something to punish this back row. Again, Hurricane exists for a reason, people. Much less love to our baddie friend. Eddie's going to swap the rabbit to attack. I think the idea here, with an earthquake to boot.
Yeah, okay.
Whoa. It's a pretty expensive play, though.
Probably gonna clash with this.
I think we are clashing with the rabbit and going to expend 1 from PTA to take care of this Eddie. Prime did use the Zeus on their side too to make sure the Eddie stuck around, and Spicy had to expend.
Ooh, we saw a play very similar to that earlier today, which, you know, I'm taking notes. I really am.
That bubble will turn into a top sometime very, very soon. K will be winning. It will be scary. Pray to your God now.
They're calling her Cake Ray top 8.
Cake Ray top 8. So we have Rash Rabbit coming down from Prime in an open board state. If I, again, had a nickel for every time in this specific matchup, this game of inches was decided by a re-enchant rabbit on the board, I think I'd be rich beyond my wildest dreams.
I mean, Zero has been talking about this all day, where it's like, for every Ask Rabbit activation, you increase your likelihood of winning the clash. And we really do need to get our top scientists and data analysts, there we go, on this.
The Elestralists are hard at work, and I'm sure after someone compiles that data, we'll be able to count the piles of spirits here. 10-6 from Prime to Spicy. Eddie coming down. No effect, I imagine, but let's see if Prime has a response. PTA here would, I think, be ideal.
I mean, just for old time's sake, you really could just move it to defense and then Zeus it down.
Yeah, you know, why not?
Okay, we see a Luminape coming out with something, maybe an Ambrosia. Yep, that is an Ambrosia.
Healing up these spirits, keeping it costly. I think that was a spoiled fruit from Prime coming in for the tech hot.
Okay. Oh, but a second Ambrosia is coming out. Okay, all right. Prime, any chance you've got a second spoiled fruit? We did say that this would be an excellent matchup to side in spoiled fruit for, so there we go.
Yeah, you called it. It's really just the perfect intuition here, reading these players at a top level. You know, like I said before, this gonna be a game of inches again, and I think allowing Spicy to go for the first Ambrosia, having the second one, unfortunate, but you cannot let them heal back up here because now you are sitting with just your Astro Rabbit, gonna go down to this Eddie more than likely, and you might find yourself here with a lower spirit deficit just because you're trying to save this rabbit. Rabbit's going down to Eddie though.
So there I am, Astro Rabbit in attack. And Lavalith coming out.
Stellar Lavalith.
Would do it. And okay, getting rid of Zeus, saying I am not actually going to give you the opportunity to answer this Lavalith with anything except for an Argo.
Argo.
Okay.
Wow.
Are we gonna see an answering? I love when an Argo gets answered by an Argo.
Absolutely crazy. The instant pickup from Spicy there. A quick 2-0 from Prime.
Wow.
That was absolutely wild. Cool. What a match.
That means that Prime has secured their spot in top 8. Unfortunately, Spicy Sausage has not gone to top 8, but hey, that top 16, that reverse stellar carry off, the QP, nothing to turn your nose up at.
Absolutely. This is I think you can feel pretty good going this far and having multiple other chances again to qualify for those world's points. That carry off as well does look extremely gorgeous. And I think from that we are hopefully solidifying our top 8 as we speak for some of the best casters. And this I believe firmly puts in Prime, if I remember right, or they're fighting for top 8 rather.
Yeah, I believe that they're in, and we know for sure from earlier that both Hunter Surge and Trishula, who have gone undefeated today, have secured their spots in Top Cut. So we are already seeing the top 8 shape itself out here before our very eyes.
I'd love to see some familiar names here and some crazy strategies. I think that the more the merrier for this Moonrise. The double Argo play there at the end was pretty killer. Lavalith coming down all 3 games, or sorry, both 2 games, I think came down 3 times total, was a shock of all shocks. It's seemingly the classic case of your opponents always having to one-up.
Listen, you just gotta hope that they don't have it, but unfortunately, they always have it. They always have it. But we saw a pretty good balance of one-ups from both sides. I will say we saw the Lavalith and then the Lavalith. I believe we also saw resting from both of the casters. Listen, what a year that clash was.
I don't know if as much a year as some of the other clashes. I think this one, more or less, we were talking about previously, right? We have the explosive games with the big 3-drop Elestrals, kind of showcasing the bunch of the different elements, and then a game just like that both go hand in hand with the rest of the excitement, which is just a game of inches. One Spirit Elestrals, efficient removal, back to cost. One mistake would be a game, and I think both these casters played as perfectly as possible.
And you know what? I got to see the Volcari's champion of Hephaestus, and I got to see Hephaestus, and I got to see them use spirits from the underworld to enchant. So I'm happy. They used it on the Poison Tunic. It was beautiful. Huge congrats to Prime. That was so well played. And Spicy Sausage, also so well played. I mean, you're right. Both of these casters were playing perfectly, and you can't, at this level of play, ever count on your opponent making a mistake. And it's just, at the end of the day, it comes down to, do you have it? Or are you able to outmaneuver just by the tiniest inch? And this is one of those cases.
Are we going to Top Cut, or are we going to top 16? And yes, really congratulations to both of them.
To Argo at the end there.
Yeah. One of those Argos is going to top 8. The other one was Argo to top 16. Exactly. Just 2 commentators saying exactly. Yeah. Staring at Pandora's boxes, saying like, I just need one more.
Oh, don't even start with me.
Listen, I got more Shattered Stars to open than I can probably count at the moment.
I can't believe you're sitting on the X of 99 Lavalith right now.
Probably am.
Speaking of, Prime, if you're listening, I did take that personally. She's gorgeous, but I was offended.
Your Stellar came up in the last round. Stellar Kristoff gave a little bit of love to the blue Stellar Toxion out of the random box.
That's true. We play with our Stellars in this house, even if it hurts the commentators' feelings.
Oh my god! Hey, listen, that Stellar Armadon, at some point in time, will bring Solar very much love.
Oh my goodness. And we just have confirmation. I believe that I'm allowed to talk about this. But our bridesmaid, our beloved Trishula, is now undefeated. So going to Top Cut.
Wow. 7-0 for Trishula. I have not peeked at any of these lists so far. I want to see what these casters are brewing. I can only imagine Trishula coming in hot here. Can he continue this streak? Is this a finally getting married? Are we seeing the one?
I don't know. The question here is, who's ready to catch the bouquet next? Casters, get ready.
I think our usual suspects might be out of the tournament already, and the other one is undefeated. So, no, sorry, the other one after that's at the desk right now. Well, there we go. We'll toss myself in there.
Yeah, that's true. We're gonna see you qualify in approximately 2 tournament runs.
Oh God, you can give me a lot of grace on that one. It's been a long time. These grays aren't gray for no reason. I'm getting old out here. These casters are doing things I've only ever heard apart. They're casting cards in places of Elestria that I've never even heard. What the heck is Golden Apple into Rise into Celestlio?
Golden Apple of Discord coming up today. especially in the same clash that Circle the Sky came up. What a beautiful day we've had. And speaking of, we love the narratives here and sort of the beautiful storylines. And this previous round 7 where we had Trishula versus Hunter Surge, we didn't get to see it here live on stream. However, these are 2 incredible casters, and you don't want to miss them duking it out. And you know what? There is actually a place where you can see them playing, and that is in the Elestriad Finals, which apparently that video is dropping tomorrow. I cannot wait. I will be there as soon as it drops. I gotta know who's gonna be our next Divine Rune.
We'll be there no matter what, no matter what. Very exciting to see the finals of the Elestriad Season 4. If you need to get caught up, you can ask your parents' permission before going online to elestriad.com. You can go on there to catch up on all the Elestriad goodness. Check your brackets. Hopefully they're not too destroyed. And check out the other top 8 matches. And then they've been really killer so far. And these 2 casters have been giving it their all. So that Divine Rune, I'm excited to see who takes that one.
I cannot wait. There have been so many beautiful ones. I believe that just this week, the artist released the progress on the Distant Codex from last season, and it's looking gorgeous. Oh my goodness. I love all of the Divine Rune arts, and you know what? Swell, I think that you're due for one of these Elestriads.
Well, I gotta earn it to start. You know, we had the shot at the king during Season 2. Josh had to take it with the bears, and I think for the credit of Josh here, that bear art for Josh looks absolutely killer. Revealed them, I think, a couple videos ago.
Yeah, and unfortunately, go Cryo Scorch.
No.
Unfortunately, we still have this rivalry going from Season 2. I only hold it against you sometimes and at key moments when I can, in fact, quote the beloved the PK Sparks and saying, go Cryo Scorch.
That joke's for like 4 people total, and they're all in production right now. That's the crazy part. No, all roads lead back to Elestriad Season 2, and I do firmly believe part of the success of the 7-0 from Trish is partly due to that. We're talking about Circle of Sky earlier and potentially seeing some flashbacks there as well. So, I mean, a lot of innovation comes from it. So if y'all are wanting to get more into the action, please check out that Elestriad, and for more Elestriad to come. Surely Firestorm Elestriad, right?
I mean, I don't know if we have any confirmation. Who's to say? Is it going to happen? How's it going to happen?
Trends, trends.
Yeah. Who can say? But with that, that was our final clash for our Swiss rounds. And we are going to be getting ready to get into top 8. Swole, how are you feeling going into this?
Oh, I'm rearing and ready. I will be here for the long haul, and I'm excited to see what our casters can cook up for this event. And welcome back. We have just completed our 7 long rounds of Swiss at the May 17th Premier Tournament here for Elestrals. This is a crazy event so far. We've seen a lot of really high octane games for Elestrals and some really interesting decks. The last match that we just witnessed with Prime taking it 2-0 over Spicy with the new Fire Artifact stuff.
Fire, baby. That's who I'm going for. Come on, Fire.
Yeah, we do
This
know
is our
that
moment.
Fire locks up for top cut. And as a previous top cutter with Fire, what are your thoughts here on a lot of these decks?
They've been so cool. Just seeing all the clashes today, it's been amazing. Diversity amongst the entire playing field. Shows here Fire Artifacts being 10% of representation here at the final Moonrise Premier. BlueStacks coming in at 7.5% of representation. BlueStacks, one of those decks that's just been super powerful. It's casino. You hit or miss. Just like Six went 8-0 at Dallas with BlueStacks.
Yeah, I think this specific pool of representation inside of Swiss is very interesting. The tempo pile stuff with like the wind cards, Tornadin being up there in representation, Cryosect being a little bit lower than I thought it would be given Sir Tractor's influence, but still pretty cool to watch out for. And Titan being way down from the last tournament. I think the previous one was almost, again, 10% similar to Fire Artifacts. Everyone was really excited to get into the new stuff, which is crazy. And one thing I want to point out here, Celestial Reanimator, deck that we saw previously on stream, piloted by Cobalt, has representation in enough numbers to make it on the pie chart. It's no longer an other. I think that's so cool.
That is awesome. Yeah, Celestial definitely getting some love in the sunlight.
It's day in the sun.
It's day in the sun.
It's also really amazing to see the Fire Artifact decks do so well and be so coveted after. Obviously, the new toy syndrome and everyone wanting to play with the new stuff from Shattered Stars. But also tells me that a lot of people got the Shattered Stars in the first place, really looking to chase those beautiful cards in addition to practicing the Firestorm meta early. So inside of this is just like absolutely crazy to see so many different decks, though, as we close out the Moonrise meta.
It just goes to show that the inclusion of just one card can change an entire archetype.
It also, I think, adds just so kind of a different play style. Just a little bit. We saw a couple other variants of this list. Prime, no Kinleo to be found there, but there's, we have things like the Necrufs in there, a little more aggro, having the Hammer of Hephaestus for a few of these strategies, mixing in the Thunder with the Fire, versus, like you were saying previously, maybe even no Zeus at all in some cases.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, no, the diversity amongst all of these deck lists is amazing. I'm so happy to see more cards get their their time to shine. So what do you think is going to win the event tonight?
Ooh. Well, out of our players inside of top 8, or that we are kind of finalizing and getting things ready for, I know we have Trish. I know we have Hunter Surge. I know we have Prime locked in their spot on the feature round. So at the bare minimum, Fire Artifacts will be represented, and I'm curious to see the other casters. Selfishly, I would love to see either the new Fire stuff, the Celestlio of some level, please, someone please, or alternatively just some good Elestrals. I'll give the cop-out answer. I just want to see good Elestrals.
Oh yeah. Just some great clashes.
What about you? What you looking forward to?
I think it's obvious. I want fire all the way, baby. If not fire, though, I think it's time for Pantera.
Ooh, a Pantera win. Ari would be very happy to see. Very happy to hear you say that. I think that third place at Dallas is a pretty good showing, and also showcasing the deck is very scary. Plenty of big 3-drop Elestrals have come up so far in this event, back to back to back. But none of them as big or as strong as Pantera. That's kind of the key card, the mascot of base set.
Oh yeah, and it's still, even going into Firestorm, the strongest Celestial in the game. With 15 attack, there's nothing like baseline that can beat it.
Hydrake's very scary too. Much less players are trying to run those Specteruses out. Again, seeing Specterus in the last match of Spicy was kind of a surprise. And I think that allows you to pull off some really tricky situations where your opponent might be in a simplified board state with like an Eddy, and then now I'm going to crash my Hydrake. Here's my big Twindra. You're taking at minimum 2 damage, and then if you get rid of this Twindra, here comes the big bad Pantera.
Mm-hmm. The 5-headed Hydra is going to come for that win. As long as it's not against fire.
As long as it's not against fire. That's right. Yeah. Well, we can hold space specifically for our Kindleo casters out there. So I think that's what I'm looking forward to as well. Just honestly the big shock and awe that we've been getting. I would love to see a little more needle drops pop in. The other side of this too, I know that typically in the top 8 we'll see casters we haven't seen at all. And Trish is a caster that I'm particularly curious about, not really knowing what they're playing today, but then also the storyline of second place. Can we see Trishula take it after going undefeated in Swiss?
I think so. Get the right cards. I mean, it can go to anybody. I'm pushing for them as long as they don't play against fire.
It's always Trish, hope you do well, not against fire. Hunter Surge, the second inside of Swiss for the start of it, I hope you do well, except for against fire. Mm-hmm. Prime, you're good to go. Don't worry about it.
But we'll see if Trish's Cinderella story comes to an end. In a good way or a bad way. We'll see for the final.
It'd be hopeful.
Moonrise
There's
premiere.
always going to be more chances, though. Again, the players today, we will see one person walk away with an immediate invite to Worlds, and then everyone else will be receiving their points, which I think is going to be a great first step in getting to those that qualifier, which I think is going to be stacked. If the level of talent that we've been seeing so far out of Swiss is anything to be indicative of the Worlds that we'll see here at the sometime soon, then God, we're in for a treat.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Everything's set up to go here for our top 8 feature match, just kind of getting things ready. And
while we wait, I just want to say
situated.
thank you to all of our casters who attended today. We had 120 casters compete in the final Moonrise premiere, the prelude to Firestorm. And we're only going to get bigger from here.
Yeah, I mean, I remember way back when we are 20-person webcam tournaments and the app tournaments, shout outs to our app players out there, and growing in front to on the world stage 500-person event, and then to back largest webcam premier tournaments. That just feels amazing as a community, and I think everyone giving it their all is great to see. And I completely agree as well. Thanks to all our crew working today and on the production side of things, putting on a very good showcase. Amazing graphics from our editors and everyone making those sweet animations. I think the dusting off of the chains one, sadly we haven't seen that one so far, but c'est la vie, my heart will go on.
And we saw that Hephaestus too.
The Hephaestus one is absolutely killer.
I don't believe I've seen Hephaestus as the animation. I could be wrong.
Yeah, maybe once or twice we've seen it before, maybe, but it's I'm losing track just a little bit. Again, the Celestial one, beautiful. The Voldusk one, also that seemed new to me. Prime time for Bo to make that run with Volclips.
Oh yeah, for sure. Now, speaking of the game, I want to talk to all of you casters who also want to participate in the game. So, what we can do is we have a little QR code that we can throw on the screen here that you can scan to submit your LGS. Scan that code there, you fill in some information, the name of your store, location, whether or not you are willing to do a demo. Have you talked to the store, and maybe like a store contact, just so we can be like, hey, can I ask for Swolax? I want to talk to him about Elestrals. Here at Elestrals, we'll work on it, get them all queued up, and hopefully we'll have locals going to grow our scene even more.
Yeah, it's really, I think the LGS support and making sure our local game stores are healthy and excited is really important. We had at the Dallas Open a trade night at one of the LGSs in the area as Lone Star Pack breaks, and great event, super great to see everyone and meet everyone. I know there's thriving communities all over the country for Elestrals, so really important to get everyone involved. And if you have somewhere that you really want to be that you don't think has Elestrals yet, yes, the QR code is the best place to start.
Yep, shoot the QR code or send me a message on Discord.
Looks like we have our top 8 already finalized here. So announcing here, we've got our matchups and some fabled rematches and some fabled battles. We have Trishula versus Cobalt Sanderson. We have Prime versus Distant Coder. We have Hunter Surge versus Bo, and Perky against Alien Legend UK. We've seen a few of these casters so far in the Swiss, and this means, by the way, that we have not only the fire artifacts that we were talking about previously, both Celestlio and Volclips make it into top 8.
Volclips making it into top 8 is going to be really cool. Just imagine our defending Dallas Open champion finishing the final Moonrise Premier with Volclips.
I think that K might not be able to handle it. I think just the amount of sheer excitement and decibels that would come from our fellow co-commentator would probably shatter the stream frequency as a whole. But we'd be very excited to see Bo walk away with it with Volclips. That'd be super cool. Against Celestia would be really sweet. We have a lot of really high action here with other names like Alien Legend, which we saw earlier inside of the match, and Distant Coder too. Kind of to point out another veteran of the game coming in against Prime. So we'll see how those matches go. I think we're gearing up to watch our first round here in top 8 sometime soon. Maybe awesome. Well, we'll get a pairing of Hunter Surge versus Trishula. It'd be kind of crazy. We mentioned earlier them in the finals of the Elestriad. Only they can get their practice round here. All right, looks like we are good to roll here in a little bit. We have our first round feature for top 8. Trishula versus Cobalt Sanderson. Celestlio versus...
And Terror.
Scary stuff. 2 of the biggest boss Elestrals inside the entire game. I believe these 2 also played in Swiss, where Trishula took the game, I think it was 2-0 or 2-1. But either way, this is going to be a rematch of the century with these 2 heavy hitters.
And excited to see what happens.
Haven't seen Trishula play quite yet on stream. We know Cobalt is going to try to go for those Rise plays. We know that they are trying to drop the Celestlio as soon as possible. Trish, I am unsure if it could be keeping up with the pressure. It seemed like it was maybe no problem before, but let's go ahead and try to hop into our game here. Both casters are rearing and ready to go. We're going to start off with top 8 of the final Moonrise Premier Tournament. Let's see what we got. We're starting off here with Cobalt potentially taking the lead. No, Trishula, I believe, is taking the lead here. Top 8 is decided by seeding for first or second. Just pick up the Spirit deck and put in the Lunar Spirit.
Starting off with an expend to draw.
Draw set 1. It can be kind of dangerous.
Giving Trishula the chance to react to whatever Elestral or play that Cobalt makes. Into a Nog on the first turn.
Nog is really strong, especially for the strategy, trying to see those combo pieces. I like the one set playing conservatively around Hurricane versus coming down from Cobalt.
Now, what do you think Cobalt's looking for on this first light to start off this game?
Well, if I had to imagine, if it's not the Celestlio on the top to potentially draw, discard something like the Comagma from earlier, we have a Draco Ray on the top potentially.
Kakare.
Or Kakare, excuse me. That's the TP
from the yep.
Yeah, Kakare getting on the top here. Maybe an expend to draw the Kakare. Whoa!
Oh, a
huge surprise of a Winjin.
The Shattered Stars art Winjin.
This is crazy. Do we see a Gorgon's Gaze in response from Trishula? Otherwise, this prediction does go through. We see a Winjin, Kafmel, and
one Tornadian.
This is huge. It looks like the Outback Sunrise has a little bit of Outback surprise for us.
Trish could have a PTA.
That could be the tried and true PTA from Trish.
Is there the poison-tipped arrow to answer this Tornagion? Also, the tournament pack, or not tournament pack, the Shattered Stars Tornagion.
I love that Shattered Stars Tornagion. This thing is looking quite good. See if there's a response from Trish. Doesn't look like there is. Potentially going to go ahead and call some cards from Cobalt. I think here, if you're Trish, you'll have no problem maybe Gorgon's gazing this Ascension and then hitting it with something with a Cryoblast. That Tornagion's looking very Cryoblastable.
Oh, for sure. If Cobalt goes to activate the Tornagion effect, he could activate the Gorgon's Gaze in response just to make it so Cobalt burns an additional spirit.
There's the PTA.
Ooh, there was the PTA.
Poison Tipped Arrow coming down from Trishula, as he predicted here. It's going to be expensive to start this off. That is a lot of damage that Trish is taking, but Cobalt as well has gone down to 15 spirits already. Like a Rise.
Rise. Is that a Gorgon's?
I believe that is a Gorgon's Gaze. And you see the third card, Beta Breath, a First Light.
A First Light. And that Kokiri is on top, or was on top, that we saw from the Winjin.
Yeah, I think they called the Kokiri, taking the Kokiri, so now they have the First Light could be live. I like this play from Cobalt, effectively saying, I will be getting either a play to protect myself for next turn, I will be getting this Kokiri, or I'm going to be getting this Celestlio now.
Mm-hmm.
First Light off the top.
Ooh. Which means Cobalt has a chance to go Kokiri into Dracoray immediately.
I do like this play, given like maybe one other counter rune, Kokiri into Dracoray, putting the pressure onto Trish early. Trish still, though, sitting pretty with a couple cards in hand. I don't think you're in a bad spot. Golden Apple Discord. Could we see it here?
Did Cobalt already have the Celestlio in hand with a Rise?
Oh,
there goes the Celestlio.
Like
the Stained Glass Celestlio from Shattered Stars.
Random card getting discarded here. We've got something coming down from Trish. Let's see it. It's this card here. It's an Altar of Stars getting ripped out of Trish's hand. And the Golden Apple of Discord also milling a Hydrake and a Zeus.
Wow. Those are really big. There's the Rise.
There's the Rise. The first Celestlio.
Turn 1 for Cobalt. Celestlio on the board, and there's no PTA to stop it.
This is so much damage.
Tornagion took it.
Oh, wow. Cobalt strategy seemingly coming together here, combining the Genie and wishing for this Lion to come down. This is absolutely a killer. Swinging in for potentially 5. We're going to foretell here just to add some Elestrals. Or to rearrange the top.
2 Apollos, a Draco Ray, and a Rise.
Going to add that Draco Ray. I imagine the Rise will be put on top there.
Absolutely.
This is pretty killer. If you're in Trish here, what are you thinking to yourself? This is a tough spot.
This is a very tough spot. Trish still has the option to pay for the Tornagion. Getting rid of the Tornagion. They would need to top deck, I would say, a Resting on Your Laurels or Earthquake. It's probably the most ideal situation here.
They're taking a lot of spirit damage here. That's 5 from the Tornagion and the Celestlio, and then a payout of 2 from the PTA. So total count of 3 from the PTA, 5 from the attacks. That's an 8 spirits, 7 to 11 here.
And both these casters have only done 1 turn.
This is
we have
already
Cobalt at
so
7
close.
and Trishula at 11. And there's only been 1 turn. This top 8 is going to be insane.
Are you comfortable at this position if you're Cobalt? I mean, the 7 spirits with the big body is nice, but Trishula has a lot of room to play with.
Absolutely. We already saw that Cobalt has the First Light and the the Kokiri in hand. Being able to immediately go into the Draco Ray to heal back those spirits.
Yeah, this 7 to 11 might have to be forgotten. There is a expended draw from Trish.
Oh, no.
Ooh, the Swolax special. pass back to draw.
Set
This
one
is
and pass.
going to be very dangerous. I mean, if there's an Apollo on top, we think we predict that this was a foretell of the Rise, but as a Gorgons comes down to stop the effect of the Celestlio.
Stalling one more turn. Hopefully Trish can find another answer on the next one.
7 to 8 with a Cockray coming down. There's that tournament pack again. We know First Light is there in hand. Yeah, this is looking.
And here's the First Light, which is going to allow the Cockaray to special ascend into Dracoray, healing back those solar spirits.
I think what's crazy about this too is having the Rise. Again, we're kind of just predicting based off of the foretells from previously, but another Rise in hand means that this potential First Light puts on maybe a second Celestlio. It's going to be a Calf Mill. That seems pretty good, actually.
That would be awesome.
We got a Cockray, Dracoray coming down over this Cockray, going to be ascending and healing back 3 spirits. Cobalt is firmly in that driver's seat, making the spirit differential oh so good.
And healing back those 3 solar spirits. You got to remember that the Celestlio has been Gorgon's Gazed, so no attack from the Celestlio this turn, but Cobalt can still get in for 2 with the Dracoray.
I do like here as well, you mentioned the Laurels, or potentially like an Earthquake, some removal. And now with the Dracoray on the board, that Celestlio is protected, so Trish has to have 2 forms of removal.
So if you're Trishula here, what card do you want to find aside from removal? What other answers do you have?
Triple Ambrosia, Earthquake, and somehow manifesting a second Earthquake because you're actually playing a starter deck. That's, I think, the way to go
and
here.
There's the Rise.
Cobalt trying to put Trish on just as much of a position as uncomfortable as possible. That is crazy. What is Trish, or what is Cobalt bringing back here?
Tornadian?
Oh, that Tornadian was brought down by the PTA. Just for some extra damage, maybe.
Going for 2. Yep, it's the Tornadian. Misenchanted.
Wow. Using those
Looks like it was
spirits to
into
good use.
2 solar.
Yeah, you're on 3 spirits. You might as well just swing in for 5 additional. Trish takes all 5 damage.
And
he takes 4 damage.
And they leave with a back row. 1 card set face down. I think Cobalt is pretty confident going forward, even with only 2 spirits left.
This is absolutely killer. You can definitely take off of the Elestrals to cast that back row. If it's anything, could also just be a bluff set, and putting Trishula on 2 or 4 spirits now is very scary. See how Trish responds here. No action so far from the Bridesmaid. 4 spirits left. Do we see an Ambrosia? This is the type of place where an Eddy can come down. Do we see a Gorgon's Gaze? Cobalt, we saw that beautiful TP rare. And it is the Gorgon's Gaze stopping the Eddy.
Which will be enough to stop Trish from taking game 1, it looks.
Oh,
Does Trish have anything to go down?
Close. Do you think we'll see an Ambrosia? Do you think that we'll see a resting?
I think if Trish had a resting at this point, he would have snapped that. Oh, there's the Ambrosia.
Ooh, but off the Eddy, that does not feel good at all. You're feeling like that's maybe a desperation play.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe another Gorgon's Gaze or a shield in the grip to stop one of these attacks, but we know the Kaufmel is coming back up on top, so you're taking at least 3 damage between the Dracoray and the Kaufmel.
And bringing back a Water, a Thunder, and a Wind.
Set 3 pass.
Putting out multiple targets for that Celestlio. One of them could be the answer to protect Trishula here.
Ooh. Well, the Apollo, Comagma, Winjin, and the Rise getting foretold here by the Celestlio, so no destruction of Trish's back row yet, but no Gorgon's Gaze either from Trish.
That was the best outcome that Trish needed there.
Essentially save
no
themselves
pop from Celestlio.
If you're Cobalt here, do you have 1 water spirit inside the spirit deck to save for Tsunami?
They should. They absolutely should. Ooh, is this another Ascension?
I believe so.
Draco Ray over Draco Ray to bring back even more spirits.
Just as good as an Ambrosia here. When you're playing Solar, you might as well be playing a deck of 40 Ambrosias. It's a Calf-Mel into Draco Ray heal is a very cool play that you can do constantly in this strategy. I'd love to see this this play be made here. Also puts Trish on maybe taking all 6 spirits.
So it looks like Trish is responding with the Tsunami.
There it is.
Delaying yet another turn.
Yeah, that Draco Ray being a 3 defense is pretty tricky to deal with. No Cryoblast alive can handle it, but you do have a lot of Elestrals that you can just blatantly swing over, and with no back row from Cobalt, you're clear to do so. Celestial, on the other hand, a little bit more tricky, and it looks like Trish is scooping it up for game 1, going to Cobalt here with Celestlio.
Wow. And if I'm not mistaken, that was only roughly 3 turns of play.
3 turns. To quote our Fox mother here on the set, I feel like that was a year. I feel like that was a year of clashing.
Ooh, and we're just getting started.
That was so good.
What answers do you think that Trish has for what he just saw?
I think this is so interesting, right? Because we know that potentially these casters are teching in things like Boom Bat. They're teching in cards like Spoiled Fruit, even, which I think can be very valuable into a deck like this. We saw the Draco Ray double heal last time, and Calf-Mel we know is inside the strategy. And Celestlio does get brought down by the little bat, so I think those are Trish's best bets to combat the Australian menace here. What do you think about Cobalt? Do you think Cobalt's making any considerations for Trish's deck?
Cobalt hasn't seen much of Trish's deck.
Yeah, that's the thing.
But
right?
they did play against each other in Swiss, correct?
Right.
Okay, so they already know going into this, like, hey, Trish ended up going the entire event undefeated in Swiss. I know what they're playing. I can prepare now. Like, obviously, looking at this match right here, they were able to take it in 3 turns.
Yeah, firmly, this is one of those times where almost presented like Trishul had to find the right pieces in order, and if Trish was able to combine those pieces of removal or potentially pieces of back row, that could have been a broken board of the largest Elestrals inside the game. And Cobalt able to take that one with relative ease. You know, no back row from Trish for a couple turns is kind of rough.
Oh yeah, for sure. And Trish also, I think, if they're running it in their sideboard, Divine Blessing would be a good card to run just to stop those Rise from the Ashes.
Yeah, and you're already seeing that against Blizztrix really be helpful, so I can imagine those are coming in as well. Maybe even Eruption. Cobalt got really low on that one, and having the Dragalos out on board makes it tricky, but I can very much see a situation where you can engineer Cobalt into having only the Celestial on board with like 2 spirits.
Yeah, it would be the Draco Ray that was on board. If Cobalt is running Dragalis also,
oh right,
absolutely, I want Cobalt. Like, Cobalt, make some cool plays.
Yeah, I mean,
let's see that Dragalis.
This deck is so cool. The Winjin tech, let's talk about that for a brief second here, going over that in the first round. I did not see that in Swiss. And what kind of spirit math does Cobalt have to take care of this? Is this just a billion solar, some wind, and like a fire for that Comagma?
Yeah, I mean, the spirit math there is very tricky. Like, there are certain uses with the fire and the solar. Like, there isn't much other wind that we've seen from Cobalt yet. No,
not at all. And we're going to see more. Hopefully, we can see more of Trish's deck here as we go into game 2 of this top 8 of this Premier Tournament. It looks like Trish is going to be on the play here again. Let's see if we start off with an expended draw, or if we can see some of those side deck cards to help combat the Celestlio.
Ooh, starting off with a Werepup.
Werepup here, very strong. Werepup indeed. The last, that would have been kind of helpful, but Werepup is a weird one here. It's a pretty big body in the Lycovoid Ascension after the full moon, but a little bit bigger than the Lycovoid is a very large cat named Celestlio.
Mm-hmm. With one set, looks like Trish is going to pass. safe to assume that might be the full moon.
Yeah, could be anything.
Could even be a boat.
It could even be a boat. Could you imagine? We get that off here. I think for Cobalt, you're very much fine if that's the full moon, because now you can go to Comagma. Magma effect activate to draw discard. Did Trish pro set a Gorgons instead?
And the Comagma effect resolves.
Looks like that's good. Discard the Celestlio. Number 2. This might
Is
be
this happening? Turn
Number
1
2!
again.
The explosiveness of this deck.
We just witnessed Celestlio come out on the first turn for Cobalt. 2 games in a row. Is this going to be a repeat of game 1?
I can only imagine. This is absolutely incredible. We've seen more Celestlios come in here than in almost the entirety of Daybreak. This is insane. Taking what was previously a second place strategy here and bringing it to this level and showcasing just how strong it can be.
2 cards into their hand and popping both the Werepup and the back row.
That's so crazy. Wow. So powerful. The mighty lion roaring down Trish the moment.
This is the last Moonrise premiere, correct?
That's it. Absolutely, we're back in Daybreak as far as I can tell. What is going on? This is incredible. Trishula here, not quite out yet though. This board is very breakable. You know, you have Earthquake, Laurels can do it. Even cards like Cryoblast and the Comagma into a combination, but you do have to see the combination of removal. 13-10's also nothing to scoff at with that Celestlio. So Eddie to Zeus does also not do it.
Trish choosing which spirits he's going to expend here.
Trish has been in these positions before, very difficult spots, but if we know one thing from this decorated caster is that you can never count him out. And this is the perfect reason why. This exactly is the line from Pen Terror to Hydrake.
Ooh, here we go. And like mentioned before, Pen Terror has the highest attack stat in Elestrals.
This is going to be expensive, but you know, if you're Cobalt here,
and no answer from Cobalt.
You're crashing. We will see the big bad dragon face off against the largest cat in the jungle. Twindra and a Stellar, gorgeous.
Very nice Stellar from the first tournament packs. And the Twindra crashing into Celestlio.
Taking a bit of spirit damage here. And Ari, where are you at? Pent, best deck. Do we see the Pen Terror? Maybe even a Stellar Pen Terror. Water Spirit down. Gonna be misenchanted here to play on Tsunami.
Does Cobalt have the PTA or the Gorgons?
The Hurricane Spirit's coming down for our Pen Terror here. Look at that. This is the big dragon. 15 attack. Taking down the Celestlio.
No response from Cobalt.
This is insane. Clash of the Titans here, both in players and on the board. Joey Pokey-Aim is currently popping off somewhere.
And just like that, the game's turned around.
Was thought to be so over is now so back for Trish. This is maybe what Trish was trying to configure for last game, waiting for Hydrakes, because, you know, as we saw before, Hydrake can easily clear boards, very similar to Moonrise newcomers like Navi.
Ooh. And here comes the Winjin.
Jinin. This could do it. A removal would be killer.
Are we doing a blind search?
We have to. See
so if you're Cobalt, what card are you going to name?
Well, Rise is a pretty good one if you've called Rise. Did you call Rise?
Was it the Rise?
It might be. I think it was the Rise. And Ascend from
it
hand.
was the Rise. But that also means
it's killer.
Celestlio's coming back.
And you don't have to activate this Tornadin here. You know a Cockray is on the top. If you do reanimate this Celestlio, that means that you have a guaranteed pop unless a Gorgons is on Trish's side waiting.
I'm at the edge of my seat here. This is absolutely insane.
And might as well throw the rest of the seat out. This is a great first start to this top 8. I am absolutely floored. Okay, so he did call. It's Hurricane, Nectar of the Gods, and we shall see. Maybe trying to bait out the Gorgon's Gaze here. And a Gorgon's Gaze. Speak of the devil. Do you think that if you're Trish, what's the best card that you could be giving Cobalt right now?
Probably the Nectar of the Gods. I want to say Nectar of the Gods, but you can use the Nectar to get back the cards that you just weren't able to. Oh. Speaking of, on our theme of manifestation today.
Yep, there we go. We're shuffling back into the deck. Possibility of grabbing those cards here.
Cobalt could do the Nectar of the Gods, hit an Apollo, see the top of the deck, and then rearrange it for that Celestlio to come out.
And I'm really curious to know why not Rise first. You know, the Cockroach on top from the Foretell. You could have that be removal. Maybe, again, playing on the Gorgon's Gaze is maybe the safer option here. Shuffling it back up, making sure this is all good to go. 11 spirits to 8 spirits. This is still anyone's game.
Is the Solar Kitty going to make a comeback?
Let's see. It's now or never. There's the Rise. No Divine Blessing. Wouldn't make a lot of sense here, getting rid of your dragon.
Are we going to see a Poison-Tipped Arrow or a Gorgon's Gaze?
I think both would be absolutely killer. If I had imagined Gorgon's Gaze is like the only card that can save you here, Cobalt trying to Hero Call and Foretell 4. If you're Trish, do you let that go through?
And it resolves.
And there's one.
One hit.
Oh,
the Neblio.
No! Neblio!
Now, choosing the Pantera instead of the back row.
That is killer. You're on 8 spirits left. Trish, you're going to take this damage. That is so much. Down to 5.
Does Trish have a Tsunami?
Tsunami would be the way to go. And the only way to save this. You got rid of your big boss Elestral and Pantera. Are you playing a second one?
I want to point out, we're still on turn 3. A Shield of Achilles.
No! Shield of Achilles. My nose to this turn 3 here. I feel like I've gained so many gray hairs here. The edge of my seat is currently breaking off as I'm witnessing 2 of the best casters duke it out. This has been incredible.
Oh, and here's the Eddie going to take out the Tornadian. Does Cobalt have the answer?
There's Gorgon's Gaze!
Gorgon's Gaze!
2 spirits left from Trishula, and similarly 2 spirits left from Cobalt. Is there 1 spirit left from Trish? Oh no, this is sudden death.
What's it going to be?
Last turn.
A Cathomel.
It's my girl Mel putting in a little bit of work, seeing if the Tornadian can get in. Thunder Spirit and a Zeus set. It was a bluff. That is a 2-0 for Cobalt, moving on to top 4 with Celestlio.
A dominating performance from Celestlio here. That was turn 3, both games.
That is insane. I'm losing my mind. Oh, God.
I am at a loss for words. Like, are we in Daybreak right now?
Hop on Elestrals. That's all I got to say. If you want to witness some of the most insane action alive with the craziest deck builders of all time. A big congratulations to both these casters for making it this far. And again, these qualifying points will start to add up soon. And a top 8 with Pantera to end the Moonrise season for Trish. That is a really good send-off to one of the most iconic decks in Elestrals, and equally an amazing showcasing of a crazy, crazy deck from Cobalt Sanderson in Celestlio with Rise. Wow, what a deck.
Yeah, that was amazing. I'm still at a loss for words that we got to see Celestlio come out on the first turn, the first game. If I'm not mistaken, it was the first turn also in the second game.
Yeah.
And the game was over by turn 3. In both Tornadian and Celestlio.
This is the true thunder from down under is this list. I am thrown back. But it's easy to point out too that Trish had a very commanding position with a Hydrake as the comeback card. trading with the Comagma, crashing the Twindra into the biggest body. Again, Clash of the Titans coming down here for this Elestrals Clash. You could not ask for better Elestrals in terms of just raw power.
The pivotal moment there had to be the blind call on the Rise from the Ashes. If it wasn't
absolutely.
for that there, this entire game was in Trish's favor. At least from what we saw.
Oh, wow. That was heart-stopping. Edge of the seat the entire time.
Yep.
Every single decision mattering. And just like you said, these were seemingly like quick games, but only by turn 3 did both these casters choose and make decisions to lead them to an electrifying match. Truly. This was crazy. And again, congratulations to Trish for making it top 8 with Penterror. Fantastic showcasing, undefeated in Swiss. I think this is a worthwhile run for sure. And Cobalt moving on to top 4, which I cannot wait to see more of this deck later. Hopefully we can see them move along further, given that their opponents don't stomp out that light sometime soon. So inside of that game, going into game 2 there, some of the side deck cards that we were talking about previously that Trish could have teched in there. Man, I just think that maybe even seeing one of those extra cards too could have changed that whole outcome.
Oh yeah, for sure. The spoiled fruits would have been more for game 1 because we saw all of the Draco Rays. But I still would have sided in spoiled fruit. But with my luck, I never have spoiled fruit when I need it.
To quote our previous commentator too, they always have it. They always have the out. That Comagma play is so interesting. To highlight that just a little bit, one thing I loved from Frostball, Comagma is one of the rares there in that set.
Yep.
And I thought this card is so interesting. Typically to combo it off with like something like Ash Rabbit for Daybreak, it's the idea that Fire wants to cycle cards, discard them, get them back, and Comagma is helping you dig for pieces. Decently statted body. I love that it's getting seen play in a deck like this. Fits in really nice and natively with stuff like the Draco Ray. It's really solid deck building. The one thing I'm really confused on is the Tornadgen stuff. That seems super powerful in this strategy.
Oh yeah. Tornadgen alone is just a really powerful card. If you're able to stick the Tornadgen, say you need to heal. We saw Cafamel. You can choose Cafamel, you can choose Ambrosia, and we've seen some of the lists, like back at Dallas, Quackles are in there as well, because you're using the Thunders for Zeus, Elechix most of the time. I'm not sure about Cobalt, but we did see the Hurricane, so the Thunder is already natively in the deck.
Yeah, I wonder if that's the side for Cobalt is the Hurricane, to make sure that those plays, those big explosive turns go off. Again, spirit management wise, I have to know what this deck looks like, because that math must be crazy to have to play in Hurricanes, the solar spirits necessary to do both Rise and Celestlio. That seems absolutely crazy.
Yeah, for sure. Also, you were saying earlier, I believe, Cobalt made this Celestlio deck because their son really likes Celestlio, and now they're manifesting it, correct?
It's something like that. I'm like, it's as the legend goes. I might get a message here being like, no way, no, that's not what it is. I'm almost certain.
I'm wrong, my mistake.
No. This one might be me. As the legend goes, this deck was built out of love for the game and out of love for this lion, and just to make something crazy work. And wow, great showcasing so far.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, this is gonna actually kill it. We have the rest of our top 8 matches still going on now. We have inside of our top 8, I believe it's Hunter Surge versus Bo, Prime versus Distant Coder, Herky versus Alien Legend is our rest for matchups here. Now, Prime versus Distant Coder, I don't really know what Distant Coder might be on, but that fire matchup we were talking about previously, hopefully Hephaestus is getting some festivities in. We know Bo is rocking up with the Volclips, so maybe equally as explosive as our Celestlio.
Mm-hmm.
And Alien Legend, was this the BlueStacks player?
Legend had the Fulgorix toolbox, yeah.
Fulgorix deck, that's right. Yes, with the Doppelganger play into the Nexus. Oh, yep. Wow. And just all 3 large bodies of Elestral. 4, Penterror, Fulgorix, we have Volclips and Celestlio? Who designed this? Who designed this top 4?
Where's fives? What fives?
Where's fives? What's five? Yeah. I don't even know fives. Multiply that by a few times, and then I think we're in a much scarier position.
Oh, yeah. So
Super
how do
crazy.
you think Cobalt is going to match up with the rest of our competitors here?
Yeah,
so
moving
they can
on.
be anybody
to the top
moving
four.
forward.
So I think that's the tricky part, right? Is that we do know that Cobalt was the lowest seed inside the top 8, I believe, at 8th place, facing off against Trishula, our number 1 seed. So pretty clearly, on some level, there are decks and strategies that can combat this strategy. So I think that this Celestial list might struggle and have a hard time with, again, the heavy counter runes. If you're not able to ascend. Again, Divine Blessing is almost game ending in some cases. Boom Bat, as we saw, was also really hard to deal with. So I don't doubt that we're going to be seeing those cards be saved specifically for stuff like Celestial. But it's hard to really say what's the silver bullet. What do you think that can come down from these other casters that can maybe combat the Lion Menace?
Honestly, it's probably just the Divine Blessing. These explosive plays have just been from Rise from the Ashes. It's just showing how powerful bringing something back from the underworld is at any point in the game.
Yeah, it's really interesting to think about this being a Pharaohgeist tech a couple formats ago, where we have Pharaohgeist being discarded somehow, brought back with Reanimator, still seen as like a really expensive play, a lot of removal, and so maybe not super worth it to go into for the Spirit investment, but very clearly the idea and the roots are there to push something like Cobalt to a top 4 at the very least. So yeah, I think Divine Blessing would be absolutely killer. Huge pivotal card inside of the Rise from the Ashes. I don't think we'll see a Leo Bright or Leo Knight come down sometime soon. The one that locks Invoke Rose, to help take care of that Rise. But we can always hope some Madman's out there. Not as played as
still near and dear to my heart.
It's
okay.
Kinleo
still takes.
Kinleo is also a pretty good card here. I think matches up well into this type of strategy.
Oh yeah, being able to take out the large targets and have that repeatable each turn. Just I can imagine. I'm not sure if Prime had it in their list, but the Ash Rabbit with a Kinleo, bouncing those spirits back and forth to destroy Elestrals and then recur cards from your underworld, like shouting out to Shuret with the 3 Ambrosias with the Ash Rabbit. The constant healing, the pressure there is insane.
It's quite immense. I think it's so interesting that we see inside the top 8 like a mixture of those types of strategies, the ones that can set up plays for like the loops to have a lot of really good resource advantage, or just all in, all gas. I'm going to ascend, and we're going to go down to 2 spirits apiece decks. Really the beauty of Elestrals here, that both have a world and both can fit inside this meta. It's been so interesting to follow, especially since Dallas, where seemingly the only deck doing that was BlizzTrix before, which is not inside this top 8.
Which is very surprising, because BlizzTrix is a very powerful deck.
And I think the second most represented today.
Yeah, second most represented at 7.5%, I believe. Yep, 7.5%.
Wow. Yeah, we've had the Volcaries convert. And meanwhile, BlizzTrix is still yet to take an event, and maybe we've seen a lot of strategies from Daybreak, and we've seen a lot from Frostfall come up and take names. Maybe BlizzTrix will see its day in the sun and set 6 or 7. We'll give it some time. I'm more than happy to give it time.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this Celestial deck that we just witnessed, it played akin to BlizzTrix. Just how explosive it was. I mean, I can't get over the fact that it was only 3 turns. 3 turns. Like,
yeah. I think the difference maker here is like the difference to me. I think in these 2 strategies is that I think while you don't have to draw into your combo pieces for something like BlizzTrix, the Snowlet El Diablo will let you mill and see it that way. It just might be more consistent to have a more explosive hand than a 1-card starter. Maybe that's the difference maker. It's Solar BlizzTrix,
Yeah.
This is crazy. We're currently waiting for our other matches to wrap up here. I'm really excited to see who we have facing off against Cobalt as we move on. But I'm also curious to know how Foxes are doing. I'm curious to know how these other strategies are performing. I'm really curious to know what Distant Coder is on, considering that, you know, for a couple of tournaments there, I know Distant Coder was in the lab practicing and got the top previously in the last premiere, and looks like we have some updates here. We have Distant Coder, speaking of them, taking it over Prime 2-0 to Cobalt as well, joining Cobalt inside of top 4 while our other matches finish up. That is absolutely killer.
For sure, which means the Fire deck has been eliminated from top 8.
Oh gosh, wow. Yeah, wait a minute. Pour one out real quick. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling okay. Only because Draco Ray is in the Celestlio deck. So Fire is still here.
Fire is Comagma is pure fire. We have the Draco Ray that is fire. Unconfirmed Dragalis.
Oh, if we see a Dragalis.
That's a fire deck right there. That's crazy. Well, I think the good showcasing so far from the new Champion of Hephaestus stuff, it will not be the last time that we see this deck. It will show up inside of Firestorm, if not more powerful, with cards that you were mentioning earlier, like Anvil, like the Reforged, crazy stuff.
Mm-hmm. So what other cards from Firestorm do you think can utilize the strategy that Cobalt was using here with Rise?
Oh, wow. I mean, that's kind of the weird part, is I think that this might just be a deck that's exclusive to Moonrise in some way. Like the new solar cards inside of the that we've seen so far, the Champion of Apollos, can maybe help. I mean, we have the Soul Bell, which if it's foretold, the special cast is really strong. I do like that quite a bit. You do have maybe some combat tricks. You could try to tech in some Argo if you really wanted to, but again, I think that as far as solar side goes, I don't know if you could do too much. Maybe there's something that you can brew up with the fire side, though.
For solar, you have Solar Charged.
Solar Charge. Oh my god, that's right. I keep on forgetting about that card. It's 1, gorgeous. 2, I mean, does that mean Phosphocell might have space?
Ooh. I mean, today's been a day of manifestation. It can happen.
Quite literally. That deck is crazy. I know we do have a lot of great players that try out with Phosphocell. Love that deck, and I think Solar Recharge could be a really strong enabler for a strategy like that. I think the idea could be for the Celestlio deck to use Solar Recharge to enchant something on the board and just hard ascend even.
Oh,
that
yeah.
Kind of crazy.
Just extra tools to be able to go from 1 to 3 immediately.
Yeah.
And if you have the Tornadian in the deck and you already have 1 in hand, you can go Solar Charge immediately into the 3-drop.
And, you know, I think...
4 spirits, actually. I did my math wrong.
No, I mean, I think it's just like full moon. If you squint really hard and you... it looks like it's full moon. You know, this solar card looks like a solar moon? Soul moon? No, doesn't quite work there.
The Solar Flare.
Solar Flare. Yeah, we'll go that way. I'm excited for it. I think that if we do see this deck come back inside of Firestorm, I'd be very curious to know if it can have a very similar reign, considering that I think a lot of other decks in Firestorm are also very explosive.
Absolutely.
Gearing up here, I think we're just now heading into, and we will have to check on our competitors here in a little bit. After some explosive matches back-to-back with top 4, we're gonna head to a quick break, and then we'll have to see some more exciting Elestrals action. That was unreal. So don't go anywhere. We have top 4 from this final Moonrise tournament coming up shortly.
See you then.
Welcome back, casters. I'm here with reporting live with Agent K. Hey, welcome in for your special assignment.
Thank you. We have been all day working towards this goal, our mission, which is, well, to be honest, my mission for a long time has been Volclip's champion. So I don't know how that's going, to be honest, but...
I think it's going great for mine, the specialty of Celestlio to the top, a crazy showcasing from Cobalt. And I'm hoping that Bo, as we know, is in this top 8, is also having similar luck for you. What did you think about that last match?
Oh, it was incredible. It's one of those lists that I look at it. I had the same feeling with the Cryosec stuff last tournament, where it's like, how do you beat this? What do you do? Because we've seen it now twice on stream today, and it pops the heck off every time. What do you mean?
It's quite crazy. I think, comparatively to the big bad Volclips coming down, which is a very methodical setup of all the lunar phases inside of the underworld.
Yes.
The Celestlio is like, nah, I don't need to do all that. Let me just put the big kitty in the underworld and let me just bring it back out. That's crazy.
It's wild because, like, Pin Terror happened.
Yeah, absolutely.
It happened and it didn't matter. Like, when have you ever seen a 15 stat hit the field and it just be irrelevant the next turn?
Yeah, it's Clash of the Titans was so cool to watch. Biggest bodies and Elestrals just slapping at each other. Properly enchanted, by the way, which almost never happens. The Pantera was really scary.
I mean, listen, we keep saying this, but then it keeps happening where it's like, whoa, nothing's properly enchanted. A properly enchanted Cryo Scorch. Now they're just running around all over the place. It's rampant. People heard us complaining about not seeing big body cards, and they said, okay. I guess.
Decided to showcase their biggest and their bodiest, really.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very cool. Really excited to see more here in the near future. I think as we're closing out our rest of our top 8 matches here into the top 4, okay, that was that was crazy. That was absolutely insane. Let's take it on back to today. Highlights from today through all 7 rounds. We see Trisha going undefeated, taking down by Cobalt Sanderson. This has been like an up and down type of tournament with so many storylines coming to converge for the last Moonrise event. Mm-hmm. Will we see Voldusk take it?
I can hope. Listen, but being unbiased, very important to note. Listen, I think that no matter what happens, just based on the casters that we have around right now, I cannot see myself being any less than thrilled with any of them taking this.
Yeah, very proud of our casters today. I think each and every one of them did an amazing job into this tournament, all playing for the World's Invite and, of course, that championship torchin, which is quite a coveted prize. We're going to see the first person invited to Worlds from this event. Do you think that do you think that with second place here also having this rise, are we going to see a twofer, second place going 2 seconds twice? Or are we going to see someone have like 1 billion points here with just first after first after first? I think that's what we can kind of hope for some of them.
I don't know. It's so hard to say, especially going into a completely new meta where there are so many shakeups that can happen. There are so many surprise decks, surprise casters. I'm just saying, if you are thinking about getting into this, this is a great time to come in because no one has a lot of experience with Firestorm right now. So if you start cooking, if you start going to, I don't know, the webcam tournaments, weeklies, the casuals, I don't know, you could be the next world qualifier.
World qualifier, world champion at that. The experimentation is the name of the game here, I think, with today and with the current tournament. We saw the most represented deck was the Hephaestus Volcaries line, which you were really eager to check and watch. Prime going down to Distant Coder here. I think that was our only top cut representative of the Volcaries stuff. How are you feeling about that?
You know what? I got to see it happen. I'm very excited. It shows us what's on the horizon. But you know what? It also, Moonrise said, actually, it's still my turn. So if you could sit down and you could let me have my moment, thank you. That would be great.
Really holding space for the Moonrise cards. The Swan Song is is crazy so far. I've had my heart stop at least 4 times. My caffeine is not keeping it alive for much longer.
Yeah, I heard the edge of your seat is literally crumbling away to dust at this point.
I'm levitating at the bottom here, and this is this thing is attached to me at this point just for framing devices for production. No, the seat is demolished into incinerators after the blazing sun of Celestlio twice. Absolutely killer.
The fact that, because I am logically thinking about, like, how did they fit not only Celestlio, but Tornado, but also Draco Ray, but also, and I'm just like, the math here, that's so much. And also, what kind of mind creates this kind of deck?
No, the Australian mind is really something to be studied. I'll say that. Casting cards I've never heard of in places I've never been. And I don't know if it's just the gravity or the time zone, but something's making the difference.
I mean, there has to be something in the water there for you to say, you know what, maybe I should take a look at Golden Apple of Discord again. Maybe we haven't paid enough attention to her.
I think it's sharks. I think sharks and giant spiders is what's the difference. Yeah, for sure.
That's true. It is a land of giant boss monsters, if you think about it. So of course that is what they said. They said, what if we just shove as many as possible? Because like that's the land that we love. Exactly.
Yeah. It's 2 commentators on the desk. It's theorizing one of the craziest decks of all time, saying exactly. Oh God. Yeah, we're getting kicked off of Charlie's Angels for this one.
I know.
It looks like as we're wrapping up the final games into our top 4, both of them are going into time. So very methodical, unlike the last couple of them, very explosive games. This is going down to the wire. I'm excited to see these results. I'll be shocked regardless.
I am just saying that in a list that can natively run not only Ambrosia, but Lunar Ambrosia, full clips. That I don't know, going to time does not sound like the worst thing, especially if there's a board wipe that can happen.
Yeah, I mean, for a long time, I think people's idea of the lunar eclipse and the lunar phase deck was, I'm only going to run full moon because it's the quote unquote, it's the good one. And despite the fact that that's completely moon phobic, I think the rest of the lunar phases are very solid. You have an Ambrosia, you have an Earthquake, you have like a Necklace of Harmonia, an Argo kind of with the attack boosting one. You have ones that change position. You have a Tsunami or an Altar. A lot of really great utility that I just listed off there. And if you're like, yeah, but you can play these in a deck that searches and gains advantage off of that. That's wild.
And clearly Bo's been using that to great effect today. And I genuinely, I mean, like I said, I will be happy with any of these casters not only moving on to the next round, but moving on to finals and taking the whole thing. And we have, again, the theme of Moonrise has been diversity of decks. And we have so much of that going on right now. I don't think do we have any repeats? I don't know. I think we have mostly unique creations going on here.
No, these are decks unlike we've ever seen before. Some variations and some spins. Of course, I think the Fire Artifacts deck is something that is familiar but new. Everything else has been, well, okay, I'll sans that one for Pantera. Pantera is the tried and true and is always popping up somewhere. It's got to be at least one Pantera.
Okay, and Heal Control. That was another one that it's gone through a few different iterations. We've added a few different things. We've said, what if we Argoed? We've said, what if we burned? So, yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely some changes here and there. The evolution of Moonrise will be continuing to be studied. Again, I think that's absolutely, it's an insane format. I'm sad to see it go, but I'd love to watch it leave. The Firestorm cards are just insane coming up here shortly.
And just what a gorgeous day we have had. I don't remember when this conversation was had or who said it, but someone said, I feel like if we go back and have a nostalgia Moonrise format, that's going to go crazy.
Yeah, some very wise words from the redhead on the desk, I think, is what I'm hearing from that one. And she's never wrong.
Am I accidentally quoting myself?
Yeah, I was quoting you.
Some wise scholar once said, some diva-licious,
oh,
oops.
God, someone's coming after my job as professor here. All right, well, as we're finalizing our matches here, let's kind of briefly touch over what is on the line for today. So as we're moving into the top 4, these casters are participating for some amazing prizing and amazing points here. For the top 4 here to finish off, so briefly, really quickly, the top 8 already concluded. If you're going top 8 to the top 16 carry-off, plus some extra goodies in Pandora's Mystery Box. Top 4 of that top 16 stellar carry-off with extra booster packs and the Moonrise booster box. You pick up some staples. That runner-up, the second place bridesmaid, will be getting 3 of the premier booster packs, the top 16 stamped carry-off, and 2 booster boxes. And then our champion crowned today not only will be the first world invitee for the World's Championships, they'll be getting the 3 of the premier booster packs, top 16 stamped carry-off, the beautiful full art stellar Torchin, the champion of Hestia, and 2 Moonrise booster boxes and the uncut sheet. This is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, the World's Invite is the new hotness that I'm so excited. The fact that this is going to be the first person to confirmed qualify for Worlds, get those qualifying points. And like you said, of course, our runner-up could, if we see a double back-to-back bridesmaids moment, we could run it back, get them in there. But we will be walking out of today's tournament with our first Worlds qualifier.
I love that the idea here, too, is not only do you get some of the most gorgeous cards in the world, in the game, if you will, but also the true award is another chance to play Elestrals and to kick some more butt. I think that's also really cool. If I'm anywhere in the top 32, just the next step to getting towards that World Championship is just like a cool prize in itself.
Absolutely. And I mean, we're all still somehow months later riding the high of Dallas. So you know that we are going to be in 2026 at Worlds, wherever it may reside. And we will be having the best time with hopefully the winner of today's tournament.
Yeah, and plenty more to come too. This is not the final tournament of the World's qualifying points. We have plenty more. Again, June 7th is the next premier event that you all kind of look forward to. If you are looking forward to the first Firestorm premiere, then I would suggest sharpening your steel and getting everything up to the cut for that one. It's going to be a similar structure to this one with similar pricing. Again, everyone's playing for those world qualifier points, but mark your calendars for June 7th. Don't think you want to miss out on this one. This will be where we start to really see the Firestorm cards take hold.
This is going to be a wild tournament, and I am so excited. I can't wait to see what people start cooking up. And of course, not only are you able to get qualifier points here at the premieres, but also if you are lucky enough to have a local game store near you, there are plenty of other opportunities, in-person Elestrals even, that you can do. I know that personally, us here in Vegas, we are trying so hard, to get a local going, and wish us luck, please.
I'm wishing the best of luck here too. I mean, Texas, specifically in the area of Dallas I'm in, we're still clawing for it. We have a few more recently that popped up, which I'm looking forward to, but the regional level, the store events, and of course more opens, I'm just looking forward to left and right. So Vegas, we're hoping for you.
Okay, so we do have the official confirmation of who is going to be moving on to our top 4, our semifinalists. And first thing that I have to say, oh my God, Volclips in semifinals. It's happening. It's going on. Of course, I'm unbiased. Perky has also made it into semifinals. We are equally excited about this. And tell us who we have over on the West here.
Well, we have Disencoder taking it over Prime. 2-0 moving on to the semifinals. And then I don't know if this is correct here. We have Trishula over Cobalt on the 2-0, unless there was a surrender here. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I think that might just be a little mix-up. We have Cobalt and Disencoder in the semifinals. Yeah, this was about to be the wildest Mandela effect of all time. We're like, wait a minute.
It's like, listen, I know it's a day ahead for them, but I don't know if that's a different type of day. Regardless, we're going to be putting on a showcase for this next match as Bo is going on to the top 4 here. We get to watch Bo work again, the Dallas champion, rocking up with Foxes. Kay, how are you feeling?
I am just, this is the moment that I've been waiting for. I have dreamed of this moment. I told you all from the beginning that it could happen. I've got my red yarn on my board, just like, okay, maybe if you play it with this, maybe like a void. Okay, and oh my gosh, I'm so excited. But also, from what I understand, I haven't looked at the list yet, but I've heard Perky is on some really, really fun tech as well.
Yeah, shout out to Kelly Clarkson, I guess. Some people do actually wait a lifetime, and I think this might just be that special occasion here. See Bo rocking up with that Dallas mat, and I would love to see it just one more time. This is absolutely crazy. Wow, story upon stories here with some of the craziest decks and craziest casters alive. Heart-stopping action with the Celestlio. Do we see Volt Clips again? I hope so.
Please, please, please. Wonder of wonder, miracle of miracles. I can only hope that we do. And no matter what happens, this is shaping up to be an incredible clash. We are going in to the top 4 of the final Moonrise tournament. I'm so excited. My girl is here. She is properly represented. And wow, you know, sometimes dreams do come true. I'm just saying.
I think if you're Bo into this matchup, you know, or against Perky, someone that we know that Bo has tested against previously before, Perky kind of very unsurprised with a strategy from Bo. You know, I think that's probably the only terrifying thing that you probably can say for this matchup going in. But wow, I just want to see sparks fly. I don't think we've seen Perky's strategy yet so far, so I'm curious to see what they're bringing to the table.
It'll be very exciting. But also, with that being said, people have known what Bo is playing for months, and that has not stopped her. There has been no element of, oh, look, there's a Cyphermod. I didn't expect that to happen. Oh, look, here comes Heliolith. But, you know, sometimes still, there's nothing that you can do about it.
The Spanish Inquisition of deck building that Bo showcases is something that needs to be studied. Looks like we're rearing to go on the clash here, just getting that set up for just a moment. Perky is going to opt for first here as we hop into game 1 of our top 4 of the final Moonrise tournament. This clash is about to be killer. My ears are ready.
I am so excited. Yeah, turn down your headphones now. You have the warning. And of course, looking here, I mean, my baby is already so well represented. This Dallas Open mat with the stellar Voldusk. Oh my goodness. And then, of course, the champion mat. And
here, that's a Galax Air to start a 3/4 defensive body.
Starting out very windy. And a flex coming from Bo. The immediate on the first place mat, the first place Astrabbit card coming out. Gonna look at those top 3.
Listen, might as well activate Nectar of the Gods and pull out the whole trophy yourself. This is, like you said, in crazy flex here. An attack rabbit is really interesting. I am unsure about this play unless there's a removal from Bo's side here.
I mean, if you know you're going into Galax Air, which has the ability to swap the attack and defense, I mean, you might as well try and get some value out of it in the meantime. I'm not sure, although the Eddie, who knows, maybe Eddie just for funsies. Yep.
This is crazy. Normally we'd see that rabbit go straight up right, but I like the idea here. This helps play around Argo.
Oh, very true, which could be one of the set cards. I mean, Bo, Argo's strongest. What's a boat pilot? Captain. There we go.
What's a boat pilot?
Listen, we're in 2025. We're taking planes now.
I only know deck pilots here, okay? I can go expend a draw here from Bo, gaining some resources and setting a card after that onslaught.
Which makes sense. I mean, this is a list that does not mind methodically, slowly building up that underworld, finding the cards that you need, all the different puzzle pieces. And we have seen Bo play this way just today.
Trying to draw here coming down from Perky. Looking to take this one also nice and slow, just with 2 extra Elestrals on the board. This is looking a little scary, but like you said, I think a couple cards can turn this back around in Bo's favor. It's still really early to tell, but I imagine those back row have to be some lunar phases.
Which right now we are looking at a Waning Crescent, which is the heal card, I believe.
That's right. A Waning Crescent going to be taking those 2 back from the underworld, and then we have a shuffle.
Waning Gibbous, I think, is what that one is.
Yeah, the shuffle back into the deck and search. I believe this one is.
Okay.
Or the Voldusk.
Yay! It's happening.
Putting together one of those consistent strategies here, all purple on purple.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, it matches so well with the playmat. You know Bo was like, yeah, okay, I might as well do it. And the Voldusk animation! Love it.
Matches super well with that animation for sure. This Stellar Voldusk is also quite the flex here, coveted only by those who went to Dallas. 5 defense isn't quite a bit, but this Galaxair is really strong against it.
Yeah, this Galaxair is almost exactly what Voldusk doesn't want to see, actually. I think this is an expend here, which I mean, if you're sitting on the puzzle pieces that you need to take care of what's sitting in front of you, might as well continue getting card advantage.
Can we potentially see a Volumbra come down to help combat this? Maybe a Voldusk in itself. This is going to be the Waning
It's a
Gibbous.
Waxing Gibbous, actually.
Waning Waxing Gibbous? Who up Waxing?
Yeah, who up Waxing? That's a friendly mnemonic device to help you remember. Going to be changing the position after the stat swap from the Galaxair, which is really cool to see.
I love this play from Bo, effectively utilizing this card as a battle trick to help combat the exact tech needed. Depending here, this Voldusk is now a 5/1 body, which is only ever seen in cards like Necrof and Sorlet, some of the biggest arms in the game.
Yeah, I wonder what the battle trick would be if it's like an attack step Waxing Gibbous. Can you do a battle step Waxing Gibbous? What are the limitations of the Gibbous? I'm really not sure.
Yeah, I think in this case, too, the idea that the battle chains position means that the Eddy does go down to the Voldusk in the tiny little baby claws at this little fish. Oh. And we have a Werepup coming in.
Speaking of more tiny little baby claws, we have the puppy coming out. They're best friends.
Look at these 2 absolute adorable cuties. Inside of the Kickstarter full art there too is actually really, really nice on camera.
So true.
Searching out a full moon. No, they got Gorgon's Gaze to stop this puppy from searching out any more advantage for Bo, which I think you can be pretty happy with. You know, one of those set cards has to be a full moon for later.
Oh, I mean, yeah, there's 4 of them. So that is a fully set back row.
You could say 4 moon. Speaking of 5/1, there is Sorlet.
The 5 stat, huge. But okay, I mean, we've got a fully set back row. There's got to be something that Bo can do here. She's always got a trick up her sleeve.
4 back row of Perky's own. Do we see some more tricks up their sleeve? I am really curious if this Voldusk is going to go down or if we can help maybe sticks out for just one more turn. Looks like this is going to be the increase in of attack.
Ooh. It has been so fun to see how many of these lunar phases have been totally overlooked. Because look at this! What do you mean? What do you mean?
No, I love the consistent play of these in just the pivotal moments. And passing back to Perky here saying continue. The Sorlet's going to try to swing in on the Voldusk.
Okay, and we have another one. And that is a shield. Actually. Okay. And I am trying to keep count. I think we have 3 unique lunar phases in the underworld right now. I think we have the Waxing Gibbous. I think that we have a Waning Crescent. And then also the, was it Waxing Crescent that we just saw?
Yep, we have 3 different unique ones inside of the underworld. Specifically, we have the Waning Gibbous, we have the Waxing Crescent, and then we have the Waxing Gibbous.
Yes. Okay, and a Gorgon's Gaze did just happen. We were too busy waxing waxing gibbous.
Oh, gibbous. This doesn't quite work here for us.
No.
Yeah, I think this is it's a very trying to stop the advantage here from Bo after such a push turn. I think is the way to go. You don't feel too bad because you were up in spirits by just a little bit, but you're coming out with a Loblith. You also feel really good about that.
No. But also, if it pops one of the lunar phases, I mean, it's just going to the underworld to be Volclip's food. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, you're just expediting the process for Bo. This is just what Bo wants. Wow, what a calculated effort. And a Gorgon's Gaze coming down from Bo to stop the Lavalith.
Okay. Maybe, in fact, we cannot let these lunar phases simply go to the underworld.
Do you think that Lavalith turns to more stone if Gorgon's Gaze looks at it, even though it's already stone? How do you think that interaction works?
This is an interesting question. The lava further solidifies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. And a PTA coming out on an Astrabbit cast. Classic.
That is the good response here if you are Perky. I think that you can't let too many 5 defenders come up, even though you have Lavalith to take care of them. Lavalith can still be shielded back, and I think at this point too, you're at just the low enough spirit differential of just 2 to Bo's 5 or 7 to Bo's 5 that really cannot risk more setup here.
Okay, but I think we've got another. Oh, I was going to say lunar phase, but that's an Ambrosia, which is kind of like. So Ambrosia is a niche card. It's very similar to the very popular Waning Crescent.
Oh, I know that one. Yeah.
Yeah, but you can actually target any spirit that you want to heal it back.
Really? Wow, it's so cool they designed a card like Waning Crescent, but just for everyone. That's so inclusive. That's awesome.
Yeah, it was about time. We do see another card set. Full moon tonight, Queen. Where is it? I don't know.
Maybe holding space for specifically this Volclips. You have the material on the board. I think that Perky's been done a great job of trying to play keep away and play and catch up as much as possible. But Bo now back in the driver's seat, taking these foxes to school 8-6.
And I am thrilled beyond belief. I cannot possibly express enough.
I wonder too, at a certain level, is this Lavalith long for this Earth, or best see it bounced back to hand with the shield? Lavalith is the natural predator of many of foxes and many of hounds.
I think so. I mean, I'm a very unbiased commentator in this moment, and so I am not rooting for any particular thing to happen here. But all I am saying is a Volclip's board wipe would be really neat.
Yeah, you really wish a Volclipse, and I think we have Galaxair coming down here, the other natural predator of a fox. Not so much for the hound here, but maybe we'll swap this Voldos down, and Voldos, there goes baby.
Oh no, when you're the best of friends. Oh, but you are so right. Here comes, I think that's the shield.
There we go. It finally resolved. We have Lavalith going back to the hand from the Shield of Achilles with a lone Werepup to face down this Galaxair. And you could still offer a trade here on this next turn. Let's see what Bo has to offer. It's going to be another Werepup to search a lunar phase.
Werepup, okay. Let's see if we're going to successfully go get this full moon now after being Gorgons to the first time. That is what it looks like has been grabbed.
That's perfect. I think it's so funny, too, that the initial idea inception of some of these lunar phases and full moons is to maybe play the Werepups alongside the foxes, and I think it's so cool to see them side by side like this running through the forest.
It's so beautiful. I do think that, I mean, Bo's lists have a history of having the coolest names. I mean, photosynthesis, come on. But you know what? I think that we all might be cooking a little bit with Fox and the Hound.
Fox and the Hound. That's pretty killer. All right, this Tsunami is going to come in and stop the onslaught of hounds onto this whale. Galaxair can still do a lot of work here as the 2 defensive Werepup, or at least one of them, can be destroyed. The full moon's going to make it a little bit tricky back there for Perky, but a 4-4 spirit count means this is a tie game, and it's still really carefully close for both.
I mean, this Galaxair, we were talking about it earlier, is one of the natural predators, like you said, of this list. And so we can't, oh no, a Sorlet coming out, and with the ability of Galaxair, it's really just able to eat through anything in this deck.
This Sorlet, improperly enchanted Sorlet, is also susceptible to potential a Tsunami here, which normally, just similar to Necra, if you could water enchant to help get over one of these bodies. Looking to at least clear one. I don't know if they can clear both. A Like a Void potentially coming down from Bo.
Well, they're certainly going to try, it seems, to clear both here.
Where there's a whale, there's a way, and we'll see if Perky can take care of these foxes.
And it is Tsunami. Okay.
The Sorlet was water enchanted. Look like that is what it is. The Dallas Spirits, and going down is the one other werepup.
All right, we still have the one werepup here. We saw that full moon, and here comes the waning crescent, going to be healing back up. Those lunar spirits getting Bo back in the game. It's wild that this deck can just natively run like a billion Ambrosia.
and an official 1 billion in the deck expansion here. It's also setting up for more of the lunar phases back inside of the deck, just in case you also need to see more Goldusks. What does this mean that we get to see?
Please. Okay.
Oh, this is gonna be for Like a Void ascending. Very thematic timing as the thunderstorm surrounds me and cracks a thunderstrike. Ascending into
There's gonna be a Volclip. A Volclip has hit the board in the semifinals. Oh my gosh, I have confirmation, Mr. President. And the third waning crescent coming out, and gonna be healing up another 2 lunar spirits. Oh my gosh.
That's all 8 phases? Is that correct?
Is it happening? Is it happening? I forgot to keep count because I was paying too much attention to the excitement.
Well, stop the count now. We got to make sure this might just be game, and Bo taking potentially even another one with this strategy. Do we see a Gorgon's Gaze in response?
Perky, stay in line. We are getting a count.
Setting one card. I don't believe that's the case. And there's a Shield of Achilles to bounce the fox back. It's going to be
having
game.
To pay off of the Galaxair.
Whoa. Down to 0 spirits. Bo putting it all out on the line for the fox, swinging in, try to do some damage to end the game. Perky having the shield to bounce it back. Whoa.
With the Galaxair, just the correct amount of spirits to be able to send it back and still have the one Elestral on board. That was, oh my god, incredible.
This was insane back and forth. Again, we have the Voldusk list, very methodical, setting up really early, like you were saying, that even though initially a little bit behind to start, came back with an explosive mid game and clawed its way to get to that fox.
That was incredible. And now that we're going into siding here, it's interesting for Bo specifically, because when you're playing such a game plan deck, there aren't a lot of things that you can choose to side out of because you have a lot of pieces and they all have to come together. Perky, however, has a lot more room to play with here. I think that, we've been talking about, Divine Blessing, Pandora's Box, these kinds of cards all day. If you were Perky, what would you be looking to side in for this list?
Ooh, that's honestly, I think Cryoblast might be a big one to help combat the werepups, because not only are you having to deal with the defensive threat inside the Volclips, but that offensive threat with the Like a Voids, and you really want to ensure that you are not leaving material on the board to hard ascend into that Volclip. So we've seen Bo do just so many times, right?
A beautiful number of times.
An underrated amount of times to some people, I would say. I think that if you were Perky here, this low to the ground strategy, one of the big risks is that you just are not fast enough to handle something like the onslaught of lunar phases. But seemingly, I think as long as you can keep up tempo, the Galaxairs hit just right, I think if you're Perky, you might be able to take this game too. I think this is going to come down to the wire regardless.
This is a really tough matchup for Bo. We were talking about the Galaxair. Even the Sorlets are really difficult to contest. But both of these players are so incredible. And this is down to what we were talking about earlier, where it's like you can't count on, at this caliber of play, your opponent to make a mistake. So it really just comes down to the inches that we were able to gain throughout. And I mean, it literally came down to one Elestral on board in this first game.
Yeah, every spirit counts, legitimately. And though the setup wasn't quite there, trying to count those lunar phases and potentially having only like 5 or 6, I think, for that board wipe. The mind wipe, Volclips, cerebral network, as some wise caster once said.
Board wipe of the mind. Yeah.
Bonnie Tyler, save me. Bonnie Tyler, save me.
Turn around. This has been incredible, but also from Bo, I think in every major win I have ever seen from her, we have seen game 1 be a loss. And then
I can speak to that.
and just taken it. So we can't count either of these casters out at this point. Bo will be starting us out, and we will be going into game 2. We are preparing to get into that right now.
Looking forward to it. Let's see how game 2 can shape up here. Bo will be starting inside of this game 2 with a set 2 and an expended draw, passing it back to Perky.
Okay, and Perky, again, turn 1 for them. They're playing Galaxair. That's what they did last game as well.
Natural predator of the fox is a whale. Don't let your science teacher tell you different. Galaxarius Elestralis, if I remember right.
Yes. And speaking of, here comes the fox. Here comes Voldusk already. There was a very funny conversation that we were having about Galaxair, and I think it was maybe with Bo about like, but I didn't realize it was that large. It's like, oh, the whale. Just in some of the new art that we've gotten, it's really the whale with the colossal marker on it. Yeah.
Incredible. Oh, Bo, our Dallas champion. So we have a couple lunar phases getting activated here. We have the new moon and also the
final quarter is the other one. Yep.
That's crazy. Again, already 3 in the underworld set up for the fox play.
Yeah, Bo is not playing around. She is playing fast with it.
Got to take the tempo here as soon as possible. The wind engine and kind of like a hurricane beatdown strategy that we kind of are watching Perky unfold is really scary if it can get going. There's an eddy here.
Yeah.
Another natural predator of the fox.
Did you just say Windgen?
Did I say Windgen?
Wind engine.
Windgen. We can only wish.
Okay, well, but we did see a tsunami bringing our Voldusk back into defense where the baby wants to be. And here comes that champion Astrabbit. Oh, man, every time it comes out, it's just like, yeah.
I only firmly believe that Bo plays one Astrabbit and it's just the champion one. That way it's 100% if you see an Astrabbit cast, it's just this beautiful piece of art.
It's that one. And we're already waning Crescenting. We are already healing. If we were to have sighted into spoiled fruit, Perky, this would be a great time. Who's to say?
Yeah, so cool that they can activate the card Ambrosia ripped off here for the lunar phases inside of the underworld now. But there is the spoiled fruit.
Oh my gosh, on the Voldusk effect. So that means it pops the
That's
Voldusk.
right. It pops the baby.
No
Whoa.
way. Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh,
From your lips to God's ear, I think the manifestation 101. A spoiled fruit on the heel is interesting. Saving it for the Voldusk is crazy.
It's crazy because that was a 50-50 call. Bo could have decided to draw a card instead.
Wow.
But went for the heel, which then opened her up to the spoiled fruit. It's okay. It's okay.
Expended draw here coming from Perky as we're dealing with a spoiled fruit debacle, as they're calling it. We have a Zeus coming in to now combat this Astrabbit. Now we're looking a little bit less like Foxes versus Wind and more like the Moonrise meta. Gorgon's Gaze coming here to stop the attack of Eddie.
Okay. Whew. All right. We've got a rabbit, we've got an Eddie, and we have, I believe, 4 lunar phases in the underworld. We have the puppy coming out, Werepup doing its absolute best to not get Gorgon's gazed, and what do you know, it's going to happen anyways.
Prime target for it. You know, we have Elichick, we have Volcaries, and Werepup are all great targets for this Gorgon's Gaze. And Perky saying, Bo, I will not try to play with the foxes right now. I cannot deal with it. I know that you're setting up on me, and I have to stop you as fast as possible. And I think that this Werepup now being a 3-2, that back row has to be something huge here from Bo.
I mean, it could be any number of things as we've seen. There are so many. Oh, okay, or a Cryoblast would do it. And it wouldn't matter what was set there.
Very cryoblastable Werepup here. We've got another Eddy coming down to change position. Another Gorgon's Gaze from Bo.
Ooh, okay. Bo really valuing this Astrabbit, which, I mean, after seeing the games earlier in Swiss, Astrabbit was able to hang around?
No, so they have the second Eddy here that's the non-Gorgon's Gaze.
Because it was Zeused. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. I forgot Zeus happened. But you know what? Sometimes Zeus happens.
Sometimes Zeus does happen. 8-pack God Divine themselves taking out the bunny. Tale as old as time itself. Both setting one card here as we're 10-10 spirits. I think even if you are Perky here, you can't be too comfortable as we pass back, though. A Storylet hitting the board. Now we are bringing on the onslaught.
Phew, okay, so this is really starting to snowball really fast as we are quickly getting low in spirits. Although, you know, with 87,000 native Ambrosias played in this list, as long as we don't see another spoiled fruit. Oh, be careful, Foxy, although I imagine that is going to be opting to draw from now on every single time.
Yeah, it looks like this one is going to be a shuffle search here, and I would not be surprised if this Voldusk does opt to draw. Perky's been holding this other back row for just some time now. 2 spoiled fruit could be absolutely killer.
A suspicious amount of time, in fact, yeah.
A very Volduskian amount of time.
And
Volduskian dollars.
I believe that is the waning gibbous now that has gone to the underworld here.
I believe so. Now we are trying to stop the bleeding just a little bit with another Ambrosia. Well, rather, it's very similar to like a waning crescent if you're unsure.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I believe that now makes back to 5 or 6 of the lunar phases in the underworld.
Whew, okay. We are getting very close right now. And I mean, even with this board state...
Is that Eruption?
There's no way.
Whoa!
It's absolutely Eruption.
Yes, way. Yeah, shouts to our Firecasters in the audience.
Yeah, check on your Firecasters. They're popping off right now.
This is crazy. The double Eddy, double Sorla action. This terrifying 4 portion here. Sorla can expend a win to change the Voldusk. And then the bow goes down. Oh. That's a 2-0 finish for Perky. Foxes get Stopsis, and we have Hurricane Beatdown moving on to finals of this Elestrals tournament. Okay, pulse check.
I think that's all the Fox said, unfortunately. Oh man, you know what? I have to say that was a beautiful showcase of a deck that from the beginning of Moonrise had been written off, and Bo was able to take it all the way to semifinals and pilot it beautifully. And of course, Perky with this very interesting Wind Brew, one of my favorite elements. I can't wait to see. We have our first finalist confirmed, and oh my goodness.
Yeah, huge congratulations to Bo on this one. Expertly piloted, expert deck. So cool to see. Really showcasing once again. I said this outside of Dallas. You know, Bo really showcasing all the cool stuff you can really do in this game for Elestrals, and again proves it right here. Sad to see Foxes not move on, but I think that we will have a match of all time here. We can confirm that the finals will be Cobalt Sanderson 2-0 on Distant Coder, Celestlio Outback Sunrise against Perky on Hurricane Beatdown.
I cannot, I am thinking about these two lists and I don't know how they interact. I can't even begin to think about it because we haven't had anything like either of these lists in any of our previous tournaments. And oh my goodness, I cannot wait to see this. I mean, the solar deck that has just been, I mean, BlueStacks its way through the tournament today, and and this new wind brew. I don't know. I don't know who's going to come out on top.
Really putting on a showcase here, I think. Between Perky and also I guess the small splash inside of Cobalt's deck. But again, I really want to reiterate on how crazy the Foxes list has been to watch and witness. Kay, I'm so happy for you that your dreams have been answered and that your sweet baby put in a lot of work today.
And I do want to give a special shout out and thank you and all of the love in the world to Bo, who I know for a fact only put herself through this because I, as a joke, said, I mean, if there's anyone who can make Foxes work, it's you. and wow, I mean, she did the dang thing. She really did.
Well, if it was just that easy, I would, I would call out a card later and see if Bo takes the gamble here. If you put anything inside of Bo's hands, I'm sure that just turns to gold. So this excellent showing from the Foxes here. Celestlio v wind beat down hurricane style inside of our finals is sure to be electrifying. I can't believe that we are witnessing another Celestlio's final. I think that's crazy.
I cannot wait, genuinely. And there are so many questions that I want to hear you ask of either of these winners. I need to know about the conception of these decks. I need to know about this entire day, how it's gone, and oh my gosh, what a finals that we are preparing to have.
I mean, we're gonna watching here. It's gonna be Zero and K Cray on the comms for this electrifying finals of the last Moonrise tournament before we get into our Firestorm premieres. The person who takes this whole thing not only will be walking away with the beautiful champion Torchin, the champ of Hestia, they'll also be the first person to get their invites to the World Championships, which I think is absolutely crazy. Second place walks away with 125 QP as well, qualifying points. And again, huge congratulations to all of our casters who's made it so far, who played today. And a huge thank you to our production crew and our staff members, judges alike, for handling all these calls. And we have a few places and times, where these things go a little bit long. So all the effort put into this and all the love has been very much shown.
Yeah, this has been the format of all time, genuinely. And I think that today has been a perfect celebration and conclusion of that. And yeah, the casters have been putting on showcases and just, it's been so much fun.
I've been loving every single moment of it. Really happy birthday, Moonrise. This has been a beautiful send-off. I will be sad to see the experimentation go, but I'll be so happy to see more experimentation walk on by with
yeah. I can't believe he was trying to get away with it again.
Oh, but we can. And speaking of getting away with it, if y'all want to get away with earning more points, again, highly suggest you are gearing up for your LGS events. We had showed a QR on screen earlier too for LGS Reach Out. If you are looking to build up your Elestrals in your community, I recommend first steps is just reaching out, filling out the form here for your LGS Reach Out, and go from there. Very happy to see the community grow, and hopefully, again, Vegas gets one too. I know that Kay, you're rearing to play more Elestrals.
Please, yeah, I am going to be bothering Zero about it, which we now have Zero's permission. You all can bother him too. You get an LGS set up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, okay, I'll let Zero do commentary for finals before I bother him. So with that being said, I'll get y'all ready for this one. Don't go anywhere. The grand finals of the final Moonrise tournament is going to be coming up soon. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back into the action with Celestlio versus a Hurricane beatdown. So don't go anywhere. Stay put.
And we are back. We are ready for finals. I am so excited. I am once again joined by the lovely Zero. How are you feeling going into these finals?
I am feeling great. Today has been amazing. So many epic clashes. We've come so far, seen so many great plays, from 2 BlueStacks and a Cryo Scorch to Volclips, putting everything back into the opponent's hand, just the Volclips effect. Oh, it's been an amazing day for the final premiere of Moonrise.
It has been so beautiful, and specifically our 2 casters going into finals. We have seen already today both put on workshops. Cobalt Sanderson with this new Celestial list that has just been turn 3 ending games.
Explosive.
Yeah, and
absolutely explosive. Like, are we still in Daybreak? Like, I thought this was the Moonrise final premiere.
I know, but then we have Perky, who we've only seen 1 game from him, but wow, this new wind. We saw a lot of Swordlets, we saw a lot of Galaxair. Very exciting to see, and I don't know how these 2 decks are going to interact, but oh my gosh, I cannot wait to see it happen.
For sure. The Hurricane Beatdown. I mean, a card introduced in Moonrise that just changed the game.
And we had such an incredible, diverse selection of decks from all of our casters today, which is now culminated in what is about to be the finals of Moonrise.
Ooh, yeah, it's been such a great day. I really wish Fire could have made it, but it's to be expected. Always topping, never finishing.
You saw the eruption that last game. I
saw
you
that
popping
eruption.
Off.
Oh yeah, I was silently popping off here. Eruption was going wild.
Yeah. Your local firecaster was having a good time with the eruption for sure. Oh, I cannot wait. We are getting ready for these finals. I'm almost a little sad because I've loved Moonrise so much, but this is going to be the perfect cap to it.
Absolutely.
Oh my goodness. And we are preparing to get started any second now, so be ready. Perky is going to be starting us out. So we're going to see maybe a turn 1 Galaxair again. That's what we saw, both clashes from them. Who's to say?
Possibly. And it looks like we have some info beforehand, and we have a Voldusk mat and a Hurricane mat. It's fitting. Hurricane for Moonrise against the Hurricane Beatdown.
I mean, hey, whose side is the Hurricane really on today? Who's to say?
And we're here to find out. All right, so let's see. Perky starting us off.
Okay, and again, like I said, both games that we saw from Perky, he played turn 1 Galaxair, and to great effect, might I add. And are we running that back one more time? No? Oh, seems like we are mulliganing here.
Mulligan to start.
I mean, if there was a time to not keep an iffy hand, the grand finals of the final Moonrise Premier Tournament, it would be that time.
Absolutely. You want to go in with full confidence. If you don't feel right with your hand, absolutely draw a new 5.
I am excited to see how this goes. I mean, hey, maybe they needed that Galaxair to start.
Especially while you're staring down a player who's able to drop Celestial on turn 1.
Oh, yeah.
You think we'll be able to see it again?
Oh, okay. Astrabbit, that makes sense. Getting set up probably with as many counter runes as possible. You want to give yourself as many answers as you can possibly have.
Of course. Arguably the best turn 1 play in the game, because Cobalt has no answers to stop the searching for these cards.
No, and not only that, but Astrabbit in defense is at least putting up a wall to, worst case scenario, prevent some damage from coming through. Okay, we see set 2 and a pass. All right.
All right, now can Cobalt go as explosive as they did in top 8?
I mean, there was no mulligan, so let's see how this goes. What are you starting out with?
A Fire Spirit. Is this the Comagma?
No way.
The Comagma makes its appearance.
Oh
allowing
my goodness.
Cobalt to draw and discard a card. Is
Perky,
it going
looking
to
at those
be,
back row.
If it resolves, is it going to be the Celestlio?
I mean, it could be Celestlio, could be Draco Ray, could be even Tornadian. Worst case scenario. There's any number of things that we could see here. It's the Celestlio.
It's the Celestlio.
Oh,
Are
here
we
we
seeing
go.
the turn 1 rise?
Okay, I think we're maybe seeing a, hey, what does that card do? Could you read that to me? Which is fair enough. How often do you see Celestlio?
So now the question is, what are those 2 back rows? And is Perky waiting for the rise to capitalize with Poison Tipped Arrow or Gorgons?
Yeah, are they going to be feeling Perky after
There's
this
the
rise from the
ashes!
Oh my gosh, it's happening. Perky, what do you have here?
Deja Vu. Turn 1 Comagma. Pitching the Celestlio to the underworld into a rise, bringing back the Celestlio. Is there a response from Perky? It's the Poison Tipped Arrow!
Oh my goodness. Okay. The PTA, and again, with this Astrabbit in defense, it's going to prevent Perky from having to take all of those spirits of damage from the Celestlio as well. So
and
while
the
this...
Gorgons!
Oh!
Making sure that Celestlio cannot use its effect to destroy the Ash Rabbit on the board.
Oh my goodness.
A very expensive play, but definitely needed on Perky's case.
Yeah, I mean, those were the 2 counter runes that we needed to see, and Perky managed to find them. But even with that said, Cobalt has managed to, in the face of a Pen Terror, come back. Oh my goodness.
We've
Okay.
only just begun, and we're already at 13 spirits apiece.
Yeah, we aren't even 5 full minutes into this clash. Okay, and
But
here we
we're
go.
getting
There's the
Hurricane.
payout.
Yeah, the Hurricane spirits.
Very interesting. Okay, so going into Perky's next turn, I wonder what the next move is here. Cobalt, a completely open board. There is no back row here. Perky going to be able to get Elichick for free, unanswerable. Grabbing, I imagine, either Aeolus or maybe Zeus.
I think it's going to be the Zeus.
Okay. I don't
That
know
way
if
they
with all
can-
these wind things if we're on Aeolus, but Zeus always feels good. There he is.
Is the statue Zeus, which is going to allow the Elichick to be able to walk over the Comagma.
Okay, so after seeing a full Celestlio hit the board, we are back in what seems like a very maintainable board state. Another back row that's going to be critical.
Ooh, opting for a crash instead of playing the Zeus. Interesting.
Okay, interesting. And Cobalt, what are you cooking next? Are we about to see Tornadian? Are you going to bring back the Celestlio again?
Oh,
Adjusting the
Adjustment.
webcam a little bit. Okay. Possibly having a discussion with the judge a little bit, just making sure everything is visible and good here. Huge shout out to the judge staff. They work so hard to make sure that these run smoothly, and we appreciate them endlessly.
absolutely. And all the production and all of our casters today just coming out to participate in the first premiere event that you can get your QP points for Worlds.
So whoever wins this is is going to be our first Worlds qualifier, which is incredible. So we are going to take a minute here, make sure that we can discuss with our judges, have the board state looked at, make sure that everything is running well. In the meantime, oh my gosh, it has been only a few minutes and we've already seen a Celestlio come and a Celestlio go.
Absolutely. One turn. Consistently, one turn for Celestlio.
Oh my goodness.
It's been amazing. Throughout this entire day, what has been your favorite deck throughout the entire event that you've seen?
It's Foxes. You know, and I know that you're just giving me the opportunity. Thank you so much for letting me talk about it again, because I haven't done it enough. Oh my God, what an incredible moment. I have to say that it's hard to pick a favorite. If that wasn't just my beloved, there's so many incredible decks that we've seen all day today. What about you?
My favorite would have to be the Volcari's Champion of Festus.
Okay, again, we probably could have guessed each other's favorites here, but...
Yep. I mean, the prelude to Firestorm, it was apparent. I mean, its very first showing at a premiere, and Volcari's made top 8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very, very exciting. And for those of you wondering, we will get the information to you as soon as we know. In the meantime, be sure to let us know what your favorite part of today has been, or even your favorite deck from Moonrise as a whole, as we're coming to the conclusion of this meta. There are so many amazing moments from Moonrise that we've had, from the Dallas Open to Volclip's board wipe to... I'll talk about it forever.
So, we talk about Volclips.
Yes.
Volclips was your favorite one you saw on today's event.
Yeah.
What cards from Moonrise do you think could have seen more love? I'll lead off with Infornax.
Infornax. Okay. Do tell me more here.
Me and Swolax spoke earlier about it, and just the ability to be able to return an Elestral to your opponent's hand, it is just getting rid of their spirit investment. And it's very powerful.
I can see it. I can see it. That, I mean, any kind of return to hand, get rid of this thing, removal is so valuable in this game right now. I have to say, and this isn't just because I pulled the Serialized Stellar, I think that one of my favorite cards that I think is underutilized is Armadon. I've heard tell of the Armadon Gambit. I mean, you're changing positions. If someone tries to eddy your Armadon, you simply just tsunami, you burn them twice, and then you move it again, you burn again, you play all kinds of altars, maybe even to change position again.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Position burn. I too pulled the Stellar Armadon. I no longer have the Armadon, sadly, but it was my very first Stellar that I opened.
Oh, interesting. Interesting that you got rid of such a beautiful, beautiful baby. Okay, that's all right.
Yep.
I cannot wait. Judges are in call right now. We will be getting updates to you as soon as possible. I personally so badly want to continue this clash. I want to know what was going to happen next. It's another one of those that you're just on the edge of your seat. Are we going to see? I mean, the Rise was happening. Celestlio coming back. What's going to happen from
Rise
there?
Turn 1. It was turn 1. Each caster, I believe, has only gotten 1 turn.
Yes, correct.
Cobalt got 1 turn, and Perky was on 2. So we were about to start Cobalt's second turn.
Yes, we were essentially on turn 3 of the entire game. And we are making our decisions right now. And by we, I mean the judges. They don't let me have any say in anything, and that's probably wise.
Shout out to the judges.
Shout out to them. Don't give me any power ever. Thank you. So while we figure this out, are there any lists that didn't necessarily top either today or throughout the Moonrise format? I mean, I know Fire, I know, but even any specific builds that you have loved or that you would have loved to see get more love?
One build in particular around Elestral, which you've mentioned earlier, the little one, is Joblin. Because we saw the Snark on stream earlier. I think
Snark.
Joblin is a very powerful card that hasn't seen much play and can get much more play come Firestorm. Every time a positions change, you get the draw card. You get all the answers. The more cards you have in hand, the more options you have to respond to what your opponent plays.
I really love Snark. I am a Snark believer. And also, a card that I think has been very underutilized. You know what? Here's another answer to the question. Is Tsunami High Tide?
Absolutely. Tsunami High Tide, even with Firestorm, before we even get to that, being able to change two Elestrals positions on board and re-enchanting a water, or I almost said fire, water or lunar spirit from the underworld, it's a very powerful effect, and it goes really well with the Armadon.
Ooh, okay. See, that's what I want. I'm just trying to get Armadon stocks up. That's my baby. I love her so much. And in conclusion, everyone, play Armadon.
Are we going to see K create performance at the next premiere with some Armadon in Tsunami High Tide?
See, about that, I don't know. I might be destined to have that 9th place bubble finish be my legacy, and then me just yapping up here in all of your ears.
But that's okay, because you can still get your qualifier points.
I just have to go and win one.
One's all it takes.
The real gambit, the K-Crate Tournament Championship. Or I could be like you and just go and top at the biggest tournament ever in history, and then just be taken out of the gameplay cycle because you're just so powerful and you can't be allowed to play ever again. Yeah.
Yep. It's okay. I'll cherish it.
Now, Swole and I were already talking about so we both need private coaching sessions with you. You need to teach us how. Thank you.
Anytime. Let me know.
I would love that. And it looks like we have, rushing on its way to us are some updates and information for all of you, because I assure you, us like you are anxiously awaiting the results here so we can get back into our final clash. And we apparently have that coming, and we will have what is apparently about to be a lot of information to give to you. In the meantime, I just want to say that to all of the casters who have made this what I think is the best Elestral set yet, the best meta that we've ever had. I don't even think that that's an unpopular opinion. Everyone has been
diverse meta for sure.
Yeah, everyone has been in between every premiere, in the kitchen, cooking, putting in the time, putting in the work, figuring out, how do I improve this deck? How do I make this better? How can I make this card work? This girl said to play Volt Clips. How can I make that happen? She keeps begging anyone to do it. And I think it's been really, really incredible to see. So shout outs to the casters, truly.
And it only gets better going into Firestorm. Firestorm releases next week, Friday, May 23rd, and it'll be legal for Premiere starting June 1st.
Okay. And we do have information. So it looks like there was a dropped card. There was a lot of deliberation, a lot of back and forth. We have been able to fully confirm everything. And the conclusion is that it was a communication error. A penalty has been issued. And we are going to be able to get back into the game.
All right. Awesome.
Whew. I am, again, shout out to the judges. Thank you so much for being so diligent and for making sure that we are able to maintain our board states, make sure we are able to have good, solid games. And more importantly, yeah, we are about to get into what has been a crazy game so far.
All right. So from what happened before, we had Celestial come out on turn 1 and Perky responded with a poison-tipped arrow and a Gorgon's Gaze to make sure that Celestlio did not stick around.
Whew. Okay. So now we have Cobalt Sanderson here going.
Second prize from the ashes already.
Norway.
This is turn 2. This is turn 2.
Turn to a second Celestlio is happening right now.
Does Perky have the answer this time?
We see that one back row set. We have seen this Celestlio animation more today than we have in the history of the world. Oh my goodness. Okay, and it is a Gorgon's Gaze.
They had the answer.
Okay, that gives Perky a turn to be able to find removal, to find something to be able to deal with this lion.
So what do you think Perky has to do following this Celestlio play? What do they have to find to get rid of Celestlio?
I mean, the easiest answer is Earthquake. I mean, resting would do it here. But Cobalt Sanderson is not done with his turn. We see a first light. Oh my gosh. Here we go. Okay. Despite this being such an explosive deck, Perky is managing to honestly tame the flames, keep it under control, and make sure.
Deciding on a Draco Ray.
Whoa!
Putting a Draco Ray up top, that's a very interesting choice.
Yeah.
Like I mentioned before, we're on turn 2, and Cobalt's at 6 spirits.
I mean, Draco Ray healing is about to be really important here. I almost
into a
forgot.
Wingen.
We hadn't had our normal cast of the turn.
That's how crazy this game has already been.
Oh my gosh.
A double Draco Ray hit.
Yeah, call the Draco Ray. Oh my word. That's how many my what a year this clash has been.
What a year it has been. What a year indeed. Tornadian hitting the board with no back row to contest it.
Uh-oh. So Tornadian is going to be able to call out. I mean, we haven't seen any back row for Cobalt. I probably some back row, probably some healing. I mean, that 5 spirit count is looking a little touchy there.
Dangerously low for Cobalt.
Mm-hmm.
Actually looks like 4 spirits. 4 spirits for Cobalt.
4 spirits. Yep, there we go with our updated count. And do we have the wind or solar to expend here? I mean, there's a world in which we don't. Okay,
and
there it is.
They're going for it.
Yep, there goes the solar.
In this case here, I think Cobalt needs to search for the healing cards. Oh, Gorgons. I think it'd be safe to assume an Ambrosia is going to be one of these targets.
Yeah, Ambrosia, maybe Calfmel.
That'd be a good choice.
We know that's being run. Is that a first light?
I think so.
Okay, so that would be then Draco
and
Ray.
Rise.
Maybe Cock Ray in hand, trying to make Draco Ray happen. Oh, okay.
Ooh, okay.
Trying to get the Cock Ray.
And this is very interesting. I mean, the Celestlio next turn, if it's still around, can foretell 4. Being able to set up for that Cock Ray.
Okay, so we are going to be grabbing that first light. And if you're able to set up first light before the Celestlio effect, that means that you get to use it.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
And it looks like the Tornadian is going to walk over the rabbit.
Okay, but you know what? We do know from last game that Perky plays Eruption. Did we see that, or am I making that up? No, we did, because you popped off.
yes, I did.
And you were there, and you were there, and you were popping off.
So is the Eruption in main board or the sideboard?
Yeah, or the side. Yeah, that is an excellent question here. We see a rabbit.
Another rabbit.
Fair enough.
Yeah, search for those answers.
Okay.
Made their choice, shuffling the other 2 back into the deck. Is it the one they were looking for?
I don't know. Did we see the earthquake exactly?
I am on the edge of my seat.
Oh my goodness. Come on, Perky, what did you get? I mean, surely, right? We're gonna see the one of, we're gonna see the removal. I mean, I think if Perky had gotten it, he would have played it immediately.
Reset.
Whoa, okay.
It looks like they're trying to set some bluffs to bait out that Celestlio.
Very, very interesting. Okay, and we didn't even see... Did we see the first light activation?
No, this looks like the Celestlio activation.
Yeah. Didn't first light first, but we did get the Kokore, which, oh my gosh, Kokore first light.
Which means, yep, we're about to ascend into Draco Ray immediately.
Oh my God. We're going to be healing so fast.
And it looks like one of the targets hit was a Shield of Achilles. A great card to hit.
Oh,
Cobalt loves to see that.
People are saying it never resolves. I have heard this foretold.
Against me, it always resolves.
Oh my gosh.
Is that ascending into another Celestlio to activate again?
Oh my gosh. What?
Double Celestlio.
What's better than one Celestlio? A second Celestlio. Or if you're Perky, worse. Okay, so we are going to... Yeah, first light to guarantee that we hit this second one. And we're going to be able to... Oh my God.
Cobalt really wants to hit more than one Elestral here. If they get more than one, if they get 2 Solar Elestrals on the top of that deck, they can pop both cards in the back row and swing in uncontested.
I mean, that calf mill is going to go crazy here. Golden Apple of Discord, there it is. Okay, and the Wind
Got one.
Okay.
But don't forget, the Tornadian hasn't activated its effect yet.
Oh, you're so right. But we only have 2 spirits. Is that enough to both do all the things that we want to do and
it is a very high-risk play. Oh, and we're opting to go into combat.
Okay, just swinging. Perky, it looks like counting out damage here?
All right, they were fast-forwarding. The Tornadian went over the rabbit, and then they took the 3 from the Celestlio.
Oh my good gravy gracious. What, like, the Celestlio over the Celestlio, double activating.
Cryoblast hitting that Tornadian.
Oh, Tornadian hates to see Cryoblast coming.
With an expend to draw.
Oh no!
Did Perky draw the answer?
Oh, I'm thinking not.
And that is a scoop from Perky.
Wow. My goodness. And again, the word for this deck is explosive. That was what?
Explosive.
4 turns?
I believe Perky started turn 4. So this is yet another 3 turns for Cobalt.
And we saw 3 different Celestlio? Or
there was Celestlio discarded. Rise from the Ashes Celestlio.
Rise. Another one, Rise. And then that the Celestlio third Ascend.
PTA'd. And the same Celestlio rised again.
Mm-hmm. I can't believe that we're seeing Aslan in real time in Elestrals in 2025. That's crazy. The Celestlio, I'm not going to try and do this. It's fine. The Celestlio, the something in the Pandora's box. Yeah, I'm not sure.
The King of the Jungle is slow to arrive, but they are finally here.
Oh, boy. Okay, so Perky, I imagine if those eruptions are in the side deck, they are being added expeditiously.
Absolutely. Along with that, there could be potentially some Boombats.
Boombat would be huge here. We know that they're playing the Hurricane, so they've got the Thunder Spirits. They're playing the Astrabbit. They're I think even playing the one of Elichik. So Boombat would make sense.
Another strong one from Perky could be Spoiled Fruit. If they have Spoiled Fruit in their side, it's Draco Ray's biggest enemy. It does not like to see Spoiled Fruit. Very
true. I mean, there are so many options that Perky has here. We saw the spoiled fruit in the last game against Bo being activated on that Voldusk, which was, I mean, incredible. I mean, not for me, but as a play, sure, I can acknowledge that. But yeah, we are siding here. I don't know what adjustments Cobalt makes to this list, if any.
So it seems that Cobalt has been stopped multiple times by a poison-tipped arrow and a Gorgon's Gate. They're in solar. They have some fire. What cards can we theoretically put together that can stop those counter runes? I'll give you a hint. The animation was dusted off prior.
Chains of Prometheus. Yes. I mean, Chains of Prometheus on a Rise would be crazy, actually, for Perky. If we want to talk about it.
But the Chain of Prometheus can only hit counter runes.
Oh,
the
so
Divine
true. I
Blessing.
forgot. It's not Invoke. Oh, I got to dust off the card in my brain. Oh my goodness. I mean, we are in for, I mean, we've been saying the word.
Ride.
Yeah, we've been saying the word explosive. I would love to see, I always want finals to go to game 3. I want to see both casters show what they can do, be able to play their decks and show them off and show why they're here. I mean, both of these casters have already done that already in the matches that we've seen them in today.
Yeah, giving their all, putting it all on the table. And it looks like we're about to get started for game 2 of the grand finals on the last Moonrise Premier event.
Ooh, and I imagine Perky is going to be starting us off. If I had to guess, last time Perky did Mulligan, getting him into, I mean, seemingly every counter rune that you could have ever needed. So we will see on that one.
And it looks like Cobalt is taking a mulligan here.
Okay, oh no, are you telling me they didn't open Comagma, Celestlio, Rise this time?
They have another chance.
How terrible.
Are we going to see it turn 1 again? I think Cobalt wants to.
I cannot wait. And we see the bunny coming out turn 1. Classic.
Again, one of the most beneficial plays, if you're going first, is playing Astrabbit. Being able to look at the top 3 cards and choose any among them to put into your hand and shuffling the other 2 back into your deck. And having the 5 defense is crucial.
Yeah. I mean, as we saw, Perky was able to prevent as much damage as possible, getting Cobalt into a position where if we sided in those eruptions could have been game ending. So this is not a foretold foregone conclusion. There we go.
That is an Apollo.
Hello, Apollo.
Shattered Stars.
Cannot believe we're about to see a turn 1 Tornadian.
And for those who don't know, Apollo allows you to foretell 3, and then you can add a solar card, if I'm not mistaken, to your hand from amongst those.
Oh, Nebuleo! Oh my goodness. Perky
I
already
didn't even
looking...
know there was any 1-drops in this deck. All I've ever seen was Celestlio.
I know. Winjin existed.
Yes.
Okay. It looks like opting not to go for the activation of that counter rune or whatever it may be that's set there, despite a brief consideration. Oh! And going for the Gorgon's Gaze, which...
Gorgon's Gaze. This is a good call on Perky's end.
Yeah, I think fair enough. Trying to prevent all of this from happening.
And Cobalt setting 1 card and looks like passing turn.
Okay, so this is looking a little more how do you say normal this turn, a little more manageable for Perky.
Yep, not quite as explosive. Into, it looks like the Sorlet.
Okay, Sorlet coming out, and I didn't see if that was water enchanted or if it was properly enchanted. Probably water enchanted, if I had to guess.
Ooh, Perky going into attack with the Astrabbit.
Ooh, I mean, fair enough.
Into a Gorgon's Gaze.
Okay. Oh, man.
Cobalt really wants that Neblio to stay around.
I mean, yeah.
Wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think I get that, actually, yeah. Understandable.
And with 2 cards face down in the back row, Perky's still feeling pretty good here.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if you move Astrabbit to attack, you feel pretty confident that you have a way to then sort of protect the castle going into next turn.
Could
Most
be
of
a
the time.
potential tsunami face down. Ooh, a Gorgons.
Okay, Perky said, I'm not going to let you hard ascend. I'm not going to let you activate any effects. I'm not going to let you do anything with this Nebuleo. I'm keeping this under control. However, Nectar of the Gods coming out.
And that Gorgons was at the beginning of the turn, which is going to make it so Cobalt can't even ascend over the Neblio.
Mm-hmm. However,
Ooh,
a Cockeray.
And we saw earlier that there was the first light.
Oh my gosh, you're right.
From the original Apollo Foretell.
However, the PTA is interesting. I believe if it ascends, that the PTA...
And there's the first light.
Yeah, okay. Oh no, so that means that this is, unfortunately, I think a wasted PTA, because we are going to go into the Draco Ray, which means that it's now a different target. So unfortunately... RIPTA.
Looks like an unfortunate misplay here.
Which can happen. I mean, it could also have just been you put Cobalt on, you have to have the first light. But again, we saw that in the foretell. So
yeah, the very first part of the game.
Yeah. It happens.
And it's a Celestlio put up on top.
Oh dear. So we're going to be healing already. We've got Nebuleo here. We've got the Draco Ray. Celestlio is looming. The sun is rising. And Perky is left with no back row. All right. Cobalt going to be swinging here. And unfortunately, because no more back row, that is going to be going through here. Opting to get rid of the Sorlet, which makes sense to me.
Yep, and the bunny sticks around because the Neblio has been Gorgons.
Yep.
Re-enchant on the Astrabbit. Perky has to search for an answer here.
Yeah, a good play. A lot of people have been pointing out to re-enchant the rabbit on an empty board, for sure. Hopefully getting whatever the one answer that we need is here to keep us in the game.
Yeah, especially with that looming threat of Celestlio sitting on top of Cobalt's deck. We know it's coming. The King of the Jungle is about to reign supreme.
Mm-hmm.
Does Perky have the answer?
And is Cobalt going to fly too close to the sun? Perky, I'm sure, is hoping so. Okay, Zeus. Probably on... I mean, either of these would be good targets. You don't want Nebuleo to stick around. You don't want Draco Ray to stick around.
No, it looks like a set from Perky. Ooh, Ambrosia off the rabbit.
Okay, there we go. That spirit management, the conservation of the spirits that you have. We love to see it. That's been a very popular play in recent tournaments. And every time it's one of those that's like, ooh, they're really gaming.
And you love to see it. Now, I'm curious what Perky has face down.
Hopefully an answer to a Celestlio. Okay, we're checking all the cards, making sure, getting rid of that Nebuleo. Okay, interesting. Leaving the Draco Ray. Is this going to be a frame 1 Gorgon's Gaze? Are we looking at something else here? What's going on?
Now, if that Celestlio ascends over the Draco Ray, it would be Misenchanted.
And is that a
that a
wind?
wind?
It's a Tornadian, which is now properly enchanted. With we have wind, solar, and just a little fire as a treat, maybe to protect against eruption.
And
Okay.
Cobalt going for the Tornadian effect.
We are calling out Golden Apple of Discord.
Magma.
Yup, and what is the third one going to be?
A Rise from the Ashes? A Gorgons?
No, Gorgon's Gaze. Okay. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. A Galaxair would be Tornadian ending here. And it is a Gorgon's Gaze. Okay.
That, if you're Perky, you do not want to see that.
Oh, no. I mean, you didn't want to see any of those things, to be fair. That's why Tornadian is so good. And I absolutely adore the chibi Tornadian that we have here, the Shattered Stars art. He's so cute.
It's one of my favorite arts as well.
He's just a little guy who causes mass destruction. Don't worry about it.
Now the question is that face down something that can stop this Tornadian from walking over the Ash Rabbit?
I mean, easiest shield of Perky's life here. Oh!
And the Rise from the Ashes!
On the Draco Ray? I think it's got to be the Draco Ray, right?
I think so.
Okay, so we're gonna be healing. Okay, and yep, using that fire spirit. Okay, that's
it's the
fair
Draco
enough.
Ray.
We are going to be healing here. Here comes Draco Ray.
Healing 3 back. That Rise was essentially free.
Yes. And now you have another big body on the board, and Perky is having to answer a lot of things. Shield would no longer do it because you've got to answer 2 things. I mean, Tsunami would go crazy.
Tsunami would be a phenomenal play right now.
But does Perky have Tsunami Mommy on his side? That is the real question here.
Setting a card.
And swinging.
Moving off with...
Oh, that's water! That's water!
It's
a
water!
Tsunami!
It's a Tsunami!
Oh
This game's not over
gosh.
yet.
Okay.
Perky's letting Cobalt know we are in the grand finals. I'm not letting that go easy.
Okay. I want to see this go to game 3. I would love to see Perky take a game here. Eddie coming out. Okay. Probably not activating the effect if I had to guess. As both of these Elestrals are exactly in the position that you want them. Another back row. Hopefully something tasty.
Now, if you're Perky, who do you think your target should be here? Should you go over the Draco Ray or the Tornadian?
The answer is Zeus and yes. I think you try and go both. I mean, Tornadian is the biggest threat here, of course, being able to activate that effect. I mean, as we saw, being able to go and grab that Gorgon's Gaze, and yes, he is now gone. Draco Ray has done its job. It's now just a big threatening body. And here goes possibly the Draco Ray as well.
Is there a response? I think there's a response.
I mean, I think that you would have... Okay. Rise is the response here. Are we bringing back Tornadian? Is this a wind? No, double solar. Okay.
Bringing back Tornadian.
Just not
but
properly
wait, the Celestlio's in hand, and it's the Ascension into the Celestlio.
Oh my god. Okay.
We can't forget about the King of the Jungle.
Listen, we could have another Tsunami. Okay. Oh
One
my
hit.
gosh.
Hitting the back row. And it was a tsunami!
We're going to chain it. Okay. And Cobalt, very smart in not changing the position of that Draco Ray before activating the effect. This way, in the event of this happening, Cobalt is still able to change the position, move Draco Ray to attack, and still get an attack off this turn.
But that Eddy is still an attack, which means that Draco Ray can walk over the Eddy and still get some damage in this turn.
Yep. Let's see, are we going to see... I think that Rabbit and Celestlio both should be in defense right now.
I agree. I wonder what is going on right now. Discussion amongst the players.
Oh, maybe it's not chainable on the effect of the Celestlio? Is that... Okay. I think that maybe that was the case. So this is unfortunately about to be... Okay. Yeah, it was not chainable, unfortunately. So that would have had to be activated before the effect of the Celestlio. Which, I mean... It's okay. Perky saying, I'm still in this. I'm still feeling perky. We still have 10 spirits to work with here unless we just don't have the updated count. So, interestingly, for anyone who is wondering if we want to take a step back to the previous turn, Perky's turn, he did opt not to attack over the Draco Ray. I don't know if that was out of fear of the set card being something. Not sure there, but it was a choice. Also, oh my god.
2 hits from the Celestlio.
Yeah. Whew.
Cobalt is very much in the driver's seat here.
And Cavmel coming out too. That's healing on the horizon. I don't know if there's a way to contest this here.
I believe it's a scoop.
Lavalith is staring at me right now.
It's a scoop.
Okay.
And we have our first champion. I'm at a loss for words right now. We have
Huge
our first
congratulations.
competitor invited to Worlds.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Cobalt, amazingly played all day today. What a concoction you have stumbled on. Oh my god. This deck has been dominating, taking names all day, coming into Top Cut as, I believe, the lowest seed and rising all the way up.
Yep, came in as the 8th seed, and their first matchup was against the number 1 seed, who went undefeated in the final Moonrise Premier event. With the marquee card of Daybreak.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Daybreak said,
dominating performance.
Yeah, you think you're done with Moonrise? You're not even done with Daybreak yet. And we do have our first ever Worlds qualifier, Cobalt Sanders, and I hope you're ready to fly all the way from Australia to, oh my gosh, wherever this ends up happening, because this is incredible. I cannot believe that Celestlio is the final champion of Moonrise.
Me too, and I want to congratulate Perky as well, being the first person to second place, getting 125 points for Worlds. They have to do it one more time.
Mm-hmm.
And you're in Worlds.
I mean, I am sure that all of these casters have already been cooking for Firestorm. We have been celebrating Moonrise today, and apparently Daybreak as well. Apparently. I know that there is an incredible story behind this deck that we just saw dominate today. And we are going to be getting into a winner's interview here in just a minute. I know that I can't wait to hear from Cobalt. And there are so many things I want to hear about this list. I am very excited. There are so many questions that me personally I would ask, and I can't wait. We're going to be throwing it over to Swolex here in just a little bit, as soon as we're ready and all set up here. But I mean, go ahead.
All casters tuned in, just a reminder that our next premiere event is going to be June 7th. It'll be the first premiere event for Firestorm.
Yes, if if you all have been cooking with Firestorm, if you all have been wanting to cook, we have the casual webcam tournaments coming up. We have the starter deck coming up. Oh my gosh, I cannot wait for Firestorm. What an incredible meta Moonrise has been. And just to take a look at the journey that our final champion of Moonrise has been on, I mean, coming in, as we mentioned, as the lowest seed, as the 8th seed in Top Cut, taking on the number 1 seed Trishula, who has gone undefeated this entire day, not only taking down Trishula, but then in semifinals, taking down Distant Coder, who is one of the most decorated casters of all time in the history of the game, and then going on to 2-0 defeat Perky, who has been playing out of their mind all day today in finals, and ultimately to become the final champion of Moonrise and our first Worlds qualifier.
Congratulations, Cobalt.
I mean, yeah, there's there's so much to say, and also nothing to say more than congratulations. This deck has been honestly insane and so fun to watch, just go on terrorizing the casters of this tournament today.
The consistent turn 1 Celestios and finishing games by turn 3, it's unheard of. Like, absolutely unheard of.
I mean, even in this last game, did not open the Wombo combo. We opened up Nebuleo and had to draw into it. So it just goes to show that there are other lines, there are other ways for this deck to be able to behave and to be able to find the win, even if you don't get the insane combo go off in turn 1.
Yeah, and that last game there between... that last game there in between Perky and Cobalt. Perky went through their Gorgon's Gazes really fast.
Mm-hmm.
So it was just a battle of attrition at that point. Cobalt saw it and was just like, okay, we're at the end here. They have no more responses. Capitalize and just go for the win.
I have a feeling that we are going to see a rise in Rise from the Ashes after this. I mean, we've seen it in BlueStacks almost exclusively. I mean, it's one of those cards that it hasn't really been seen all that much. And then suddenly people said, actually, it's kind of crazy if you accidentally hit BlueStacks, because then you can rise and you can have it. And of course, now Cobalt taking that and saying, what if it's just good all the time and everything? Have you considered?
I'm definitely going to be putting together a new Celestlio deck after seeing this. It's going to be really fun.
I cannot wait. And of course, having our first ever in the history of Elestrals Worlds qualifier. I mean, what? This is a historic moment, and we were here. Oh my gosh.
I was here. You were here. Everybody watching was here.
Yeah, be sure to claim your I was here codes in chat. 100%. And again, all of our other casters today, top 32 and on, have earned their first steps to becoming Worlds qualifiers themselves. I don't know about you, but this has inspired me personally to, I don't know, dig out my Rise from the Ashes from my bulk. Dig out my Celestlios specifically. Oh my goodness.
I don't even know which art to choose at this point. We have the box topper, the full art, the stained glass, multiple Celestlios to choose from.
I think I have to side with our newest champion here. I think that stained glass art, the gold, it's just so striking. It's just so beautiful. And I mean, terrifying, apparently. The scariest card that you could really ever see. In hand, in Underworld, it's not safe anywhere. Oh, Oh man.
It's been a year.
I know what a year this tournament has been. I cannot wait to hear this story from Cobalt. I want to hear all about this list. And oh my goodness, to those of you who are here with us right now, be sure to let us know your favorite moments of not only today, but the Moonrise meta. And it looks like we are just about ready to go into this interview to hear from our newest champion, our first ever Worlds qualifier, Cobalt. I cannot wait. I'm building the suspense here. I am waiting for the go ahead, but both our lovely Swolax and Cobalt are standing by, waiting for the signal from "Oh Captain, our Captain." And oh my goodness, I cannot wait to hear from Cobalt all about this. And honestly, get your Rise cards now because those stocks are about to be going up.
Oh yeah, I'll be pulling them all out of my binder right now.
And it looks like we are ready. So I'm going to send you all over to both Swolax and our newest champion, Cobalt. Can't wait to hear from them. Take it away, Swole.
I think we are good to go here.
Possibly we are waiting instead.
Okay, I think we're good to go here now. Everyone can hear me A-okay. We are sitting here with the most recent champion of our Elestrals Premier, the last one, Moonrise, Cobalt. Congratulations on the win today.
Thank you. Thank you.
And also to note too, you are the first person to get your invite for the World Championship, which I think is absolutely killer.
Yeah, oh man, it's crazy. Like, I was like, hopefully I'll get some points to put towards Worlds.
Well, yeah, hopefully. I mean, you got all of them right there, which is absolutely wild. I'd love to see this Celestlio deck come back in. Yeah. So a couple questions here for you today after a pretty historic run. So after 7 rounds of Swiss, right, and this crazy top cut, how does it feel to be the final Moonrise champion?
It's insane. It feels undeserved. I'll be real. It feels so undeserved.
No, absolutely not. Those crazy hard work.
Luck was on my side far more often than not. I got some lucky hands more often than I feel like I should have. 3 people entered with this exact list, or 2 of us entered with this exact list, one with a very similar list, and they didn't fare so well. They lost early and then had bad matchups, and
yeah. As far as the Lumaru group, the Lumaru Pride goes, you were the one to move on, and to move on, you did. So how did you prepare for this tournament with the other people also testing this list? How did this list come about?
So it all started. My son, my 11-year-old son, loves Celestlio. It's like his favorite card. It was the first deck he picked up with this game, and he just goes to locals with it every week. And he so often will just drop Celestlio turn 2. He's doing the full Leo Bright line. And my younger brother got really annoyed with it because this 11-year-old was winning locals. He would sweep locals on this deck. And he was convinced that Celestlio is the most broken card in the game. And I'm like, that's silly. And he's like, I'll figure out a way to get it. He's like, I'll get it turn 1. I'll get us to turn 1 Celestlio, and you'll see that it's broken. And he cooked up a list. I tried it for the last Premier event. I was like, if you can top locals with this list, I'll take it for the Premier event. And he did. I took the last Premier event. I finished 17th. And then I was like, we might have some tweaking we can do. We took out the Leo Brights because it's not a good card. Added in a little more heal because healing was the biggest downside to the deck. So it's on 3 Draco Ray. And yeah, we were pretty confident that it would do well. Funny enough, because I'm in Australia yesterday, there was a winner mat event for the store championships. 2 people were on this deck and I was not. Both those people did not fare very well with this deck. And I ended up winning the mat with
wow.
Yeah,
with the Valkyrie stuff. So you came prepared for the new stuff from Firestorm. How did those cards feel?
So the Valkyrie stuff is very strong against this deck because as soon as you get a Kinleo online, you can just remove Celestlio for free. And this deck negs so hard to put out a Celestlio that if you get Kinleo or what's the other one? The Morphrost Scorpio form. You just lose from there. Like,
Yeah,
you lose
it's a
all your
hard
resources.
removal.
Yeah.
I gotcha. As far as Firestorm cards go, experimenting with the new stuff that just released, are you looking forward to anything in Firestorm upcoming?
I barely looked at the set. I looked at all the cards as they came out, but I was coding. So I just had so many like numbers and words going through my head that I didn't retain any information. So I actually have no idea what's coming in Moonrise. Firestorm, except for like there's like a soul battle that can be cast if Apollo foretells it. That's about all I know.
You think you might be able to incorporate that into this existing strategy? Because I mean, as far as surprises go, the Celestia is definitely one of them.
I think this deck doesn't work next format. It seems like there is a
Really?
big pace. There's a speed improvement next format with Firestorm, so bigger monsters come out easier. The speed advantage that this has in dropping a Celestia and Draco Rain in the first turn or two, that is a much smaller gap coming next set. I don't think this deck will perform very well in the next set because other decks will be not necessarily faster, but fast enough that this doesn't have that advantage.
No, I gotcha. So as far as this is like a good snapshot for right now, it probably felt pretty good to get those Celestios online and just the Tornadon stuff too, enabling you to get into your combo pieces game after game, seeing you have these explosive turns, but then a few of them too, kind of a little more reserved. And so with the pace increase of Firestorm, this deck is maybe up for suspect. But I mean, today you're the Moonrise champion. I mean, Firestorm might just be a different deck for all intents and purposes. That the Valkyrie stuff sounds like it's pretty good in your hands too.
It's I don't actually like it. I find that it's not. It doesn't have enough Elestral that do something turn one. So you find yourself mulligan. I find myself doing a mulligan a lot with that deck, just because it's like I've got an Ash Rabbit and nothing else I can play turn one. It's very reactive. So if you're going first, unless you have exactly Valkyries or what's the small Tuga, you're not really playing anything. So I don't like the deck for that reason.
I gotcha. Well, I mean, so congratulations on today, making it out to Worlds, hopefully with the 250 qualifier points that you just earned from today. Do you have any words of encouragement or inspiration from today? Again, this is a pretty crazy deck and a pretty crazy run.
I don't know, man. I'm honestly surprised. Like, I was like, I entered this trying to just get a couple of points for maybe I'll qualify for Worlds if I can get top 16 in enough events. I didn't expect to just qualify for the first thing. I guess like anyone can win because like I bubbled into top 8. Like I was the only X2 that made it to top 8. So the dream is never dead. Just play it out, man. Play it out. The dream doesn't end. Just because
keep cooking, keep playing.
Yeah,
absolutely. You know, I think after our last premiere where you kicked my butt in those later rounds, seeing this, I saw the light shine. It was quite crazy. I was telling everyone about it. I'm like, you have to see this crazy deck. It was so cool.
Yeah,
it was awesome.
Yeah, we were a bit nervous with this one because obviously you hyped it up after the last event. It was like don't do that because then people are gonna like be ready to play against it. But sure enough, most people weren't quite ready for it. Nobody at any point Gorgons the Comagma.
I mean, we didn't have quite the time to play for in the Elestria. Camp Sunshine wasn't able to innovate like you did for this one. Before we go, is there anyone that you want to shout out or thank in helping you achieve this win, or what you got for us here?
First of all, Frasernator, he got me into Elestrals. I got burnt by the FFTCG. Kind of invested a lot of money into a game that died. So I've been adamantly not wanting to get into a new card game just for fear of the same thing. But Frasernator really pushed me on this, sold it to me really well. So I'm loving this game. I enjoy it so much. And then also I've got to shout out my brother Thwarted. This was his build. I've tweaked it obviously, but like the core concept was his build. And he's done all my play testing. Like we just play test as much as we can. So without him, I wouldn't have even like considered this as a deck.
Well, that's awesome. I'm glad the legend of Celestia can kind of carry on here. And again, congratulations on your win. Congratulations on qualifying for Worlds. I hope that we really do see you there. That sounds excellent. We're going to toss it back over to to K and Zero at the desk. Thank you so much, everyone, and go Celestial. Cobalt, congratulations.
And subscribe to Lumerus. Can I say that?
Subscribe to Lumerus. Lumerus stocks up. Solar through the roof. Let's go.
Thank you.
What
Yeah,
an
absolutely.
incredible story. A list that was made all in the family, inspired by his son's favorite Elestral. I'm like emotional.
Absolutely amazing.
Oh my goodness. And what a conclusion to Moonrise. And this is, of course, the final Moonrise tournament, but this was your first ever tournament casting here on the mic with us. How are you feeling, Zero?
Oh, I'm feeling great. I was a little nervous at first, but the entire day has been great.
You did amazing, and oh my gosh, huge thank you to everyone who has been here watching. Again, big congratulations to Cobalt, and apparently also to Cobalt's son, whose favorite Elestral is now the champion. I almost was able to see that personally happen for myself with Foxes. I'm glad it could happen for someone, and yeah, I mean, huge thank you to the judges who kept everything running well today, and to our producer Silver, who kept us sane and kept us sounding and looking good all day. Really could not do any of this without him. And yeah, oh my gosh, what a conclusion that we have come to here.
Yeah, it's such an amazing event. All the epic clashes that we saw. Full clips, the multiple blizz tricks and cryo scores, just amazing moments and memories to be made. And more to come with Firestorm.
Yeah, it's just around the corner. I mean, it's happening any day now, literally the 7th of June, which is basically tomorrow if you squint. I cannot wait. So we may have our first Worlds qualifier. We may have our final champion of Moonrise, but now is the time to start getting ready for the next tournament on June 7th. I am so excited for Firestorm. I have loved Moonrise, and I think it's just going to get better from here.
Absolutely. I am also so excited for Firestorm. June 7th, you can be the next competitor for Worlds.
Oh,
As
man.
you can see, Cobalt said it himself. He was just coming in for the points, and now he's the very first one going.
The man was in disbelief. And with that messaging at the end there of play it out, you can make it happen. I was the only X2 to make it, and then I won the whole thing. I think that's so beautiful. And again, all of these homebrew lists that have been able to shine literally today with the Solar Celestial list. It's been so wonderful to see. Do you have any final thoughts here that you want to share, Zero?
I'm just at a loss for words. Just seeing so many amazing casters today is just makes me really, really love this game.
Mm-hmm. Every single tournament, it's like, man, I love Elestrals. I want to play more. And again, thank you for being such a wonderful co-commentator. Thank you so much to Swolax as well, who's been killing it all day.
Yeah, thank you, Swole. Thank you, Kay, for having me. Letting me join you guys. It's been amazing.
Oh my goodness. And on that, I don't know if we have any other final messages that we need to convey here, other than to send you all off with a nice good night Moonrise and a little kiss on the forehead, and get ready for Firestorm.
Until then.
Thank you.